To the famous one and only Ellie Keller became a cousin. Made a breath on this? Today I did vodka instead of regular water. All right, listen to this. This is one of the most exciting announcements. In Paris, there's a live share every night at 8 o'clock Paris time, which coincides with 9 o'clock Eretz Yisrael. There's a satellite location. This is huge, awesome. Huge. Can you imagine the satellite location goes live? Over 40 people, Rabbi, over 40 people here. Shani Leifman. Unbelievable. And Shimmy did all the furniture there. He built this out. The studs and everything. The socks. Ron Weissers is in the back. If you look all the way in the back, there he is. In the right, bottom right picture, you'll see him. Very good. Zanzibar got the request of them? It's done? Ilana Vidivici. The Kessler is available. The Swiss O'Clock to Bamidbar. My official. The Swiss pass. The what do you call it? The function, the whatever it's called. Personally, with Yayad. Same time you give 23 prizes available for shared sponsorship. Who are the 23 tzaddikim that decided to share the sponsorship? So just this morning, I discovered a big one. Amudim now available for shared sponsorship. All the Amudim are sold out, and like 8 or 9 already shared. Already, they're starting to share. Tests are available for sponsorship. So everybody, Yishkoyach Gadol chose a lot of heart to give back and share your parasha for the same price, obviously, same price. But all the way in Devarim, if you look at the second one, all the way to the right, second, Shoiftim, the bottom Stefanski, not only give a whole Chumash, parasha, he also shared. He's a sharer. It wasn't always like that. When he was a kid, he wasn't such a sharer. But now he's a sharer. So proud of him. Shared Amudim. So these are the new guys that shared today. Rafal, Yachieli, Nata, Puka, Mayor Vider, Neil Green, Paul Seidler, Jason, Sofit, Goldfarb. So I got to do one row here. Like, we have to start knocking these things out. And Anna Pressman with the third row from the left, or the second from the right. Yaakov Malkos latest. We said this one. Mayor Vider, we'll say again. Yossi Razner, Shuli Friedman, Naftali Friedman, Yochaim Pilchik, Ari Chaimowitz, the famous art. I think I even have a video of him today. Chaim Klagsburun. He really elevated our trip, Ari Chaimowitz. He's a photographer, but you ask him, elevated 100%. Elevated the Morocco trip. Chaim Klagsburun, Shlomo Shani Levinger, Cody Schick, Meir Dalby's here. Nancy Weber, Gigi Mechlowitz, Eric Gigi, the famous Gigi from Manchester, Manchester. Eric Schwartz, Mutti Laser, David Bamshed, Alyssa David Hirsch, Shai Schwartz, Yitzi Salinger, Yael Yancy Frieden, Avi Dahan, Mordechai Kobe, Yuda Tafel, Yuda Suskin, and we're going to stop here. But last row, the second from the top, is Mr. Machlokes himself. Hello, Kamiansky. Official Lisha Chulin has arrived. They arrived a little later, unfortunately. That's the pains of yeah, I guess, of labor or something like that. All over the ship. People are picking them up from the cell locations. The Nishmas of Chaim ben Rav Yosef, the father of a dear friend of MDY. Yes, very dear. On Joseph today. We're supposed to bring simchas to the Mishpacha B'Parov. Amen. Yeah, look. I walked in all the time. I still don't know his name, by the way. Doesn't look like me at all. But we're brothers from the same family called MDY. So what about did you start? Really? When did he start with rebellion? Wow, he's an old timer. And now he's catching up with nothing but the dot. I'm bugging the truth on the stuff. And now we're brothers. Hi. What's your name, Doctor? Pesha Raskin. I'm in the Monsey, random restaurant, and now it's on this place. Hi. Benedict. Ezdan Chacham, Roy Kefalatzman, top right from Manifur also, that it's also refers to one who's self-aware and sees his own faults as he did. Lawyer Trey Falatzman, yes. That's right. Yesterday, it was better later than ever. I got this, I said it in the Hebrew shir, but Moshe Handler's son, they did a same third for him, and I guess it was yesterday. Rebelli, here with the first brother, what's your name? Yosef Tower. How long have you love the radio? 6 months. Where should you learn it? Where's that? Lakewood? What's it like in yeshiva? What's it that? How do you manage it? 7 a.m. he gets in the bucket to do the job. Wow. He's like, I want to play for Rebelli. What makes you have to say Rebelli? Very smart. I've been enjoying listening to this. Hi, Rebelli, from Ronan Elephant. I've been enjoying this particularly as a trauma surgeon. Here's a great example. The Gemara talks about a hole in the gallbladder covered by the liver as being kosher, while a scab over the esophagus not being kosher. Indeed, when gallbladder injuries are covered by the liver, they usually form adhesions which close the hole, while injuries of the esophagus do not heal on their own. They don't scab, but get worse if not prepared surgically. The anatomy is really fun to learn, and amazing how much they knew back then, says a surgeon. Dear beloved Rebellion, my name is Yosef. I live in Tikva. I was recently on for one day at a Sharon Glen. There, I had an opportunity to watch the shir live for the first time. I really enjoyed the shir. 2 years ago, I learned that the only religious doesn't continue. For the past 2 years, I haven't been learning. Bezos Hashem, I hope to stick with the shir, which is delivered in an amazing way and clear and accessible. And now, for my question. My wife and I have differing opinions about the opening of shir. The crowd responds to the rose greeting. I'm connected to very much, but my wife, less so. I'm curious, how does this minute begin with blessings to Yossi? Yeah, nobody really knows, and nobody cares, but no, like I try to stop it. I myself am not so into it, but I tried, and that's one of the worst things I ever did. I got the most hate mail for that. I will never try again. It gives a certain injection, especially the Hebrew shir. It's like it lifts up the island. It's like everybody's ready to go. It's like a shot of caffeine. Rabbi said we have a big guest on Zoom. I don't know if I able to patch him in. Let's see if the Chassan himself, Rebelli Geller, Rabbi side. Seven Doivo Mazel Doivo Mazel Doivo Seven Doivo Big Simcha. Simcha. What? Yes, very big Simcha. Wow. All right, the lucky girl, what do you say? Shana Smolin, something like that. Shana Smolin. Okay. Shana Smolin, that's right. Okay, fine. We will skip this. Skip. We have to go to this. Official edition. Ari Rosenstein asked me if we can make the shir a little bit quicker today because of Rosh Chodesh. Doesn't want to finish off at 10 o'clock. So for him, official edition of the White Shacks with Sefta Zemin Yal Shoah. Ilana Mary Davidovici. Nishma Shai Ben Aaron Yocheved Chava Hitler Bas Avraham. The Mem Vav Anonymous. The Nishma Sarah Chaim Ben Yosef Shkar Baruch Lamed Siva. David Solomon, our daughter's engaged. David Solomon. No, can't be. Okay. It says it. It's in Fourish. Maybe it's a different David Solomon. Mazel tov, of course, mazel tov. It's like, I'm shocked. It's one shock to the next. What? It's the English here. It's all solo here. Cheer sponsors, David Solomon. Look at this. The Kisser Hashem. I just said his name here. Dedicated memory of Bobby Murray. I thought his oldest one is like 11 years old. I like it. I'm a little out of it. Okay? Reb Shmuel Baruch Bereb Chaim Tzvi Deutsch Lefanav Racha. The receptor sponsored by the Palestine Family Foundation grants to the consortium in the alliance and all the groups support MDY. Anonymous. Myself and Baruch and Gashmis, and thank you to Chief Benny. Shmuel and Ahuba Schuster for continuing Tzlacha and Nachas from our children. Anonymous for continuing for Shleiman Arichas Yom for Leah Bas Esther. Yomen Daniel Rosenfeld Rios Simcha. Simon for Shleiman Abimeir Ben Baruch Ben Miriam. Anonymous for Shleiman Rabbi Ruch Ben Yehudis and Avramishayim Ben Slava Devorah May. The Spanish year sponsors in honor of the first three Bachram in the Mexican satellite location, Shmuel Yuda Abramchik, Moshe Laniado, and Eno Greenberg, 15 and 16 years old. Reading blind in memory of Sarah Ratzakas, Baba Ferrero, on the yard side, Zayim Siva. Daily sponsors more of sponsors and siblings, in honor of our parents' anniversary. May they have much nachas from all their children and grandchildren for many more years to come. Amen. This was Chana Blumo Basil Yaakov Levin on the yard side. Transplanted from part of the women of America, there was a family of many daughters of Nitero and Yerushalayim by grandson Peretz Chaim Levine, otherwise known as PCL. Shimon. That's the last warning. Shimon Schneebler, in honor of Eli Stefansky, the schus for Shtemi Yeshua ben Chano, anonymous for the schus of Yitzhak ben Leah and family, Bracha, Tzlacha, healthy Yeshua, anonymous for the merit of Ruben Elio ben Dvorah for Shlema from your friends. Amen. And the white kids sponsors conventions on seals the schus. I give a simple and Vagog. And Rifki uses Basiat Chaya. Where you guys come from? Yerushalayim? What do you learn in the mirror? What do you learn? Well, really? Because now we have buses all the time. NDYR? Rabbi boys, here we go. Here's the question of the day. You can only answer this if you didn't hear yesterday's shiur. When is it a mitzvah, or maybe a field, to daven that a fly shouldn't die? It's a question that they ask. Who do they ask? Who? Rabbi Yisrael Zilberstein. When is it a big thing to daven for a fly not to die? What? How do you know? You know the question? When you on Shabbos, when you almost killed them. Let's say you flick a fly and it's dying. Now you want to dive really hard. It doesn't die because if it dies, then you're over until Shabbos. Go ahead and shoot questions. No, we're gonna see it. Maybe we'll get to it today. I don't know. We're only 6 months from the battle of the Nehemiah page. We go through the anatomy of an animal. Fascinating stuff. Just like a human being, an animal, even a bird, has a spinal cord. Spinal cord runs in the spine, protected beautifully on all sides by bony material that's flexible. It transfers. Talking like you know what I'm talking about. I don't. There's a nervous system that runs from the brain and goes all the way to the tail of the animal. Now, I said yesterday in the shoot, but I got to be careful. I said yesterday that my wife's son is buying buying a Doberman Pinscher. The same guy that bought, he has extra money, a guy that bought the parasha. So somebody asked, Benny Afashir, what? Rebellion is married twice? No, that's just the way when I'm describing my son, when he does crazy stuff. Not my son, it's my wife. The woman I'm married to, her sons. I don't know that people are it's gonna throw them into a frenzy. It's not a big deal. People in this room that are married twice. It's fine. It's great. Sometimes it's great. Me, I happen to be not. I was only married once. And she was only married once. We had a car. He's a great guy. Who would believe he's a coach? He's a coach, and you can't even get into him for like a half a year now. He's like and he doesn't show. He's not cheap. It's the $2,000 a month, whatever. Because he's a good coach. My daughter also, they too. They compete. Yeah. But they married a girl from Thomas Boring. He's a shot film, and they have 2 children. They have a lot of napas, a lot of napas. Okay, so this guy. Why am I saying this? Because Doberman Pinscher, if you ever look, I don't have a picture of him. Doberman Pinscher, they cut off their tail, right? Because that makes them look meaner than they are. They cut their ears, like they make them pointy, and they're not born with that little tiny tail at them. They have a long tail. They snip it off. Does the dog die? No, to live on, but it's part of his kiddush schedule. All that to that little piece. So the what? We said even by sheep, a lot of sheep, because the sheep also used to have these giant dahlias. They cut it off eventually. I don't know, genetically. Fine. I call funny. At what point of the spinal cord? Oh, here's a picture of a Doberman Pinscher. Maybe Gary, maybe Dave could send it to Gary, and Gary will put it in. So at what point of the of the spinal cord could you cut it and not damage the animal? It's a fascinating story of Shmuel Salant in Yerushalayim. They brought them a chicken. After they checked it, they found it was full of lice. And they asked him, what is this? So he said, it's treif. Rabbi Shmuel Diskin, heard about this, and he was very, very surprised. And he sent a shliach to Shmuel Salant and says, we're in a lot of us saying treif. Where did you get this? Keenan, this treif? Really good. So he wrote back that it's treif because why does it have lice? Because it can't pick it off its back. Why can't it pick it off its back? Obviously, its neck is broken or something. It has a broken nerve. And when Shmuel stood up when he heard this thing, they say he stood up and said, wow, what a, like, he thought outside of the box. Here's the boy said, if you want to know what he's doing, but this is a larger one. What happened? It went away, my Doberman. No, that's not it. You put a different one. I want to see the tail. Gary, who's one with the tail? Okay, those are the pointy ears. Okay, we got the ears. Then we get a... Fine. So, here it is. With the tail. Very fine. Why? Don't ask me why. Fine. That's me. Maybe doesn't want my wife to visit ever. I don't know. Great. So, look, this is what I worked on with Yoshi, the colors and the whole thing. This has been a parashas. But I'll show you this live here. This is what I did from that. I took that and I made it into this. Now, I'm going to add a little addition here today. This is today's addition. I don't know if this will work. This is the head of the animal. Fine. Maybe. Well, or the other name. Okay, there we go. Fine. Like this. Okay, so the spinal cord goes from the head, goes all the way down, all the way to the tail. These are the parashas. These guys. this is where it starts splitting off. It splits off before, but these are the main splits. The first one occurs by the hind leg. Like 2 fingers later, there's another split and then another split. Every time it splits, it gets the spinal cord gets weaker and weaker. The first one is this blue one. You come here, obviously, if you cut the spinal cord in this area, trafe. But when you get to this area, the blue, the beta parashas, bain means between. Between the first parasha, and the second one, between the 2 splits, this area is no good. Now the Gemara is going to ask right away, what I mean, the Gemara asks this all the time, and it gets, throws people into a frenzy. So don't worry, it only lasts for 35 seconds. It just means, does it mean up until the blue, or it's up until purple? It includes the area between, or only up until? So all Rabbi Elazar Shmuel ad bein haparashos. Rav Dimi bar Yitzchak Abba Kapoy l'mitzvah l'beit Chazoy. Rav Dimi went to Beit Chazoy. Also came the Rav Yehuda. He went to Yisrael. Rav Yehuda. All right, Could you please show me exactly the area of between the parashas? Show me an animal. All right, so he says, Zulai, see the Gedi. Go get me a coat, and I'll show you the Achila. So he thought, let me spend a little money. Let me do it right. Let me get a nice gesunta, as they say, a festa or a fat goat. So he brings him this nice goat. No. This is too much fat. It's hard to discern, to see the how do you say pitzul in English? The split, it's hard to see these splits where the cord splits. Now, the reason why these arrows are in the wrong direction, it was a mistake probably in terms of, I asked Yosh to flip it because I want to get to the point here. There's a point. But that's why people might be confused a little bit. It's going this way. It's bad. You should really turn the, okay, fine. I see now that visually it's confusing. So, here, I'm going to ask Gary. Gary, do me a favor. You see these arrows? Flip them on my thing, please. So the Gemara. One day it'll be doable. One day this will be digital. We'll cut out digital. Shalom, what's your name? You. Shalom, from where? You look familiar. Oh, this one is. I thought I'm like a genius. I'm getting better at this. Wow. Okay. And you guys, what's your name? And then this is? Oh, you're sealed. And what's your name? So, Rabbi Yeshua from Woodman. All right, Shalom Aleichem. So he goes out to the store again. He goes and gets him a skinny one. Oh, if the fat is no good because you can't discern, you can't see it. So skinny one, you probably see it. No, that's also not good. We learned about the book of the Atma, that ball and the bearing. What do we call it? The ball and the socket. So the spinal cord runs down that ball and socket, and because it has no fat, it like gets squished into it. That's a word, right? It gets you can't see. So Rashi says he was in a big rush. Rabbi, they need to get out of there. Let me just tell you what I learned. Forget the visuals. Let me just tell it to you. So going again from the head, going this direction until number 1 is treifa. Up to this point, up to the blue, 100% treifa if it gets cut. Right. Shlish is sheira. The red one, everything behind that is kosher. The second one, the purple, I don't know. Now we have to know that when he said up until, did he mean up until the blue line is straight, but past the blue line is a suffix, or past the blue line until the purple is actually true 100%? He meant one. One means from the blue line over to the purple is all considered one. it's the one area. From purple all the way to red is the 2 area. From red all the way to the tail is the 3 area. Is that what he meant or no? Up until the red, up until purple, up until blue. Maybe it's up until the blue point is treifa, 100%. From the blue until the purple now is a suffix. From the red on is 100% kosher. And the second one I don't know. That's why I messed up and I made these funny looking arrows. Because the point is the point. When I'm coming from here, when I bump into this little point, this triangle, is this straight or not? I need to know, what about in the area of the blue? It's up until, is it including the blue? Where's it 100% clear? Well, over here, I'll ask you more. If this is a lema advad b'chlal, it can include this entire area between the blue and the purple. If this is 100%, what about on the actual cord going up and going down? On the blue cord, is this straight or not? He says, what happened? No, but this is a cord. This is a cord. The cord that's coming down, this is straight. This here is straight. What about over here? So I have a right to say that's not straight. Why? Because it says, Toshma, this, the actual blue, the actual purple, the actual red is like flesh. And if it's like flesh, it's kosher. It's not great. No. My last verse is so much deal. The parents referring even to the blue and the purple that it's kosher. Look. What I meant that it's meat is only the third one, the red. And that we're done with this spinal cord. If we could put away for 2.5 years, probably not going to use it again. If another one, Magachir wants to do that, you could just go to this, take this and cut it out on take a piece of cardboard. I think it is. Take a piece of cardboard, root it, then cut it, and, I could go to it's interesting. Whoever didn't think on mine. No, it probably came later. I have three roots like over there. Those should probably insert it later. Okay, fine. What about in the bird? This gets interesting. The bird also has a spinal cord. Take a look at the bird. Look at the bird. Now, the reason why he was showing the wings fold is very important because that's part of the secret. So let's take a look at the bird again. The bird, you see, its wing is connected at one point. So one cheetah is at that point. Rishlokish says, from the grave, go from the rooster's head, come down, and when it hits that point where the wing attaches to the body, that's where it's a treifa. Everything below that point, if you you sever the spinal cord, it's kosher. The next cheetah is, now look at this, I didn't know this, but obviously those who eat chicken or deal with chickens like pennies, it's kosher. It has 3 bends, it has 3 joints, this bird. Not like similar to an animal's leg. It has, not like a human that we only have 2 bends, and we have the ankle, but he has like 3 serious bends over here. Take a look. And then Mela, he says it's the whole. So it's until the end of the wing, the fold of the wing, not the feathers of the wing, but the fold. So until the red arrow. So you look at the spinal cord coming down the head until the red arrow. Meaning until the red arrow. But again, if you want to argue exactly on these, this is just the most. So I was able to understand it, and you might argue it's a little different. Okay. Exactly the connection to the body, which is at the blue arrow. I was standing, says, in front of Benkazi, we brought up they had this problem, so he checked until the joint, the blue arrow. All of a sudden, Ushalach plays Benasia. The Nasi, we had yesterday Nasi. The Nasi says, I need you, Benkazi, immediately. He takes the chicken, puts it down on the table, and walks out with Kavod. He says it's a real shame. Because when they Dani Mishum the Litzor, I don't know if it's because he was done checking. He Mishum probably seals. Perhaps he said, you know what, I'm in the middle of checking, I gotta go. The Nasi calling me, I'm sorry, in the middle of checking, I'm not even gonna take another 3 seconds to check the rest. I'm done. I'll never know. Next, Sugya. There's the Mishnah if the liver was removed completely, it's a trait. So anybody can infer on the Shtari and Meno Klum Shera. So if a little bit of the liver remains its kosher, why? Because the logic will be it regenerates itself. It's the one body part that regenerates completely. You don't need a fix. And if this sounds familiar, it is because we already brought these Mishnayos and discussed this before. But it says that you need, before the Mishnah says, it's not in Mishnah, it says you need at least if his eyes left over. It's a machloides. Rabbi Kia holds that you're right, I'm not sure enough. Or Rabbi Shimon, the son of Yudanos, the son of the wealthiest man of his generation, is as wealthy as the king. Antignos, his best friend, Antonina, from Antonina, he had a lot of money. And his son, Shimon, inherited all this money. He's a wealthy kid. He holds that to be exact. Why? Because Rabbi Zarek law, the Kia would throw out the liver, Shimon, Rabbi Metabolo. So one would ask themselves, who in the world would throw out liver? I'll tell you this. One of the biggest machlokes that I ever had with my son's mother. Doesn't sound good. My wife. One of the biggest machlokes. You were all there. You didn't see us fighting, but one of our biggest contentions. I bring it up all the time. I can't let it go. This happened a long time ago. But basically, we were making a suicide dog for my son, and you spoke there. You made me cry. And we got this fancy caterer, and he said, okay, this is for the first course, I want to do this, and liver. So my wife says, no, we're not doing liver. I told the caterer, we don't need the liver. He says, okay, but I'm not giving you a refund. I'm not replacing, I'm not giving you money back. So I said, okay, fine, liver. I told my wife, no, by me, I'm not paying, you're not going to serve me. No, I hate liver. You can't even look at liver. You can't say, yeah, but these are Israelis. They love liver. How much love liver? I'm sorry, I don't like liver. So I said, yeah, but you don't like trains. You're not going to put trains in it? Listen, you have to understand the difference between train and liver. You don't understand. But liver, not right. Get that. But it's for free. Put it down. What do you see on it? But a lot of people understand it. The amount of can't be soybean. Anyways, so there are people that think that liver and toss it. No, of course they didn't serve it. We would have needed another suicide dog. They served it afterwards. So, the Hasidim, like they eat ivory too, they like it. They don't. Liver's like they want to do ikrim. I'm going to tell the Olam, I said this last night. There's something that says that it's live heirloom. It's to live with heirloom type. If you eat liver, Mamish gives you it's to live like it's not your car. Don't worry about it. They're not smashing your car. So we're gonna come that way. Right. So I don't know what this. All right. So Zok Gemara. What happened? The son of Rabbi Shimon, don't worry about it, it's just the garbage. Mark, in Phoenix, Arizona, is telling me that the noise outside is a garbage truck. How does he know? I'm supposed to trust him. That is the weirdest thing that ever happened. We're seeing him. He's telling me what's happening here. He's in Phoenix. Or maybe he's on the cameras. How does he know? Yeah, how does he know? What? But okay, he's right, but how does he know? He sees it on the camera for real? He's looking at our camera, the Shimmy Rapping. Like the Shim Bet. Okay, so They said that the Israelis were in Iran, in all their cameras. That's how they got them back then. At the beginning of the war, they're in their cameras. Marks in their cameras. So, no, I just want to take a shot over here. Single shot, Rashi says. It shouldn't help that when you eat something that the animal's neshama is dependent on, that machlokas is a little something that the neshama is dependent on. Everybody knows that without a brain, can't live. All the root is something that the neshama is dependent on. So he says yes, and that's why he ate it, because when you eat something that the neshama is pulling it, then it heals you, it makes you healthy. And then Mela, it needs to be at least a kazai. So show the play, but it has to be something worthy, a kazai. But your tia says no, it's garbage. You throw it out. It's not nothing. And I don't eat it. It's not the show the play, so it's a mashi. Rashi says it's dependent on that. The Mela, you see, mother Hashirin Vikamti. You should know that wealthy people are stingy. I said this before, I said again, what's the shot of the Torah makes wealthy? Some people say because they're stingy, they're wealthy. That they know how to save. In order to be wealthy, you have to know how to save. If you spend money on cars and nice stuff and shoes, you never have enough money to invest. Huh? Suits. Oh, the super wealthy. All of us are more expensive. Nice to show me. My wife went to the room. I just say, we went to visit him all the time. My nephew has lived in that house. So he says, I gotta show you something. So I go to his house. There's a room. I want to say like maybe 15 by 15. That's his closet. And I'm going to say like 2 rows all the way around of suits. And all the suits were one company. We own it cost. Also, it was 5,000 something very, very expensive. And every suit was in a plastic bag. And every plastic bag had a tie and cufflinks. It's like, he had a granite table in the center. He starts taking it off. He starts showing me this one and this one. And this one has a tie. So he doesn't have to take the tie. Maury, how are you going to wear, like, how could you possibly wear these suits? Shabbos, like, as long as that was his thing.
Look who it is.
Yeah.
Are you ready, madam?
Yeah, they had a mirror. That's because I got it turned down though. How was your day? How was your day? It was good. How was yours?
No, so I was going to say that a beard, a person does a chesed with the
met with someone. I'm like two podcasts.
it makes him he has a certain character. That for him, every time he gives tzedakah, it's a mitzvah. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a mitzvah. Bill Gates gives
Let's talk about all kinds of stuff
that
I can talk about, but I really want to make sure I'm prepared. I spent all day just like reviewing outlines and stuff and getting notes together.
So even $1,000 even
then I have to watch a movie tonight because she wants to talk about a movie that came out, and it's like I did a bunch of homework. It's good that I do it because I'm going to do another podcast right after, and I'm sure that they want to talk about certain things a lot of people.
It's just the way to give.
It's not about
to make a story.
So
to
make sure
so the soldiers came to
anyway,
so Araku Rabba is a word that is very everybody is very familiar. Arik means someone that's running from the military.
That's a lady who wanted to talk about. That's a lady who wanted to talk about. That's not her, right?
This lady wants to talk about you, but not
You got a tour, exactly. It has to be. You have to understand. For boys that hear it's Yisrael,
can't believe how much
I forgot what it's called. They have a special number. What is it called? A special number?
And I know, like, she's like So we'll do 2 hours if that works.
If police arrest you,
And
somebody
she's
says
like,
that
and
you call the
we can do
special
another
hotline,
one
and
after.
people show up immediately.
All right,
Seba Shafar?
I'm down for it. If you give me the platform,
We'll see in a second.
so
Omar Lu
I was
So he calls them
kind of skeptical.
AWOLs,
Not skeptical, but like
deserters.
I didn't want to have to meet with her today because it's like
Kizai
she
Shamru,
just
so
wanted
they're
to
running for
do
their
like
life.
a
And
review
he
of like
throws in
the
a shtick
equipment and
of
stuff. But I'm glad that we did
Kizai
because
Shamru, the Bakar Mara. You should just
figured out a
know
way to make
that when we're
it
discussing,
at least with her. Way
here's a
better.
nice healthy liver.
So I'm glad that we were able to work through that, and
It's a
then
liver, and then you see the
I helped her a little
gallbladder.
bit with hers. And
The gallbladder,
so
the
I've
green
got to
guy
do that
is the
one
gallbladder.
tomorrow at
Which is when we say that all you need is kazais. So first of all, he meant it's kazais. You have a it's kazais or mashroom. Reb Zero,
9 a.m.
Haskins right
Yeah,
now,
9 a.m.
for now,
So
it's
9 to
kazais.
11, I'm doing
But where?
that one, and then the other
It has to
one
be
I'm
attached to the
doing
gallbladder.
is
You can't just
from
have
noon
here. See the
to
kazais thing. This guy right over here is the
I don't
kazais.
even
Yeah,
know what the second
that kazais, and the rest is the tarkish, is the skirt steak.
That's
The
good.
sarena,
And then I'm
the
on one
diaphragm.
on Friday.
All that
as
white.
well.
It's gone. The
I
kidney, the
didn't-
liver is gone.
I didn't.
What's left?
shoot.
One kazais,
I
but it
didn't
must
sign
be
up in
attached to
today,
the gallbladder.
which is
Otherwise,
disappointing.
it has no way to live.
Quite
Okay, Rabbi said, nice video.
all right, come on.
Yes, there. You win, I win.
Just a lot of throughout the whole day. I was just like, this is. I know a lot of the stuff by heart, but I didn't. I use a new program. I'm gonna try to use a new program, like organizes all my notes. Went through like 12 topics yesterday that are all really good topics today, I should say, that are all really good and really interesting topics. But it's like, I don't want to just give her an overall summary, like, because I know after meeting this one, she's gonna have like in-depth questions, and I want to make sure I'm able to answer all of her questions. So I'm excited to do it, and
You're in trouble.
I'm doing so many emails. So far as that, I don't have any room. I send them out on the computer, but I usually get emails on my phone.
Tomorrow.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, it's
Now you check them on your computer. Too.
And I do, but my phone is just so much more.
I really didn't see this until I showed it last night in Shir. So I live in the Shir
I
last night.
have a lot of email mailboxes.
This is.
I can do that on my computer too. I have that on my computer. But
Not that it's attached to the gallbladder. It has to be the welcome. What are your friends going to say about it?
Which nobody does. But I do because I have so many different.
Not gallbladder, but look, take a look, kidney. Has to be attached to the kidney on top, right over there, like that.
I kind of cleared some.
Omar Papa, Hilko, being Kazais, Mokim Baro, being Kazais, Mokim Shichaya, Raboisai, it has to be like this. You have two Kazais over here. You see, two little Kazais, so one is attached to the kidney, one is attached to the Mara. The famous Vart, everybody asks, why is it that you see them
No,
when
I
I
don't
say,
know why it wasn't considered.
Rami Bar Papa, Kanina Bar Papa, Super Bar Papa, Ahoy Bar Papa, Rapper Bar Papa.
Well, you can tell if it's a split of the scorecards because they circle it. Nice.
10
That
sons.
was just a
The
nice
Papa was the 10th of the Chachamim sons. Big thing, the 10, not just sons, but all the Chachamim. Because 10 times in Shas, the Papa makes shalom. This is one of them. He says, not only you say Kazais on the liver, and he says Kazais on the gallbladder. Here, let's do both. You need both. So he's like, if each time, like, each time, when he makes shalom, he gets a son. That's
So this time tomorrow, I hope that everything is
What if you don't have a Kazais in your place? You have a quarter Kazais. You have a nice picture of
Friday.
it's a sliver instead of a nice round
Friday might
ball.
be. We might have to take Friday off because I'm doing a
Harvashi
podcast.
Kizais
I'm not saying
What
that,
if
but
it's
like just
flattened like a pancake?
I win, you
It's
win,
a
you win, I
Kizais,
win.
but it's spread
I'm
out and it's
defeated
very
bowling.
thin.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a chance to generate a pancake. So we have to be
But
Good job.
I'm doing one
Good
that I
job.
think will be
down
starts
below.
at like 9:30 your time or 10:30 your time.
The
And so
liver is attached
We
to
can do
the
it. We can do it 7.
and now it became
It don't matter.
a
You gotta do what you gotta do.
mitrap
You gotta do what you gotta do.
It's connected
all right,
to the diaphragm, but like this.
God
Let's
willing.
call it something like that.
And I'll be back on my iPad.
Slightly attached here and there. So he says, what's the big deal?
We'll play soon, okay?
But if the shot is that you have to have a kazayis by the gallbladder, you have more than kazayis, you have the entire liver. It's not a problem that it's slightly attached. The ikir is that he has a large liver and it's great. Even when you say it has to be attached to the kidney, so now we're moving on to the lungs. Lungs, Rabbi Isai, is what we deal with mainly today in Trefus and Ashgacha and Mashgichim and all that. They're very busy with the lung. For some reason, I don't remember 100%. I'm pretty sure that when I was in the Shlachtas, I was there a few times in Europe, they actually take all the lungs and they blow them up. I think they have like a compressor. They go, this something that they do with one of the, I think it's the lung. They're looking for circles. So, Stam, as a way to remember, how do you remember what daf in Masechtas Chulin has to do with the lungs? Daf mu, because that's through the lungs, the animal is able to make sounds, make a move. Shoshana Zapara also move. Okay, don't get confused with Shoshana Zapara Chulin. Hareya shenikva. Now, it happens to be that a lung has two. You're not gonna know the sugya because you're schmoozing within the. A lung has. I'm repeating it for you. It has two coverings, two membranes, two. That's the sugya right now. It has two. Which one is the one that makes it treif when it is punctured? Rav Shmuel, Rav Asi Damri. Rabbi Ilah. It's the upper one that makes it treif. Rabbi Ilah, the other one saying no, the bottom one. Oh, Rabbi Yosef here. We have pictures for this. All pictures. Here is the upper one. It's a little exaggerated. The bottom one looks like a bunch of ketchup on a hamburger. It's the red clothing, the Gemara calls it. It's a red layer. And this also has a hole, but hey. Okay. Fine. Mamish, schmack. It looks very tasty. This red clothing that drapes that covers the lung, the mancha beireo that the lung is laying in. Pshita says Gemara, if the upper one had a hole like this, like this. And the bottom one doesn't have a hole. Why is there a second membrane? The second membrane, the bottom one protects the lung. And how do I know? The Rava, the Marava, Hyrei, the English, Rava says that if you have a lung that you peeled off, it was peeled off, the top layer is peeled off completely, kind of sumka, like a red date. Here's a red date. Red date. Shera. Why? This one actually has a hole, but if it didn't have a hole, that red date material protects the lung. So this is first that the bottom layer is a protector. The question is, inkif that tov, inkif the log, like over here you have a hole, and you don't have the upper one. Is that a problem or not? Magin or magin? Is the bottom one, since it doesn't have it has a hole, the bottom layer, but the top layer doesn't have a hole. Is there enough protection? We will get to the thing. Is whether or not it protects. So this is Gishma. The halacha is that the upper, the upper one is not doesn't have a hole in it. It does protect. The Rabbi Yosef, why? The Rabbi Yosef, when we were kids, they don't have it anymore, I don't think. But you know, when our bicycle, the tire used to leak air, so you take out the inner tube and you blew it up, and you heard like a hissing sound. And how would you find the where the hole is? You put it in water, and the smart ones would put it with a little soap, or dishwashing soap, whatever. So that trick the Gemara talks about. You hear a hissing coming out of the lung. It's leaking air. If you see exactly, you know exactly where the sound is coming from. You take a feather, or spittle, you take a piece of straw. If you see it moving, then it's a treifa. Be like shera, mamish like this. Rabbi say, take a look. Here we go. Yeah, obviously it's not him. Those who don't know, this is AI. Me and Mark Ashkenazi. If you see the feather moving, great. Then it's a treifa. Be like shera. Be like if you don't know where the sounds come from, you take like a vat, the mayup shayr, of warm water. You put it inside. I saw here in the Pancheria, the Yossi's place, they have a giant vat, and they even have a machine that pushes the tire down underneath, and you can see where the bubbles are coming from. But that's more for like semi-trailers and then tractors, that kind of stuff. What? No. Every time I go, they says you need new tires. They don't do it. You need new tires. You American fryer. They say, okay. Also, when I was a kid, I think they still do it, but they used to use those for inner tubes. Everybody was walking to the beach with the black inner tubes. No, you guys remember that? And then you get always. Everybody had an injury right over here from that where you pull in the ear. That would stick you good. If you got to be careful from that one. Okay. Because they're actually stronger, better, fine. But you don't use hot water to cast because it shrivels up. You don't use cold because that stiffens it. And what happens if it stiffens? It can crack. So you got to use warm water and a line, you blow it up. Even back, so here we have another one. You found it. Check this out. It much looks real. Great. So, where we came to, it's like not normal. If it doesn't bubble, it's kosher. So, but if the bottom one has a hole in it, given the upper one not, why is it kosher? Because the bottom has a hole and not the upper one. Now, what's the problem? The problem is you hear a hissing sound. So if you hear a hissing sound, there's a hole. No, I'm telling you that what happened was it's like this. Here's the hole, and what you hear is the air coming out of the lower layer, but it's protected from the upper layer. It's being trapped, and therefore the upper layer is providing protection to the lung, and that's why it is kosher. Says the turning of the daf. At our global, we don't just transfer money, we transfer peace of mind. Encore Healthcare as a schus for all of Kleinfeld. If that already, HYK Rabbi Sai, what do? They venture CFO services. They don't just give CFO services. The HYK, Ayin Chum. What's going on there? They sneak these things in. Ayin is Sumka David Gufa. Over of a high rate, the Iglid. We're holding only 55 minutes, Ari. Your mom is doing well. Omar of a high rate, the Iglid. Gahina, remember we mentioned that the lung, the lung looks like but there wasn't. It looks like a red date. Whoa. I read the English Gahina, Sukkot Shera. Bamarava, Reish Dima. So if the whole thing is red, fine. Bamarava, Reish Dima, if you got a bang, and that's why it's red, with Tzasuk Shera, if it's only a part of it, it's kosher. Kula Shreifa. But if it's a majority, the whole thing, the whole lung became red, then it's a Shreifa. Amalei Ravina L'Rava, I don't understand what you're saying. Why is a small part of it kosher? The Hadr Baruch. Because you're going to say, it got a wound. You know, you get banged and you see like blood. What is it called? Is it the internal bleeding? The blood comes to the surface, doesn't puncture a bruise. So eventually the blood is going to go back to where it came from or whatever. Everything's going to come back to normal. So Kulaname Hadr Baruch. So if you have a wound on your entire leg, it's also going to heal. So it's on the entire lung. What's the problem? Didn't we learn Shai Shkotzim Ramasim? We're talking about Hilchos Shabbos now. If you're gonna cause a chavbala, or injury to an animal, it's only if you cause the blood to leave the animal's body. But if it's just a bruise, you're not over. So too by a lung. You know what? Let's compare it not to that, but to a rat. When it comes to the Shmona Shratzim, the toad rat, then even if the blood doesn't come out, if you could see the bruise, that's considered killing the animal. Why? Because by then, it's not going to go back to normal. The blood is stuck. It's just as if it left the body. So maybe the lung is like the Shmona Shratzim. That can't be. So then what's the difference? Why are you differentiating between a small amount and a large amount? By Shmona Shratzim, if you injure, you bruise the leg of the rat, you're over. You're did a chabal on Shabbos. You don't have to do the entire body. If you tell me that the lung is like the rat, so even a small part also you should be over. Elamai's not like a rat, so then the whole thing shouldn't be a problem. So then what? There is really no difference between a small amount and a large amount, and both of them are kosher. Kosher. Rabbi Isai, Aguten Chodesh, Aguten Yo. Have a wonderful day. America's spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a shirt today. Good morning, Rabbi Isai. Shabbos at the Baltimore satellite location. Look at this, over 10 people. It's unbelievable. Baltimore. The Zeitler boys also making an appearance in Vegas. I don't want to know. Knicks versus Daf. Maybe the Daf wins. Staten Island satellite. Is that a remez? I don't know. I don't want to ruin it for the item. He doesn't give it the Knicks. The guy's letting play it. Staten Island. Check this out. Uvalde. Dale doesn't care. This is a very confusing email. The guy tried to translate it for me, line by line. It's my first time learning the daf every day. I reached over 40 days in a row since I was introduced to before a decade or something like that. I learned the daf sometimes, never on a daily basis. I never really connected the English here. So the English stepped up to learn the daf more often, but not steady. And right before Chol, I saw the clips of a good friend of mine, the legendary tour guide Itzik Leibowitz. I just jumped in my voice. It's 1 week from now. You're going to gonna miss me. I know you're gonna miss me. Gonna be gone for a long time. The whole thing was a shtickle off. Going for 2 weeks. I just bumped in Bemet. I have karata. I just jumped in the deep end and didn't wait to start the beginning of Chula. I started the day toward the end of the Bekitzer. Got 40 days straight. That's the Yisoid. He got 40 days straight. And this is the second person in 2 days that told me he started doing that because of Itzik Leibowitz and the guy's statuses. He does statuses wherever, for every waterfall, every place he is, he does a status. I reached over there. Okay. This one is in Hebrew. I'm going to have to try to translate. It's 5 in the morning. I didn't go to sleep yet because I'm trying to figure out the last 10 years of my life. I just found a little notebook which I wrote down that I sat down when my wife was in recovery after she gave birth. For her son, this was on a Friday of Shabbos, Zachar, and then was Purim. First time I heard about you was the 28th of the month. I don't remember what year, but it was basically by Pesachim, and I learned it wasn't Ritzifos. But that's how I know that. He wrote this down. I'm with you every single day. So I'm learning through YouTube, Zoom, in Hebrew. Now he asked that I shouldn't say his name because his brother-in-law is due this year. Most of it I learned in English. I wanted to brush up on my English, which I consider that's the Sfatem. I'll call upon him. Now, during Pachim, I started learning in Hebrew. 2 days ago, I started learning with somebody on Zoom, Caruso. Why is he so excited? I learned with you 9.5 Masechtas, and before I knew you, I learned 11 Masechtas. So, anyways, Yirotzer. I don't know if the kids of this guy's up, middle of the night, I don't know what this is. He's up 5 o'clock in the morning, do Cheshbon and Nefesh. They finish 9.5 Masechtas. Give out. Now, how do you get this to go? Huh? Oh, it's a picture, not a video. I thought it's a video. No, this is the kid. He does. The voice and joined MDY and got 2 people to join. Look, yesterday I read the second row from the left because the second column because no one fix was in there because no one fix is here. So I'm going to read the one on the left. Michael Chessel, Moshe Brown, Amudim. Rabbi said all Amudim are sold out. Baruch Hashem. I feel bad. 245 people. Now people, I don't know what they're going to do for $720. What else can you get for $720? Oh, you can do share. But you don't have an Amud to share. Which Amud is it? That's the whole point. Parsha, it's my Parsha. What is it? But in between. Okay? You got Amudim and you got the Bina Amudim. Moshe Brown, Moshe and Hindi Weinberger, Moshe Warga, Moshe Kinsbursky, Moshe Clearcover, NG Hassett, Noah Fix, Nachum Dosowitz, Pinchas Fiber, Pini and Esti Leibovitz. I said your son before you. Yeah. But then it doesn't go in any order. I don't know what's going on here. Pinchas Fiber, Pini and Esti Leibovitz, Rafal and Rachel Katan, Ruben and Giddy Epstein, Ronald Kagan, Razen Jaffe, Sam Eidler, Sam Kleiner, Sarah Navi Sherman. I recognize a lot of these names. Sarah Rivka Vazelblum, Sean Cohen, Shalom Soka, Shaul Hepp, Shimon Grouse, Shmuel Tesler. All these people, Shmuel and Sarah are all going to be embroidered on the mantle Be'ezer Hashem. You see the last name on the second column? Zev Belsky from chairmarket.com. I don't even know if he's part of the share. He does shares. Almud, Kavos Nish, be part of Klal Yisrael. What? When he comes to the show, he sits over here. But I don't think he's part. I don't think he does the share like Monday. No. He's part of the share. Yeah. He's part of the share. He doesn't do the shir. Part of the shir. He has a live shir that he goes to.
I should have magnified my glasses to read all the names of the nonsense.
You worried? You getting worried? Who cares? As long as it's there. Oh, here it is. Somebody wrote it in English for me. Very good. Now that after I read it, it's all in English. The official edition of the White Shastim, Sefta Zevin Yal Sholach, Perik, Ilan, and Mary Davidovich, Nishmas Yishai ben Aaron, and Yocheved Chava Tikol Basabrov. To remind the Oilam that Ilan and Mary Davidovich, they bought the name of the Sefer Torah for $100,000. Shkoyach Gadol. Daf Mem Hey, Moses Lachman, for the merit of my daughter, Miriam Basfradel, to find receiving the Torah of Omein. Look him up. If his daughter is anything like him, it's a word to Geshiddah. David Salman, dedicated memory of Avi Mari, Reb Shmuel Baruch, the whole Masechta, the one and only corporate sponsor, ECAP here, Reb Shmuel Baruch Ben Reb Chaim Tzvi Dog, the Pastor Fallon Foundation, gratitude to Consortium and the Alliance and all they do to support MDY. Anonymous. Hatzlacha Baruch is Pulagashmis. Thank you to Chief Benny. Shmuel and Ahuva Schuster for continuous Lacha and Nachas from our children Omein. Anonymous for complete full name and Arika Shovim for Leah Bas Esther. These are all Masechta sponsors. Yoram Daniel Rosenfeld, Abrias Zimpa. Monthly sponsors, Ari Simon, the full name of Mary Baruch Ben Miriam. Anonymous, the full name for Yerucham Ben Yehudis and Avram Yishaya Ben Slavic Vera Omei. Wow. Yishma. Yishma. Anybody want to share Ari Zalmud? The Spanish share sponsors. No, we should really know. Seriously, give every single person an Amud, tell them what it is. Each person should get their Amud, and then decide if they want to share it or not. Like this. A parsha. Did you buy anything yet? What? Word. See, what word? Let's say what? Yisrael. You bought the word Yisrael. So let's say somebody else his name is Yisrael and wants to share your word. You let him buy that word with you. Same amount. No, he's not going to get a deal now. Once you're in, you're in. The other guy pays even more sometimes. We had a guy, seriously, it happened. The guy paid for a parsha. The other guy paid even more for the parsha. The Spanish, it has to be minimum as the original. The Spanish year, this is a weekly sponsor. The Spanish year sponsors in honor of the first three Bachar in the Mexican satellite location. Shmuel Yehuda Abramchik 15, Moshe Laniado 15, and Inon Greenberg 16. Reuben Klein, the memory of Sarah Ratza, Bas Baum Peril on the yard side, Chav Zayin Sivan. Daily sponsors. Happy 70th birthday to Dr. Elwin Weinberger from Montreal, from his children and grandchildren. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday also we had a happy 70th birthday for a woman. 2 in a row. Mazel tov, Dr. Ellie Weinberger. Kobe. He doesn't know what his oven is yet. We're going to organize it right now. Monthly. Innovations LLC as a sponsor for Simcha Ben Fega and Rivki Basiat Bachaya. You know what? We should do a poll. I said that they should sell the cloth of every parsha, just the cloth part. And somebody bought all the cloth of a whole chumash, Meyer Fisher. But for some reason, Mark Ashkenazi decided that it's not something to sell, the cloth. Only the whole thing, not one part. So if anybody's interested in buying just one parsha, let Mark Ashkenazi know that he's wrong. Or you can let him know that I'm wrong, whatever, either way. Innovations LLC has a schus give a Simcha Ben Pega and Rivki Yehuda's Bas Avchaya. There's a lot of 3,600 people, 3,600ers, and there's not a whole bunch of stuff to do right now. They're looking for stuff. Refuah Shleim Yonatan Eidim Ben B'Shem Bracha. Refuah Shleim Mordechai Ben Esther. Refuah Hayeled Daniel Zeh Ben Hayeled Esther. My boy said this is a serious Elu Treifus Daf. This is like, wow, that is kosher. More people monsters than in the mothership here in MDY. Akiva Ziegler, Chaim Peretz Levin, Eli Deichman. Oh, Peretz Chaim. What is it? That is the pizza. That's what it is. They start giving pizza in the morning. Okay. That's what it is. That's what it is. They come at 1 o'clock in the morning because they get a free drink. No way! They go to their Torah. You came to a great cheer. Not this year. The doc is great. We're starting out with a little of Agadito, and then we're moving on to a lot of different animal parts. We're going to learn about them in great detail, from head to toe, literally. Omer Afizda, like 12 lines from the bottom, maybe more, 14 lines from the bottom. Ezu Talmud Chacham. Who is considered a Talmud Chacham? A Talmud Chacham, says Taisvis, is a person who. No? Isn't that where we're holding? You hear? Nothing. Who's a Talmud Chacham? A person who has. That doesn't have to give simon when he loses something. He does tfias ayin. I recognize this thing. It's mine. Zaroya treifel atzmoi. A person sees his own animal and he looks at it and says, "This is a treifel." Instead of trying to be more heter and coming up with every type of heter in the world to eat it, he says, "No, I'm going to be machmer. Not going to eat this." That's Talmud Chacham. Vomer is the I just caught something in Christmas. Maybe. The shot is when he is so good at distinguishing between a treif and not a treif by looking at it, so he can rely on his eyesight, on his tfias ayin for his simon also. Okay? What does it mean? I hate gifts. He says that this animal is a treifa. I'm not going to eat it. So he had a gift. He could have taken it for himself. No. Anybody that learns Chumash, Shnai Mikra, understands it well. He learns Mishnayos. And he looks at his own animal and says, "This is a treifa, I'm not eating it." He went ahead and he served Talmid Chachamim. There's a more constantly talks about. It's not only learning from a book. It's not only doing physical shimush to a Talmid Chacham. I once had the schus of bringing Rav Asher Weiss. We were talking to him, and then all of a sudden he says in the middle, he says, "I got to go be Menachem Avram. You want to take me?" I said, "Yeah." "You have a hat?" I wasn't wearing a hat. I said, "Yeah, I have a hat." So he says, "Okay, great." And I went with him, and then he told me what to do. He says, "You got to go like this, you got to go like that, you got to make room for me." I was the whole time, like, I had no clue. Like, he gave me directions. I went in, right side, Robert Siri, got a seat, the whole thing. He didn't tell me, like, he was around us, certain things, like, how to do it. It's not something you could read about, or like, on the spot. And they told Noam, "You can't take me," as long as I didn't have his hat with him. In order to be a shamish, everybody you have to look. And we went into like a real from player. Everybody's wearing hats. You can come on a Danish and it's not some like don't worry. Got a faker. Yes, am I exaggerating here? Okay. But anyway, everybody told me that he didn't see the shear yet. To my luck, this is the shear he's gonna watch. Huh? Then what? Oh, let's see one over here. Where? Oh, Gemara. Time Mishnah Mishnah says so. Very good. I like that. You're right. Rashi says it means to learn Gemara, so to understand how to resolve contradictions in Mishnayos. It gets a Talmud because the Gemara talks about Mikra, Mishnah. And she's done with the thank you. You found it. Beautiful. All of that Kosovimer, so forget that whole scratch that whole thing. I hope he doesn't watch this year. What up, Mars? Didn't look at Rashi. It says over a story about me. All of that Kosovimer, you get Gabecho, Kisoichel, Ashrecha, V'toiv Lo. The hard work from your physical hands, you're going to eat Ashrecha, V'toiv Lo. Zvid Omar, what? Is it good? Shmach the song for this? Zvid Omar, Zoichem, V'noichel, Shnei Ilamois. You get two worlds. Ha'olam hazeh, v'ha'olam haba. Ashrecha, v'ha'olam hazeh. So last night I was struggling. I remember the story, but I was struggling to get the details. And I said the last word, and Benji was here, and Benji helped me out this morning. So I was concerned. Maybe I said the story too often. It's very very famous story, and I love the story, and I know I said it. I have a raya that I said it. I have a raya, and I'll tell you the raya soon. I'll tell you the story first. I'll tell you the raya. I don't know when I said it, but I'll give you the raya that I said it also. So, the famous story of the Rebbe Kotler, they're collecting money, and a big Gvir told Rebbe, and he says, I support so many Talmidei Chachamim, so much Torah, I have a tremendous place in Olam Haba. He's talking about a Gvir, back then. Today, it's the private jet, the mansion, the whole thing. So Rebbe Kotler looked at him and said, very good, you have Olam Haba, but what's going to be with Olam Hazeh? So he says, what are you talking about? He says, Olam Hazeh, Chaim Chacham sits and he enjoys learning Torah. He sits benachas. You're worried about this deal, you can't see worried how you're going to pay the mortgage and how this and how that. Olam Hazeh you don't have. Shkoyach you have Olam Haba. What about Olam Hazeh? I went on ChatGPT to check out the lashon of the story. Now, I left my phone on the base measure, so usually I ChatGPT from my phone. So I had to do something new. I go on the new ChatGPT and I do this. So it says, yes, you may have Olam Haba, but it says on the bottom. There are several versions of the story circulation, and some are true to other daily. If you heard it from a shir, for example, from Eli Stefansky or another speaker, I can try to track down the exact version you're looking for. Maisa Shahaya. I'm like, I guess I said the story once before. That was a little scary when I saw that. Wow. What? Yeah. Change the story around a little bit. Okay, good. Something in mind. Rebbe Lozer Gabi, I wanted to try it out from your phone, see if it works. The same thing. Who said say? No, you're right. Who said the story lately of this? This is like, when the Nasi Klal Yisrael, also a wealthy person, would send them like a gift, he wouldn't take the gift. And when they invited him for a meal, he wouldn't go. Again, like you don't want me to live? I don't understand. You're trying to kill me here. If you hate gifts, you live. If you take gifts, it seems like you don't live as long. Says Gemara, when they sent him a gift, he wouldn't accept a nice golden bottle of wine, a nice silver cup to drink from. They wouldn't take it. You have a mizana, Sefer Torah, that's different. That's for the tzibur. What's possible for the tzibur? I'm taking it. You have a mizana le'os. But when they would invite him, he would go. I've always imagine if the Chofetz Chaim ate in your house. Is that a schus for him or a schus for you? I mean, who wins over here? The Gadol sits in your house. You're chassid and the Rebbe eats in your house. The Gemara comes to visit you and eats a little Shabbos by you. Who benefited here? You or the Rebbe? You. Omar. He said, what? It is Shabbos. Right Shabbos. Listen, he's not in ChatGPT. He's in another thing. He's in I don't know what. What? No. Shkoya. They have covered by the fact that the Hana is there, not mine. Omer Rav Yehuda Omer Rav. Okay, so here we go, Rabbi side. We're going back into Chulin, hands on. Omer Rav Yehuda Omer Rav. Nikvo Kenabo Mitzar from the if you have. Oh, I have to get my stuff. Take it the knife, please. Oh. So we were discussing the trachea, the kana, the windpipe. So we know that if it's open, right, more than 50%, it's straight. Now, what if it's not open like this? It has tiny little holes in it, like this. Let's say little tiny holes. These are pictures from the Kol Lashon. So, how do you decide if it's a right or not? Says the Gemara, it's starting the ruba. You take all the little holes, all the ear, and you combine them together. You do a calculation. How much if you put all the little holes together? You don't. I don't know why. A worm ate from it, or I don't know. Now it depends. If a worm ate from it, then it would be chassid. So the Gemara is going to discuss, and the Gemara is going to say at the end that it's not chassid. It's like somebody took a needle and poked it, but nothing's missing physically. It weighs the same. It has the same amount of flesh. Just punctured in, pushed in. Like a matzah. A guy took a matzah, something over its neck. It, I don't know what. It was grazing, and a bunch of thorns got it in the kana. So, if you also take the piece of meat in between the holes, let's assume we're just looking at the holes themselves. All the holes together, if it's 51% of the circumference of the kana, then it's straight. What's Rabbi Yirmiyah? So I couldn't put the picture in because I didn't have my phone. But upon him, there's a picture. Maybe the editors will throw it in there. Oh, somebody put this in for me. I didn't see this morning. Somebody just put it in. Wow. Who put it in? Maybe Kobe. Who's up now? What? Yeah, but Mark doesn't have access to Kol Lashon. Mark is up. It's Matzah Shabbos now. It's like literally. So this is the Gilgolas we're talking about. It's interesting. They use the thing of an animal. So it says if it has a long stretch, a cut like that, or little tiny holes like this, so you get the idea. If it has a bunch of holes, but together it's the size of Isser, so it doesn't give off Tuma, but it's not an animal skull, it's a human skull. Fine, maybe just not. Now we know a skull without any other bones creates Tuma of oil. Now, if it's missing a part of the skull, then it doesn't give Tuma. How much is it missing? Either a long cut in it, affiliates been a common harbor, or even it has like a bunch of small holes. There's a shear called Magdeach, like a old-fashioned drill bit. Whatever the shear is, and it's on the bottom, whole thing, 3 millimeters, whatever it is. So if all the holes together have the shear of a drill bit, then it's not a real skull, and it doesn't give off the tumor like a skull. But it mentions here a shear, like that. Now, I'm giving the shear Malay Magdeh. Malay Magdeh is starting. Again, you put it all together to see if it's the size of a drill. So ask the Gemara, Hanami, given the shear, the Isser is dark. Over here, the shear is, here, this is an Isser. Let's say, pretend this is an Isser. It's a type of a coin. Put all the holes together and see if it adds up to this point. What are you telling me, right? What does right have to do here? There's a shear. Says the Gemara, you're asking the question because you simply forgot something. You forgot what Rab says. But what? It depends. There's a difference. Check this out. Beautiful picture from the Kol Lashon. If you actually remove the flesh, so then you add up all the little circles or whatever they are, and see if they add up to this certain point. We're not talking about that. But over here it's just a puncture. The flesh is still there. Nothing was removed. It's time from the removal, then you do a right. Now, if we're missing, this is just the other picture of the kidis. You take all the little pieces that are missing, see if it has a hole that size. So here we have a wood pipe that has a whole stretch of it is missing. Even though it's, let's say, square, you take the whole surface area and see how much is missing. If it's the size of a coin, then you do it together and you say it's the size of a coin and it's straight. It was called. One reason why the meaning of Yeshua ben Levi, Nikta, Kanapo Mao, has a bunch of holes like a sieve mouth. Overlay, Hare Amru. The Kavim, Shieshro, Kisar, and Sam, we just said, if they're missing, literally took the flesh out, the worm ate it, so it's started from the Giser, then the shear is the size of the coin. Hey, Kisar, it's starting from the Ruba. This is super interesting. But I thought, Mike, regarding a bird, what's the halacha? Because a bird, this is way too large for a bird. Its whole pipe is the size of half a pencil. How are you going to use this isser? The isser is on something this size, you can do isser. You have this guy, this is like a real animal thing. So isser makes sense, but not on a bird. She says, the Gemara, what do you do? One reason why the meaning that you didn't fashion them in the I heard this from Lazar. You fold it up and you put it on the opening of the trachea. If it fits in the opening of the corner trachea. Now I'm going to show you what it is like. It was interesting. You know, it happens to me a lot. I guess it happens to people. When I wake up in the morning, as I wake up, I get an idea. That's what happened to me on Shabbos afternoon. I took a nap. When I woke up and said, oh, I got to do this. I'm going to do this. Imagine you have a bunch of holes in this trachea right over here. So what do you do? And this is the trachea of a bird, okay? And ostriches doesn't even have this size, but this is just Bob Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? From Shalom Aleichem. And you? What's your name? From Kambanet. I don't even know what that is. I don't get out a lot. Yeah, it's a nice moshav. Shalom Aleichem. Nice. Check this out. Oh. What you do is I see you backing up. Okay, so what you do is you go like this. Oh. So now I took it out. I took the whole part with the holes is out. Now I take this. Oh, so I get better. Now this. This is what I drilled out. This is what I cut out. And then you take this piece and you see if it fits in this corner like this. If it's roiv or not. Is this roiv? What do you guys say? It's not a roiv. No way is this a roiv. It's not 51%. Does it fill up? Not the radius, surface. Yeah, does it fill up the surface? I don't see it filling up. I took this piece from here. This is where I had all my little holes. I cut them out. And I'm going to see if it fills up this gap. And that's how I decide by a bird. Because I don't have a isser. Great. That's very clear. Huh? So, Omar, I remember just so it's part of the the cheer, this that. One of the hard things. I used to back in the day make a quick meal, go to sleep after the meal, and wake up mincha time. Sometimes I would do, the 7-hour geschmack. You know what I'm talking about? No, there's no more of that. No more ice. Those are good days. Maybe they were bad days. They were bad days. Those were bad days. Bad days. So let's see inside. The kaploid. Basically, you cut it out. You fold it over. The point is, and you put it in the opening of the trachea. If it fills up most of this opening, then it's a treifa of him lab chera. Omar of Papa, the Simon of Nafia, or So here's I was told, I asked Benny to get me one of these because, today you can buy for another 2 shekels, you can buy it already done, but people still use it. One of my neighbors uses it even though she can afford 2 shekels. She said for some things you had it's much better. But anyways, I was told you're not allowed to wash this. You do it, like it's not, you get all clumpy. So that's why it's a little dirty, but it's good. This is a seed. This is, you put the flour in here, and you go like this. And in Eretz Yisrael, because there's a chash of bug, especially in Eretz Yisrael, people, I remember, even my wife, back in the day when we got married, everybody was doing this. Today, what? I didn't know about this film. Really? That's the tricks of Israelis. We didn't know. We're old Americans, the dumb Americans. So anyways, this is like the seed. That what? This is like the kana. This is like the trachea. And you put that thing in the opening. Remember, you put it in the opening. Or other people can remember the way Stefanski did with the drilling in the middle of the year. Fine. Oh. You'll join this week. You're going to be doing the daf, my friend. I'm going to fair you when we're done. It says Gemara. I'm not going to do this again. I did it last night. Let me see if I can find it. No, not this one. This one. Oh, here. Check this out. You see, it's closed. Oh, it was really hard. I don't know why. It's hard for me to cut. But if you have an opening like this in the trachea, but it closes. It's only cut on 3 sides, so it actually can close a little bit. So what's that about? Not like a soda machine that you open this up in Chicago. I don't even know if they still use that word. Pop machine. Not like this way, but flat. Not this way. You have to see how much surface area this takes up. If it's the size of an Isser, then it's tray. What if it has a slit down the length of it? Now, the interesting thing about a slit down the length, if you think about it, what's easier for an animal to heal from? A slit like this, or a slit like on the screen down the length? What's easier to heal? Not straight. So no, this is harder to heal. Think about it. Every time the animal bends its neck down, it pops open. It just keeps on popping open and closed. So they'll never get a chance to heal. But when it's down the length, every time it bends down, it's actually closing. It closes. The tension closes it up. So Memela, that's why we're very makel with the long a cut down the length. So when you read it, chuya means a single ring. But Rashi says no. A chuya over here means, according to the pshat that he prefers, it means 3 rings. So if you look in our Gemara, it doesn't even say 2 pshat. It just says chuya, 3 rings. That's it. No notes. 3 rings. Why 3 rings? Says Rashi, when you do tzitzis, we learned you have to do chuya. Chuya means you go around 3 times. Chuya not. That's the basics. So a chuya means 3. Vela over here also means 3 rings. What are you talking about the Gemara? What is he talking about chuyas? Why do you need any rings? This is, we're not concerned about a cut down the length of the trachea. As long as there's a tiny bit at the end, or both ends, then we're good. You don't need rings. Okay. They said, oh, they're different. Rabbi said the same thing like you. What? I didn't know that in Bubble they know how to learn like that. Wow, very impressed. Imagine a giraffe. The entire neck is kosher for shechita. You're allowed to do shechita on the whole neck area of a cow. So this is our cow, entire neck. Just what's the problem? Now that is a little problematic. Let's just remember, if this is Tabas Agdoila is the last ring, basically, and it's called Agdoila because it's larger and it goes around and around its circumference. It's all cartilage material around and around. Oh, I got a good picture here from Vice Fish. Found a good picture. Here it is. You see the cartilage all in a complete circle. You can actually see, I believe those are the people. If I'm not mistaken. But anyways, that's a nice tabasik dot. So from that area all the way to the lungs. But we're in the lungs. Listen to this. Tachtoina. How can that be? You go to the bottom of the lung. So the Gemara explains right away. No, the bottom, which is the upper one. What does that mean? So what? Let's just explain what he's saying. This is the lung. So it means the upper part of the lung. You can cut that trachea pipe to the first when you blow it up like a balloon, and it's obviously gonna spread everywhere. So the first lobe up to the first lobe. So why are you calling it tachtoina? The answer is because usually after you sheft an animal, what do you do to it? You hang it upside down. So when you're looking now the tachtoina, the tachtoina now is the elyoina. You're allowed to chef from the bottom of the picture upwards till that. It's called tachtoina. And we're gonna do this another time also. It's not like what? Yeah, but you're looking at it afterwards. What do you chef? I understand, but you tried to see was it a good shechita or not. You take a look. That's what it's called. It's not the first time. By animals, the animal's always upside down. We're going to see it in the next sugi also when it comes to the chaz v'shol. If the guy knows what he's doing, so he wouldn't chef. Oh my, he chefed it already. Now I want to check it. It's up there. What does it mean? Normal action that an animal takes. He constantly moves its neck up and down, up and down. So all that part of the neck that goes up and down while it's alive, it's mutter for shchita. But eventually, to honest, don't give it a nice yank and then check. Normal movement. In other words, don't pull out pipe from its lung and start checking down there. Whatever is within the neck area of a normal motion, that's what you're allowed to check. What if in itself today in the shlach place they really pull that neck very unnaturally? So obviously they're not going to chef all the way at the end. It's just the center part is there for the chefing. But let's say it did it to itself. It moved its neck in a crazy way. It's trying to lick something off its back. And it started like pulling its neck. And then the guy goes, and he chefs it all the way on the, got its knife all the way in the bottom, but next to the lung. Is that okay? Teiko. What are we doing all this? So Rashi keeps on saying, Teiko means we got to be machmir. We can't eat from this meat. Yosef, Teiko means we got to wait until Mashiach. But right now, what do we do? You don't eat. Yosef, Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish, Nochak, Musim, Yinayu, they came up with the halacha. Onas, the Simonim, the Shochat, if he forced the Simonim lower down, he forced them out of their place, so to speak, he pulled them out more. What if the trachea got punctured lower down by the, let's say, closer, very close to the lung? Then it has a halacha like a lung. And what's the halacha by a lung? If there's a puncture wound of a mashu in a lung, then it is straight. So too in this trachea, that part of the trachea is also like a lung, and a mashu is straight. We're moving from thing to thing. It's unbelievable. We're talking about a shlamim. You give a shlamim, you have to give, when you bring a shlamim, you get to eat it, but you have to first give a gift to the kohen. Now, this is not a cheap gift. Realizing now, this is a pretty nice gift that you have to give the kohen before you can eat anything. You have to give the cause of the breast of this animal. What does it mean? The one facing the ground. From where to where? Lemata the tzava, all the way to the neck. Lemala up until the keres until the stomach. What does that mean? So nothing. Here it is. Here's the picture. That whole red area is facing the ground. We're going up is on the picture to the left. Down is towards the neck. Why is it like that? She wasn't around, so we did it ourselves. Dave did it last night. I just added the thing. Up is the left arrow, is the red arrow. Down is the blue arrow. In other words, when the animal is hanging upside down, which we would have done a lot nicer. So now the keres is up, and the neck is down because it's hanging upside down. Also, let's go back to the picture, not get dizzy here. The blue area over there is the first rib. So Rashi holds they take one rib from each side, from the right and left. So that's called state slice. According to Taisvis, it's two on each side. Go two down. Who sent me a video? See this guy showing it slice. I wanted to put it into. You did? Who sent me? Someone sent me. Dirshu or some organization. Oh, you guys, he's very Hasidish, and he's like, is 1, 2, and he's like showing it, and it's very nice. The animal's hanging sideways. Mark sent it from Moldov. Yeah, exactly. That's what it was. Okay, Shkoya. But I don't know if it's going to get this way. I just remember he said 1 rib, 2 ribs, 3 ribs. We'll probably have to use it a different time. This is what we give a kohen. Next sugya. It says in the Mishnah, if you puncture the membrane around the brain, that's a treifa. There are 2 membranes. Now, the problem is, it's difficult to even see the membrane around the brain. Here's a great picture from Kol HaLashon. So you can see on the left, that's one membrane. You see that folded piece of skin? That's a membrane. This is the membrane around the brain. Now, why is it so difficult? Because it's clear. It's like a little plastic bag, a very, very thin layer of plastic, so to speak. Grabbing the entire brain puts it in its place. Josh, it's how everything works. That brain, central nervous system, gives it safe or whatever, the whole thing, and it's protected by a little bag. If it has one tiny little puncture in that bag, Shema Yisrael, maybe. The question is, which bag are we talking about? The one that's closer to the skull on the left, the folded piece of skin, which is the thicker and is very easy to see, or the very thin one? Rabbi Shmuel down to the right, from law, if you puncture right through the skull into that thick piece of skin, that membrane, even though you didn't get to the lower membrane, you made this animal trip. I said in the Friday Shir, the Israelis, I said, I can't believe that some people say that Elu Treifas is difficult. So a guest that came from Yerushalayim, my father-in-law just told me today that he skipped Elu Treifas. It's not for him, it's too much. Like he did. But you have all these pictures, you have all these, it has a name. Like people say, oh, Elu Treifas is so difficult. I don't. Once you have all the pictures, and there's so many svarim out there that it started from Rita ben David, Sichas Chulim. So that's that's a little older than Sefer, but there's a lot of information there, and it's black and white. But then you have the Tmuni Chol, and you have the Kol HaLashon, you have all these svarim. Tmuni Chol, oh, he has Tmuni Chol there. Sure. That's a crazy Sefer with all these great color pictures. And they clean it down, they take all the blood out. They made like this, where's that picture of Lechi Atachton? They made it so nice. I was holding a Lechi, full of blood and everything. It looks like they wash it down, air spray it, tight it. What is it? Anyways, I don't see the problem. Either of them. I think it's easier than most. Lechi Atachton. Wow, Dave, it looks almost appetizing. You know what I'm saying? I could actually look at this for a minute. No, because I showed the one of me holding it. It's like, You can't even see you can't see the tongue or anything. It's all red. Yeah, right. Yeah. That's normal. That is normal. We're going above, beyond normal. This is 2026. You could Photoshop a little bit, add a gahin in there. Okay, great. So says the Gemara. Where are we? No, you need to puncture the bottom one in order to make it a trade. This bag that the brain is in it. So that's the bottom, that's the lower one, that's the thinner one, the one that's hard to discern. You should know that the beitzim also have two membranes. Besides the outer pouch, there's two membranes. Here's the outer membrane, and here's the inner one. The inner one is it's like almost colorful. So you can see in a second, here's a Weissfish showing you the difference between the outer and the inner. The people that eat the stuff, your mamish into it, whatever. So, all of our Shimon, versus the brain, by the way, I'm just going back to the beitzim. The brain is very hard to discern. That's what the Gemara is trying to say. That has different colors. It's easy. The brain is very hard to see through. But in the brain itself, everything that's inside the skull is a brain. But if it's closer to the body, it's in the spine area. That's already like the Chudashah. What's the brain? What's that level brain? How much do you have to puncture from the brain in order to make it trade? A needle. But the spine is a right. You need 51% of the circumference of the spine of the foot, not the spine. We're talking about the Chudashah, which is the spinal cord. Because we don't care so much about the spine. Spine is not a big deal. People break vertebrae, it's not a big deal. But we were talking about the blue part, the Chudashah. So, where does the brain end, or let's call it, where does the skull end and the spine begins, the spinal cord begins? I wrote it in my Gemara that I was in Poland when I learned this Gemara. I don't know what I have to do. I have to check it out in the shir. But I hope on him. Two poilim here. Beautiful. Another from Sean. These are two guys right over here at the entrance to the skull. From that point on is, you can even see, they show you where the spinal cord is. Here. You see that? There's an arrow. Spinal cord. That's where the spinal cord begins. And that's where, is this making anybody queasy? Because Yoshi was all concerned that he said he's getting a little. One guy in the Hebrew shir said, yeah, it's making me queasy. Fine. So he says like this. From those two guys into the skull is all considered brain, treif b'mashim. But everything from the other side is a chudashedra, and you need a right. What about the actual two guys themselves? What about the chudashedra that's in between those two things? What's the halacha? Maybe you I really don't know. Says the Gemara, and that's the halacha. It's like the brain. You have to be machmir and say even Kamashu. Rabbi Yiri, I have to do the sponsor, turning the daf by Adar Global Specialist International Financial Services, Chaim Milrad, Linish Masimi Mirasi, Rareto Bas, Yitzchak Shalom. Rabbi Yirmiyah, Bolik Boif of Ashkech Kimin, Shnei Poilim, he actually found in a chicken that also has these Shnei Poilim coming out of its brain. Munachim al pi adira mamish there, right there by the entrance to the skull. Nikav alev lebeis halal. It says in the Mishnah, if the heart was punctured all the way to the chamber inside. Check this picture out from Rugav. On Weissfish, unbelievable. He's supposed to come. I was touched that all these people want to drive in from England to near that. I hope to see them. I hope on him. There's two chambers. He took a heart, chopped it in half. I hope you're not queasy. There's a larger chamber, there's a smaller chamber. Which chamber gets punctured? Says Gemara, Appetizing. What's the question? Me like actually says some points. In our Mishnah, it talks about a heart and it talks about lungs. Guess what? Look at this. What a beautiful picture. This is the lungs. This is the main kana that goes in the lungs. Then it branches off. Dr. Epstein, what are those branches called? Bronchi. Vivaldi. Bronchi. I'm going to need you because I remember you helped me out 7.5 years ago on this dot. When it came to the vena cava or something like that. How do you pronounce it? Vena cava. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to get there in a second. Exactly. Those are the words you use then there also. He says about no, but like Fenster. But the sort of maybe I don't know. Says Rab. I'm serious. If you're learning this and you're 100 years ago, what's going on here? I don't know what you're talking about. But now we understand. There's the giant main pipe that brings in oxygen into the lungs. Then you have all these, it almost looks like a root system over here. Those are the smaller ones. No, what I'm looking for is a puncture in the main one. So the Gemara wants to understand that just like in the same, since they're both brought in the same Mishnah, and when it comes to the lungs, we're talking about the main pipe. So when it comes to the heart, we're talking about the main chamber, not a side chamber, not the smaller chamber. So the Gemara, what's the raya? What's the connection? It says in the plural. The base has some funny noise. The pipe that all pipes lead to. That's only one pipe. But it says in singular. It says to the cavity, not a chamber. Cavity. What difference does it make? What cavity? Cavity is a cavity. But it doesn't matter if it's on the right or the left, small, large. If you puncture into a cavity, you made it straight. So the artery coming out of the heart, something like this. A small little puncture wound in there makes possible. Shmuel says you need most of the circumference. What is this? This is the fat that's on the wall. Says the Gemara, I don't understand. How can you puncture fat in a wall? Who cares about the fat? Why would that make it an animal trait? So the Gemara says, no, you didn't understand. If you look closely on this picture, you can see fat all the way around the trachea as it enters the lung. Yeah, all this is fat. So what it means is the pipe that has that fat on it, that if you have a little puncture wound, that's matter. What's it going to have? We've got 3 pipes. Rashi says something interesting, and everybody struggles to understand what Rashi is saying. They're saying, that's not the Metzias. He says there are 3 pipes that come out of the heart, from the trachea. 3 pipes that come out from the trachea. One, he says, Chad Parsh Liba, Chad Parsh L'Rei, Chad Parsh L'Kafra. One goes to the heart, one goes to the lung, and one goes to the liver. They say no. What Rashi meant to say is there's 3 major arteries. One is the aorta. How do you pronounce it? Aorta and the vena cava, whatever it's called, the ulu. Pulmonary artery. There's 3 major arteries. One really goes through the liver. One goes through the heart, and one goes through the lung. So what's enough for me to toss? Why do we have to know this? He says the Reya Pereya, the one, any pipe, this pipe that goes through the lung, we have to treat it like a lung. Just like a lung, a small puncture wound makes it a mashu, makes it tray. So when you look at the pipe, also a mashu makes it tray. The kavda, but we know what makes a liver tray. When you remove the entire thing, if anything remains of the liver, it regenerates, so it doesn't make it tray. So too, whatever that pipe is that's going through the liver, you have to remove the whole thing in order to make it tray. I'm talking about the pipe. I'm not not even talking about the liver.
Say in order, if it's considered like the liver, you have to.
I don't think that's true. He said it's a pipe that's like a liver. It's not the liver. That's what I think. Okay, I might be wrong. The liver, but when it comes to the heart, you have a plug. Is it mashu or roy? Rav is going to say mashu. Shmuel is going to say roy. Marber is masing ipcha. Marber says the opposite. The ray he mixes this up a little bit. The lung is like the liver, and you have to get rid of the whole thing in order to make it trade. The cab, the kareya, but the liver is like the lung, then a mash is straight. The liver pligi. Then I'll give you that in the heart, Rav says a mash and Shmuel says a roy. So he said over what Rav holds in the heart that even a mash makes a trade. If that's what he said, he doesn't know anything about treifas. Now it's interesting to point out that the Gemara in Sanhedrin says that Rav wanted to know what a mum is. What not a mum. He parked himself in a barn for 18 months. You can learn a lot from this. He went into a barn, lived in a barn for not a day. Some of us would do it for 10, 15 minutes. Man, he got in bed, got himself some food, and a Gemara, and a lamp, and lived in a barn. 18 months. To understand what a mum is, what not a mum is, just to be the mumcha. And he says, if you think that that's a treifa, you don't know anything about treifas. I'm just saying, there's not a person that stopped. His whole life in the Bismarck doesn't know what treifas. He lived in a barn. You don't know anything about treifas, says Shmuel. Well, I think we do pass relation. He was a doctor, okay, yes. Let's keep on going. We have 4 minutes. So now we're going back to the spinal cord, which transfers all the nerve system in the body. It's a very important piece of equipment. It's very deathable if you put that shiddur you have to cut a majority of it. I'm not a doctor. If I had to guess, if you asked me, I would say a little puncture in a spinal cord, bye-bye. No more walking, I don't know what. He says no. Who, what? Through the nerve system? I don't know. I wouldn't want you to be my doctor. And they said that Allah was like Rabbi Yaakov, that even a mashu. Ravuna says Ravuna, I ain't a love Rabbi Yaakov. That's true. You can puncture, like Ari says, it has to be right. What's a right? There's 2 ways to look at it. The circumference, the skin that holds everything in place, or the inside nerve system. Rabbi Amar Roy Bayro. Why did I write here meningitis? I have no idea. Where's Dr. Is it the inside, the nerve tissue inside, or it's the outside? The inside, because the inside seems like it could heal. The outside, once that's cut, then the animal is a bye-bye. It's a goner. But if you say that the outside skin, most of the outside skin was ruptured, what about the inside if you messed up the inside? Now look, I looked this up. It's the only time in Shas that he's brought down. But I looked up Shav Shmaitz. I said Shav Shmaitz is brought down only now. This guy sitting here, he says, no, it's also in Sanhedrin Samach Gimel on the base. Every Mem Gimel, he says, this older fellow over here, it's not the first time he throws out Dafim. He knows. I don't know. But we looked it up. It wasn't Mem Gimel. She said, no, you're wrong. Shav Shmaitz twice. Every Mem Gimel sat right in your seat. What's his name? Vice? He knows his stuff. I don't know. Yeah, everybody knows him, Vice. Okay, good. I guess I apparently Doyle knows him. So we have to ask Vice if literally is the only time. And I did look it up. I looked in Bari Line, and it wasn't there. It says Sham, but maybe Sham should say maybe it was written with 2 thumbs and 1 thumb. I don't know. Fine. Roy means the outside skin. Moyach zeh loy malav l'morid. I couldn't care less about the nerve system inside. That doesn't bother me. Doesn't make it true. He said it from the Rav. First, he checked the outside, then he checked the inside. If there's skin on the outside and it's not punctured, what is any malav l'morid? I don't care about the inside. If the nerve system becomes liquefied, that's a truth. This masme is possible, and also if it became soft, also. So what does it mean? Then we have pictures over here of boys like schmack, give you an appetite. This is liquefied. Check this out, great picture. This guy is holding a spinal cord straight, but if it's soft, it's going to flop over. That is straight. What if it can't stand on its own because it's heavy, not because it's damaged? My go. And one more line over here, maybe more. What do we have? Oh, we have 30 seconds. Not good. Now we're using a new lotion with the Zion. Mismazmez means that it emptied out on its own. Kosher. Some of the nerve system emptied out. It's kosher. Hey, an animal that its brain, that its spinal cord became mismazmez strength. So Zimar, you learned it wrong. This masmas, if it looked off a little bit, then it's kosher. If it became masmas means that it can't stand on its own, it became soft, then that's straight. The lady she wrote this story in a video. Listen to this. Lady was sitting in Beis Americans. Yavi Yosef Chazo Gabriel, the a guy slipped on the water, hitting his head right into the wall. Omar, this is much of the day. This guy's brain just lost a little bit of his brain. So the Gemara says, "Lav doesn't mean he said he used the zayin, and it seems like that he's not going to live. Why else would he say this? He's like, "Oh, never. This guy's not going to live." Or if I lie, this guy's not going to be able to have children anymore. Why? He's got a bang in his brain. What do you mean? We stop? Really? You haven't? But we didn't have a video. Check this out.
They want to slaughter me tomorrow for a barbecue. I am not letting this happen. We made a promise to each other when we met that we'd build a family, have a son. I will merit to be a korban in the base of Mikdash that should be rebuilt in Hero Yameinu. What are we going to do? I have a plan.
What did you do? Are you okay?
Excellent. I'm a traitor. I'm not crucial for them anymore. We can stay together and build a family.
But Roy, stop Yomi Shia. The masking of the Gemara is that if we Muslims Hamoyach, he is not a traitor. No? What a god. Now you're an anal Malid.
Have a wonderful day.
Miraculous books are spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
It's a late Motzi Shabbos. It's one of the latest. Mamish, like maybe it gets 1 minute later. Very difficult because, especially a night like tonight, I had maybe 30 different pictures I wanted to do. Only like 45 minutes. It's a problem, but I see that the Olam, it's late for the Olam. Nobody slept enough. And oh, you guys made it from Yerushalayim. Oh, you made it all over Yerushalayim. Where are the people from the Ramat Shemesh? Got like 2 empty tables here. It's crazy. Huh? I'm going to read the second line. Remind me to read the first line tomorrow morning because I see Noam fix his name, so I want to read it while he's here. Shmuel Eidler for Amudim. Rabbi Isai, all the Amudim sold out. 245 Amudim sold out at 720. Maybe people are going to want to shoot this. Wow. Shmuel Eidler, Steve Middleman, Stephen Bax, Stephen Seychelles, Tuvia Eisenman, Warren Kimmel, Yankee Leibowitz, Yeshua Abraham, Shkoyach, everybody, Yehuda Danos. You saw that. How do you could help me pronounce it over here. Not that. Danos, that's how you pronounce it. Yisachar Rothbaum, Yitzchak Klein, Yitzi and Temi Lowy, Yitzi Friedman, Yitzi Hollander, that I know. Yoel and Hindi Jacobs, Yoeli Freund, Yanon Adler, Yoni, I don't see, Yohanan Adler, Yoni Pollack, Yosef Mishani, Mashkaza, Yosef Mordechai, Greenberg. Is that Yosef Mordechai Greenberg or that's 2 different names? Yosef Moshe Lofler, Yossi Schechter, Yuri Friedman, Zalman Kravitz, Zev Belsky. Oh, hello Zev. Cheermarker.com. All right, so tomorrow, hopefully they don't change it around. Somebody sent me this picture. I actually found this picture between my pictures. This is the line I was talking about in the airport in Africa. See the size of his claws and his hand. Dear Valley, we're learning about Mitzvah in school. Rabbi Pick at CTM Philadelphia. He drives in from Lakewood and listens to the shir on the way. We're learning the sugi of how long you need to announce the Los Angeles according to Yehuda. Learn the story of Choni Amagon, watch a shir about it, and Titus and Bamitzia. Before AI existed, I already said that our whole class should write you a thank you. So you will at least read one of them. From Morty Schwartz and Ephraim Ashkenazi. Okay, I read one. Shkoyach. You have a great Rebbe who watches the right cheer. Is not embarrassed to tell you about it. Yeshua Goldmunzer. See attached picture of a local shear in Stamford Hill, London, square-based medrash with Maggid Shear of Moshe David Mutzin, or as we call him, MDM. Without the pictures, these lectures wouldn't survive. That's what he says. I don't know if that's true, but okay, there's a lot of pictures. Many things. Keep it up. MDM. The Moshe David Mutzin, MDM. MDY, MDM. Shalom Uvracha. My name is Rabbi Yoni Yeshua, and I'm in the incoming Rosh Yeshiva Or David in Yerushalayim. I'm reaching out because I'm deeply impressed by MDY's ability to bring clarity and chiyus into Torah learning. Your high-quality visual tools, illustrations, and diagrams are exceptional at helping learners follow the sugya and retain their learning. At Or David, we're building a growth-oriented yeshiva. serious about the learning and benefit from a more structured and supported approach. We believe in the wise visual approach to have a meaningful impact on our Kisei, which is the key component of our broader Mahal of immersive Torah study. MDY considered a small pilot collaboration with us. We were requesting permission to use select MDY illustration charges. Yes, we allow all yeshivas to use our stuff as long as they give us credit for it. We're here to spread Torah, so we don't take money for it. And yes, you can use it, such as the hand and share slides. I'm sure here I just showed a video. MDM uses our stuff. We'd ensure clear attribution, follow all of your guidance, and limit the scope to whatever the program. We'd also welcome a return to show product our stuff. We're open to discussing about civility. Grateful photo from Yoni, Yeshua, Rosh Yeshiva, Ardov, and Atzlacha. I've always cited the official edition of the one shots and stuff by Zev and Yal Shulov, Perik, Ilan, and Mary, Iri Davidovici. Davidovich. What's his wife's name? Mary? English Mr. Shai Ben Aaron and Yocheved Chavet Itl Bas Avraham. Daf Mem Dalet, Akiva Kraus, in celebration of our children's Menachem and Chaya's wedding on Rosh Chodesh Nisan. May they be Zoicha to build a Bayis Nemon B'Yisrael that already happened, I'm assuming. Mazel Tov. David Salomon, dedicated in memory of Avi Mori, Reb Shmuel, Baruch, Baruch Chaim Tzvi, Doyes, Rabban Bracha. The Mesech is sponsored by the Palestine Family Foundation, who gratitude to the consortium and alliance and all they do to support MDY. Anonymous, that's all Ruchas and Gashmis. Thank you to Chief Benny, Shmuel and Ahuva Schuster for continued atzlacha and nachas from our children. Anonymous, for completely refuah shlema and arichas yom to Leah Bas Esther May, Benjamin and Daniel Rosenfeld, Rios Simcha. Ari Simon, monthly sponsor of Refuah Shlema Avi Maria Baruch Ben Miriam. Anonymous, Refuah Shlema for your Rabbi Ruchem Ben Yehudis and Avram Yishaya Ben Slava Dvairo Amen. The Spanish share sponsors in honor of the first three Bachram, the Mexican satellite location, Shmulita Abramchik, Moshe Laniado, and Inon Greenberg, 15 and 16 years old. Ruben Klein, in memory of Sarah Ratz and Bas Baba Peril on the Yortzeit Chof Zayin Sivan. Peretz Chaim Levin and Shimi Leifman, in honor of our 1,800th daf. Thank you, Rebelli, and all the MDY staff for giving us life. Peretz Chaim Levin and Shimi Leifman, both tremendous pillars of our share. Mazel Tov, 1,800 daf. It's incredible. Zev Sandman, the immediate refuah shlema of my father Yosef Tzvi Ben Bela Omein. Rafi Dovi Glanstein, the merit complete refuah shlema for our Bobby Dvorah Leah Bas Henna. Hindo Kalo Simon, happy birthday, Tati. May be Zoicha to complete many more cycles of Daf Yomi. Amen. Anonymous for the special occasion of Ruth Berman's 70th birthday. Mazel Tov. NY Kids sponsors monthly. Innovations LLC has schools back in Simon Vega. And revealed Bas Yafa Chayo. NYR. Rushlema. Tanaitim Bishop of Brocha. Rushlema Mordechai Ben Esther. What happened? Any news with him? He's in the hospital. We canceled the Friday kumsitz with him. Before Sayel Daniel Zev Ben Ayelet Esther. Rabbi Isai, here we go. So, again, it was tonight. Tonight, put this together in seconds. So, according to Rav, Rav and Shmuel, with the tarbets, what is it called? Turbat Savesha. Turbat Savesha. This is the veshet. This is the eating tube. The very end of it, the one closest to the mouth, is the turbat savesha. When you puncture it, now this whole entire tube, when you put a little tiny needle hole in it, it's a goner, it's a treifa. But what about the turbat savesha all the way on the top? Turbat savesha, closest to the tongue. So I have a machlokes. Rav says, Mashu, even a needle, it's like the rest. And Shmuel says, no, you need to cut 51% of the circumference. Rav says, we understand now. Rav says, Mashu, why? Because the very top part by the tongue is a mokim shchita. And Shmuel says it's not a mokim shchita. Since it's not a mokim shchita, it's nothing, it has nothing to do with the veshet. It's not a veshet. It's not an esophagus. What is it? It's another part of the animal. Another part of the animal, you need more damage. If it's the esophagus, it's the eating tube, even the small amounts is Shmuel. But it's not the esophagus, it's not the eating tube. Rav says even a mashu. So we're going to see a little bit. Now, says the Gemara story, Mamish, Agadata. We are going to have a little bit of Agadata today. But here's an Agadata. More the Gemaiser Raboisai. I would tell you there's an ox. The Havel of Nei Ravukva. That's the end of the story. The Atchil Beishchita Betumas Haveshet, the Glamar Beveshet. Oh, so for that, I must pull out my trusted knife. This is a small one. We got to start using the larger one. If you ever notice, he's not here, so I can talk about it. But when I pull this knife out, Nachman Seltzer takes like 3 steps back and picks up. He goes into it and pulls his Gemara above his face, like as if that's going to help him from this knife. If it slips, it slips. You know what I'm saying? How many hours? That's it. That's it. You're done. You're done. You don't have cravings anymore. They what? It's easier. MS. Nicer. You're starting to breathe like a mensch. You cancel that CT scan. You took it already? Okay, we'll talk about it later. They started the shchita all the way over here by the Turbis Aveshet. And then he went inwards. They started cutting, and they cut into the actual Veshet. So what's the halacha? Gomer Beveshet. Now, if we take a look at this chart, according to Rav, if you nick it a little bit, the Turbis Aveshet, which he just did because he cut it, that's more than a little bit, it's a problem. It's treif, but it's not a problem because it's Makam Shchita. This is where you shep. So it's a problem. So you start cutting. You started at the right place and you ended up at the right place. So according to Rav, it's not a problem. According to Shmuel, that the Turbis Aveshet is not really a place to shep. So he started a little tiny bit, gave it a little nick. He forgot about that. He started cutting downwards. And he did a great shchita. Also not a problem. Why? It's only a problem when you cut a roiv. When he didn't do a roiv. He cut a little tiny bit. So according to both of them, it should be great. The Gemara shockingly says it's not good. Why? Amarava. Ramina ali chumrei de Rav v'chumrei de Shmuel v'tarishdale. Take a look at the chart for a second. This is Mitzvah Shab stuff. I'm going to take a little bit of Rav and a little bit of Shmuel. I'm going to mix it all together. I'm going to come out with the chumrah, with the treif. So what? He shefted a little tiny bit of the Turbis Aveshet. A tiny bit is only a problem if it's the Makam Ashchita. So I'm going to go and use Shmuel and say it's not the Makam Ashchita. And he did a little tiny bit in not of the Makam Ashchita, but treif. If you say that a mashu is a concern by Turbis Aveshet, so go be consistent and say, who says a mashu is a problem? Rav. And Rav says it's a good place of a shchita. And I'm doing a shchita. I'm in the middle of killing this animal, shchita. So I started Turbis Aveshet. I finished Nara Turbis Aveshet. It's all Makam Shchita. It's a great shchita. No. I'm going to go like Shmuel. But Shmuel says that you need a right. You need to cut 51%. And he didn't cut 51%. He cut 1%. So I'm not using Shmuel's right. I'm going to use Rav's right, but I'm going to use Shmuel, that Shmuel says that the Turbis Aveshet is not part of the Shchita. And I'm going to use Rav and says, but if you do a little tiny bit and not a Makam Shchita, it's possible. Mamish a strange halacha. Chumre de Rav, don't Rav Mashu. I'm going to go with Rav, he says a Mashu. Don't Rav Mashu. But it's a problem. You can go with Rav, be consistent. Rav says Makam Shchita, and it's great. You can start a Shchita over there. No. Then I'm going to go to Shmuel. I'm going to move over to the left lane and say the Amar Lav Makam Shchita. It's not the Makam Shchita. Shmuel. So what if you say it's Shmuel Amar Rubai? Be consistent. Shmuel says you need a roiv. You didn't do a roiv. You only cut a little bit of the Turbis Aveshet. Then I'm going to go to Rav. Don't be Mashu. Very, very serious halacha here, and obviously, just like we don't understand it, in that generation they didn't understand it. This thing rolled around. It came to Rav. If you take Rav all the way, it's 100% good because he did a little tiny shchita and a Makam Shchita. If you go in Shmuel, he didn't do right. You're right, it's not a Makam Shchita, but he didn't do right. So this animal is kosher. Zilu Amar prayed to Rav Yosef Bar Chama. He didn't want to call him by his first name. He was too scared, so he called him the son of Yosef Chama, which means who's the son of Yosef Chama, the famous Rava. Tell him he must pay because he said such a silly halacha. He has to pay for it. Says Rashi, the only way a Rav has to pay for it is if he caused the damage with his own hands. If he paskined and you went ahead and listened to him, you don't have to pay. So it must be that Rava took this animal. He saw that the fetching. They're saying, "What are you? Either Rav or Shmuel decide." No, so he took the animal and he gave it to the dogs. Give it to the dogs. They have to pay for it. I have a big question to the enemies of Rava. Again, he's scared to say Rava's name. Why? He's about to embarrass Rava. He's about to call him a fool. Now, you don't call Rava a fool. So instead of saying Rava, you say the enemies of Rava are fools. Guess what? After all this, Rava was right. Just letting you know, he was right. I did notice, I don't know if I'm right, I asked my Chavrusa, he didn't argue with me. So many times you see that Rava made mistakes in Shas, more than other people. Mistakes, he regretted it, he took it back. He says, I forgot the Lashon, like, Lav Milsi, the army, I made a mistake. You know, so it seems like he made a mistake. So he told me, because Rav has mentioned so much, he said so many things. Okay, you gotta say a lot. When you say stuff in public, a certain percentage is gonna be a problem. You don't see it so much with other people. Rav Yehuda, whatever. Okay, Zog the Gemara. Yeah, that's what he said, but I don't know if that's. We have to ask defense. That's what happens. Because it says in the Bryce like this. The halacha is always it's always the halacha like we said. However, if you want to do like Mishamai, you're okay. Whatever you want to do, you can do. The Gemara is going to ask, it's a contradiction. You tell me that halacha is like Mishamai, then you tell me you can do like Mishamai. Now listen to this. Russia. If you just pick all the kulas, I told the guy, I had an argument with somebody that I'm very close to. I said, I understand, every time there's a kula, there's no Amir La'akum when it comes to electric stuff, the electric cars, it's only electric there. Then there's a kula about this, a kula about that. I said, yeah, but my Rebbe told me this, and he said it's okay. I never heard you once saying the chumrah. It's always a kula. Maybe once in a while you had a good chumrah, okay, fine. Mix it in once in a while. Every time I speak to you, you have another kula, another kula. Yeah, you take the kula of Bishamai, the kula of Beisilo, you're Russia. Mechumer Bishamai or Mechumer Beisilo, if you're such a big mavawah, the knife, you don't want it there. You might need it still. Let's put it over there. Fine. Let's make you nervous. Also another guy. Mechumer Bishamai, Mechumer Beisilo. If you're machmir, like Bishamai always, and a big machmir, big tzaddik machmir like Beisilo, all of our Kosovo have ksil b'chosh koila. The fool goes in the dark. There's a guy, a big tzaddik, wasn't working much, saying a lot of Tehillim all day. So I said, we're going to have parnasa. He says, listen, light a candle, and lead the Nishon Shim B'Yochai will be okay. It's a new, you make, not today. So light a candle for the Baba Salad. Every day it's another governor. One day he comes in, and he sees a lot of candles. He says, oh, you finally got it. You finally, Baruch Hashem, you're chopping the cheshbon. He says, no, they finally turned off the electric here. Taksil, the shaita b'chosh koilo. The fool goes in the dark. But I love this Maisa. This is a Maisa Shahaya. It's a Maisa Shiyach Aliyos. In Koil Chazanish, there's a big argument in the Sugya. They were going through the Sugya, and they came out that you have to pass on the Kula. So the guys, we got to do it again. So they do it again, and they horrible, comes out the Kula. Then the Nachamal, third time, what are we going to do? So one guy gives a clap on the beam. Listen, this is a Kula, she'ein hatzibur yichol lamid bo. Morning, no? Those who don't know. Zog the Gemara. Hello. Iki b'shamai b'kikuleim kichumreim. Iki b'sila kikuleim kichumreim. Either you have to be consistent. Either go with b'shamai all the way, or you go like b'sila all the way. So it's not as simple as it sounds like. I'm not crazy about this chart that we did on Friday. I added a couple of things tonight in a rush. But Rashi points out, it goes like this. In a certain area, you can't grab Bishamai and Basilim. No, in Kriya Shema, you can grab Bishamai, and in Hilchas Treifa, you can grab Basilim. In Hilchas Treifa, in Hilchas Spine, you can't grab a Bishamai and Basilim in the same halacha. For instance, just to make it easier, don't look at Basilim at all. Just look at Bishamai. We had this halacha. When a spine of an animal is missing two vertebrae, say Bishamai, then it's a treifa. Meaning, what if it's 1.5 vertebrae? It's not a treifa. So is that a kula chumrah? It's a kula. The animals, you're allowed to eat the animal all the way until it's missing two vertebrae. So 2 is a kula. If you take that same 2 and use it on a human being's spine, say a spine of a human is metama ba'oil, like the skull of a human being. If it's in a room, just the skull, the whole room is tame. Everybody in the room is tame. So if you have a vertebrae of a human being, it's tame. And if you're missing 2, then it's not metama. So that's already a chumrah. Why? Because up until 2, it's metama. 1 is metama, 1.5 is metama, 1 3/4 is metama. That's a tremendous chumrah all the way to 2. They still say no, you don't need to. What? So you can't grab and say, you know what? When it comes to an animal, eating an animal, I'm going to go like Bishamai. Then you need 2 vertebrae to make a trade. 1.5 vertebrae is Gibaldi. So I'm going to use that kula. And when it comes to Tumas Oyel, I'm going to go with Beis Hillel, left bottom corner. I'm going to say that it's not metama once you have 1 vertebrae missing. That's not fair. Because the point is 2 vertebrae makes a chesar and doesn't make a chesar. So that's what we're saying. That you cannot grab a kula b'shamai and a chumrah of Beis Hillel in different things. Okay, anyway. Or different Beis Hillel and different things. Kula and kula. Dog the Gemara. Hogul for kashin. So now we're just going back. So you told me that Allah is always like so we all know, everybody knows, every kid in Cheder knows. We pass going to be so. But what the Tani Barit let's get the Bishama Yas. They tell me if you feel like going Bishama, it's okay. Like Ash, can't quote the basketball, can't laugh about. There was a basketball that came from Shemaim and said that Elu Kim Chaim, but the Allah is like Bisil. So before the basketball, you can pick and choose. You can say I want to go like Bishama today. Tomorrow you say I want to go with Bisil. But once the basketball came and said that Allah is like Bisil, we go like Bisil. People say, Flach basketball. Even after the basketball, very sure it goes like sure. No, I'm not even giving him a basketball. So the famous story, I'll just show it to you real quickly here. We have the machlokes of the Tanu Shlach Hanoi. It's made out of this oven is big machlokes. And Rebbe Eliezer basketball win. Everything went Rebbe Eliezer's way. And even the carob tree was uprooted. The walls of the base measures. The river went backwards. Here, the river's going backwards here. They said if that long was like Rebbe Eliezer, the wall should cave. They caved in. Everything went his way, and finally they said we don't care about walls, we don't care about water, we don't care. The Rav says against Rebbe Eliezer. So finally, Baskel said, heavenly voice comes from Shemaim, says the Allah is like Rebbe Eliezer. Hey, Mashgichim Baskel. It's a very sad story because Rebbe Eliezer is Shamuti. They put him in Cherem, even though everything. I mean, I can't imagine something like that today. That the Gadol Adar. Here, Pascal says the Allah is like him, and the walls, the moisim, all the moisim go like him. No, put him in chayr. Can't talk to the person until he died. So the day he died is a crazy story. But I'll go upon him and you give him the basket. We don't go with the basket. So, since we don't go like a basketball, who said that love is like Basil? The basketball said that we don't care. We don't care about a basketball. So you can pick and choose. You can pick and choose. Basil. But the problem is, how in the world does Rava do this? This is not fair. This is grabbing a little bit of Rav, grabbing a little bit of Shmuel, and making a mix and coming up with our level. Says Gemara, Rav Kavuz, Rav Avdol. The entire thing is Rav. You learned it wrong. It's not the pshat that the reason why Rav says that a little bit of a nick at the top of the Turbas HaVeshet is a problem, not because it's a Mokim Shchita, because it's not a Mokim Shchita and it's still a problem. That's the Nakuda here. Don't listen to my brother. I think in all shots, I think he's brought down the most. That's what I once heard. Don't take it for, but it could be that Rav Yehuda is the most in all shots. He always brings down from Rav and all Shmuel. He's brought down the most in shots. I'll upon him. Don't listen to him. You made a mistake. This is what Rav in fact said is Rebbe. They're not dependent. Until now we were learning that because the Turbas HaVeshet, you can put a little needle and make it tray. Must be it's the Mokum Shchita. It's like the rest of the Veshet. No, it's not a Mokum Shchita. He agrees. Rav agrees it's not a Mokum Shchita, and yet it becomes trait with the Mashur, and that's why Rav said that if you start the Shchita up here, let me get my knife. If you start the Shechita up here and you go down, he says that's treif. Why? Because it's not a Makom Shechita, and a Mashu treifs it. So that's why it's treif. Nothing to do with Shmuel. He didn't jump on two chasanas. It's one chasana called Rav. It's a Mashu, and it's not a Makom Shechita. The Malat Tama. So now that we have this eating pipe, where can you go until? Where can you chef? How much? Says the Gemara over you grab it like this, so you can only chef right over here. Oh, I did it on purpose. You can chef from this down, but not from here on. You gotta grab a hand grab. Lamatat Kamo. Now the part that's next to the lungs, or not the lungs, the stomach. Sorry, the stomach. Oh, more you take a picture here that Yoshi put together. Vodka stuff, really it's phenomenal. Oh, hold on. I think I could show this one. Let me show this one. I think so. This is okay.
יש פה בעיה. תגידו רבותיי המשגיחים, זה טרפה? שקט, חמוד, הכל בסדר, נחפש בגוגל עד שנמצא שיטה שזה בסדר, דרכי הדרכי נועם, אני תמיד אומר, גשר, הבשר גשר, שטויות אסור, תראה שנהיה אסור, ויש אפילו שיטה שלא זוכר, זה אסור, אתה פסול, והבשר דם. יש לך גם טלפון, צא מכאן, תצא. חמוד אתה רשע, אתה סתם כסיל גדול, אל תחפש רסולה, אל תחפש לפסול. בקיצור, הלכתי לאכול.
Okay, so I don't think multi-best is gonna still work. It doesn't have the. But you'll explain it then. But you got it? And what about kosher? No? You get it. Okay, Ashiyasir, check this out. Ashiyasir is very gishmak. In the animal, look at this. It has like ears, sort of like ears. These help digest the food. So you're allowed to do shechita up until where it becomes hairy. All this. What are they called? Really? Okay. Here's also called a foul going away. Look at the foul. Anyways, you can do shechita on that entire pipe, the eating tube, the esophagus, up until where you see here. Says the Gemara, Eini, Vamar Rabbeinu Omer Gniva Mishmei Derav, Tefach Baveshet Somach Lakaris, Zeo Karis of Nimi. It's not true. You get a whole tefach from where you see the hair that way, and you can't do shechita there. It's called Karis Apnimi, the inner Karis. And inner Karis we learned, by the way, in the Mishnah, even the Mashahu, it makes it treif. So you can't shecht it. I'm like, you can shecht it because so when you're shechting, you see that esophagus that goes into the stomach, you're not allowed to shecht there. It's not part of the esophagus. It's called the keres. It's called a stomach. Keres means the stomach. There's 4 stomachs. Number 1 is called the keres. Number 2 is called what? You guys remember? Basicosis. Number 3, pempsis. Number 4, keva. If I'm telling you it's keres, then it's not esophagus. What am I shechting it? So you have to say, says Gemara, big keres, not keres with the soft. The keres, son of laveshet, zo keres apnimi. The first tevach inside with the follicles, with those hairs, that first tevach, that's the keres apnimi. After that, what is it called? Keres achitzon. The nafkamina is how much of a hole do you need? The first tevach from the esophagus is called keres apnimi. One tiny hole that trips it up. The rest of it you need like a roy. Why you say another pshat is he's talking about a bull. The masir tfei. Look at this beautiful picture. How about this? Right here. Oh, the tefach, you're right. It's a tefach of the esophagus. And the reason why it's treif is because it's not, it looks like an esophagus, but it actually starts acting like a stomach. And it has hair in there. But we thought that's only in a bull, not in a smaller animal. Let's see, I think we have a picture here. We didn't have it on. Oh, here. Right? So you see how this pipe is connected to the back of the mouth. Now it's disconnected over there. The jaw disconnected. It's kosher. We in fact learned kosher. If the bottom jaw was removed, kosher. Even though you see from here, even though the bottom jaw is disconnected in this picture. What does that mean when it's disconnected? It disconnects with the 2 pipes. So you see, it's okay if they're disconnected. As to our Papa, the obvious question, one of the problems in one of the treifas is when the 2 simonim, the trachea, the esophagus are disconnected. It's disconnected. It should be treif. How's the Papa going to answer? Kosher. If the bottom jaw is removed, it's kosher. Rav Papa says you have ikir simonim. So no, when it's completely disconnected, that's right. But when the 2 pipes are connected to the meat, they're connected. They're not dislodged. It's the jaw that got disconnected. Then it's okay. How could Shmuel say that if the turbus aveshet got disconnected, that it's kosher? Turbus aveshet is the end of the esophagus, the eating tube, and it's disconnected. It should have ikr simonim. So not the entire thing got disconnected. 51%. What's that? 49% left. It's kosher. But wait a minute. We learned that if the simonim, even a roiv, even 51%. He just told me 51%. That's why it's kosher. But he just said that if the simonim are like hanging, and most of it got disconnected, is treif. One like marshal comes to mind. Like sometimes you have a sticker on a product. If you rip it off real quickly, what's going to happen? It leaves a lot of like streaks and stuff. You peel it really nicely and slowly, you get the entire thing off. You have a dish right before you go. You want to be toiling in the mikvah. It's causing chatzitza. If you don't have patience, you're gonna leave like 3 little lines and then with your nail. It's a whole problem. Right? Oh. Here, let's do this. Exactly. What? Just gonna go like this. Oh, see, I left that. A little bit of residue, a little of this. That's what he said. So when you rip it like that, shkoyach, You need it? Then you do it slowly. It's different. Oh, the Kabbalah Kibule. When you do it slowly, nicely, nothing will be left here. Also, the Paragi Bruge, when you have a little bit left, so that's not gonna regrow. It's not gonna heal. It's little tiny pieces are not gonna heal. Oh, when you have a gargaris, this is the trachea. When it's split a little bit like this, it's treif. When you have a roif. Tano, kamsukas gargaris, beruba, most of it. Become beruba. Rav Omar, roiv. In the art scroll, this is scary. These two words, full page. Not sure why. Roiv avya, Ramila, roiv halala. Take a look, very, very gewaldige pictures. We'll explain it all. The rings are not evenly made. The top part of the ring are very thick. They're not symmetric. Good, I like that word. They're not symmetric. Top very thick, like you see in this picture. Bottom very thin. So if you were to measure from the top to the bottom and come up with a middle point, it's going to be like the right picture. But, oh, show Rabbi Weiss's picture for a second. Here's the real thing. And here's a knife going down the middle. The top part is thicker. We exaggerated a little bit, yeah, just to make the thing. The top part has a thickness, the bottom is very thin. Okay, now that you see that, basically it's very, very simple. Do you measure the donut hole? Do you just measure the hole? That's the left side. If you're going to measure the hole, 50% of the donut hole, right? If you the knife gets up to there, but the problem is the donut hole is lowered down. The 50% of the donut hole is really 60% from if you start from the top, because the top is very thick. So that's the whole idea. Are we starting from the top, and then 51% is going to be the right picture? Or we start from the donut hole, just the empty part, and then you go from there 51%. So for that, there's a whole picture and the whole thing in the article. I don't know, maybe there's a whole thing. Fine. Sponsors. Turn to the daf at our global specialist in international financial services by Chaim Milrad, the Ishmael Rossi, for Aletel Bas, Yitzchak Shalom. The reason why I'm going fast is because I don't want to be tired. The tzibura of the Israelis. Ahi sukas against Asol coming to Rav. So they had a situation where they found an animal like this. That's how he came. He was born like that. He had a problem. He also got bothered with Roiv Avya. So he checked it out to see. He started measuring from the top. What was going on here? You yourself taught us to start from just the whole donut. So he sent them know the Rav Ravachano. He checked it out actually from the donut hole, and he said, "This is great. It's kosher." And Rav Ravachano himself, this is a problem. The rabbi himself, who gave a hechsher to this meat, bought meat from that guy. This is a problematic piece of meat. Rav started checking from the top, and it would have came out really bad. What are you doing, Rav? Every time you come, you give me this thing, you start coming, and it's like a roller coaster with you. The first guy who was back in the.
I'm trying to get through it.
Anything,
I gotta watch it. I'm on
8 years, and you're gonna tell me you do it every day. I'm gonna fire you on some of the jokes to see you. But it's great to see you. Huh? You do just Khazars. I can't fire you. I got it. Nice. Anybody want to say hello? You're new here? Sort of? You're new. Someone. What's your name? From? Lakewood. Shalom Aleichem. You're in Shikiv here? And who's this tzaddik next to you? What's his name? No. Huh? Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi Captain. Okay. Who else? Anybody else want to say hello? Okay, fine. He's new. What's your name? First of all, what's your name? The guy that said he's new. I know. I was with your father. But what about, so that's your brother next to you? What's his name? Moshe. Shalom Aleichem Moshe. Givaldic. Everybody's helping their friends and their brothers. Kevin, you're not the only one. Eitan G. How's you still doing Shnai Mikra, Eitan? No, it got easier?
It's good. It's good.
You do it with your Uncle Umdalos?
Uncle Lewis.
Yeah. Very good. Zog Gemara. We only have 4 minutes. We'll choose later. So listen to this. If a Chacham says this is Tamei Chaver Shel Tar, you're not allowed to go against your friend. Osar, he says also Chaver Shel Lad, you're not allowed to be mad. Says the Gemara, Shani Yochel, the Rav Lo Osar means so. Rav himself never said it's Osar. He checked it. He started checking. His Talmidim started giving him hard times. He said, go give it to another Rav. He didn't say it's Osar. Ask the Gemara, the famous Maisa, I'm not going to go over it again. My father told me that's from Nizim Karelet. Is this there's a problem to eat from, and my father told me, only if he tells you that it's okay. Hey, yes, there's a problem to eat. It's not like to eat meat that a Chacham said it's okay. So it goes, certain Achsher won't sell that kind of meat. They give it to the other Achsher. But Ksiv says, V'oimar, we had this already. This whole sugi is a freebie. Yechezkel says, Hashem Elikim. Hashem told him to lay on his right side with a brick, to the whole thing for a whole year, to pretend it's the Beis Hamikdash, the Churban Habayis. He says, he tells the Rebbeinu Shalom, I never became Tamei. So you have to understand what's the big deal. He was a Kohen, of course he didn't become Tamei. This is a bigger question. I'm such a tzaddik, I didn't even avail treva. How can he say something like that? Every year today could say that. Even when I was a young kid, till today, I never ate an avail. Who's going to eat pigel? It's a chorus. So I have to explain like this. So Taisus over there explains already. I didn't think, the Gemara says, I didn't think during the day not to come to Tumah to carry at night. But Taisus says, a lot of people are discerning, but not everybody was successful like Yechezkel. Yechezkel was successful. He's never Tamei B'layla. There's a video I'm not going to show because we're going to up our level. Some videos I won't show. It's a very, very good video in the second share. I don't know what to do. I liked it a lot. It was very funny. But the last word, we have to figure. If they can fix it, I have to find out if they can fix it or not. Otherwise, I'll show it after the show. I'll go on it. I didn't need an animal that they said to the shechted right away. It's about to die. So that was the Gemara then. That's why we brought this whole story then. It's a problem, not a problem. You see that it's a problem. But this one, I never ate, that's when I said the story then of the chicken. I never ate from a piece of meat that a chacham ate from, that a chacham looked at and said, a psak halacha that's okay to eat. Another pshat is, they didn't eat from an animal that they didn't give the matas kuna. Even though he himself was a kohen, he was makbet to give matas kuna. Says Gemara, okay, so the question is, so how did Rav Chana eat this meat? Says Gemara, I didn't even listen to the Svara. Rav Chana Agmar Sama. What's the problem with Oishor B'Chacham? Oishor B'Chacham, the problem is that he's relying on his own logic. And tomorrow we're going to find out that his logic is flawed. So it comes out that he ate treif. Over here, he wasn't depending on his logic. He was depending on something that he heard from his rebbes from generations. That you check the animal from the inside, not from the outside. Okay, fine. Ask the Gemara of how is he allowed to buy the meat from the owner of the animal? People are going to say, you know, he passed in that it's kosher because he wanted the meat. The Tanya, Donat Sadin, if a dayan made a psak halacha, zika v'chiev, he said this guy is okay, he doesn't have to pay, this guy has to pay. This is coming, the star. Also, this is mutter v'chein shiyidu. and also witnesses. Kulon, Shar, Likaf, they're all permitted to take from whatever they spoke about. You should stay away from this discussing this in Menadoimalai. The boys, I heard a crazy story on Erev Shabbos. Benny showed me this thing from Meir Eliyahu, famous speaker, Big Bal Kishrin. And he says it's a gross story. It's going to gross you all out. A guy in Tveria found an unbelievable house. Did he say it was on the water? Not like a mansion, beautiful house. And he knew that the owner was in a little bit of a pickle. So he went and negotiated a crazy deal with the owner. He got the guy to come down 50%. He's super excited. He goes to the Rav. And the Rav explains to him that he can't buy the house. It's not for him. It's not for him. It's in the wrong neighborhood, the whole thing. Don't buy it. Not for you. He's very depressed. What are you going to do? You have to go to the Rav. A month and a half later, he walks by the house and was telling his wife, he sees the Rav walking out of the house. He goes up to the Rav. He says, what are you doing? He says, listen, I explained to you, the house is not for you, but the house is for me. That's Menakir, and he finishes off that the guy went off the derech. Now, I know my neighbor over here on this block went off the derech when his Rav was caught doing disgusting things, and the famous story, he's put in jail, that Rav, famous guy from Yerushalayim, not going to go into his name, but he went off the derech. You can't, as I'm saying, if you're holding like that your whole Yiddishkeit is dependent on one human being, and human beings do some crazy stuff sometimes. It's a chaval. Okay? Find another Rav and move on. But okay. Huh? Zog the Gemara. If you're a Rebbe, no, sometimes the person says, my father did this and this, I'm going, okay.
And I stopped learning Gemara because of their Rav. Right?
Yeah. Oh, the Rebbeim in Cheder. Yeah. Okay, stop learning Gemara is different than going off the derech. But yeah, I know one or two of those kind of people.
Me too.
Okay. I mean, let me rephrase. I know one or two people this year that it didn't happen with.
One or two.
That didn't happen. Okay. I don't know who they are, but they're here. Zog the Gemara. Exactly. Judaism, perfect Jews aren't. That's cure. Don't do something silly that people are going to say to you. Oh, the reason why you said this meat is kosher is because you got a great deal on the meat afterwards. That's only something that goes by evaluation, by assessment. Everybody knows the price of the meat. Everybody knows that it's a certain weight, and you pay. How much do you pay for a steak here in Israel per kilo? 250 shekel. So yesterday and the other day in Shir. Everybody knows. So the Rav is paying for a kilo 250. So nobody thinks he got a good deal. You hold the Rav Rava said that this treifa, they came to him, they thought it's a treifa. He said, no, it's not a treifa, you can buy from it. The daughter of Chizda tells Rava. Who's the daughter of Chizda, Rav? Everybody knows this. Who's the daughter of Chizda? Rava's wife. How do I know it's Rava's wife? Because the famous story that Rav Chizda had his daughter on his lap. She was a little girl, and she said, I want to marry those two people, Ron Bar Chama and Rava. Rava heard it. He said, I want to be second. So first she married Rav Chama and he died, and then she married Rava. That's what's going on. And the Gemara calls her Bas Rav Chizda. So obviously, if you're going to marry Rav Chizda's daughter, you better know your stuff, because she's a little bit of a Talmid Chachama. And she says, wait a minute. How did you purchase that meat that you just said is kosher? Abba Shari Bukhra, my father once allowed a Bukhar. Now, in the time of Chizd, there's no Beis HaMikdash then, he was an Amoira. So, when you have a firstborn, you give it to the Kohen, what happens? You can't bring it to the Beis HaMikdash. What do? You let it roam around until it befalls a mum, and then you can eat it. So now it's always a thing. New rabbi, is this a mum? No, go back. Come back tomorrow. Is this a mum? So he said, this is a mum. This is a mum. But he wouldn't eat from it because he allowed this part to be shackled. Allah, he says, my wife, my dear wife, it's a very good question you're asking, but let me explain to you the difference. Hani mili bukhra, that is a bukhar that shumim is daven. There's a famous halacha when it comes to bukhar, when it comes to a firstborn, even after it has a mum, you're not allowed to weigh it, you're not allowed to sell it in a marketplace. You have to treat it with respect. What's haste respect? You don't put it on a scale. So you look at it, oh, this looks like 2 pounds to me. This looks like a pound. Here, give me 250 shekels because it looks like a pound. So, oh, that's why. That's going back to that you can't know for certain that he paid the right price. So people are going to accuse the rabbi of doing the wrong thing. But over here, I, Rav, always buy by weight. Nobody's going to accuse me of getting a better deal. Ella, my dear wife, I know what you're going to say. Because he gave me the top, huh? Oh, Mayika. I didn't say Mayika. I was looking at those 2 words. Huh? If Pity's stepping in, we're going to let him have it. We'll give him this one. I'm very upset at the Bakari today. Your son-in-law. He messed up. You better speak to him. He went the whole parish without making a single mistake. Usually he gives me a hana, like 1. He gives me that 1. He does it on purpose during Shvi. It's always in Shvi. He pretends he made a mistake. Nothing. Penny, that was for you. Enjoy it while it lasts. The mitzvah. So what are you going to say? What are you going to say? Because he gave me the top, that 1 pound that nobody could get, only that 1 animal. So you should know wherever I go, they always give me 1 pound. So the Gemara in Brachas of Himdal says Rav always used to send somebody to buy him every single. Listen to this, but I thought it's interesting. Rav, the Amar used to eat meat every single day. But to answer it, because the Gemara in Brachas says that he would actually send for the neck, and we also learned just the other day that if you eat from the Mokum Shchita, it's zgula to what? Healthy, yeah. You have a big time of chachama, you know. He knows Gemara's Balkan stuff. It's a little scary. Fine. So should we stop here because it's Motzei Shabbos? We'll stop over here. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful week. Yishkoyach.
Merit the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a shir today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Welcome. I see a lot of guests here. Oh, yeah. Oh, you're good. Yes. I must think. That's right. Oh, 11 Cheder, no? That's a class, the whole Zach. 1 minute. Shabbaton? Okay, fine. Great. Lauren, you're a guest? Shalom Aleichem. You're not such a good. Remind me your name. Wilner. You don't have to scream over there. We have microphones everywhere, you see? You're nervous, you're not going to be. It's all right here is one. They're all, everybody's mic'd up. Shalom Aleichem, what's your name? You got to scream. From? London. From, we're in London. Zog, Stamford Hill. I knew it right away, Stamford Hill. What? Really? You since that? How many years is that? Since what in Sefta? When did you start? From Rovers. Uh-huh. So the kids are like somewhere in Shabbos Erev maybe. Wow. You're an old timer. Cruise? You coming on the cruise? So what's your name? So also from Stamford Hill? We're from Borough Park. Let me hear. Very nice. And what's your name on the guest table? What's your name? What's from? Oh, that's right. You were here yesterday, no? Okay, Givaldi. Omen. And the guy next to you doesn't want to say hello? You don't want to say you're in the middle of davening? Ma? Every day? Every day? Oh, Fridays. Listen, you're on the guest table, so you threw me off there. Okay, fine. We got some very, very important stuff here to do. We have more guys. We'll get to them later. Oh, Rabbi Willig is here after Chasana. What time do you get home? What time? 2 o'clock. Nicht gefährlich. Nicht gefährlich. Rabbi said there's only out of 245 amudim, there's only 20 amudim left. MDY Gibraltar Chevra, MDY Belgium Chevra, Eli Cheshin, Aaron Avidayev, Sam Samuels, Josh and Adina Kruzanski, Israel Goldstein. How's he doing with the no vaping? Anybody know? How's it going? He's 5 days in. He's still holding start. Got to hold it together. Alan Dana, Duvi Debitzer, Yaakov and Shandy Siegel, Aaron Verena Fix. No, I'm son. That's a chashuv one. I told him it's a chashuv because he's a young guy, and still starting out. $720 this portion. Yossi and Chani Tesser, the Binistak boys, Prime Levy. B for you, fire worker. That's how you spell fireworker. Okay, it's a fancy way to spell fireworker. Benji Silverstein. Who's it? Benji usually it's Silverstein. That's Silverstone. It's a different guy. Yecheskel Isengard. I got it. It's a different person. Aaron Heimlich. Yossi Verdugo. Naftali Millman. Yochanan Itzkowitz. Moses Zach. Yaakov Shafnes. Mark's brother. Sits over here every day during the Hebrew. Nitzan. Ephraim Chatzroni. Israel Deckelboim. Meir Hirsch. Preisler. Rivka. Bengiu? What? Bengiu? Eliyahu Nezri, Uri Shachar. Mamish, it's unbelievable. In both languages, I have struggling. Noam Kamara, Yankee Erenthal, Gal Ben Shushan, Ariel Kohanim, Benji Davidman, Joshua Levin, Yitzi Diskin, Dovi Novosela, Ephraim Levy, Ezra Veridas, Ein Gertner. He sits next to your son every night. He's a Rebbe in Cheder. Naftali Newman, Adam Sprung, Moshe D. Fishman, and Ger Shechukas. He's twice that person. So there's 21 amudim left, maybe. You never know. Okay. Read one or two emails. Oh, this was a very good one. I can't skip this one.
Reb Eli, it's Eli Overberger. I was from your number 18 on YouTube when it was Ramate Chemesh. I'm coming to Israel next month, and we're about to make a CMS Shas. I'm probably the first person to actually make a CMS Shas with Reb Eli. I started with Thoros. If you recall, I did a CMS Shas my first round and sent me a bottle of wine. You also sent me a very beautiful email, and you called me first.
Sent emails? I don't remember everything.
Why you express it because you give the best effort this year. So I now listen to nothing but the dot. So I generally don't listen to nothing in the heart. But it's all about the yoga. I look forward to coming to Israel next month with my whole family. I hope that we get to sit together. You're huge. We'll work together back at number 18. And we're going to celebrate our senior shots together.
So I'm choking up. He's finishing shots with us. Not like he came in the middle. It's from players. Wow. It's very powerful. This is from MKY at the wedding of his grandson, Rabbi Mordechai Willig. It's not. Yeah. Like he has a thing that I know. For people who don't have phones, you have to explain. And that's what I'm saying. The rest of us know. You heard about the Knicks?
Even if I had a phone.
That's for you. That's for you. It's whatever. Whoever knows, those who know, you know, you know. You don't know, you don't know. Wow. And he's here today, the father of the chassid. The Maisa, he's a bundle of energy, that guy. He's always like that. He's high octane, you know what I mean? Like he's, but he was, it's true. This is another side. We're not going to listen for now. I was listening to the Wednesday Shir. Never Reb Tzels is showing his disdain for videos. Please understand that at this point, the Daf Shir is larger than one person and larger than the local people that may have an issue. I'm somebody who unfortunately did not connect with his overall majority of Rebbeim in high school. I was kicked out for coming late various days of the week, and I unfortunately didn't learn as much as I can. At this point, I'm trying to come back, and I look forward to every single shir, specifically with AI videos. I share them with my kids, and we all enjoy them immensely. Again, please keep them coming, and please do not allow the haters to hate. Thank you so much, Chaim Bruder, Passaic.
Last night I was at a wedding.
Oh, yeah.
He said to me every single night he comes home, 11 o'clock at night, he listens to Rabbi Stefanski on the high speed, 1.5, 2, but when it comes to the videos, it goes down to 1.
Should have asked him, what do you think about this video, that video? Oh, wait a minute. So that's it's a kiss from Hashem. I thought I put something in here with 1 and 2 speed. Hold on. Where was it? I skipped over it.
New email address, haters.com.
Oh, listen to this. Listen to this. This is mamish back to back with what you just said. I skipped it before. Durabelli just had to share an insane story that shows how insane the MDY family really is. I was at a finance expo in Birmingham, UK, biggest in UK. I meet another 2 Yidden, me, Chassidish, with Kazadik Payas, a lawyer, solicitor in UK, and a kippah with a pen, and a corporate lender not wearing one for business purposes. And what are we chatting about? What speed we listen to Yeshir on? Anywhere between 1.2 and 2 was mentioned. Nachamol. Me, a Chassidish with Kazadik Payas, a lawyer, and a corporate lender not even wearing a yarmulke. Well, they all listen at 1.2 to 2. Nobody listens on regular. But here we have a chiddush that the mashgiach goes down to 1. You have to. For the AI, you go down to 1. The Maisa, we should, in our new app, we should develop it. It happens automatic. You can look at this, but it'll go down for you don't even have to push a button. 3 total different year than a UK business convention, bonding over daily daf. MDY literally connects every kind of yid anywhere in the world. Keep up the incredible world. You Talmud from Nazar, this I could send to you.
Send me the other one.
Which one? With the email. You're going to get a sticker. Wow. Somebody, I didn't see what this is. First of all, wow. Okay, I'll say the middle share. I hope to remember. MDY Mexico at the inauguration of the World Cup. It's at the World Cup. He's learning. Look at him. Looks like a flag that I don't want to see in the streets. He's green and whatever. It's not a Palestinian. And he's learning the daf at the World Cup. The boys at the World Cup. In Mexico. And what is this? This is, I didn't see this before. This Mark put in there. Michael Siegelston of Las Vegas, Nevada welcomes a guest at Shul, and this happens.
Guys, even in Las Vegas, sitting and schmoozing, I guess, with that family partners. We go to the daf. That's the fancy.
See that, Mark?
All the way from Las Vegas.
That's a kiva.
Okay.
That's a kiva soccer. Oh, okay. Shalom Aleichem. Oh, this was the shop. It's based on Monastrich. What is the shop so far from? Okay. Rabbi Isai. Official edition of the Rosh Hashanah Sechta, Zevin Yal Shulha, Perek, Ilan, and Mary, Davidovich, Lishmas, Yeshaya, Ben Aaron, and Yocheved Chava Itel Bas Avraham. Daf Mem Gimel Moshe Goldschmidt expressing my gratitude to Rabbi Eli and MDY Yeshua Koya. David Solomon. Mem Gimel is Mordik Gishmak. Dedicated in memory of Avi Mori Shmuel Baruch Baruch Chaim Tzid Doy Zochar Levracha. The Masech sponsored by the Palestine Family Foundation, gratitude to the consortium and the Alliance, and all they do to support MDY. Anonymous Atzlacha Baruch and Sekubi Gashmis, and thank you to Chief Benny, Shmuel and Ahuba Schuster for continued Atzlacha and Nachas from our children. Amen. Anonymous for complete Refuah Shlema and Refuah Yom Talea Bas Esther, Yom Daniel Rosenfeld, Brius Simcha, Monthly sponsors are Yisrael Refuah Shlema, Abi Mari Baruch Ben Miriam, Anonymous Refuah Shlema for Rucham Ben Yehudas, Rishai Ben Slavat Dvorah are made. Weekly sponsors, the Spanish Sphere sponsors, in honor of the first three Bachrim in the Mexican satellite location, Shmuel Yehuda Abramchik, 15, Moshe Lanialo, 15, and Inon Greenberg, 16. Zeven, Amy, Nevo, and family, Adina Liba, Bas, Zev, Chaim, Aleha, Shalom, a 4-year-old girl who shook up the world with her tira, may she be a maidless Yosher, Klai Yisrael, Amen, Reuben Klein, in memory of Sarah Ratza, Bas, Bab Perel, on her yahrzeit, Chof, Zayin, Siva. David Joseph, in memory of Moshe Ben Yosef. Mordechai Spazim, Joseph Nishmas, Bobby Tights. Moras, Adel Gilbas, Harav, Baruch Dov, Zephyr, Lebrachim, and Neshama have an aliyah. Yaakov Aaron Braski, in memory of Sorfega Basford, Moshe Yitzchak, Oleh Shalom. I'm just thinking now about Mordechai Spazim. He probably puts in the most sponsors a year. And now that I found out that the price went up from 180 to 250, like he has to get another job, basically. No? It's a big thing for him. For the media Refuah Shlema of Yosef Tzvi Ben Yisrael, by his son Zev Sandman, Amen. MDY kids, Innovations LLC as Schusmar Kiva Simcha Ben Fego, and Rifki Yehudas Bas Yafa Chayo. MDY Art, Mok, Refuah Shlema, Yehonatan Eitan Ben B'Shever Bracha, Refuah Shlema Mordechai Ben Esther, it's Hayela Daniel Zev Ben Hayela Esther. All right, Boisai, we're back. It's Shmaka Perek called Elu Traders. For whatever reason, a few people reached out to me and told me, oh, that was my favorite shir, that was my favorite daf. It's just Geshmak. No, it's just Geshmak. Says the Gemara, only in Nachman Gimel and Al. Omar Ula. Middle of the day yesterday. Yeah. Shkoyach, Shkoyach. Oh, what's your name, Tzaddik? I just noticed you. Yeah. From Butler Park? Where do you live now? So Lakewood. Lakewood. Uvalde. All right, what about Midas? It's the Bar Park. You didn't want to insult me. Yeah. Also Bar Park. Uvalde. Omar Ula. Shmoina minute trefus never lo Moshe B'Sinai. So if you recall, yesterday we had 18 trefus. The whole thing. So what we could do is we could break them down into categories. There are 8 different types of categories. There's Nekuva, Upsuka, Netula, the Chasura, Krua, Udrusa, Nefula, Shmura. These are the 8 categories that we're going to go into for a second. In a second. Lapuke, Lekusa. Mamish rhymes. Nekuva, Psuka, Netula, Chasura. Lapuke, Lekusa. If this all comes, besides this one bad kidney that has a bunch of pus in it, that's no good. That's not it. That's not in the 18 trefus. So this is what we have to do for a second. We're just gonna step out of here. These are the 8 categories. The kuva, the tula. The kuva has a little puncture wound. The tula, it's removed completely. Kuva is ripped. The tula, it fell. Suka, it separated. Chasur is missing. Drusa, it was attacked by a wolf or a lion. Shmura is broken. So Nekuva we saw yesterday. This is the 8th of Nekuva. You have a little puncture hole on the veshet and on the brain, the membrane of the brain, the heart, the lung, the intestine, the kavas, the stomach, the intestines, akeres apnimis. Now we have to see what it is. It's one of the 4 stomachs. The hemsis uvesakosis that we saw, it's different also from the stomachs. They're back to back. The hemsis uvesakosis. So if you have a puncture wound in any of those, it's a trefa. Psuka is like when the gargeres is severed, and nifsaga shedra is when the spinal cord, the spinal cord is severed. What's drusa's drusa? Nefula is nefula. Here's drusa. Drusa is when animal attacks. It's number 8 on the list. And netula means it's completely missing. So we had a few things. We had when the entire liver goes missing. Because if there's a little part of it, we see how big even a small amount, it's going to regenerate. Gluda, we said, means that all the skin fell off. And the Bukad Atma is that ball that goes into the bearing. No, what do we call it? Bearing? Socket, into the socket. The ball in the socket, if it pops out, and it's also the ligament is severed, that's a natula. It's completely out. So what's chasura? So we had a lung that's missing a part. Neftachu ragla markuva from the one of the bends in the animal and up, and we had a few of its vertebrae are missing, and also charusa b'de'ada means that it shriveled up like a dry date. One of his lungs, because a person scared him. He got frightened and his lungs shriveled up for good. Krua, what's krua? It's ripped. You have the teres, one of the stomachs that got ripped, and what's our chayferoivakas, and the flesh that covers most of the teres. What's broken, boys? Anybody want to guess? Broken? The shtabru roiv tzloisa, most of its ribs are broken. You have the simonim, the trachea and the esophagus shenidadalu that became detached. Or necrotzella, one, not all its, before we said broken ribs, over it's one rib that was uprooted from the source, and Gugol Shenichbasa is a skull that was bashed in. How do you say bashed in nice English? Crushed. Oh. And this comes to exclude number 14, Loxavikulia, which is this, that one of the kidneys, although you could actually remove a kidney, the animal will live, but not if it's a diseased kidney. A diseased kidney will kill the animal. All right, so now we just did 3 lines. Omar Pia Barav. Yeah, I said. Yeah. Bravo. I 100% said it. There's nothing to check. I said it. Omar Pia Barav. I don't care what he says. I know what I said. So the dafka, I'm not going back. Omar Chia Barav. Fine, I'll say it, and the editor will show that I said it twice. Lapuke Lukusa. Mamish rhymes. The Psuka to the Chasura. Lapuke Lukusa. Lafuke Lukusa the Rokish Bar Papa. This comes to include. This comes to exclude the diseased kidney of Rokish Bar Papa. I think I showed the picture twice here. Omar Chia Barav. What? But I didn't say Rokish Bar Papa, I said Lukusa. That'll be really embarrassing. I didn't say Rocky Bar Papa. Wow. Get more emails. Correcting words and shouts. Shmoina Trevizish Benakuva. There are 8 different puncture wounds, tiny little wounds that destroy an animal, make it a treifa. And if it has one of these, you cannot eat the animal. In Poimak Teisha, perhaps to say there's a knife. Which one? Mara. Mara is the gallbladder. It looks something like this. And a small animal looks something like this. I'll show you soon what it looks like in a large animal. You're not going to believe it. It's a serious concept. In a human being, I didn't look it up, I heard that it only produces about 2 teaspoons or so of the gallbladder juice, this Gavaldic juice, vial in a lifetime. Vial in a lifetime. Exactly, vial. Check it out. Somebody look it up. Oh, no? Who's Avi? He's looking up right now in his sleep in America. Rabbi Yosef reviewed the Ktani the Sanya Nikfa Hakeva, Nikfu Hadakim. So, if it has a little hole in it, it should be number 9. It says over here, Nikfu Hadakim, Treifa. Yosef reviewed the Oimer. Not only if there's a puncture wound in the intestines, even if there's a puncture wound in the gallbladder, it's also a treifa. So we have 9, not 8. Says Gemara, that's what we're going to learn now. That what? If there's a puncture hole in the gallbladder, it's a treifa. Omer Yosef Bar Yosef Omer Rabbi Yochanan. My Hadrili Chavri Rabbi Yosef Bar Yehuda. Rabbi Yosef Bar Yehuda holds that a puncture wound in the gallbladder is no good. Why would you say it is good? No. It holds about 1 to 2.7 fluid ounces of bile at any given time. But how much does it go through in a lifetime? It holds a few ounces. Says the Gemara, I'll tell you why they hold that a gallbladder is not a problem. Because it says, Yishpoich Lawrence Mirasi. Says that my gallbladder, the bile spilled to the floor. You see, he still lives. So you see, even if a person has bile that oozes out, it's not a treifa. As the Gemara is going to say in a second, we can actually keep on going. The whole story of Eoy is a story of a nace. That Baruch Hu told the Malach HaMavis not to kill him, even though any one of these wounds would typically kill a regular person. Don't allow him to die, so that I can inflict more and more pain. The Tema Hachi says, my kidneys will explode, and then there's no Rahmanas. If a person's kidney explodes, won't live. The rak is not shemar. So Rashi says over here, beautiful. Because Baruch tells the Malach HaMavis, rak is not shemar. Make sure that he stays alive. He gave him, each one was a zet that would kill a person. But even though it's a deathable wound, what? It's not a word. It's a word, right? Stanford Hill, they say this. Even though it's a deathable wound, what are you guys all excited? I woke everybody up. It worked. Says the Gemara in Bava Basra, it's harder to be the Malach HaMavis than even himself. Why? He tells somebody, go break this barrel and make sure that the wine stays inside. It's broken. How do you? So he's sitting there, keeping his neshama in this broken body. Bile is pouring out. His kidneys are exploded. Everything's going wrong, and he's making sure that the neshama stays. It's very, very difficult. But for the Malach HaMavis. So Mamela, the whole thing is an ace. What are you asking? That if a person has bile that explodes, that he has a puncture in his gallbladder, you could live because you see that Eoy lived. Over there, Baruch Hu told him, make sure you live. But a regular person would die. I don't know if the Oilam here would understand it. People in America not so much, but I'll just tell you, there's a machlokes. Learning that sugya, I remember I said it also. The machlokes if Eoy was a Jew, if Eoy is a guy, or if Eoy even existed. So they say that there's a famous place over here right next to our basement. It's called the Levant. The machlokes, they said over there they couldn't build for 20 years. The Sikrikim would come and make a home. They found bones over there. The shaila is, are the bones of a Jew, bones of a guy? There's never ever any bones over there. Huh? 20 years.
He said Mele, he got such stars, but the city never existed.
yeah, that was the thing. Right. The guy had such stars, but just ignore that even that's like the worst. That's the biggest tsar. He doesn't even get credit for it. He never existed. Yeah. The shaila is, we learned in Soita, why did he get a oynish? What was his oynish? Because he didn't make a macha. What? Yishasad. He was quiet. Why? By having a hakulay by Paro over there. So the question is, but Yisro made a macha, and what happened to him? He had to run for his life. It didn't help. So he would have said something. So the Brisker Rav says, when it hurts, you scream. And if he didn't scream, so vice is that something was missing over there. That was the problem. Huh? Sponsored by Covenant Tefillah Committee. Wenn sie tut weh, schreit man. How do you schreit today? Given a dove at MDY. Found it. Sie tut weh. Sie tut weh, schreit man. I think Noam, somebody just reminded me that I can't say any names, but in my shul in Chicago, a guy turned around in the middle of that, he was sitting towards the front. He turns around and screams at a guy that's sitting right next to me. He says, "What are you doing? Talking middle diving? What's wrong with you?" And the guy said, "You idiot! Shut up!" They go back and forth from side to side. How dare you scream at me? And they go. I said, they tried to. At the end, they became chutanim. Their kids married each other. Maisa Shahaya. She happens to be my niece, but I'm not going to go into any names. MS. No, for the guy, the original guy, it bothered him. He wasn't stopping. It was a little off. Maybe it's SA. Situational awareness. You got to realize you're in a shul, brother. Okay. Oh. And one more thing I got to say. From the EOF, this is good. The Maisa Shahaya, where they tell a guy your whole ship with everything in it sunk to the bottom of the sea. So he fainted on the spot. They pour all this water on him, they wake him up, and he comes to it and he realizes what happened. Faints again. And this keeps on going on and on and on. There's a Rebbe that saw this whole thing. He said, "Listen, it's not a ship. It's not a ship." So you tell him, "It's not your ship." So he comes down, and they go and they look and they find out it's not a ship. So that's there. What you have Ruach HaKodesh? What is this? He says, "No. The Baruch Hu only gives him a soyin, so somebody can withstand in a soyin. I see this guy keeps on fainting. He can't withstand the soyin. That Baruch Hu doing him in the soyin." On the way back, we have to appreciate. On the way back from Kasana last night, but he told me about a person. I'm not going to say who, a person, but he's very close to. That they have all these kids, and this kid has this machla, and then they found just yesterday or some other day they found like a cancerous growth in the finger of one kid, but the father couldn't come to the surgery because there's another surgeon in another house with another kid, and the amount of Yisur, like he kept on going. I thought it was going to be done for 5 minutes, and this happened, and this kid that, and this person that, and one after another, like the couple can't get a break, not for a second. People have a lot of Yisur, but they can withstand. Who knows who could do it or not? Zog the Gemara. Omar, Ochanami. So too with the bile, Nisa Shani. Obviously, we're talking about Nisim here with the that you can withstand this. He'll live through it because the Malcham obviously is not thinking he's the Shama out. He's leaving the wine in the broken barrel. Now we're moving on to the liver. The liver, just as a picture, you know what we're talking about there. I'll show you a different picture. This is the liver, right? With the gallbladder on the side. But the liver, if all this goes missing and there's one kazayas left over, that's enough to regenerate. Or not to be considered a treifa. We know Rabbi Yechon always says, Allah Kistam Mishnah again to remind Oila. When Rabbeinu HaKadosh, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi wanted to tell people that this is the halacha like a Shulchan Aruch. There's no names in the Shulchan Aruch. It doesn't say Rabbi Kiva Omar, you do this. The Shulchan Aruch says this is the halacha. So when Rabbi wanted to say this is the halacha, he removed all names and said halacha. It's a Stam Mishnah to tell me this is the way we pass it. What does it say in our Mishnah? It's not nidlak hovei. If the entire liver was removed, it says first nothing, zero was left over. Then it's a treifa. So you can infer on a shtayr, if there's even a half a gazais left over, something sheira, it's going to regenerate. It's good. Have a gadol, have a gazais, even though it's not a gazais. Says the Gemara, I want you to pay attention here. What do we have here? Just as a side, we have two things. We have a kazais, a shear of kazais, and what's the other shear we just learned? Even a mashu. Now let's keep on reading. That's why I'm here. I'm here to help you out because I made this mistake. I don't want you to make this mistake. Amoraim, you're right. It's actually a machlokes Amoraim. So the first thing that comes to mind, machlokes Amoraim means a kazayis or mashu. Ba'aliv in Rabbi Yochanan, and in Rabbi Yochanan they're asking. No, that's not the pshat. That's not the pshat. Rashi says the pshat is one man dormer is going to say a kazayis, the other man dormer is going to say it's a suffix. Why? Rashi says we have over here two anonymous mishnayos that contradict each other. I don't know what to do with them. So it's a suffix. Not one holds it's a mashu, one holds it's kazayis, one holds it's kazayis, and the other one holds it's a suffix. Don't read it by Yosef. Omer Rabbi Yochanan, Moro Shenikva. Oh, maybe Omar, not the Omar. Yeah, the Omar. Yeah, there's a whole new sug here. The Omar. I lost it now. Oh, the Omar Rabbi Yisrael by Yosef, Omar Rabbi Yochanan, Moro Shenikva, the Kovitz Kamto, Sheira. Beautiful. We have two beautiful things here. We have from our artists, both great. I'll show both. Well, the artist probably worked a little hard on this, maybe not. This is the gallbladder with the hole in it. If you flip it over, you have the liver that actually protects it. Now I'm going to show you something even better than that, maybe. Look at that. Do you see the gallbladder over there? Dangling on the right side. That's the gallbladder. And here's Rav Weissfish explaining it beautifully with bile oozing out of this. It's gewaltig. That's the gallbladder. It's in Hebrew. That's the bile. If the hole's on top, then it's straight. But if it's inside, and you have the liver pushing against it, now remember, this is not by itself. It's in a body. It's in a cavity. It's pushed. There's all sorts of organs pushing against it. So when you have that pressure of the liver on the back of the bile, so even if there's a hole, that's considered a plugged up hole. And it's good. It's not a trefa. Shera. Kurkavan is a gizzard. Now, most birds don't have a gizzard, but all kosher birds have a gizzard. Birds don't have teeth. They eat food, and they swallow it whole. Then they have the gizzard. Then that's what it is. Okay, kurkavan. So you have the gizzard that. Good, yeah, exactly. A lot of people eat it. A lot of people don't eat it. And it's like it's a grinder. It grinds up food. I thought that I think somebody mentioned that the Art Scroll says that only kosher birds have it. In last night's shir, somebody said that. I didn't see inside. So when I looked up, the owls and eagles also have it. There are a few birds that have it, but mainly all kosher birds have it. Chicken, pigeon, turkey, they all have it. Animals don't have it. Humans don't have a gizzard. It's like one of the what's it called? No, in the intestines. To digest. It's one of the digestive machines in the bird. Oh, so now here two pictures. Let me just show you. Lower the volume, please. No volume at all from here. I cut the picture out. This is the outer layer that is damaged, and this is the inner layer that is damaged. That's all the Gemara is talking about here. And this is through and through. Or they don't line up over here. You see that the outer and the inner, they both have holes, but they're not lined up with each other. And that's the next part of, that's the next case. So, I want to point out, I love this Maisa. Why do I love the Maisa? Because it much fits into MDY and everything. Imagine learning Kulin 100 years ago. You're in Varsha, learning Kulin. I don't know where. You don't have Sichas Kulin for Mitai and David. You don't have. Today they have color. Color Shon has this beautiful colored book. It's crazy stuff. And then you have our stuff. They brought a puppet to Baruch Ber. They asked him if it's kosher or not. And he looked at it and he said, I hate Ligay Kurkavan. That's how he said, Aheli, what does that mean? He said, I've been learning this my entire life. I never saw it. I don't know what it looks like. Oh, finally, this is a kurkuma. Now, if you're saying that, but people really eat opix, I don't know what that's what they say. You heard this, Maisa?
It's famous Maisa, but the Leibowitz family denies it, and they say their brother was passing his love for a while, and it happened to go straight.
So you really? Okay, fine. It's a good Maisa regard. It's a Maisa sheyochal liyos, and it's a good. I love that. I love just no. To me, a lot of times you see people learn certain sugyas and they have no idea what they're talking about, but it doesn't matter to them, and I don't know if it matters at all. You're learning arum and arum. You know, you're learning things you don't even know what you're talking about. This, that. I'm not going to go into these certain things. You have no idea. All of a sudden, one day, that's what the Gemara meant over there. But you're learning a sugya. You're learning about animal parts that you've never seen. You don't know what a gallbladder is. You never saw a picture of a gallbladder. You don't know what a gallbladder is. You don't know that it has bile, not bile. Okay, it has fine. So the Gemara, so somebody else said it. Somebody said it once. To make up such a story is very schwer. Okay, so now we're going back. He was a passing wrong. Somebody else. Like by me also. Like if I have I heard a story, and I don't know. Like I rather go through Shol Salanter. You know the certain story, Shol Salanter, or the Eloi. What's the name? All the story about the Eloish kid. So now for all the people that listen to this year, they say over it. It doesn't mean it's not a marshal. The story could have happened with the Kishrin the kid. It could have been the villain guy. It could have been a nation. It could be a few things. He told the king, and then he went through the other door. Zok the Gemara. Another one. What if the outside has a puncture, but the inside, such as here's the outside, just the outside, and here's the inside. Here, this is the inside pocket that is punctured, but the outside, so now let's just do it again because I might have skipped over it. That's this picture. The outside, the flesh, the muscle part has a puncture in it. And the inside pouch is intact. Kosher, that's kosher. He boils. They ask the question: what if it's nikavakis? What if the opposite happened? That the pouch inside is punctured? If it's only one without the other, it is kosher. It says Rabba Rava. We're talking about the esophagus. Actually, it's a pipe within a pipe. It's two different pipes. Here we have the famous picture that we always use. The outside of it is red, but that's not because it's a outer layer. It's a different pipe, so to speak. If you look over here, you see the white thing, the white membrane inside. That's another pipe. It's made out of completely different materials. The outer one is more like a muscle. The inner one is more like I don't know how to describe it. Like a bag, like a slimy bag. So chitzon adayim u'pnimi lavan. Nikav zeh v'lo zeh. Kosher. If the hole doesn't go through and through, only there's a puncture wound on the red, not the white, it's kosher. Says Gemara, Lavan the mema chitzon adayim u'pnimi lavan. Obviously, you're trying to tell me something here by telling me the colors. The chalif trefa, that if the inside, mainly the inside, turns red, or even the outside turns white, but the Rishonim say it doesn't really happen that the outside can turn white. Red usually will turn white. White can turn red. So if you see something like that, immediately you should know it's a trefa. Here we have it. Here we go. Something like this. You see how the holes do not line up. So so it's good in a way. The food is not gonna fall outside of the veshet, so maybe it's okay. Kosher. In this picture right over here, the esophagus, this is kosher. The kurgavam also, but when it comes to the gizzard, to the popek, it's also why? Because the food collects there. It's not like esophagus that the food keeps on moving down. It sits there, and once it sits there, what's going to happen? Food is going to seep out of one hole and eventually make its way to the other hole. I just remembered last night I got tremendous chizuk. We patch in people from Zoom, guys online. We go to the Yaakov and we go to Telstone. Last night Dave patches in Paris. 10 guys, I'm not exaggerating, 10 guys at least, around the table, watching the sheer live, Frenchies, mamish, French speaking guys, it's mamish unbelievable. They said that in Costa Rica also, we'll have to see the pictures. Mamish the opposite of what you're saying. The esophagus, the eating tube, is something that you eat with, and you make sounds with. Says Rashi, everybody knows you don't make sounds out of the esophagus. You make sounds with the trachea. Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? And you guys, behind you. Shalom Aleichem, you're back. David's guys. Who are you with? Oh, you're the famous nephew guy that's been doing the daf for a while. How many daf? 210 and counting. Involved. Beautiful. So what is it? It's not your bar mitzvah? You're not even bar mitzvah yet? Bar is the real deal. Wow, you look like a 15-year-old. You have a Yivaldi. Okay, keep on steiging, keep on laughing. So Rashi explains that you're right, the sound comes out of the trachea, but it's right there next to it, and it affects the esophagus. They move in conjunction. Whoever's at the shechita knows. That's why the bottom of the trachea is soft, like muscular, and the esophagus moves into it when it has a lot of food. It has room to go into the trachea. They work together. So Mela, Ravarbe, it expands. The Modele, it shrinks. So partially, and then it expands again. Bekitzer, Zimnin, the Mehanzin Bahade Adodi. It's very possible physically. Here, look at this. You even have a beautiful. Look at this. No, you're missing a whole. When you have holes that are not lined up because the esophagus is constantly moving, because there's food in it. So once in a while, you could have a situation where the holes do line up. It's moving, it's expanding, it's constricting up. So you have a situation where maybe they'll line up. Maybe they'll line up is a problem. But the gizzard that doesn't move, who says that it's ever going to line up? And why is that a problem? So where's that picture? I can't get to that picture. I forgot the. Okay. Oh, this is the thing. Here, look at this. Am I exaggerating? There's 10 people there? I'm not exaggerating. It's unbelievable. Look at this. In Paris. Oh, and here, there's 9. There's 9 in the picture plus the guy taking it. Yeah. Okay, Givaldic. Unbelievable. Yeah. Noam is all the pictures, the original pictures of MDY, the first day, the first week, the first month, the first year. You'll never see Noam fixing it. Not never, but you won't see Noam because he's the one taking them. Don't be that guy. He's Mr. Selfie, yeah. Since that's why you have such trauma, he's always somebody will take the picture. No, selfie. Says Gemara, all my layer of Achaber of Achaber, all my layer of Achaber of Yosel Ravashi. All kind of reading Mishmei the Marzul brings over Mishmei the Rav Papa give us off. You're right, as far as right. This expands, this doesn't expand. The one that expands, it keeps on moving around. The holes can line up. Something that doesn't move, the holes l'chayr wouldn't line up, and it's not a problem by a kurkavan. It's a problem by the vegetable. Baba Rabba. Maybe they had I hear what you say. Maybe they had a certain Kabbalah that one of the two wasn't good. I don't know. I hear. Baba Rabba. Krum Shalom Machmas Mako Beveshet. I don't know how to say it. The Gelet, like when you have a wound, like the blood, a scab. So let's say there's a scab on the esophagus. Krum, that's not a healing. What we had, if you have a hole in the what was it? The not the spleen. No, what do you call it? The gallbladder? You have a hole in the gallbladder. It's covered. That's pressure from the liver. Good, but a scab that doesn't do the job. It's as if it has a hole in the veshet and it grew. We know that a mashu, the veshet, even a small little puncture is a treifa. If you once you check the animal, you're gonna go in and take a look at the esophagus to see if there's a hole or not. You can't see from the outside of the esophagus. You gotta look into the esophagus. You gotta flip it inside out. The mind have give me, when would you have a shiloh? They have to do that. The suffix drusa. When I learned in Tifrach, I remember as a kid, they said, "Oh, it's terrible." You heard what happened? This animal called a nimiyah. I don't know what it is. How do you say nimiyah? A mongoose. Very good. A mongoose. They have mongoose in their soul, obviously. A mongoose got into the chicken coop and it killed one or two chickens. But the problem was that you don't know if it attacked others, and it could be suffix drusa. Once you have a wild animal in a pen, it's dangerous. It's dangerous halachically. So, like for instance, if you have a lion inside a pen full of bulls, full of cows, and they're screaming and they're petrified, and he's calm, that means he already did his damage. He already had a little meal, so you don't know which one he attacked, which one he didn't. So what do? You have to check it. So you open up the animal and you look at the outside, the exterior part from the inside, like the closest to the exterior. See if there's any wounds, any red, any venom, so to speak, any infection. So for the suffix drusa, for this animal that we don't know if it was attacked by a wolf, by a lion, so you have to check the inside. You have to check the trachea and the esophagus. How? By looking inside. We'll see soon in a second a Maisa Shahoya. Oh, I wanted to use this. Here we go. This is good. So this chicken, this is all ours. New, brand new. Zepek. The food goes into the Zepek, and from there it goes into the Kurkavan. You can see mamish. Oh, that's what there's rocks in there. I think now I remember they can eat a rock or something, a bunch of rocks, so that helps grind. They eat it, and then the food gets. The rocks help it out. That's why I think there's rocks here. I think I'm not. That's from last time. That's the Pidal knows this. What am I looking for? Oh, that's what I was looking for. Turning the daf by Dark Global Specialist International Financial Services, Chaim Milrad, the Nishma Simi Mirosi, Fravalet Tovas, Yisrael Shalom. Chaim Milstein, where are we? Okay, Zog the Gemara. Oh, so here, like this is a good picture to show. You want to see whether or not there's red on the white, then you'll know that it was attacked by Chai. Zog the Gemara. Ahi Safik Drusa. That's only coming to Rabba. Rabba was asked to take a look at an animal that might have been attacked by a wild animal like a wolf. So he checked the outer part, the red part. I don't understand. You taught us. You have to check the inside. He turned it inside out. He found two dots like this. He said, "Oh, straight." Rabbi Nami, a lot of times the Magachir pretends that he messes up. He says deathable or whatever it is. He gets the oilam piled up. He'll say he'll make a mistake. He'll skip a line or two. Why? Not because he knows where the line is. He wants the oilam to. Rabbi also, he was watching Abaye. He wanted to see if Abaye would speak up. Rabbi Nami lechadudei la'Abaye with the boy. Rabbi wanted to see if Abaye is sharp. If a thorn got stuck inside the esophagus. Now, Yoshav means it's sitting. Sitting means it's embedded. I thought there's a better word than embedded. Okay, embedded. We'll use the word embedded. Here we go. Takua. Like that. You saw that? Now, if you look on the outside, you don't see any, there's no sign of damage from the outside. We said that if it doesn't penetrate through and through, then it's okay. Do we have to be concerned that perhaps it penetrated through and through, and it was a treifa? Even a small little hole from a thorn will render it treifa. Or if you don't see a hole, you don't see a hole. It penetrated a half, and that's it. We're not concerned. Says the Gemara, I'm going to ask you 4 questions here on this. First of all, on the first line of the psalm, it says, he said, if you don't even know if this mongoose attacked the chicken, you don't know. You saw it. So for that, you have to open it up and check everything. So you see that you do have to check. So why over here you're so sure that the storm didn't go through and through? It's not true. If a mongoose went into a chicken pen over there, we're not going to tell him to check all the. We're not worried about it. It's not a problem. You can eat them all. This famous show that is for all the new people. If you don't know if you ate the fats that are also, you thought maybe you ate fats that are mutter. I think that was the night that the guys from Paris came on the share. It was a Thursday night. So.
It is empty!
Hashem Kalu.
Absolutely.
Okay, so it's almost the story that I'm looking for. If somebody's wife serves him 2 pieces of fat, then he eats one, and then if we find out that one of the 2 is chaylev, what do? You bring something called the asham tal. You bring an asham, because I don't know what to do, so it hangs until I find out what exactly happened. Until that point that I find out, this should be my kapara. But I don't know for sure that I ate chaylev. It's only suffix. Over here also, I don't know. Maybe the thorn went through and through. Says Imar, what's the connection? What's some chazik isura? Over there, one of the pieces was 100% fat. Chaylev that's also for you to eat. Now, maybe you ate it, maybe you didn't, but it's there. Over here, what gives you the reason to think that the thorn went through and through? We don't have a reason to think that. You chef with a knife. Before you chefed it, everything was great. And all of a sudden you find out that the knife had a b'gima, had a little nick in it. Oh. So, and we say what? It's awesome. But before the shkita, we didn't have a reason to believe it. It says, over there we have good reason to believe that this animal is no good because we have a bad knife. Over here we have no reason to believe that the thorn went through and through. We know that we're talking about a private domain, so anytime you have a suffix in the tumah, we say it's coming. Says Gemara, okay, you went that direction, I'm going to go the other direction. So we have 2 ways to go. Maybe I should go to the suffix tumah b'shus yachid. Maybe I'll go to the suffix tumah b'shus yachid. Over there it's tar. And also, what's the reason why we're makbid on in the b'shus yachid? Because of Gemir the famous saita. We're not going to go into it, but here, as a talk, the husband tells the wife not to be misyachim with another. The man, she doesn't listen, she's misyachim. Yichud happens in a private place, private domain. So from there we learned that Savik Tumah is, the B'shus HaYachid is coming. Special halach over there. You also, it's not pshat that the thorn is stuck in the esophagus. It's laying nicely. So you open up the animal, after, like Noam noticed yesterday in the base of Kaises, we saw some food in there. Okay, so there's food sitting there. There's a thorn sitting there. Even in such a situation where it's not punctured, it's still, that's why it's okay, because it's not punctured. But if it punctured even halfway through, then I have to be concerned that it's no good. Like the tzitulei, don't listen to him. Yosef it says mafurish that it's sitting embedded inside the esophagus. But if it was just found there, what's the problem? We know that every normal animal eats thorns. In fact, it's a mafurish video. We're late. We're almost done. Itmar. Oy, 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 Fadi. Hey, no, Fadi. Oy, 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 Fadi. Fadi. Hey, no, Fadi. The idea is the whole day, you guys are going to go walking around wherever you are, just humming this tune to yourself. You're not going to know why. It's a very addictive tune. In my Turat Saveshet. Turat Saveshet is the last part, the end of the esophagus. We're already an hour in. Wow. This is all the way. Should we leave this? No, we can't. So we'll do 5 to 6 lines there. Turat Saveshet. Rav Omar Mashu. So it's the end of the esophagus. In other words, the part that connects to the mouth. When you chew food, it goes into the food pipe. That the beginning part. Is that a place that you could check? And if it is, then what's the shear of a puncture, even a mashu? If it's not a place you could check, then it's not a mashu. The treifa is not a mashu. It's more. That's what the Gemara understands today. Tomorrow we'll see something else. Rav Omer mashu. If there's a small needle hole in that turbas haveshet, the upper part of the esophagus, treif. You need it right. Rav Omer mashu makom shchitu. It's where you could check. It's where you could check. It's all part of the esophagus, so it's b'mashu. It's interesting. If you could check there, so hagrama, what does hagrama mean? I gotta show you this knife. Where's my knife? Oh, hagrama means that if you check past, this is the beginning of the trachea, this is the end. So anything past this part, if you check right over here, you're not checking. You're already in the mouth. Over here, you're already in the lungs. You're already in the stomach if you're talking about the esophagus. So he's going to hold, there's no agrama on our esophagus. So you're already at the end. Then there's no, yeah. The agrama would be only in the corner. I call upon him. Why? Why do you say you need roy, not a puncture? It's not part of it. It's like a regular pipe in the body. It's not a mash. Where is this? When this happens, right over here, you see, it expands. That's turbas haveshet. But when you cut it and it's nice, as is, that's the actual veshet. That's when you do shechita. Our master didn't say this. Who's our master? Bibi Barabaya. Ella, what is it? If it's like this part right over here, that's the turbas haveshet. Ella, ezu veshet. What's the veshet? When it shrivels like this, you see? This is shriveling and not shriveling. The shriveling, that's the veshet. Yoina Omar Reb Zera, Yoina says in the name of Zera, Bevlata. From where you swallow, that's where the Tumas Havesha is. Where it meets the part of the mouth that you swallow from, the com. Huh? How wide is it? Less than a barley. The other mechitza, but more than a kernel of wheat. Rabbosai, have a wonderful day, a good Shabbos, Motzi Shabbos at 10:02:30.
Merit the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbosai. We're starting in the Travis. Guys, you have no idea. This is an unbelievable email. Like it. To my dearest Rebelli, I don't know how to write, but I'll try. You receive many emails, but maybe this one will somehow reach you. I'll share my story in short as much as possible. As an excellent boss, I got married, but my wife did not really know where I was spiritually. The truth is, I had not opened up a safe and not even a siddur for about 5 years. I go to a large trailer where no one noticed me, but I was falling lower and lower. One time I flew abroad. The family simple. My wife did not want to come along, and that scared me. At the airport, I met a Chabad cousin who offered me a card of Melech HaMashiach. I did not connect to it and refused. But he did not leave me alone. He said to me, you know what? He took out his booklet over there, tore out a Gemara page, and asked me to learn a daf of Gemara. Finally, I took it. It was Shabbos daf page. On the flight, I faced an enormous sign. I knew if I fell, I would have no one and nothing to come back for. I took the Gemara page, wrapped my glasses in it, and went to sleep. I felt that the sun burning inside me. I took out my device and searched for sheer on that Gemara so I could listen to it. On Shabbos daf page, you came out with Rebelli Stefanski in English. I listened out loud, and the sun ran away. I think the daf with me everywhere. Whenever I face an sign, I listen to you again. Came back there to stroll after about 3 weeks, and I realized that my wife was not the same as before. I felt that something had cracked. I felt like my world had collapsed. One day, when my wife was washing my clothes, she took out the Gemara page and asked me what was this and why it was so crumpled. I avoided answers. She checked with the people I deal with the job, and they told me that wherever I went, whenever there was extra time, there was a Gemara page in my pocket or a belly in my ears. You saved me, you lifted me up, you brought me back. She buried everything she had thought about me and pushed me to go to your share, one of the locations that took it as a springboard. I would come to that location an hour early and learn the Sefer Shav and start from the beginning. And when I reached that page, the daf crumpled that over Prime saw, somebody saw him learning from the daf was from. As it was, the same page I learned, and he asked me what happened. I shared my story with him. We said that the Chabrusa. Today I finished the Sefer for the first time in my life. I'm 43 years old. How do you gather good people and devoted to others and bring them to get around one family? How does one manage to choose joy even while hard-tightened with longing and memories of what will never return? It seems that the answers to those questions are the essence of a special and blessed organization, which I've merited to become part of as a family member. A place where sadness and joy can live together without anyone raising an eyebrow. A place where a person can speak, listen to another, and understand his parties. To create such a project requires a very big heart, tremendous ability, and thinking that it's completely focused on others. It requires initiative, the joining together of many different people, and a great deal of siyata shmaya. The light and goodness of you and your family shine upon all of us. With Hashem's help, may we soon feel strong enough to contribute from our own strength and help others. Because goodness like this is destined to spread and illuminate the entire world. The servants of Hashem, which I asked last night, I didn't understand. So he wrote me another email. I'll explain to you in a second. If it will do some good, my name may be mentioned. I wrote Zecharia ben Chavi Yitzchaki from Beitar. So he sent me the Rebbe Eger's Matzeva that says Eved La'avnei Hashem. I didn't understand the listen, so I wasn't familiar. All right, very nice. Dear Rebelli, I've been learning the feeling with the new ISIS books of base. Who can forget the half-finished base medrash with the yellow sign? Crazy thing of how quickly time goes by. I've been on and off for years. I'm proud to say that I've learned close to half a shot and finished many receptors. Today is special for me. This is an interesting email because even people that are from the beginning, they have also Lucianos. Today is special because it's the first time learning the daf for 40 straight days without missing a day and catching up on Shabbos, etc. You didn't catch up on Shabbos 40 days straight, and as long as you can remember, it feels like a rebirth and a reminder that it's never too late to restart. Thank you for creating something that makes that possible. Another reason I'm writing because I know you're always willing to say important things. Always wrong. One issue I believe was really done. The high-speed electric scooters. Okay, everybody's talking about it now. I'm not the mashgiach about Musa of the dark. Once in a while, I stick in a thing. Everything I got like kind of. Can you please speak about this? Shaping your this. You'll do that. Okay. Common sense. Restore 1,000 parents to children a day. Responsibility. It's not gonna. It's scary. I can't really speak about it because I might know person that might be my wife's son who has one of those. Your Thomas Baruch Gluckman. It won't be the first time I'm a hypocrite. Firstly, I really appreciate the video message you send. It's a big fizzle. Secondly, MDY Belgium, together with a couple of European results, dedicate 2 Amudim in the same player of best regard. This is Eisenthal. Your mother should have a refuah shleima. Real quickly, we got to do this. Moshe Barone, my father's passing. After nearly 5 years of living, my father, Mordechai Ben Moshe Meir, was lifted by Shabbos. They just 79. He lived in Buffalo, New York at 27. He became about Jew and married my mother. 29 at his first child. Fast forward 10 years. My mother became blind from MS. My father had a very good paying job. He was very comfortable in a very big 3.5-story house. At 40 years old, he found himself with a blind wife and 5 children that needed to look and wasn't available in Buffalo, New York. Hoping that his children would grow up as all of heathen, he sold his house for a pittance and moved us all for months in New York. Life wasn't easy, to say the least. We were in a completely new and foreign town, no friends, no family, no money. He knew it would be difficult, but not to the extent that it was. Even back then, out-of-town budgets were a fraction of what monthly cost. It took 30 years of difficulty, anguish, 6 rented houses, multiple jobs, until my parents were able to live a more or less calm life for years. My father never gave home his own house. Before the Levi, I was contemplating what to say. On the one hand, there was plenty of pain and suffering that I could focus on. On the other hand, unfortunately, my father wasn't unique in having a good life. I decided to focus on one of his deepest pains. He was never able to learn Gemara. I remember when he tried. As a boy, he was in his 40s. My father came to tell a friend how badly he wanted to learn Gemara. After weeks of daily badgering, the first time he relented and really tried to teach my father. Didn't go well. The graduate made my father very upset that he couldn't grasp Gemara. After a few months, they stopped. In those days, Ashkenazim published Gemara with English translation was one of my deepest pains. He felt inadequate. And that's the Yid. He was always encouraging. He always encouraged us to learn, and it's true that whenever we got good test scores. He's an Eichel knew they could get almost anything from him when they showed him a Tudah, holding by the Levaya. And in fact, he's carrying thousands of dollars with him to Ben Shemala. He was way so nefesh, for the way people can't imagine, to make sure that his children and grandchildren would be able to learn Torah. He gave up his comfortable life, income, and hope, all for doing that Torah. It wasn't him, it wasn't his own. But in every single word of Torah, his children got to learn, he has a real failure. It was a sacrifice that allowed us to have a film. I call it the most nationality for Ben Shemala. It shows his tremendous accomplishment. Without this world leaving behind nothing financial or physical, we even showed that he's denying us children the pleasure of a good fight over the Yerusha. All the law was Torah, all that were Soita, the learning Yeshiva, please make sure to bring along your own Torah in time of your. Unlike my father, very few of us will be able to claim ownership of anyone else's. In this class, it's more type of Moshe Meir, sincerely Moshe Barone. Here he is on the left, with his Yiddi Levelitz, his father's lifter at a very young age. He's our graphic designer. Okay,
you lost your
that's
fucking
not. Then we go right there.
I don't even know your best one. Your best one.
Real quickly.
Let's go back to John.
Yeah.
Because that shit
was
was
Yeshiva I spoke in
dog
Yeshiva
shit.
for schmucky guys in Tifra.
Really?
This is
It was so fucking boring. They just drove a car.
Unbelievable person.
It's just so fucking boring. So bad.
That I slept on
Dog.
10 years old in his house.
You have no idea.
Same bed, same cushion,
That's
same
bullshit.
the whole thing. Even that we Oh, nothing changed in this house. Zero. This is Rebitzel Dave, the one who visited one of the Magishrim that you and this is Rebon Levin, who's also my Magishir.
You know who else would think that movie thing? Joey Diaz. Why?
I live in the Shintana, where he is most stuff in this let's just do it real quickly. This is Vegas first game. Who is it? Answer questions. Which is worth looking point value. Summit created AI generated game featuring you and MUI. Which I'm not going to take your unfortunately miss while I was in Morocco. Says Jimmy G. Especially excited about it. Very rapid world. He's also thoroughly wired to big data users. Just go on. Get a kick out of how far the MUI users reach. I should please thank you, family, and entire MUI PM. Stop and play close to the as a famous ball being ready, it takes, you know, there's a new analogy, and it makes it interesting and it's not for the boys. All these different pictures, all these different things that you work hard on. This edition of Amy Shazzy Sefer Zernial Shula. Ilan made David Dvici, David David. This was Shazzy, please want us to name of the same Torah. David Dvici. This was Shai Ben Aaron, and you can find it in Basa Bro. That man big. Gedalia Waldman, and honor my father, Kyle Waldman, and Mary, my father-in-law, and Lord Jacob. I need to be saying this because we've got all. When something starts by the town, then can remember every murder, small ball, 4 times he goes to the drop. The body found the nation rather than putting in the lines of all the youth spreading the wide. And now it's a group of guys who's ready to be better. And I Stellen naar het is een bij 60. Young Daniel Rosenfeld is de Simba. De bandensponsor Simon, de revoer Stellen of Mary Borg Camille, Anonymous. De Stellen voor Ruben Ben Judas en of Shayo, Shai Ben Slavic Vera on May. The Spanish year sponsors in honor of the first year veteran for the Mexican satellite location. Shmuel Abramczyk 15, Rachel Lamiago 15, Young Greenberg 16. The first year from the Mexican satellite location. Wow. Seven Amy, the royal family, I do believe about Zeb Chaim Aleh has shown the 4-year-old group of the world with Kira. She will make the situation with Klai Yisrael. Every decline of every sorrow, Ratza, Bas, Father Peril, on the yard side, Zion Siva. Deutsche Bravo, Deutsche Letten, Professor, Deutsche Post, Deutsche Tomato, Deutsche Tato. Emmy, out of Yossi Elbaum, son of Unit. Rhode Island, Rome, 243 on his engagement, the Easy Town. Conventions on CS perspective sempre pegam os passos a Faio, MDYR, Monk, os temas eu também me chamo para treino da Revolution last days. Down. Before Shlomo Mohammed Esther, before Sayel Daniel Zeb, Ben Ayel, that's his figments to go visit him. He's an oxygen, the number is in the numbers in last, it's the corner house.
And so apparently I decided to drive like 10 miles and just walk the ghetto of Syracuse. Somehow I didn't get shot since it's not a good part of Syracuse. Lost my purse, lost all my rent money. And that's not the only time I lost my car. And it's really hard to find a silver car in Syracuse when you know where it is.
Maybe some of the others didn't appreciate it, but here we go. Smiling, easy, and flowing from hands out like a smile. Hey, man, say what the baby. Michigan's gonna lose 18. Don't say the word 18. Michigan's gonna lose 18 different trades. Now, because I made this mistake when we were learning Sefer Savanas, and in the first Mishnah, I went through every single one of the 15 cases. It took a long time. I didn't explain why, and still today it bothers me. That first Mishnah was on. What I should have done is take one case, talking about it, and then all the other cases go quicker. I'm not going to just make that mistake again. We have Ethan Case with commercial stuff and great life. We'll talk about it. Everything will be understood, but we won't go deep into it until we get to that secret. We have to do the thing. The Kubas have Besha. If the esophagus, the food pipe, has a very small hole in it, even a mafu, like you showed this picture, but today we have even a real picture of the things that you can closely. There's a little hole over there. No, you don't see? Oh, here, right over here. Okay. Little slight nick, a little hole, which makes it okay. So Subas are Gargaris. Let's say this is the trachea of the pipe. And if it's split like this, that's a tray for more than right. If it's more than 51%. Let's say a cow smokes. What would its trachea look like? So like if there are no things what will sound over, it look like this. So, did I mention? I have to mention, maybe I don't know if I mentioned the Hebrew or did I say that the 33 in English? The voice out. The statistics came out the other day and I got it from 13 different people. Every single day in Israel, 33 people die from smoking. That you decided. 33 people died from cigarettes. That means 33 families are burying the loved ones. 33 families in Shiva. There's 33 Almanis, Almanim, Yisayim. 33. You can imagine over 12,000 people a year that prevent their deaths. 12,000. That's what we have. How did the CT scan go? 132 hours. Just count the hours. First 7 days are very, very difficult. Michelle Goldstein is on the thing. All these guys on the group. How many people are there? That is the bad art. We all look bad in that. Jeremiah. Here's a Gargaris. This is a real picture of a real trachea. The different wings. The outside is made out of the bottom where his fingers are actually. This is crucial. There's a membrane around the brain, like almost like a plastic bag. So I don't have to see it here, but it's unbelievable. That's actually pretty good, Joel. On my screen, so you can see like a little, like a shiny thing on the brain. That's very, very thin membrane. Wraps the brain. So if there's a little hole in that, that's the brain. If the heart is centered all the way to the here's the cavity, the highlight cavity, that's where the blood goes into the chamber. You know the chamber? I like cavities better. It is a chamber, they're right. They are right. But as to me, that cavity makes it better. If the heart was full, we actually have a real picture of a real heart. You don't like this stuff in here. There's a hole in the heart that goes into the cavity. The main part here is that the spinal cord was severed. That created a favor, not the fact that the spine broke. Spine break is person to live honestly. But the fact that the cord broke, how did the cord break? By breaking the spine. That's the whole point. Beautiful picture that Yossi put together here. I worked with him on this just to get the blue, which is not real. It's not the color, but to emphasize the cord, because it gets warm. He actually made some of the, I don't know if you noticed, some of the vertebrae are glass, are like plastic, so you can see through. I want to show you a video that Aaron Clever put together, where it's one of the better videos that we ever showed, and I think this is a perfect video to understand it. 25
amazing art there, of course, as with every episode, RyanJBell.com.
That's simple.
Hell yeah!
X-rays.
Right, and during this episode, when he did that, sitting here while the last 2 hours of show happened, that is just incredible. That outro music to play. Joel Jimenez was here tonight. Believe it or not, that cat the entire time was Joel Jimenez, aka Elliot. Joel, plug something.
Well, I'm just happy to be back. It's very nice to be here with you guys. Big news. My podcast, Mostly Sorry, drops tomorrow. We're premiering it at 6 o'clock p.m. Our time, and 9 o'clock Eastern time. We're going to be in a live chat on YouTube, so look at Mostly Sorry. I'll put all the links on my audio. Tomorrow's just the video. iTunes and Spotify are coming, and they're reviewing everything. So we're on YouTube tomorrow, YouTube, 6 p.m. our time, 9 p.m. Eastern.
Awesome. And they follow
Mostly Sorry on Instagram. I'll post all my links there.
Okay. You don't have the YouTube channel?
I think it's under Joel Jimenez.
Okay. Well, they'll do the math. Follow them on social media. And Mostly Sorry. And the great Jesse Johnson was here tonight.
Great to be here. It's my favorite character. Wish I could be Dog every week. Shout out to Dog Nuts.
Dog Eat Dog World. Jesse Johnson on social media. Incredible times here tonight. Yeah, my top secret project debuts in 7 days, June 1st, 2000.
Take this, put it on your status, and we go to the file, download it, put your status, so we
The
can
Kiltony Quarantine email is
These are
kiltonyquarantine@gmail.com.
You're going to Steyer Minister.
Kiltony
Is
Quarantine, all
liver.
one word.
It's interesting. The word
Brendan?
Bombay means
Yeah,
the
check out
heaviest
tomorrow. They're
organ in the
Brian
body.
Wilson and Michael They're on there.
This is
Of course,
heavier than skin.
mostly David Lucas will be there Thursday for
It says that's why it's called Bombay. But we know that the liver is the only organ in the body that regenerates.
Keeps.com/kill for your hair. ExpressVPN/KillTony.
So that's why it says you don't
For
have to
ExpressVPN and keep your tushy clean with HelloTushy.com/KillTony to get 10%
That is a
off of your order. See you next week.
If a lung, there's a lung. It's amazing. Like if you've never seen it, it's pretty cool. It's small shriveled up and you blow it. It's like a balloon. Blows up. I wanted to show you this, I guess. Okay. Here's the lung. If it has a little necket, if you notice, we're talking about all these things that have necket. A little hole, a nika balay, nikubas habesha. Araya shenikva, you have a lung that has a little puncture in it. Put your puncture, it's missing a piece. You know what I was going to ask, it's missing a piece, so it has a puncture. Rabbi Shimon Oimer, actually, not giving the base has some pointers. So Rashi says this is some pointers, something like this. If you look closely at this picture, a lot of these pictures I received yesterday from the Ron Weissfish, our in-house chauffeur, he was on Zoom. It's amazing, he has a picture of everything basically. And these little blood vessels or whatever they are in there, they say something. But some pointers of these pipes that are in the lung, it has to go up to there. According to Rishon. Nikva Hakeva. We'll be discussing this. There are 4 stomachs. The food goes to stomach number 1, it's called the carrot. From there, it moves on to the basic crisis. I have here basic crisis, but it's kind of frozen and it's shriveled up in the freezer. I have also hensis. I'll just show you. This piece is actually this piece over here on the glove. The design is magnificent. It's really beautiful. And then the second one is called hensis. It also has a crazy design of lines. Here's a blow up of basic crisis. So you can see over here, what happens is the grass that the animal eats gets chewed up, goes into the carrots, gets digested, and then goes into this basic crisis. And the basic crisis forms crisis like balls. And each little piece of grass goes into each one of those cavities. And therefore, it has a bunch of these balls. And then it takes this ball, goes back to the mouth, and it re-chews it again. Then it goes back in, somehow it knows how to go back in and go avoid the first 2. It goes from there to that. So base of Pisces and the Hemsis are back to back. Interesting. Yeah, you can see, wow, you can see grass in the bottom right over there. See, Nikva Hakeva. Now, from the Hemsis it goes to the Keva, which is the fourth thing, right? You said there's a Peres, there's Pesos, Hemsis, and it goes to Keva. So if there's a puncture in the Keva, no good. Nikva Hamara. Now, what about the Hemsis and the base of Pisces at that point? Now we're going to talk about it. Nikva Hamara, if the gallbladder has a puncture, it's nerve. It's very bitter stuff. Mara. Again, we're talking about Nikva. I'm pointing it out because the Gemara is going to take all of these and put them in one category called Nikva. So they're all considered one. The bottom line is there's a puncture. Nikva Akeva, Nikva Amara, Nikva Hadakim. I love this picture, one of my favorite. I didn't see all the pictures, but this one, just a great picture. Because I took the Dakin, I was playing jump rope with it. Like I did I never did before, but it worked out well. And they grabbed that shot. These are the small intestines. Very long. Who goes through all that? Parents, Apnim is Shenikva, we're going to discuss what the mean is. It's telling us the parents, that's the first stomach that food goes into. Truth is, we have, actually working on that, we'll show this. It's a very nice picture. A lot of stuff that we're discussing here. You can see the Mara right over here, that's the gallbladder, that green guy. You can see the base of Pisces over here, the honeycomb, and the Hemsis next to it. What are we talking about now? The heart, lung, cover, Paris? Are we at Paris? This is right over here. It says, these are the Kishkas, the Mayan. Okay, so, Paris Apnim, Shenikva, that had a puncture. Or Shenikra, or it was ripped, most of it, from the outside. But really, it depends. If it's a large animal like a bull, so you have to have at least one pepa, one fistful of a rib. But you have a smaller animal like a baby, a calf. So it's less than a pepa. As long as it's the majority. Oh, so now we're going back to the Hemsis of Beza Place. Hemsis of Beza Place, that's fascinating because over here you can see. If you look closely, you notice the grass. What you don't notice is this nail. Lodged in it. Is that possible or not? Well, that's not really what we're talking about. We're talking about a puncture wound that goes through and through. Here, you'll see the flip side. You see the blood? And there's some sort of nail there. You can see the nail that went through while it was alive. How do you know? Because you see I guess, maybe, because you see that it was injured before, not after it died. I think. Okay, so check this out. The base Hemsis dumps the food in to the Hemsis. They're connected. They have a pipe going one to the other. If you add another opening from the Hemsis into the base, from the base Hemsis to the Hemsis, nothing happens. There's double capacity of it to move from one to the other. You didn't cause permanent damage. You cause damage if you're going to puncture the outer wall of the base of Pisces. If a nail goes through and through that we just saw, that's problematic because then food is going to go into the body. It's going to leak out. So that's what he's saying over here. But not Lifnim. Lifnim would mean on the wall that connects the two of them. And there's a hole that goes through and through, that's not a problem. Nafno Minagai. This is the story that I told you about my father and myself and neighbor. He was concerned about this, the Nafno Minagai, which later on I said over there, Dalaramis, I saw yesterday, the Nafno is a problem. And that if an animal falls, somebody told me, and my Rebbeisner, she called it, let me answer. So listen, Avoid Dvar Maila. Trucks flip over. They're all treif as Nefula. Just, but I don't know the halacha in the Nefula. But I know that when it comes to behemoth, if an animal falls off a roof, roof means a table is also a roof. Anything that's above 10 tefachim is a roof. So it's a marshal of something high. So if so, you didn't what a tzad. Give it to see. So you wait 24 hours. The animal is good after 24 hours, walking around normal. He's kosher. What happens is the guy doesn't know Allah.
Did you finish the disclosure there?
He says, let me shut it right away. Shut it right away. That's it. You can't eat it because you don't know. You can't open it up and find the tray. The tray is it's a category of basically of
Rabbi.
Exactly what I don't know. So Leila, don't shut your nefula within 24 hours. You wait 24 hours and it's good, then you're good. The Shtavru Roy Talisel, if most of its ribs were broken, they say it's a terrible joke. I say it's not for the. When it comes to the Risha, it says, I want to give you a wife. So he tells the Risha, how much is going to cost me? The Risha says, it's going to cost me an arm and a leg. Arm and a leg. She says, no, what could I get for a rib? But it's not even a nice joke. But it's not a rib. It's not a rib. That means a side. A side. A whole side of other Marisha. It's a lot more than an arm and a leg. Okay. So, Jesus has the age. When a wolf attacks, so Rashi explains that a wolf has poison in its nail. We can understand today. What do you mean poison? Poison. Is a snake? Poison means germs. He has rabies. He has poison, meaning he has decayed flesh in his paws, in his claws, and those claws, in addition to causing damage, they also inject an infection, and that animal dies from infection. So Mela, once this animal is going to get ripped up by this wolf, it's done because eventually it's going to die from the infection. That's how I'm learning. In fact, I have to find this picture. One of the better pictures I took. It wasn't with you guys, I don't think. We saw a zebra that was attacked by a lion, but survived. No, not the one with the kish that's coming out. Not the one with the kish that's coming out. I remember exactly where it was. I was with my family. The lion, you have to understand. I mean, we were thinking back then. If you took a knife and tried to slice a zebra, it would be very difficult. That's very thick skin. And it was a thick skin. This zebra had 5 rips, real rips, and blood coming out of his down its back. And the claw, in Agriculture, one of the airports, they had a lion, a stuffed lion with its claw down. And I put my hand, it's like double the size of this. Like, people don't realize the size of this guy. Then the claws come out like real nice, like thick. So that's what the mission is saying over here. Jerusalem Sari, review the Omer Jerusalem Zebedaka. When you're talking about a sheep, okay, so that die from an infection from a wolf. No. In order to die from an infection when it comes to a larger animal, that you need Jerusalem Sari. Then you need a lion. His infection and his claws are much stronger. They go through the hide of a larger animal like a cow. Jerusalem Sari. We have these in the
Sorry about the delay of having
confusing the
the delay in Monday's show.
in Chicago.
It was not because
I witnessed it. Very fast
the National
flyers
Guard
that just come in through
protests
these
on both
branches,
sides of the
like just
building
like this
here,
picture, and
where
they
we
just
are
pick up
taking
just
General Studios Prison
fly where it's
simply physically couldn't do. So
pick at it,
we
a
would
full
have been
order
here
study,
if
and
every single episode of the Cinemaid would have been nice and everybody else is
create the same problem in the chicken.
but we could not.
No, this sanate, the
We
oil
just
sada.
could
In a
simply
smaller
not
bird
come
like
in
a pigeon, who
better
gives
ones
some
to go
gas,
bypass them.
and a larger bird like this. Here's a good follow the picture. This is real,
Yeah,
like
we're
don't.
gonna
He's not
be
joking. There's an eagle holding on to a
anyway,
sheep.
business is
Yeah,
booming. You know what's
a
up?
baby
Clearly,
sheep.
the world is going to shit. Luckily, I have a
This is the real
tissue.
deal.
There's a toilet
So you have a larger bird. The hawk is much smaller, much weaker than that. To do a bird, they can't do a sheep. So this is like a gas, boy the gas. Sorry, this one is boy the gas. This is a gas, boy the gas. A larger bird, what do you say beside of this? Yeah, that's chicken, exactly. Turkey. Well, Sheikh Moya Fire, the mission finishes off saying, like the Madonsis in the second half. Anything that can survive the year is considered a trade. If it could survive the year, it's not a trade. Other human lucky swings are trading without very many. Here we see this idea of trade from the Torah. So it's also this other trade for those occasions. The first problem that says, Dave, what do you mean we didn't see in the Torah? No, what I meant to ask is, are the red ones the trade for the Mayim and not very many? Since it's not like, what's the trade for survive the year? Remember, it says even if it's survives for the year, but the night says missing the limb, it's a trade for whatever the one of these things, it has a hole in its fish can survive 10 years. So I really see that it's in the double. But he says was that. Wow. It says in our relation of the last line. Jack Bob pushing the other high thing. So it says, Pushing the other high thing because they've been high and all that. We don't know that. Allah that a trade for doesn't survive. A doctor, he's a patient that says that good news and bad news. You know what's the good news? He says the good news is you're going to live for a week. He says that's the good news. That's the good news. What's the bad news? Yeah, I've been searching for you for 6 days already. So if you Gemara, you're not going to live. You're not going to live. It's it. There's a higher to live. So the simple child of the classic, anybody that reads the classic, these are the animals that you're allowed to eat. No. It's a higher, the living. These are the living that's the question. Higher, something that can live and survive, you're allowed to eat. And a higher little daylight, anything that you know that's not going to survive, you know, you have to really eat. If I pay for it, that's the style why you pay for it, you can't eat. It's not going to live. That's why you can't eat. Don't have to pay for higher with all day. And according to the one that argues and says that a pay for does live, how does he know that the pay was a problem? Today, Zoyta Chaya first pay through. Zoyta Chaya first. This particular one, other animals that you're not permitted to use, what does that mean? Even though they're going to live, while the pay for Chaya, you see that pay for does survive, and those you shall not eat. These you eat, these you don't eat, even though they're going to live. Boston in August, Houston in August, Dallas in August, Fort Worth in Texas in August, a lot of Texas. Salt Lake City, September. That's a fun day to be out. Tower 917, Toronto, September 29th. Temple, Company, October 13th, Sacramento 14th of October, San Francisco 16th, 17th, and 18th of October. Washington, D.C. again in November, December, something like that. Tacoma, October 30th. Great Pizza, Denver, Chaos, they're in the middle of absolutely everything as well. Only a couple minutes down the street from me, 90, and everything is in chaos. But you know what? Let's not even get too much into it. This is an escape from all the fucking drama that's happening in the world. I don't want to talk about it all day, for sure. I don't want to think about it for fucking months. In the studio, what show is in your Gomorrah? Oh, you don't even want to throw another show under the bus. Look at these guys. Local Lives Matter, people. So, let's have some fun. Let's take our minds off all the chaos. We can talk about it for hours, but that's what every other freaking podcast is doing in the world. Instead, let's have some fun here in the studio. Some very special treats lined up. Let's begin by bringing out, how about our first guest? Since the quarantine. How about that? Does that sound like fun? Ladies and gentlemen, we have not seen this guy since the Ice House in March. One of my best pals in the world. You know, given the last weekend at the La Jolla Comedy Store with this guy, we had a blast. Yeah,
One of my favorite comedians on the planet, one of the best wrestlers
this
in the
small and
world,
it fights with lions.
one of the high-ranking regulars here. Kill Tony, ladies and gentlemen, our guest tonight, the one and only David Lucas is here, everybody.
And it's such a close around at the lion and like you do him out the lion. This is it's a
I just want to let everybody know before they immediately make their assumptions that I call David in here because of a good PR
guys, check it out. Crazy.
David actually asked me, right, David, if you could come down to the studio and hang out
But
with us.
either you can do something with the
So
lion.
it's not my PR
This
stuff.
the lion.
You're shaking your head. We are not true. It is absolutely true.
Nami, Barley, I'll just tell you, not even a chicken. I'll tell you this nice, not a nice one. When I went on a walk with the lions, the guy says, do this. He takes his hand and he whacks the lion in the stomach really hard. I said, no. Like a whack. Like you do to your friend when you want to get him and you shoot him, then you over, you want him in so like a whack.
Meet some of these crazy people from all around the world. We're gonna have a blast.
And the lion,
as you know, David, there's a band on this show. Every single episode they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. I almost accidentally walked in on them on this one. I'm gonna be honest with you. I went to go wash my hands again right before the show. And I forgot that they were getting ready out there, but I didn't see anything. I'm excited to find out what they are, ladies and gentlemen. They're different characters every show. Let's find out what they are tonight. It's the best damn band in the land, the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, George Ornaments, and Jesse Johnson.
But he
We know
also
these
needs to
guys.
teach us that because don't you show them verbatim every single animal? And
Oh,
you
yeah.
now
You
you're stuck.
have
I was trying to find one
arrived.
so then Alex said, no, I have to go back. So, they need that whole process to teach us that idea of telling
Featured
these
on the show
small
numerous
over time.
times.
So I
Very
know
exciting.
that if you hold faith of
Remind me
that's considered faith. Not claiming either is on the years. It's another one. Very small. In a higher and a fellow, in a higher for them, see also. There's a higher that makes you up. Someone that's alive and is going to live more than 12 months and still, nevertheless, makes you up. And we show that essay, faith, motion, never the motion we see now. This is clearly small and gives a number. And this is problematic, and that's what gets me. He does this a number. You can't go to 19. He says, these are the 18 that are Allah calls the Moses Sinai. You're not going to find them in fire exactly. You put us on benches and a color of the lane. Never see. And in Maylaw, we have a beautiful figure. That's the Gemara. Okay, if you count it up in the Mishnah, in fact, it'll be 18. But when Shmuel says, these are the 18. He says 18, he says the number. And once you say a number, it's very difficult to get out of the number, and we don't get out of it. We're going to stick to this number. As you notice, you like us. So that's 4. So another 4, we're at 22. Chef Schmeitzer is the only place I believe in Shas that says Chef Schmeitzer. This is where the Tzitz has the famous Chef Schmeitzer. He wrote it when he was like 13 years old, and he said one Schmeitzer every single day of Shabbat. Shav means 7. The famous Chef Schmeitzer, the Kaddish Mulevich on his working from Parko Shor and Kol.
In fact, yes, indeed.
He learned Chef Schmeitzer, so they have him, and he wrote a lot of positions in Chef Schmeitzer. One day there's a big commotion. They saw her from a distance. They started screaming like they were so excited and finally, for months, a woman's water being persecuted, running away, getting up. They saw it and started screaming. The guy says, you know where we are? He says, yeah, it's Schmeitzer Gimel.
So in tonight's show,
so now we have a problem. We have another 11.
Watch a minute.
Turns out, by that law of specialists in international financial services,
This guy is famously from Tijuana, Mexico. He wrote jokes for a hooker, physically prostitute, to say a couple weeks ago, and just really can't say the word hooker. Like it's a demeaning job, right? I mean, if it's illegal to do, you should be able to call it bad words.
1,057 people are part of this, and I think that the idea of making this a terrific, all of them do are 60,000
I think in Tijuana, they're
so
called
it's 1
hookers.
out of 60. Bad. better. You on the bed, get up. Just push. $36, get a pasta, get a word. I want to, these are moving at $720, they're going onto the market. At 205 a movie. These are ready, but it's still there. I'm just showing this out because Mark has not told us to me they're high right now. You see it too, it says he's ready. So you try to gather some money together, different things. So make sure that he says, no, we have 40 left. Don't worry, get another. They gathered some money together and he bought another. Benjo. I'm reading the Hebrew now. He's a bunch of Israeli guy. Abi Sharon, I have a deal with character. This is a big one for me. He's a regular paper. I know it's a lot of masters, and he got it. It's an emotional thing. Ari Rubin, Joel Jurgen, Chaim Eisenbach, Eliezer Bernstein, Yehuda Bohr, Yehuda Dambi. Lama to be a good Yehuda. It's a good thing I'm reading this. I was like, you know what? I read this for the Israelis. I read it in the Hebrew already. I'm happy I read it. Shketler Yehuda, Daga Binnenfeld, Yitzhak G. Yishai Shilovetsky Or, Yisrael Mordechai Bailey, Nicole Solikov, Menashe Yisrael Reisman. Don't worry, I'm equal opportunity. I can't read names in Hebrew or in English. Menashe Yisrael Reisman, Moshe Goldberg, Nachman Bitov, Menama Sherman. This is Kiki Sherman, who my son, Aaron, was in his parents' house for months when he had his issues back in the day. He wasn't allowed to leave the house that was security visa, and Vicky is the head of the satellite, one of the most successful satellites we have in Telescope. But the parents, yep. I think from his mother changes like old days. And such a learner, so they made a handler, says the little boy, no, did you get something? You get a puppy yet? You, I'm talking about you. Did you get a puppy yet? What do you mean? Is he part of the NDR? No, get them all. It's in the chaos. See what the heck? What? I did? It is solid. See the burning point. Alright, fine. Next, we'll read the rest of the So now what's the question? The question is, Sunday says 18. And our Mishnah brings 18, doesn't say a number. But there's a lot more than 18. We just saw another 11. 4 Chazikar and Shach Maitza. 7. First one, the deductions of the Gemara, he says the math. So the Shire, and whatever you left over, whatever you left over. At the end of the Mishnah, there's a rule. This is the rule. What's the rule? That if it doesn't live, it's a trade-off. It's considered a trade-off. That's for 11 days. They're not going to live. It's considered a trade-off. It's included in the rule. Exactly. Now, the only reason why how much more it is with trade-off, but if you hold, there's only 18. So let them no more. Wake up, hey, more. So now the Muslim yoke is God's character. The first, the base, Samach Gimel. So the Hamish, that's the first round, the base. If it's late, it's fine wrong. That's fine. Then our sugar with a malor closer. And this, got the picture. It's actually from Alexander. I think there's one. Is there one here? Yeah. Who knows? The paper is already? Wow. I got one last night, that though. Smell it or taste it or anything? So here's the picture of the payment in there. Just the clear shot, guys. So there's a bone here. I just showed over here. The animals have like 3 knees here. 3 bending parts. We have 2. So it's from this one, from the upper knee. In other words, the entire thigh bone. Not the shin, but where the shin and the thigh bone meet from that point and up here. I just drew it in here. It's a picture, but from this arrow and up. And from the arrow down, it's not a straight. Right. So my leg is up. So it's a kasha. There's no one of these. Let's see if this works today. First of all, check this out. If you come to the Yiddish shiur, you know these 2 people. Yeah, I actually sometimes will put mustard on my toilet paper along with it. I'll put some mustard down it, and then I roll it back up again. Okay, so now that you see that, of the 18 of the Mishnah. So the Gemara asks, what about Behemo Shalachim again? So we have 19. Says the Gemara, something of the Shimon, the Gemara is totally the covers because the Shimon has a whole solder it. That's the right word. Yeah, there's so many following what? Cauterize, that's the word, cauterize. So you do some sort of surgery. Well, you don't do everything. You know, you do one of these things. Close it off. And then it can live. So you might have an idea of okay, let's say you could do that. Here's the question, of course. The question is, it's only very small says it's found in 19. But how very small stuff won't say the highest here, though. He always done a baby to live, survive. So let's say it has a but it survived. You don't have to. Okay, to do surgery, can't do surgery. It's not a point. Even if you don't do surgery, it can survive. So why is it not 19? Do you remember 19? Someone's going to show you the leg on the cherry. You don't have 19 because if you have a cut leg, that's not a surgery, that's partial. That's not why, that's why it's not part of the spirit. So you see like that. Great. Next one. Sorry, this is one. So what you mean? That's the sound. Sorrow. Sound of the Bible. If you have one of the, how do you say, vertebrae parts of the spine missing, if you have a skull of a dead person, that creates hummus sorrow. The whole room, the whole house becomes hummus. Or if you have a full spine, if you have something missing in the spine, something straight for you, specifically, the only you have a small one, it's two, one the penalty. And according to Mishamai, it'll be a straight for missing. According to Joe, you see it, and one has the we're going to discuss it tomorrow. According to Mishamai, two vertebrae create the breakout, according to Joe, one. So you have 19, you have one that's missing, a whole lot. So, says Gemara, emphasis is a process. You consider an emphasis of basic process. It's on the left column. So take a look at these two. They become a one. Yeah? These two become one. And now we're going to put the starting Shidra in that slot. And now you have 18. Let's get into the puzzle. Plug it out so you take one out. And now you put one in. There you go. You have an animal. This is what we give up. You're not walking around without skin. They've got sunburns or something wrong with you. That's the segment. Keep doing this. So says the Gemara, solely remember the master. Remember all that it is kosher. It's not a 19th. It's kosher. It's not a 19th. As the Gemara read the Parusa. The son of Parusa means like a dry date. So it's wrong shriveled up. Basically, the guy give a thing and it's shriveled. That's it. It doesn't go back to where it was. That's trauma. It needs to put trauma. It's a second. Here, look at this. Says the Gemara. It's back in the center of the whole part. You're going to take that out, pass it out, and instead we're going to insert the Harufa. You're right, Harufa is one of them. Mora is not. A punching gallbladder is not a problem. Mora and Harufa. Right. After the Mora, we can shop so what do we do? We have another 7. Take a look. We put all 7 over here. Real quickly. It's fascinating when you learn the science on here and you see the pictures. Bukadasma, we have a real Bukadasma from the Israel, right? Find this pretty good. Basically, joints have a ball, like a period. A ball and it fits in a socket. A ball and a socket of a circle made is unbelievable. I said it yesterday. is a ball. And because you have a ball, it can rotate within the socket. Once it pops out, so I know a guy, I know very well. You might know him also, but I can't say too much information. He's in the Army, and his dream is to be one of the elite in the youth unit. And his socket popped out of his shoulder. Walking, it was like one of the first days of training over there. He's thinking to himself, there goes the whole elite unit. Without screaming, without making a whole scene, he did it twice on his own, which is extremely painful. And in fact, he was scooting over there, and they were trying to take him to the top unit side. They're looking at him. Then he did a drop on. Make it there. This guy. Shoulder. I'll tell the father what to do about his own. You gotta take him to the stars here, real quickly. I think that the outcome of the shot was good situation. So what the ball comes out, it's very interesting. I just want to show you real quickly. This ball and socket, if you notice, I had one of these bars. I don't know what it's called, the tendon, whatever, the ligament, snaps. It snaps. That thing comes through. If the ball and socket, it's when the ligament snaps, right in this picture, you can see the snap ligament. So that's another one. Overall, if it has a problem with one of its lungs, kidneys, I drew a picture here of a Luxapilia. Maybe I did it. I know I received one from I'll give it to the editor to remind me. Okay? Luxapilia, in other words, it's full of pus and it's really bad. Now you could donate a kidney. But if the person has a bad kidney, that's going to be a bad thing for that animal. You thought, both share. If you remove the spleen completely, it's okay. Only you remove completely, we get trouble, but if you have a puncture, it's okay. If the cut of the best head are shaky, they're dangling, most of them, it's okay. Before we learned about broken ribs, now we're talking about warrant completely removed from its, uprooted from its Mikar. A crushed skull, most of it's crushed. And the meat, the flesh that covers the intestines or whatever you see, most of it's crushed. So, says it was enough of it. So, we're over here, right? We are over here. We have 7 in addition to the 8. Says the Gemara. Take a look. In the midst of there's 8 different countries, meshes, moyach, layers, etc. So what we do is, take a look at this now. We have a folder full of food. We're going to take out all the 8, all the red ones, and put them in one folder. So now, one folder is 1. That's all 8 of them in 1. So that's after 7, we're going to put it all back into place, and everything is good. Now we have 18. There's many of them. Kashmir Bechad, and all of those 8 are considered one folder, all the reds. Not big shot, Bioshock. You take out 7, put that 7. We have the shop spicy, the 7, and just the stuff. The alcohol, the form, and the beering. Okay, so you're right, that's one of them. In the Mishnah, we have 2 that are separated. One of them was this, right? The trachea. We also have the broken spine that we showed in the video. That's really nice. You should continue 1, not 2. That's really nice. So now you have 1 extra. So you have the spleen. So that's a 9th puncture 1. What do you do about the puncture spleen? Well, how to party the option, the key that we discussed, the cut leg. But he said, no, that's not a problem. We always kosher. And the gluda, the animal walking around without skin, which is apparently it's not a problem. One topic, leave that back in there in the Mishnah. So, before you go, one last thing I got to show you. So this is, at the end of the day, these are the 18th. Take a look here. You have the Atma, you have all the stuff, but this. And I'm just looking for, Nefta Regla, number 9. Nefta Regla, we inserted it back in. It should be somewhere, Kusama Shindra, number 10. Rob Bonsai, and all 8 is number 1. Rob Bonsai, have a wonderful day, and enjoy Prelude Trayford.
Very interesting. What are your plans with the Joel cutout after this? What are you going to do? Because that is basically, I don't know if you know this, but printing that is the same thing that happens if the Babadook book arrives at your front doorstep. Like that will cause an actual haunting of your place if you keep it around too long. That just never gets old. Somebody drew a very serious picture of Joel Berg.
Good morning, Rob Bonsai. Beautiful day today. We're going to have to, unfortunately, go through the emails quickly so we can finish the Perek. Today is the last day of Perek HaShochet. Remember to bring your Gemaras tomorrow. Tomorrow we're starting with an unbelievable program. Guarantee that at the end of the Perek you're all going to be crying that it's not any longer. It's going to be murdered. Update. Numerous parshas available as shir. A bunch of people. It's very good advice. It's geschmack to see that people are willing to share the benefit of the wives. The Torah of Klal Yisrael. So, words so far 522 words, Psukim 740, Amudim 195 Amudim were sold out of 245. What's this day? This is the new box. What size is this? Watch.
Very professional performance. Paul, I love your shirt. That's a very, very Jeremiah Watkins-esque shirt. Very good shirt. Jeremiah, you have one like that, like that's definitely I know
last night,
type of shirt.
the person that they're looking at on the screen is actually sitting in the room and you don't even know. Basically, these are Chaylim in Lebanon, watching the shir in Lebanon, and all of a sudden they notice that one of the soldiers' father is in the shir. He comes every night and he's sitting here last night. The father never saw this video. I thought it was good. I'm not even sure everything's wearing a yarmulke in this video.
So what happened?
That nice screens in Lebanon.
Parents are like, let's go to church, even though the coronavirus is happening, and you're
5-year-old sitting on the floor listening to that shir. It's just arrived for our new car. It's convinced my husband, asked them to do those letters. He's been trying to get into write his defense in the work for a while. But now we got a direct message. This is now still going strong, fasting every day. This is in March. This is in June. Still going stark in college.
I just kind of realized.
This is the plate number on my new car. They're almost done. 9180. My name is Isaac Hirsch. I tried to stop smoking, but it was very difficult for me. I'm not good with reading English. So someone send me this Alan Carr's Stop Smoking book in audio. So I thought that maybe it can help others. I'm saying it here. Thanks again for all the Massachusetts, Isaac Hirsch, Stafford Hill, London.
There was one set of footprints. It's because I carry Paul.
I've done it once. Let's tell me more. I'm gonna skip this Lieutenant Shir with this provider. Hopefully I can read it another time. Official edition of White Shots, the second by Zevin Shulha, Daf Memalef by Rudy Furman, Yiddish Maskala Moshe Avrog, and also Zeli Furman. Those that have an aliyah. The Masechta, the physical Masechta here, is dedicated by David Solomon, dedicated in memory of Avi Meir, Shmuel Korach, Ben Chaim Tzidoi, apparently Bracha. By the Policy Family Foundation, gratitude to the consortium and the alliance and all these who support MDY, anonymous and guys who take it to Betty, anonymous for continuing for Shleiman, our concern for Bas Esther, the young Daniel Rosenfeld, Brias Simcha, monthly sponsors are Simon for Shleiman, Avi Meir, Boris, and Miriam, anonymous for Shleiman, Rucham, and Yehuda Sergio, from Shai, Babe. Spanish year sponsors, Mazel Tov to the MDY family on this incredible Simcha initiative. I just got word today from Mayor Planca. He's getting pictures of two groups of people. They say they're 20 and 30 watching together in Costa Rica. Two different groups in Spanish. They started to keep growing across the world and in Spanish speaking communities. Amazing. Huh? I should go give them a picture. Yeah, I think it's a good plan. 7 Amy. Navarro, her family, the Dina Liba Bassett, Zechayim, Madash, on the 4-year-old girl who shook up the world with her Kira. She made a switch with Klai Yisrael. She slept in a car. It's things that can be avoided with different mindful and get the right devices. This guy said he's a doctor. He got up from his father's Shiva. And somebody, whatever, part of the carpool, Mamish the next day after he got up from Shiva, he had to sit Shiva on his 4-year-old daughter. Crazy sad mice. Weekly sponsors in Spanish, I said this already. Shirley Bernstein for the successful procedures today for Pemafego Mindel Bas, sorry, Vittel, Amen. YM Reza Shapiro. The initials are Ari Shaya Shapiro, Rosh Yeshiva, and Yeshiva Tifer Das, 45th, Yortzai. Following. Wow. The coalition. Today's Daf Malach attributed to Mark Ashkenazi, Mem Aleph Reish Kuf. Hashem should shower him with Shefa and Simchas in his family. The coalition. MDY paid sponsors. Innovations RCS is supposed to be Simcha Vega and Ricky Rubens Batzapakayo. MDY Arts. Shlema Yonatan Eitan Ben Shabbat Bracha. Shlema Mordechai Ben Esther. It's a Yela Daniel Zeb Ben Esther. Voisai. We're not too bad. 6 lines from the bottom of Mem on the base. Goal is to finish the parak today. Look at that. We did all this in less than 7 minutes. Unbelievable. I have some extra minutes. In the beginning, when I used to read emails, they had a few haters in the shear. And they tell you, why you read those emails at the end of the shear? And little did they understand what these emails do and how many people are brought into the shear and how it establishes their stuff on. And it's physical people. They didn't have the foresight of it. Not everybody has it, you know. Zok the Heilige Gemara. What? Simon, or Nachman. So yesterday, we're just going to finish up the sugya. Yesterday, we're learning about the riddle. How do you get a guy to be 3 bonus topics on one action? The answer is, if he does one shkita, and it happens to be Shabbos, and he happens to be thinking about a bit of Sarah, and it happens to be outside of something good. The chef is accomplished after the commission of Shabbos, and all those doors to get 3. Ravuna, who's he says, does he hold that a person make another person's animal avodah zarah? Other oyster dogs vanish alone. And that's how it happens. Now, you have the other side. Nachman, Rabbanan, Rav Yitzchak, 3, Amiroi, Amri, they all say, Ein Adam oyster dogs vanish alone. You cannot. Something that's not yours. I mentioned yesterday in Shah, somebody sent in that there's a psak. I don't know here how it's a psak, but if this brought that trauma, I'm serious. This is one of the worst things I ever witnessed in my life. To me, at the time, I'm thinking back, maybe it's a good thing that happened. I don't know, but I was in the shtibo, not here, but in Bet Shemesh, not Aleph, different Bet Shemesh. I was sitting in the shtibo. I finished one Esrei. All of a sudden, I see a guy riding me. walks over to the Chazan, lifts him up, the minute someone asked the guy was diving for the Chazan, he felt that the guy was diving too long. Lifted him up, tossed him violently to the side, and he started diving to the other. I was going to throw up, literally. And I said, I have to say something to this guy. I witnessed it, I have to give him a talk. It's like my job and my duty. I was scared that he's going to be fighting with me. Baruch Hashem, not so long after the day after, some other guy walked over to him and told him, he started arguing with him. This guy, they're pulling out Svarim at the end. I'm serious. They're looking at him, they're yelling at each other. But it gave me a lot of time. I never dived in that place ever again. But I received this now that I'm here in MDY, so I always tell people, Hazanim, especially people who are diving for other, consistently, they have to feel, they try to explain to them that the feel at MDY is similar to the learning in MDY. You try to make it more friendly, more ishmak for most people. Now, ishmak for some people is terrible for other people, but it should be on a pace, no schlepping. And the chazan should always be waiting for the tzibur. The tzibur should never be waiting for the chazan. So I don't know what I would do. The guy really does a couple Shemon Esrei here, and everybody's done it. He's going and going. Maybe I would have the urge. I wouldn't, but I have the urge. I'd call that guy from that stable to lift him up and move him away. I don't know. It never happened yet. Did it happen? No, I'm just thinking. It happened maybe a week or two ago. And there's a minion already waiting to go, and he goes. And the guys go. So I snap my finger. I went like this. And I don't know where he was. He was by Shmakulena, but he did it so good. And it doesn't matter. He got skipped in the snap. Yeah. He's worried he's going to get thrown across the way. So, I'm trying to get to this email. The guy says, Salafa, he's Paskin. I don't know who Paskin. That is a boy in the shul have a right to remove someone without his pronunciation in a public eye. That's similar to what the Rashab said. They don't have a right to answer and disturb people in the end of the famous story of Islam to remove the guy. Okay. Hold on. They have any other place to jump in. Person cannot answer something that's not it. Says the Gemara Meisvah. Hashem Chatzah the Shabbos before David the Zorah has those complaints. You ask the question, how do you say that a person cannot use it for somebody else? You can't take somebody else's animal and make it David the Zorah. But how do we do? What do we do with the widow? So we had yesterday. If he chefs on Shabbos, outside of the Bissam, David the Zorah, David the Zorah has those complaints. And we had a stat, we said that the pshat is, the Chagasoi, we said it must be only this case, where the bird already had a punctured trachea, the trachea was 50%, and he went ahead with a knife and did 51%. So that 51% created three things simultaneously. It created the shkita, it saw us a nefesh on Shabbos, it was outside of the Besamid Shkita, and it was Avodah Zarah. It wasn't Avodah Zarah before the Shkita, and it wasn't Shkita. It all happened simultaneously because it was that one small amount. So the bird died. That's the only cause you did it this way with the bird. The other guys, it all happened simultaneously. No. But when it comes to a large animal, there's no way to do it. This trick only happens by a Chagas Ha'oid, which you only have to cut one simon out of the tree to begin with, and I have a way to do 50%, which is nothing. 51% is everything. So I get a little small amount in one shot, boom. But when it comes to a large animal, why not? Why not, ask the Gemara? If you cannot make somebody else's animal of a desara, so then by nicking it, that was the little tricky part that we had yesterday. It's different between if it's yours and somebody else's. A small amount and a full amount. If you don't have the right and the ability to make somebody else's animals of a Zara, so then by you starting up the Shkita, you didn't do anything. You didn't make it up with the Zara. It's not up with the Zara. It's not yours. You can't make it up with the Zara. When did you make it up with the Zara in this case, Rabbi Isai? Only you never made it. You will never make it avodah zarah. But when is it avodah zarah? When does it become an avodah zarah? Where you chayiv misa at the end of the shkita, all the way at the end. You chayiv misa. Even if you didn't make it avodah zarah, you chayiv misa. You chayiv misa for bowing to something. You did a misa of avodah zarah. Even if it didn't become, you were even avodah zarah without creating. You didn't make this animal avodah zarah. It's not avodah zarah. You are an avodah zarah nick. And so now you chayiv misa. But when did that happen? Not when you nick it with a knife, but when you do the full shkita. Oh, so at the full shkita, I did everything simultaneously. I was over on Shabbos, I was over on the prince, I was over on the Avodah Zarah, all the way at the end. So why are you telling me it's only by birth? According to you, I have a way to do all three with the man. Says the Gemara, no, it doesn't work by a compass anymore. Why? Even the tiny lady kapara, you did that. Since you acquired this animal as a compass, so now it becomes yours. So now everything that you've done here, even in a small amount, boom, yours is kosher. It's only when it's somebody else's, then it's the full amount. So it comes out a very interesting thing here, that if you hold that you cannot have somebody else's animal, so then the practice is yours. Yesterday we said the practice is not yours, it's a kapara. Now we have to say the practice is yours, and immediately you ask for it immediately. And if you hold the Aisha Dor Shayla Shalai, so you have to say the practice is not yours, and then you ask for it over at the end. So what? So pretty much 1 day ago, I can also go on a picture for that junkyard. Yours for the kapara. Yeah, but right now, if you look at this animal before the kapara, whose is it? What is it? No, it is a kapara. It's already designated as a kapara. Designated as a kapara. So this is a case that we had yesterday. Shnayim bugs in the cow. Shnayim bugs in the sack. So showing that the two people holding up their knife and shafting. So one person has a mouth behind to the mouth. And I gotta show you this video. Yeah, it's a good thing I didn't show you yesterday. Alright. Shnayim bugs in the sack. We're showing nothing. I hope, okay, what else? This is yesterday I went to visit for 2 years. 2 years I've been trying to go visit Yeshiva and Tivrak. We're trying to do the many yeshivas, including Tivrak, Shiktan and Tivrak, many other yeshivas. And I lived in his house for a few months when I was a kid, before Bar Mitzvah. I was in the Shiktan there, and I stayed in his house for 1 month. I've been there for so many years. I need to go see all of them. So I told Stanley, I said, you gotta get me over there, you gotta force me to go. Okay, you made the whole appointment, and we went. Sat with the Rebbe, it was crazy. Back in his 90s. Doing such physical, benefits, it was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. So I showed him some of the videos, but I didn't show him this one. He liked the video. He's like, oh, this is amazing. Yes. At one point, he tells me, listen, there has to be download. And the fire thing says, don't show my picture. So I need bracha for the cover of the MD license. Even the bracha that you hold the else in the shots. Please don't put this on. Don't show my face. Don't show my face. So he says, you have to be download. You want to say, you should be there. I said, Shiva. The job is to get more people in Torah. And I had to do the fire city. He didn't even think for a second. Anyway, he's this close. I even went to the second to show something. You have two people doing the same job, doing the shkita with the knife. One of them has kavod problem, one for not. That was shuvah from Kalelu. One is thinking about the harim, the toys, that was shum dover kosher. Another one's thinking regular shkita. Shkita side sula is tough. See that a person could ask you something that's not his. You're telling me these three on the right say you can't ask them, it's not yours. So here you see the guy holding the knife. This guy, where is he? right over here. He's doing something, he's ruining it. Somebody else's animal. You know, no, it's not somebody else's animal. How am I skinning this is shit? You guys are his part owner. Three things that you can't really see. You take somebody else's fruit and you make a comment. You take somebody else's fruit and you put too much into the fruit. You mix it up with you, and now you have to sell it for something very cheap. The real question is from the third one. Bamanasa. You take somebody else's wine and you make it yain. The struggling partner, the amazing higher. If you do a mistake, this is a hezek sheni nikkur. It's a hezek that's you can't see by looking at the wine. You can't see whether the wine is yain nesef, not yain nesef. But if you do it deliberately, it's a knas. We give you a knas, you know it's a hezek sheni nikkur. We say you're chayav. It's an interesting story about hezek sheni nikkur. 500 years ago, there's a rumor. Guy that went off. His name was Peppercorn. If you ever lived in Borough Park, Yanko. So that was the name. I hit him on the head when he was a kid. That's the tough thing. Really? You can say shoot him backwards. He was very smart. Yeah, I hit him on the head after that. He wasn't. Wow. I will tell you that he hit me on the head when I was a kid. I might show you. He used to chase me. I came out of school. He chased me. He was super funny. For me, I was less than 10 years old, and all of a sudden, this guy came out of nowhere, and he just started running on a bike, the three-wheeler bike. Remember that? Three-wheeler bike. He's still alive. He would go to every bridge. So there's a whole thing. Okay, anyways, those who don't know, the big number. Yeah, what? Okay. Well, listen, he must be in the 70s today. Must be in the 70s. Stop upon him. This Peppercorn guy goes to the prince over there in Germany 500 years ago and tries to convince him that the Gemara is anti-Jewish. It's something that you have to destroy in Berg. So one of the Rabbanim, something went. Rasselman. I was in Martin. Martin, that's my son-in-law's grandfather. Okay, the rest. Really? Anyway, yeah, pretty much. So he went to this prince guy in Germany and told him, listen, this guy, this Jew, he claims that he knows Gemara, and he claims that he doesn't know anything. This is what we call in he doesn't know anything. This is how can I prove it? I don't know Gemara. I'll learn with you a sugya. And then you fire him, let's see, so you learn with him the sugya of Hezek Riyah. And the guy came again to convince him again. He said, what's shot and what does Hezek Riyah mean? So first he was like this. They says, Hezek Riyah means that's exactly what Jews do. The mazik, the goyim without the goyim noticing. Sounds like he said, get out of here. You're standing there. In Hezek Riyah, I'll upon him. So the Gemara, how could a guy take wine and make it Avodah when it's not his wine? He said that you can't ask for something that's not yours. According to that Gemara, Gemara Hanami, this is Bidavah. He does have a shit. He does have a partnership in it. Says Gemara Gitanoi. Or you can love him. I'm skipping this video on purpose, but I don't know if there's videos. This one I'll show. Although I would make this a lot shorter. But
Special prize for you. 10 chicken. Look at this. The show. 245. Come. Tasty.
should be in charge. You should go snooze them every day. Oh, as real said, it's real like service videos, right? All of them. Okay, that means this is what your boss is, you know. Oh, not come on, same parents. You know, today, the repetitive. We're talking about a guy that has a partnership in this wine. What's wrong with doing? He has a partnership. What's he doing? Because he's like in the system. Like, that was not too twisted. If that all is, you know, why we can call him, she needs to give him, she's so maybe we have a Zara. Maybe. I have a question. How come that day when there's no school, you also left at the same time? Why we can call him, she needs to give him, she's so maybe we have a Zara. Zara. A guy that was Manasseh, the wine of a Jew, not in front of a Zara. Not in front of a Zara. Sorrow. What do you see? I can ask you something that's not mine. Even though God is not even there. Everybody you live in is double material, sorry. You can't say God. That's two reasons. And you should look at two reasons why it doesn't work. That's the same. The next thing I know is we have a result. First of all, it's not something about a result. So what is the Yainessa? They hold like today's wine in our house, but there's no other result. The thing lady can't be Manasseh. Therefore, you have a lover like. Okay, she doesn't get any license. And second of all, the cleaning lady doesn't have a right to make somebody else's wine. So here we have the right to make somebody else's product. Also, going back to the Rami Rami, the three of them that we had in the scene, Silvio, I think you're not going to always don't finish it. Like, you need somebody else's product. How do you do sushi? Right, it's a who make the problem. That's after. But even in Yehudi, but a Jew has to show the Jew is gonna. There's a story I heard years ago, and my filter didn't let me say the story. So over here, I think I could say the story. Say the story and tell me if I was right or wrong. There's a Meister Shali on cover where there's one of these tzaddikim from the Kiddush team always give a oris to this one bottle. You throw enough crooked. You're not enough kavana, you have to shuffle this way, that. Always like a stop, a jab. Happens sometimes in yeshiva, a guy knows better, more, feels good to put the other guy down. So the Bachar told him, listen, you tell me one more thing, I mean, it was such a big affair that you never saw in your life. You're really going to have to complain, though. So the guy was a little nervous, didn't say anything for 2 days, sure they'll just put him. He said, you know, what you're doing is wrong, listen, that this is cool with me. He goes to his room, takes a cucumber, put it on the floor, and he bowed down to the cucumber and he says, anyone except Yisrael. That's what he said, the cucumber. And that one, he lost his mind. So the shaila is, was he doing it to be Mitzrayim? So first that guy was giving him heart, or he was doing it to some other Zara? But we didn't see the Yisrael is Tzurich Machava. He's not doing a bit of Zara, but everybody knows he's not doing a bit of Zara. He's trying to check the guy. Here's a guy who's trying to check that. You're checking me, I'll check you. You just pause and go over the Zara and the cucumber. I don't know. That is silent. That is big silent. Are they learning yeshiva with the guy that's over there with the Zara? Or not? Does he have with the Zara? Did you the gamers? The mouse sharp. You the cucumber. Now you know why I didn't say the story. I didn't feel comfortable with the story. But over here, fine. Toshima. Ask this.
Fun times, friends. Is there anything else we should know about you?
Now we're going back to the stories that we had before. Nothing new. Two people hold hands on one night. One is thinking about a bizarre, one is thinking about a radio skittish. What do you see over here? That, no. Now we're trying another angle. Does a Jew do something just to cause somebody pain, or he's being serious about that with his daughter? Over here you see that he's being serious about it with his daughter. Another Jew is holding up to the knife, and he's making it up with his daughter. You don't say he's Mitzuri from the Pavan. He's being real. Mari can bring a right from this case, up on my skin on the Yisrael movement. We're talking about a guy that went off He's dead, of course, he's thinking about Avodah Zarah. You're right, look, in the picture you can even see. Guy's mamash a mummer. Look, he doesn't even have a capital on it. So this guy, he might be Jewish, but he's not. He's a Chaven for Avodah Zarah. This is the Gemara. Toshima, another guy. Hamadan, same case that we had before. And down, and I'm show you something that's Chayiv. How could a person make somebody else's guy Nessa? Also, he's just trying to bother him and chepping him. He's a cheppener. No, he's not cheppening. He's the real deal. He's a mummer. A mummer means that he's question. This is going to keep all less raw mind. If you have a Jew, he's about to be a Zorro with his friend's animal. They come and they tell him, listen, if you do this, you're going to get me sick. You know what you give a guy when you say you have to last raw, you have to warn him. And he says, leave it on. I don't care. I want to do this. I want to do Avodah Zarah. I'm LA. So in this case, do we say that he's a cheppener, or is he trying to bother somebody and being real? This is, of course, he's being real. I'm LA. Did you actually when this guy was a person who doesn't care to die? After the warning, you're going to die and take it to Bezin and kill you? Not a Misa that you Shemayim. A real Misa. Ain't like a mummer government. You don't have a greater mummer than a guy that's not for his life. For Avodah Zarah. Brought to mind, there's a saying, they say, if you don't have what to die for, you don't have what to live for. Everybody should have something to die for. Everybody should live for something greater than themselves. Something that come to you and say, hey, it's your Yiddishkeit or death. Yiddishkeit. If you don't have what to die for, you don't have what to live for. This was Shogun over here. He picked this. Some people choose the wrong thing. They live for the Chepadak group. They live for this. You live for something important. Hey, enjoy custom. Okay, so Rabbi said, yeah, I want to remind all of them, seriously, it's not a joke. We're starting tomorrow, bring your Gemara. Starting tomorrow, fascinating paragraph. You were by the Shkita, you know what I'm talking about. If you're by the Shkita, you'll find out. Everyday pictures and things, it's going to be unbelievable. We even have a lot of the animal parts stuck in our special freezer. We pull them out, special occasions. And it's a long paragraph, and it's a Shmaka bread. Close it out. Great time to start. Easy stuff, not as easy. It's all very, very easy. Just like pictures, ideas, things of the image, the animal, yes. Any choice, any choice to look at the animal. You can have to shoot up into the ocean. You have to shoot into the ocean. Because it looks like everybody's on. We lower the Mars and add into the river. Result is because anybody who is there on that day that we knows that we took the and we shifted it into a giant vat, some sort of metal thing with this concrete. That's what we shifted. It's elevator to this. Elevator to this. We put a bunch of clothes in the bottom. The whole point is you now gather the blood in a vessel because then you're going to take that blood and make it over the over. If you put dirt on the bottom, put water on the bottom, it's not a problem. Put clothing on the bottom. Then you had to get rid of the clothing the next day. You told me the odors. They took a look at young with the blood of the skin. Our church is to Shemayim, you let us check into a ton of water. That the blood and it's not an ocean. It's the Svina Agabi. If you're on a cruise ship, we're on the way to NYC on a cruise ship. The guy brings out a sheep, the little brings a sheep. Let's go. We gotta check the sheep. Where were you? I was looking for you. They should buy it. You're gone. You're in Pittsburgh. I know. Good thing, you know, the guy that bought it, not you. Okay. So, there's nonsense in LA. You hear this? I couldn't believe it. This is like a side show. Just listen. So, this is one state in store here in Arizona. My wife wants, like, well, how much? But one state, right. My wife went out. I told her she had got a steak from that she bought in America. Like, the color looks a little weird. How long is it in our freezer? He didn't say anything else. I heard the girl is in the room. Went to buy a fresh one. $40 for one steak. You guys don't even know. He says, no. Oh, the dollar's more. No, it's 125 seconds. So anyway, oh yeah, it's I said, why do you do it? Like, I never bought a steak, so I don't know. Like, the price, it just seemed like checks out. I don't know, maybe in America does that price. So she tells me, I think she was half joking. She was, what do you mean? You live all day. You deserve it. Yeah, but you had to see her face when she said it. That was real. That woman was for real. This woman, like, she hadn't said so much. It was a pear, it was a steak. You deserve the $1 pear. You deserve the $40 steak. If you say like a Londoner, I'll go like that. Go. Okay. Schwach, but okay. And church, so listen to this. If you're on a ship, you have a problem. One way to do it is pick the sheep overboard, check it, and the blood goes into the ocean. The problem is you're not allowed to ship into the ocean. So what do? What, the chef on the beautiful cruise ship? The guy, the coolest ship, exactly, what are you going to do? So we're at Oasis, you see this, it's not bad. Also very interesting. It depends on the day. Yeah, show me the screen. I can tell them this is by the music in the background. This is not by the name of nothing. So if it goes on the wall of the ship, that's okay. That's okay. Okay, so if you do it off the slide, it's okay. Why? Because it didn't go directly into the water. If it goes directly into the ocean, that's a problem. Go off the wall of the boat, or the Sina Agabikin. What is Agabikin? If you take the, I don't want to do this here. This is, you're not a chef into food, but if you turn the key over, and why would he do that? Because this part goes overboard. So you chef the animal onto the key, and then the blood runs off into the ocean, and that's fine because it didn't go directly into the ocean. Why do you have 2 cups? I don't know. Very good, very good. That's how I felt when my wife said it. I was saying, you're being serious though. No, that's good. Oh, sorry. Now listen to this one. You gotta pay attention to this one. It's a very strong Russian. You're not on a chef into a hole in the ground, into a well, into anything. No way, no way. But, no way, but, you want to pay so you down in your house, you're laughing. Except in your house. It's like, don't ever do it, except you can always do it in your house. You want to say what's going on? But sure, but that's the thing, but in the marketplace, absolutely not. Shaloi, Yichaka, Abzdeikin, Shloifake, Esamizim. Yichaka, Rashi says, Yichaka in Hebrew, in modern day Hebrew, Yichaka means to imitate. Rashi says it's more the notion of a rule, like don't make it stronger. Don't make the meaning strong. So it says the Gemara interesting in the yeah, good. Then we got that global specialist in financial services, Kamora, Yiddish, Nasim, Rossi, Kali, Edgar Bass, Yusuf, Allah, Color. But I forgot to put it in. Yeah, but I will mention it. So the Oilon, it's not working like my plan. I was trying to calm them down and Instead, I accept it. So, okay, I'll tell you where I'm going. I'll tell you when I'm going, where I'm going. If you want to join, join. I'm not making a trip. If you're not coming on the trip with me, I'll see you after Shabbos. I'll see you before dinner. On Shabbos, we'll make a massive here. Here's the number. Plus, she's not giving me money. Do whatever you want. No, it's not cheap enough. It's this, it's before that. I can just like, okay, I can't win. At the point, the guy says, he's lowering the price. Monday, he's lowering the price. Like, he's getting a significant amount. Over $100 a day, whatever. It's fine. No, reach out, man. I think Leon Welch or something, I think Leon is coming. And the guy says, why didn't you tell me you're MDY? I would have given you a discount. Okay, I'm not done. Okay, so you get a discount. That's it. We're going, not this coming Sunday, but Sunday after the 21st. It's 2 weeks. Come anything you want. Come. Somebody think now to come for 1 day. We said no. Is it minimum? You said, is it 3-day minimum? Yeah, you gotta speak to this guy. Okay, anyway, not my diet, that's his thing. Anyway, fine, don't give up. I don't know if you want to come for 1 day though. All the way to Ocean Board. Yeah, we're gonna, well, it's a military trip. Vice just said he's coming, and then he said, I don't know, he doesn't know if he's coming, but if you come, you bring a lot of stuff. I'm gonna have to see Taka what is gonna get to that figure. I will bring. I had in mind you. Thanks for reminding me. Better. Yes. Lungs and make another studio there. They sent me pictures of with Amitai Ben David in New York now. What's his name? He's doing shows. He's doing things there. Hey, the show you're not allowed to chef into the river, into the ocean. How come you're not allowed to chef into ocean? The honor is sorry for Yam stuff. Saying I'm chefing to the mouth of the ocean. This is unbelievable. Inside Paro, you could also not be able to wow, I mean, before the suffering. You're worshiping your own reflection. I think it's very common for a person to learn, they laugh. They realize what I'm looking at. It's like, this is like, it's weird. I don't understand. Nobody worships you. Now it's like, you should stop. So what does he want to say? I'm a rather Bakurim summer. We're talking about muddied water, murky water. So you can't even see yourself in the same famous mashal. They say that the horse comes to the water, and he's about to drink, and he looks into the water, and he sees another horse. He goes crazy. So he starts kicking the horse. And because he kicks the water, he stirs up all the sediments. It becomes muddy. And then he sees the other horse. And now he's happy, and now he drinks. So it's shaitan. If you wouldn't kick around the water, you'd be able to drink clean water. Now all you're doing, because you're scared there's another horse there, you don't want the other horse there, so now you're doing it for yourself. Same thing when it comes to Parnasa. Another guy, you think that he's taking away your Parnasa, you're going to do some business to you. You start going crazy, you start making all the poikets, go to fence, go this, that, Rabbanan. At the end of the day, you have the same Parnasa. It's the same water that you're drinking. Just what now it's muddy. That's muddy water. You could have the same thing without it being muddy. So this, I guess, I don't know, but I'm assuming that anybody that follows the news, in New York is a weird thing going on now. People are noticing that all of a sudden the sewer plugs open up, and 5-6 people pop out of the sewer system with oxygen masks, and like, what is going on? Let's see what's going on. People going into the sewers. They have videos of people that happen more than one time. Like in the Brooklyn area, especially. The sewer, like they pull apart, the sewer cover comes out, people jump in and disappear for 3-4 hours. What are they doing? They're dangerous. Are they trying to blow something up? Are they trying to, what are they looking for? So based on this, I'm serious. Look at the news, you'll see it. I saw a bunch of videos. They don't know. They still don't know what it is. They thought, you heard this also? They thought they may be looking for jewelry. There. This is a guy that looks into his own reflection, loves himself. That's a full summer. Muddied water. So how to go from a mirror to muddy? Here's the answer. Okay. Ain't shorter than the Guma. You're not a chef. You never allow a chef into a home, but you're allowed to do it in your house. As the Gemara of obviously doesn't do it now, you start off saying you can never. Polika, and all of a sudden there's a Kalora Baya, ratio of the Guma Shabbat. If it's in the marketplace, so think about it for a second, and I thought about it because I had a similar mice, and me and Benny had a mice yesterday. This got me thinking, what does it mean? Why is it also? Because in the marketplace, in the days of the Gemara, is there asphalt? No. Is there cement? No. What's a marketplace? Dirt. And all the people's cows, chickens, this, horses, everything's all over the place. Here comes a nice rain, and it's muddy, and it's just a disaster. Yesterday we were walking around in Tifra, and what is going on there? This is how it was 40 years ago. No sidewalk. You can have no, if it rains over there, it's unbelievable. So we had to 6 foot of concrete sheet in that paper. And there's like we stepped into like deep mud. I'm not 2 inches of mud on your shoes. You come out fucked. You don't know if it's mud, if it's something else. You're sitting there trying to wash it off. And that's how it is over there. But you look at people's shoes, it's all. So the point is, if you take it for granted today, to walk from here to there, that is to me, there's a bunch of dirt here outside. Like, but we have it great. We have sidewalks, we have streets. We don't deal with this stuff. We don't even know. But just an hour away from here, people deal with it. Young Lila, 100 years ago, is the thing. In the shop, why are you putting blood in a pit? What's wrong with you? The whole place is a zoo. You're gathering blood for a reason. For a desire. In your house, every normal person understands you don't want a bunch of blood. That's why we shifted the thing in the tree. Last time, 7.5 years ago, we shifted right in front of the slavery. The amount of blood that comes out of one sheet, you can't even imagine. You're sitting with a hose for an hour, and red, stoned everybody's garden down there and sneering for what children do. It's very violent. So, I don't want it in my backyard. I made a special pit for it. But that can't be. Because if you look at the Lashon in the Mishnah, 2 lines later it says, I'm going to rubber, that means it's going to say that we should be asking. The cloud, the racial laboratory, that's kidding. Tell me that we're talking about our marketplace. So why would it say a minute later, and oh, by the way, the marketplace, don't do it. You already said don't do it in the beginning. You shouldn't shop in Tefra. But a person who does want to clean out his yard, whether he makes sure it's clean, he makes a place away from the pit. But down faces the yard of Guma. Here we have a mamash good description of this. Right over here, this is just for learning purposes. Here's that place on the left, big shop, and I'll go into the pit. But in the marketplace, you should never do, even if you're checking in on the left, and it runs into the thing on the right, it's also doing so many packets are needed, once you're already giving spread to the meat. I'm going to say the Rava, he lives just like that. He's on a cruise ship and he doesn't have place to chef. What's the other put that's in the He can stick his hand, extend his hand above board, out of, overboard, and chef. The down chases the yard, I'll got me a spinner. One way to do it is that the blood goes on the walls of the ship, and that's it. When you turn to the good of the liquor, you should not chef into a pit. But right to the neck of Hatzeri gets the Isa, this is like the other. The water. If a person wants to keep his yard clean, it's a muffin cooked up room of the shape. If he makes a place on the left where you chef, and then the blood just runs down, flows down into the pit on the right, that's his yard that you have. But even that, you're not permitted to do in the marketplace. You say it was illegal. People might think that you're doing their place, their rules, their muslim so the secret akro, and if you do so, you must check his yichus to see what he is. He might be spooky, his yai might be yainesa, his pas might be pas spooky, and it's also the famous Baal Ma'or in Shabbos Daflam Press, and I saw it inside last night. He's a murder lotion. I don't have the lotion. I want to put it in the slide and I forgot. But basically he says, Balmar is the Rishon. So he says, if you don't eat common in Shabbos, which we call chon, but obviously he wasn't talking about chon, but obviously he was talking about chon. And he says, if a person doesn't eat shol on Shabbos, that's check his yichus. He's not a yid. I gotta speak to a few people I know, my mishpacha. You gotta, he's talking about the speaking. He's also talking about the speaking that they say they hold the whole thing about. But he says a whole line. Meaning that if you do, kids yamin, chamin, yamin, live a long life, you get to beat your child. We have 9 minutes, but it's all easy here. A person takes a regular food animal and he says, I'm checking this in his backyard for an oil. The Shem Zvachim for Shlamim, it even says on the side of the Gemara the word Shlamim instead of Zvachim. The Shem Moshe Kali, these are all Nidavis. Nidar is something to do willingly. The Gemara is going to talk about Hashem Kali has that in Neder. The Shem Pesach, the Shem Toida, the Karim Pesach, in the middle, during Hanukkah, you're checking the Pesach. The Shem Toida, something good happened to him, because of Psula, it looks like you're checking, touching outside of his Hamikah. It's not a problem. Everybody knows that you're lying. It's impossible. Not everybody's in the second Mishnah. They don't have the same cases before, but now they're thinking something else. Before they were thinking about the Shem Sarah and the Shem Naharis. Now they're thinking about this problem. One is thinking that it's all law, it's a Pesach. The other one is shefting for regular shkita because it's psula. It's not a good shkita. One could ruin it for that. I showed you the Shemchatas, but there's another category of animals that's not another than the Darba. It is a feel a person didn't have very bad mistake. He doesn't have a choice in the matter. The Shem Hashem Badai, let's say he stole, Shem Zelo, he lied, he swore false, Hashem Faruch, whatever the Hashem Badai is. The Shem Bachar, the firstborn, if you give the firstborn to the Kohen, the Shem Meiser, every Kohen has to give you the Brit Yerushalayim. The Shem Tmura, you know what Tmura is? Tmura is that if he has another animal, he says this is instead of that. That's also the Raisa with the Raisa. Shkitosik Sheira. Why? Probably you'll see a Rashi later on. Everybody knows that he's not high. You know he's lying. He's not checking outside of this. Zakla, the bonus to Mido, anything that comes voluntarily. Hashem is way also if you chef. For that thing, for that oil, for that Pesach is also. So the Nidor, I show you the Shmoi. And if it's something that doesn't come voluntarily, like a kata, like a Hashem, then if you do it for that, everybody knows you're lying, it's stuff. I'll show you the Shem what? No, he says Hashem in the first case. Yeah, even if you gotta go, it's liquid. Why would he argue out? I'll show you the Shem Oila. Hashem called it by Nidor, why would Hashem be in the category of something that you give voluntarily? Or whatever you have, what's Hashem tell you? Hashem tell you if somebody didn't have it. If somebody, let's say, his wife gave him 2 pieces of fat, one is tailored with the right, and one is unstem looking. Fat from the same animal, some parts are looking from the other. And later on, he found out that one of them is into the right. He don't focus on one looking. So now he has to bring, Hashem told him he has to bring just in case that he ate that bad fat, but he doesn't know. So that he shouldn't get an einish, meanwhile, he brings the Hashem Kali. So could a person bring such a Hashem Kali voluntarily? It happened. He ate, so now it's time to bring it. It goes upon the Rebbe says, you permit to bring one of these, a person is over Averis every day, you can bring Hashem Kali every day. In fact, the Lord comes that this was Rebbe himself, he used to bring every single day. Based on something that you bring whenever you feel like it's in the kvi. Like this, you only bring it there at Pesach. Because you can put it on the side all year long for Pesach. There's only when the animal has no milk. If the animal has a great milk, in the idea, everybody realizes the guy's lying, so it's not a problem that people think that he's shuffling out to the Misamito. Even if it's a Balmum, it's a problem. Even in the Ramadan, sometimes they put something on top of the milk, they cover it. In other words, not every time do you know that there's a milk. Sorry for the Shemchatos. If a person shuffles the Shemchatos, it's okay because everyone knows he's lying. Oh, everybody knows he's lying. That's because how does everybody know he's lying? He's not Chai B'Chatos. But if a person is Chai B'Chatos, then people are going to accuse him of shuffling a Chatos. That's in the Beis Hamikdash. a person know when a person's kind of chatas or not? So Rashi says over something very interesting. The chatas lava never been davas.
I didn't understand a single joke with all the stuff going on,
Excuse me.
in the world. I'm gonna say that was my
Remind your
favorite
boss
set
is
of the
someone
night.
putting chatas in. No one's gonna think, oh, this guy's kind of chatas. Why? Listen, I never. The whole problem is that everybody knows that the person's kind of chatas. So now the other guy, everybody knows that he came and showed you something, did something to show you. And if I go back to this, his buying stuff with it. So, I don't know what I'm remembering. Anyway, the whole problem is like, oh, the problem is like, you should believe the guy there. Everybody knows. There's a rumor, everybody knows you did an affair. You do an affair, everybody knows about why. If you want to be embarrassed by you, that's part of the kafar. So, really, now also you bring your chatas. You're going to say, oh, you know, so tomorrow, all the time, you're going to have this question 3 times, same exact answer 3 times. He didn't say chatas, he just said chatas. And chatas seems like an adab on a chatas. Oh, no, he didn't say the same chatas. It's not an adab, it's a skill. A chatas is a chay. You see, Mura, all my Rebbe Lazar, maybe most of the new people, as I'm saying it, I'll just keep on going. Okay, lower the volume, maybe completely. All Rebbe Lazar, Shana L'Shein Lo, is everything based on. Mura means I'm bringing a carbon instead of another carbon I said designated on the side. That's because I don't have another one. Oh, yes, there's always a base oil. I've already designated this oil as school oil, and I found a much larger one. Ema Amuri Omerbe. Maybe he is really doing a Tmura. Oh, look, Mamash Mura Zipki, it seems like he's bringing a Dava, he's not bringing for the one that he has in his house. But I really change words. You're right, he does just change Lashon a little bit. He did say those words. Zach, Lyle, it says if you bring it as another Dava, then it's also. That's why my Zach Lyle always adds one more element. At least one. That's why else Nazir. A Nazir, a person who says that he's going to drink sin, he's not going to drink wine, he's not going to drink common mates. So he has to bring all when he's done. About the same Holy Nazar. Everybody knows he's not allowed to look. His hair is a beautiful haircut. Maybe he did it in hiding in his house, and really no one knows about it. He just started yesterday. You're right. Yeah, there's a lot of things. Yeah, there's a lot of things about these minor signs of points. A lot of times you don't care about other people, but a lot of you should be careful. What's the lesson again? Covered what? Using the key. That's the problem. There's a story I read about in Pierre. In Pierre, Maisa Shahaya. I like to relate to this Maisa. It's the thing was from Apples. He wanted his butler. He said, he told his butler, having a little chocolate time in his meal is not. So we gotta play soccer. Let's go play soccer today. Yeah? Yeah. So you put a place. So other Hasidim, he said they want to come watch. This is like thing. So you want to play. If it's a good thing for these guys to do, so let us watch. If it's not good thing, you're embarrassed with it. This is not. There's a lot of things that are good for this, such as don't be teaching. Close the door. Sometimes you really do something, and not everybody has to know about it. These guys are just what they need right now. You don't have to go through it. So says the Gemara, you don't believe it. And Gary Meister. Find out. I'm telling you real. Okay, fast? But we ask this. When you let brings an oil or the married the Gemara, how come the husband brings the chatas for the Yeladas? Because after being at the Shvius house with his wife and the baby for 4 weeks, he also makes a neder at the end of the day. It'll never happen again, so he has to bring his carbon. It's only because he doesn't have a wife. The Rashi is not going to a lot of this, but we'll just read it's in our Gemara, so we'll read it. But if he has a wife, then everybody will say, oh, he brought this carbon outside of his Hamikdash for his wife, and it's awesome. But like Ba'amar, it seems like it's stop a voluntary thing. He didn't say it's for my wife. You're right, he has to say it's for my wife. She was the one for the kiddush. That's what I'm basing about. About the same thing, you leave the Bala Havalei, if she indeed gave birth. Everybody knows that this woman had a baby. There's a Shem Zachar, there's a kiddush. Sometimes there's a miscarriage. and they keep it quiet, and that is bringing the carbon. Adin Allah Hashoichet, Adin Allah Hashoichet, Adin Allah
Explain to us how did that go down exactly at one point?
Breakfast sponsors, beautiful breakfast, and Miles Klein, in memory of Yisrael Dovat Cohen, Schmuckler. Beryl Schmuckler, his name is Beryl Schmuckler, Chavdal Tzil Dasher Peidal, and his daughter, Elaine and Rifki. I knew them both very well. Bokestior. This is my sister-in-law, uncle, and cousin. You know what? You do the daf. Beryl is a big part of our daf. Extend your skills, share a parsha. Matching donation. Some people want to share, some people don't want to share. It's all good. We're not pushing anybody to share. Share the Sefer you sponsored as well. Let us know that we can add yours to the list. So I'm just gonna read the calendar of this. If you don't see your name here, it doesn't mean you're not on the list. It just means there's a lot of lists. This is just a sample. Amudim, I'll just give you an example. Amudim, out of 245, there's only 69 available. And this is, so obviously this is not all the people that can Amudim. But the good is I'm in the second column. The Pinchas Berkovich. And I'm how much for $720, get your name on the anything above 720 is on the mountain, and also it's going to be right here on the base measures, right here, something beautiful. So Pinchas Berkovich, Elliot Shir, Elliot Samuels, Elliot Hagler. Help me out with the names here. Aviram Avivi, Gabriel Sabin, Glenn Bond, Harry Salin, Hershey Bash, Hertzka Ingalls, Bill Boyer. Wow, it's a good one for me. Now I know it's still on the dot. Isaac Traeger, he's been doing the dot for years. Isaac Traeger, Isaac Weinstock, Jacob Gandhi, Gandhi, Jeff Zuckerman, Joel Zuchnik, Joshua Gold, Kobe Goldschmidt, that's our Hebrew editor, one of the editors. So he's giving back. Lazar Waldman wants to be part of it. Everybody should be part of it, even if it's a word. Everybody. Leonard Oberstein, Lady Drew, Mark Schmeller, Mark Schmerler, Mark Damon, Martin Brown, Martin Braun, Mayor, Menachem Bronner, Mendel Lerner, all in caps. I don't know why he's all in caps, but Mendel Lerner. All right, she gave me a spec topic, Caesar style. What's up? We'll do this. Dear Valley, we are sponsoring the breakfast today. Chalal and Mary, our dear friend of over 46 years, Beryl Schmuckler. The name will sound familiar because he's the uncle of your brother, Rafal. He loved doing the daf, and his wife said that he was one of the first to sign up for it. We're all sponsoring members of the wonderful daughter Rifki, who's lifted on Pascal this year after a long illness at a very young age of 48. And then the show will be a million Yoshi for the families in Fly Israel, Luke and Lake Line. P.S. I'd like to give a shout out to our nephew Ari Davis of London, England, a staunch Ripelli supporter. Happy 11th birthday, Mayor Reiser of North Woodmere. Listen to this, an 11-year-old hasn't missed a daf in over a year and a half. Mayor is a grandson of our MDY Haber Kobe Moses. We have younger. Friends check this out. Chaymayer flew overseas and during the flight he didn't waste any time. He chazered 11 dapper in Gemara. After that he went to pick up his rental car and then a special surprise waiting for him. Look at the license plate he got. It says Kiss from Hashem. Chaymayer Mayadishinsky. Now, I don't want to ruin this Kiss from Hashem, but 9,999 people in New York got the license MDY, because that was where they're holding right now. They're holding in the MDY. Tomorrow it's MDZ, I guess, 0001. So, no, but it's a beautiful thing. There's one thing here I saw, I don't know. Oh, no, not we saw. There's something else that caught my attention. It's just simple thing. Okay. We have a lot to catch up, so we gotta do this fast. Fictional edition MDY shots from the SEPTA. The sponsor of the whole new fictional edition shots is by Zev and Yao Shohar. Daf Mem Limban. Oh, I just saw his name on the Amud. In gratitude to the Eli, the MDY team, and my Ishis Kyle Chevaleo. 1,800 Dafim. The Masechta is sponsored by David Saladin, dedicated memory of Avi Murray, which is moved forward from time to be those who come to his Rasa, E-Copy, the House Family Foundation, gratitude to the consortium and the alliance, and only do support MDY Anonymous, and thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous for Queen Statement and Rikishem to Leah Basester, Young Danielle Rosenfeld, Reese Simcha, monthly Ari Yisabri for Shlema of Murray Baruch Miriam, Anonymous for Shlema to Yeruto, Ben Yehudis, and from Yishayim and Slavic Gemara. Amen. We missed you so much. I have no idea that sorry caused us. You weren't here yesterday. You don't understand. There's people that are davening for war because of you. The Spanish here sponsors Mazel Tov, the MDY family on this incredible Sefer Torah initiative. They saw you and Levi Freeman, two people. Levi, how was your day off yesterday? Yeah. Still, I see you have leftover simcha from that day. The Spanish here sponsors Mazel Tov to the MDY family on this incredible Sefer Torah initiative. May Torah keep growing across the world and in Spanish-speaking communities. Shmuel and Ahuva Schuster, member of Ayalda, Shindel, Herzberg, Aleh, Shalom. Zevanami, Nevo, how do you pronounce? Nevo. Zevanami, Nevo family. Adina Liba, Bazachayim, Aleh, Shalom, a 4-year-old girl. She shook up the world with her Kira. May she be amazing social with Klai Yisrael. Golda Hoffman, for the Shlema of Ruben Elio, Ben Beira. For Mordechai Belush, the Nishmas Kenny, the Rabban Doig, Benny Gleason, Victor Zuracha, Chofei City Kashantei. Daily sponsors Yossi Masquerades in celebration of the Hanachas Tefillin of my son Shalom, a fellow MDY Talmud since Sanhedrin. Avram Rosenberg for the Shlema of our 1-year-old, Yisrael Doig Ben Esther Fega surgery today. For Shlema. MDY Kids sponsors Innovations on CS Pustak and Simcha Ben Fega and Rifki Rudis Batsa Hataya. MDY Art for the month. For Shlema, Yonatan Eitan Ben Bishon Bracha. For Shlema Ben Mordechai Ben Esther. For Ayela, Daniel Zev Ben Ayela Esther. Here we go. With Aflametes Amadal all the way in the top. 6 lines from Amud Beis. Aflametes Beis all the way in the top. Shkata. 6 lines from the top. If everybody behaves and doesn't ask a lot of questions, we should finish today's diet. Shchata! A person checks, doesn't say anything, doesn't make any indication that it's Avodah Zarah. And then afterwards, he thought about Avodah Zarah, and the question is, did he think Avodah Zarah thought during the Shkita? Zaya Maisa B'Keisar, this was the Maisa in Kesaria. They didn't pass him. Moshe Feinstein brings this Gemara and says that sometimes a Rav doesn't pass it. You don't always have to be Mako, you don't have to be Mako. Like, let's say a Rav doesn't know. So you shouldn't say, okay, you shouldn't be Mako. I don't know. Maybe there are certain situations. I don't know when, I don't know where. But from here you see this idea of, no, you didn't come out with a psak, not an is or not a heaven. Or Rav Kizla. What do we do? In the Mishnah it says there are Rabbanon say that we're not concerned for the machshava of the owner of the guy. If a Jew does shchita, perhaps the guy inserted his machshava with that. We're not concerned. So therefore, I can't say that it's also because I'm not concerned. We have to show further there with Eliezer, and also we have to reverse it with Eliezer that says that stam machshava with guy is not with guy. So you want to remind, what's the connection? What's the two different cases? Still not kind of like I'm around Banan Pasam. In our Mishnah, we never heard a word from the guy about Avodah Zarah. We don't know if he's an Avodah Zarah or not. Halacha, the Shemana the Pasha, by the Zrika we heard him say that he wants to do Zrika for Avodah Zarah. But if he had so much closer, it's obvious if he's thinking about Avodah Zarah all the way by the Zrika, so he obviously had this thought of Avodah Zarah in the beginning by Shkita. Dynamics. Or you could say, I think I'm a Rebbe Lezer Hassan in the Mishnah. Rebbe Lezer says that, of course, he's talking about Avodah Zarah, because he's talking about a non-Jew idol worshiper. I think the Stam of Sheva Soviet is talking about Avodah Zarah because the typical idol worshiper is thinking about Avodah Zarah. So maybe I'm going to insert his machshava into the Shkita. How the Yisrael over here, the guy's Jew. They can't say about us, maybe he became a not good guy. He became an Avodah Zarah all the way at the end. But he wasn't. By the Shkita, he was not a Mumar. Elmer and Shizli, the Elmer Bohet, the Shulchoidoi, they're going to leave. They're going to leave. I'm going to find a Soifoi Mechir Hakilosoi from somebody completely different. And in order to understand which is true and we're going to go through and Gishmak is Sugi. Again, the person shafted, a Jew. At the end, he said, it's the Shem Avodah Zarah. Did he mean this only in the beginning when he shafted? And you can see from the Shimon Leah that you say, if you find something out at the end, it indicates what his thought process was in the beginning. Here, Shimon Leah, which one is it? Either Shimon Leah, the Gita, and we find this by the guest. Famous story in the Sefer Gita. It's not. Somebody is healthy. It's not showing any signs of disease. He's a regular healthy guy. And he says, write a get to my wife. Get's missing here in this lesson. He doesn't say smooth. He doesn't say give. He says write. When they go ahead and they write, they even give. No, it's not a good get. He's playing games with her. He's joking around. She's begging for a get. Why is she begging for a get? Because she had her brother-in-law over for a Shabbos meal, and it wasn't good. The guy hasn't showered in 3-4 weeks. Socially off. He's not what she's looking for. And she's worried. She's very worried. She worries this guy, her own husband's going to die. And look what's going to happen. It's going to be a disaster. So she begs her husband to get. She says, in order, she talks so much, she begs so much, she keeps on talking. Get off my back. I'm going to, kids, write a guess for my wife. Famous Mike, guy comes home after a long day of work. He says, he tells his wife, what's for dinner? He's not telling the truth. It's not feeling well. No dinner. She says, what a shame. I'm going to take you out tonight, and we're going to go to the mall, and we're going to go shopping, and she's just feeling just fine. She says, I'm also just joking. Sometimes the husband plays games. It's a good game. You want a divorce? Yeah, I know. You need a divorce. trying to get a divorce. No, joking around. Well, Maisa the Bari Shalmar is a story. Doesn't mean story. Terrible story. The Maisa the Bari Shalmar kiss together in Ishtu. He tells the Eidim, he says, go ahead and write a get to my wife, and they gave it to her. They listened. Va'ala Gag, he goes up to the roof, and he dies. Oh, here it's coming. Let's understand what happened. What's the story? And based on what happened with this fall, we know that 2 days ago when he said kiss with Ishti, was he serious or was he joking? And that's a case of Seifon Yechil Kapilasa. At the end of the story, let's see the entire story, and by the end, we can understand his thought process. They gave it before he died. I said they gave it. Yeah, they gave it, and then you can't give a get after you die. Right, that's 100%. It doesn't, Adam cannot give. So it says the Gemara, if he jumped off the roof, I raise a get. It's obvious, why did he tell the Adam, kiss who gets the Ishti? And he forgot to say the word Tenu, because he was planning something terrible. Maybe that's what it does. But if some other thing happened, you could tell that he didn't jump, he fell off by mistake, then it's a get. Sorry, it's not a get, because obviously he didn't want to divorce his wife. He didn't want to die. He had no reason. So why did he say kiss who get? He wanted to keep her quiet, stop begging for a get. Now, my solicitor, what are you giving me a story of a guy that fell off a roof, and that's a contradiction to what we said before. Because before we said that if a person says, write a get to my wife, and he didn't say the word nu, it's not a get. It doesn't say over there, oh, well, it depends if he committed suicide or not. It doesn't say where it depends. It's not a get, finish. So the Gemara says, it's obvious what was going on over there. But it depends. If there's a clear indication at the end of the story what this individual is intending, did he really mean for a get? Then it's a good get. I'll even prove it to you from a story. When the Gemara says, it doesn't mean that literally words are missing. It just means those who understand. And for the guys that need a little help and explanations, I'll explain it to you. It's obvious when I say a story like that, at the end, I'm not coming to contradict myself. I'm coming to explain myself. And I'm adding another caveat. Is that a word? There's another little piece over here that's missing. There's another. Oh, like a footnote in the article. You should have understood by yourself. Gewalt. That what? If this was intended, you see that the guy had a very serious plan here. There's a cheshbon here. Get on Sunday, jump off the roof on Monday. It goes together. So the jumping off the roof has to do with writing the get. If you jump, it's a get. There's a little bit of a video here. This is the guy that. Ninth inside the youngest, the pigeon hunter. We were getting out. That's not matzah. That was a mistake. Says the Gemara, you never know which one ruffles the feathers. Vidil Mashani also the Gomer Kismu. Huh? Says Gemara, what's the raya from this case? The Soifa Yichilin, the end shows what he was in, what his intent was in the beginning is different than our case. What happened in our case? The guy was quiet during the Shkita, and by the Zrika, step 2, all of a sudden he starts talking about the Zara. And we want to know, did he mean that also by the Shkita? Over here it's different. Over here a guy says, right against my wife. Now you're saying that he didn't really mean it. He's faking, he's joking. But he did step 2. From step 2 you see he wasn't joking. Okay, but there's a step 1. Step 2 and step 1 go together. Over here, he never said anything. You don't know what he meant. And just because there's an indication, he started talking about Avodah Zarah in step 2, doesn't mean that he meant that in step 1. You're right. Okay, fine. We're moving on. It's another Reb Gamliel, the Sanya. A guy is about to die, even not about to die, but let's say he's dying, even a Mesukah. So he's getting ready. He's how do they say it? Taking care of business. Like he's organizing. He's organizing his affairs. Exactly. Not just like that. Organizing his affairs before he goes. So he says, I want to give Reuben all my slaves. Reuben says, I don't want slaves. I already had a slave. It was a terrible experience. I don't want a slave. If this Reuben guy, the receiver, if he's a kohen, too bad on Reuben. He gets the slave. Not only that, the slave starts eating truma like a kohen. We have to understand why. Gemara's going to explain. The goy are coming. There's no such thing. If Reuben says, I don't want a slave, so he doesn't get a slave. For example, the guy taking care of his affairs and he dies, so the Yarish gets it. Or if he didn't die, he himself keeps it. But we ask the question, I don't understand. If Reuben says, I don't want a slave, you could force him to take your slave? No way. You're right. If he's screaming, I don't want it, there's no way you can force him to have it. If he's quiet, and then he starts screaming, if someone calls up if I try to acquire a Lamborghini for you, it becomes yours. If 10 minutes later you say you don't want it, it's too bad, it became yours. A normal person would want something like a slave. It's too fancy for me. You can sell it. If I gave you a free Lamborghini, you wouldn't take it, even to sell it off on eBay. But haven't you once? So I know. So basically, every time the share comes, you put them on and tell the kids be careful with that, but you never wear it. I got it. So he tells Shimon, I want you to acquire the slave for Reuben, and Reuben is standing right there watching this whole thing. V'shal is quiet, and then he starts screaming. That's what it says. Okay. When the star comes, that makes sense. When the star comes, then he starts screaming. Tanakama says, what? Why was he quiet? The first 5 minutes he was quiet. Obviously, he wanted it then. Now, later on, he started screaming. Then afterwards, he had a chara. So this is the Shimon Gamliel that says that you can see from the end what his intent was in the beginning. That was he didn't want it. You see, he didn't want it, and he didn't want it in the beginning. So what's Pshat? He didn't scream in the beginning. So what's the point of screaming and stop making commotion? When it becomes mine, I get the star. Then I'm going to make him a fall. So I go upon him in now sugi also. when a person checks, and then afterwards he does zrika. So from the fact that he started screaming Avodah Zarah in the end, it's obvious what he meant in the beginning was Avodah Zarah. Okay, end of that. All Rabbi Yehuda and Shmuel halacha for Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi says that an owner cannot insert his thought of Avodah Zarah into the shechita, not in the Beis Hamikdash, not outside of the Beis Hamikdash. If an owner wants to make a pigul, it doesn't work. It's only the kohen. So that's the end of the story. That's what we pass. Says the Gemara, Ma'aser Shahaya, Hanu Tayai, the Asu Mitzikuna, there were these Arabs that came to Tzikunya, Yom Dichel Tabach Israel. They come in with animals, and they tell the Shaykh, they say, here, take these animals. I don't know who, Dama V'Tarmeli Dam. We only want the parts that are for Avodah Zarah. We want the blood, we want the fats, we want to put it on the, give it to Avodah Zarah. Mashko Bisra, but the hides and the meat, the good stuff, you take it. So it's interesting. Because are you allowed to go into a Mizgad? How do you say Mizgad in English? A mas. You're allowed to go into a mas today. So the Chari, yes, the Rambam paskins that Ishmaelim are not Avodah Zarah, it's not Avodah Zarah. They believe in one God. They don't believe in a shutuf. They don't. So it's not a problem versus a church, let's say. So over here it seems like that they were Avodah Zarah. So the answer is that it's before their prophet came along. Before their prophet came along, they did believe in Avodah Zarah. Okay, so now we have a problem with Avodah Zarah. It's their animal. It's their animal. We even had in the Mishnah, Rabbi Eliezer, who was it? Rabbi Eliezer, I think it was, says even if the guy owns a small part, like the diaphragm, the skirt steak, that's enough to ruin it. It's Avodah Zarah. He's a partner. Over here, he owns 100%. And he's going and he's giving to the Jew. He says, you Jew, you do everything. Chop it up, just give me the fat and the blood, and the rest is yours. I'm going to put the rest for Avodah Zarah. Could the Jew eat it? Based on what we just said. The dialogue is like Rabbi Yossi, that the owner cannot insert his machshava of Avodah Zarah into an animal. A live animal cannot be Avodah Zarah. That, if the Jew has a live animal, Shepsula, you're Avodah Zarah. Nothing. The only time a Jew can insert the Avodah Zarah is during the Shechita. I'm shaykh about Avodah Zarah, then Zipchi Mesa. The owner of the guy can't say that this sheep of his is Avodah Zarah. It doesn't work. Elamai, he's relying on the Jew to do the Shechita. And when the Jews do the Shechita, the Ishmael is going to say, oh, Avodah Zarah, Avodah Zarah, Avodah Zarah. Ray said it doesn't work. So if it doesn't work, then I have a kosher Shechita here, and I can use the animal. Mimela, Shalchar Rav Tomi bar Rav Masna l'Kamed Rav Yosef. They asked Rav Yosef, I gave them what's the story here? Shalach Leis, he sent back, Rav Yehuda Shmuel. This is what Shmuel said. Allah, Rav Yosef. The halacha is that the guy cannot insert his machshava, and therefore it's a kosher shechita. Okay, so that's the end of that story. Oh, Rav Ashi. So Rav tells Rav Ashi, the Rav Eliezer, Yisrael, man. In the Gemara, we see it a few times that a person owned the animal. It wasn't like today, you come to the store and you have ready made steaks. I want that piece, I want that piece. There's an animal in the shtetl, and everybody gave a little bit of money towards the animal, and then he shechted it, and you got your piece. So a non-Jew goes ahead and he gives money to the butcher. He gives money to the butcher. Says, I want a piece. I want that steak. Does his money become a partnership? If he's a partner, according to Rabbi Eliezer, we're talking about in the Mishnah. Rabbi Eliezer says even if he owns a small, tiny piece of the animal, like the diaphragm, that's enough to ruin the whole animal. Over here, he didn't own a piece. He gave money towards the piece. Is that considered a partnership or not? Yeah, pretty much. It's a new chiddush in Hilchos Kinyanim here. I need to take a look. I need to see. If he's a tough guy, then what? Then you can't give back the money's stuck by you, then you're stuck. If you can't get out of it, and the money you already paid for it, it's kind of like the kesef, now he has a kinyan in it. You can't push him off. Also, if he's a never little guy with broken glasses, he's a garnished, a flimsy guy, Omar Lay, all you do is Reshach Bahar. You see that mountain? You see your head? Take the two and knock them into each other. That's the Lashon. Go bang your head on the wall. Oh, we have a video. The Pashut. So you thought,
When you slaughter her, give me meat of this value. I came for my meat.
Take your money and go bang your head on a mountain.
all right? The Pshas you don't understand. Sometimes you don't understand.
Well, your attitude is such that way.
What?
Money is better.
How do you know? When do you have time to look at the Rashi? Yeah, what? That he could give his money back? What? Are you saying either what? Bring your head in the mountain? Yeah, no, right. The other guy, you can't give him his money back. This guy, you could give the money back. So if you could give the point is the money. If you could, if you give the money back, you're not. It shows that he's not a shulchan. All right. What is the largest thing that's alive that has like a chiyus to it in this world? So what's the smallest thing? Adam's not alive, but like a virus, like a germ. A germ is much smaller than a virus. Okay, so it says the Mishnah like this. Oh, yeah, it's a man. No. A whale is but alive right now. A whale is what 300 feet long, or that's 100. What's a blue whale? No, that's it. Just 100 feet long. The heart is like 8 feet. Bigger than a bus. Okay, only 100 feet. Okay, I thought it's a little bigger. Hashoichet the Shem Harim. Oh, do me a favor. Are you at the how much? Yeah, send the video. I want to insert it. Chaval from Itzik Leibowitz. She's at Harmon Boys. The one they sent yesterday. Send it to him quickly to Gary. Gary put it in. Saint Anton. He's in between Switzerland and Austria. He's in the place that we're going to. What is it? To remind the Oilam. When the Oilam complains and then they complain again. No matter what we do, they complain. They complain that I didn't tell them they can't go on trips and it's exclusive. It's only for snobs and this. I said, okay, I'm opening up to the best. It's too expensive. It's too this, too that. And why? Okay. The Oilam is invited. I'm not doing a trip. Don't come to me. Don't do it. But I'm going there. The Oilam wants to be there. I'll be there. Some guy called up yesterday. He says, I want to travel 9 hours from Belgium all the way with a whole bunch of travelers. Are they going to let us into the hotel? So, I'm telling him that based on what happened with other people, I don't think so. But that you should go speak to the hotel. I'll be happy if you come. For 9 hours. Wow. That's a long drive. You want to drive from Belgium straight, 9 hours. For one chair. Yeah, if Yossi K was there, it would be 3.5. 3.5 hours max. Hello, but without the smoking, you might be slower. Slide 31. Okay, here we go. Rabbi, so here it is. If you want it seriously, this is why I go to these places. It's not volume. I mean, this is a Nahar.
חבר'ה, עכשיו אפשר להבין את זה.
No, you gotta look at the screen. That's screen. I'm looking at the dull one.
אתם לא הבנתם, תיקחו מטוס, תבואו לפה, נדריך אתכם לפה. כשאתם רואים את זה, אפשר להבין על מה המשנה מדברת. מה אתה מתחבא לנהר? מה יש בנהר? אבל תראו את היופי, תראו מה אלוקים ברא בעולם הזה. תראו מה זה, חברים, תראו מה זה הדבר הזה.
Oh, let me explain to Belsky. Hold on. Mati, what he's saying is, why would a person want to bow down to a mountain? When you see this beauty, you can understand it. I'll tell you something else. The taiva of Avodah Zarah is something that we'll never understand. The only way to understand it is say,
You see this? This is your sacrifice.
it shouldn't be a taiva for Avodah Zarah. We can understand. If we want to understand, they have to understand. Why do we have a taiva for our rights? It's also something that doesn't make any sense logically. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu inserted a taiva, and that's it. We operate on HaKadosh Baruch Hu's taiva. HaKadosh Baruch Hu inserted a taiva for Avodah Zarah, which took the best of the best. The biggest doilei olam were over Avodah Zarah. You ask a question: How do you go from HaKadosh Baruch Hu to a mountain? So also it could mean the malach of the mountain, the sar of the mountain, the rukn is behind the mountain, the rukn is behind the water. But we'll never understand it. It's just HaKadosh Baruch Hu is mevatel it. So just understand that people that were a lot greater than us were nichshal in it. Hashoich l'shem harim, l'shem givayis. This is machlokes what a har and what givaya is. Is givaya more higher than a mountain? A lot of people say that givayis are the highest mountains in the world. The Vilna Gaon says givayis is man-made, so it's probably smaller than har. L'shem yamim, a person does have a desire to the oceans, l'shem naharos, to the rivers, l'shem midbaros, to the deserts. Shchitase psula. So if you look at the word shchitase psula, usually it says there's an isur hana. You're not allowed to benefit. Psula means you're just not allowed to eat this meat. The shechita was done for the mountain. You're not allowed to eat the meat. So we have to understand why is it not severe like a isur hana, like a regular shechita for Avodah Zarah. Says the Mishnah. Shnayim moitzim b'sakim v'shoichatim. We're mamish we need to beat the memo with the Aleph with 23 minutes left. Shnayim moitzim b'sakim v'shoichatim. Two people holding onto a knife, something like this. The guy on the right is a good gomer. Well, no, he's not a good gomer. He's a guy. He's a shvachnik guy. He's not a believer. What is he thinking in his mind when he's shechting? Avodah Zarah. The guy on the left is a shaykhit. He's thinking the right thing. The guy on the right can ruin it. One of them is thinking to the mountains, to the rivers. And the other one is thinking to the proper shkita. One can ruin it for the other. Obviously, if they're both holding two different knives, then the guy shechting the Shem Avodah Zarah is going to win. But even if he's holding the knife with someone else, the guy that's doing it for kosher doesn't override the guy that's doing it for possible and possible. What? Yeah. I'm helping you and I'm inserting Avodah Zarah in there. Psula is, if you make some light, it seems like from the Mishnah, you're only also to eat it, but you're not also bahana. You can benefit from it. Meaning, I don't understand. This is mamish befurish, the opposite. Hashoich l'shum harim, l'shum gvayis, literally like our Mishnah, l'shum naharos, l'shum advaros, this is a little different. If you want, you can look in places over here on the side. Places brings the sheet. There's machlokes Rashi and Tosfos. If the Kamal Levana are like attached to the galgal, whatever that means, but they're independent. Place goes in to say that it's just interesting stuff that the sun has 12 malachim in charge of it. Okay, I just received this thing. It was unbelievable. It's fascinating. I watched it like 3 times in a row. Just understand it. He goes to explain what a light year is. Just understand an hour musagim what a 1 light year away is. And he goes to explain how the closest star is X amount of light years away from us. And then the closest, then he goes into the closest galaxy, and then millions of light years away. Millions of light years. just to understand how far and distant and how vast the universe is. I'm not doing it justice because I'm not explaining what light year is and how many millions, and then the other ones are billions, and you can see it with the right, you can see it with the telescope. But it's just, yeah. And then I thought to myself, wow, I know somebody in Chicago who's married to my mother-in-law, who for like a birthday of hers, he went ahead and he surprised her, and through the Society of International Star Registry, thank you, how do you know that? International Star Registry, he bought her a star. Named the star after her. Now there's trillions of stars. Yeah, okay. So they named one after my mother-in-law's saying Stark. But I'm thinking to myself, like, Iran also has their own international star registry, and they gave that name to some other guy. Like, hey, so you have a bailus on all the stars in the world. Okay? Exactly. Oh, it's like sharing your life. Yeah, listen, if you tell somebody in your mosque, you give out, like, you heard what he just did? Mama Shalom. By the way, the guy purchasing the parsha is probably paying more than the original. Because the price is just climbing. It's just a way to give. It's nothing, just a way to be part of it. Says the Gemara, the Mishnah. Oh, no, we're in the Gemara. Person worships a star or a mazel. How do you say mazel in English? Translation. Mishum Michal Asara Gadol. Oh, so this is the largest thing in the world. This is Michal, the Malach Michal, in charge of the Jews. What? He's flying around there. Okay. I mean, you shade them on the teva. Malach is. Okay. It's not saying Malach doesn't. Fine. It took me a while to understand. I saw like people donating money, like it always comes through as 101. Like is that like an extra charge with the credit card? Like why is it 101? And then it took me a while. Most people know this, but Sfardim are very makkah not to give $100 to tzedakah. Because 100 is Rosh Tevis of Samach Mem, but Michal is 101. So they like giving for Michal 101. Sarga Mishum Shilshul Katan. Shilshul is a word. Here's Shilshul Katan. So I was Mesupik if that was a kiss from Hashem. That yesterday was the first time I ever saw one of those birds that flies around there in Beit Shemesh, the ones that make nice sounds, like they could actually imitate human beings. What are they? Mina birds, not parakeet, mina birds. My neighbor had one. He might still have one. And they could mimic humans and all. You know that? They make crazy sounds. The regular ones, they make these very. Anyway, comes to my porch and grabs a slug. I think what are those things that go at night and they leave like a trail of. I didn't know they eat them. I was very happy actually. Like wow, I finally did something positive on my porch. Mouse like this, took him, just started eating him, and then I watched this video like took to the D-board. And I was like, the whole each person in their own position. So after all this, if you chef for a mountain, for this, or for Michal, or for a small little worm, it's Zivchei Mesim. What's Zivchei Mesim? Asur B'Hanah. So why does our mission say it's not Asur B'Hanah? It's only Asur B'Hanah. Omar Abayeli Kasher. Hold Omar Lahar. Hold Omar Legadar. When you're talking to the mountain, we learned in Avodah Zarah, Elohim Malaharim, that It's only their God on the mountain, but not the mountain itself. You can worship the mountain. But if you're worshiping the God of the mountain, the Malach of the mountain, that's something else. The Torah calls the Malach of the mountain, the Torah calls it the Lashon of the Likus. So that's a problem. But it's a Malach, I don't know. Yeah, but you're right, the Lehus. Probably. Well, no, but it's a Lashon of the Lehus. Right. Something to ask. Daikinami. No. But you did a Ma'aseh Avodah Zarah. You did a Ma'aseh Avodah Zarah. Oh, it's probably no, it's a Derabanan. Like it's not. It's Derabanan. It's Derabanan. It's not. It's not. It's obviously not a Deraisa. Deraisa is Zikr Ma'aseh. Daikinami the Dani. Dunya the Mechol Saragadol. Shmamino. That's why we stuck in here the idea of a Malach. Shmamino. Omeravuna. Okay, so here we go. Beautiful stuff. You have again. I cannot, and this is today's sugya. Can I go ahead and grab my friend's clock and say this is Avodah Zarah? It's not mine. Can I do that? No. I cannot take my friend's animal and say this is Avodah Zarah. The animal's alive. Even my friend can't do it. But what if I take my friend's animal and shecht it for Avodah Zarah? Does it turn into Avodah Zarah? Yeah, I'll owe my friend an animal, but do I have the right to do it? Does a person ask for something that's not his? That whole shiloh, fascinating shiloh where a guy lights a menorah in a hotel on a chair. So one of the waiters comes and takes it off. Chutzpah in the dining room is going to light a menorah on the dining room chair on a Friday night to leave the chair. It's stuck on him. Every guy takes it off. So then we had the whole shiloh. It was a buses to the menorah, and now the chair mixed in with all the chairs. Maybe you're not allowed to move any chair in the it's a whole. So they go in. One of the things, as far as they want to say, is, you can't answer my chair. It was a Maisa Shahaya, where a guy used to, they'd always, I still don't understand, I'm not knocking, but a lot of people, they take like 4 or 5 steps after Shemoneh Esrei, large steps, they don't go there, and then sideways. The sideways thing always, I never understood it, but it's mamish became a minhag. It wasn't there when I was a kid. But today, people go sideways, and they thought, to me, I don't know, because Rob is over there, like Taviyot is in front of you, and then they do sideways, even when they have 40 empty feet behind them, they're going side, like it became like a thing, like you get so used to it. Fine. This guy goes, Shemoneh Esrei, he's not going to stand Shemoneh Esrei between him and the stender. He needs, the aisle. So he stands in the aisle, Shemoneh Esrei, in Ponovich. Every day, the guy, so they ask for Shah, are you allowed to walk to the bathroom? You're allowed to go out. He's there. It says in halacha, you're not allowed to disturb somebody that's not Shemoneh Esrei. He said, he doesn't have the right to answer a public fairway, thoroughfare, when he's standing there. No, some guy, so Salat took a guy and picked him up and moved inside. The guy was by the door? What? They say also story by Ramosha. He mentioned a story that there was a kid, David Shmonesh, and he wouldn't do for a kid. But the guy was in the wrong spot. He's by a door. He David Shmonesh by a door. Whoa. Okay, I hear. Everyone watched it. Understand the whole good question. And then you have time out. So let me say the other story. So Salanzo, Papa stood by the door, and then he picked him up and moved him. He said, "You don't have a right. Don't be a behemoth." Okay, Musa would have been the opposite. The opposite. Okay, fine. I get it. Anyway, so what does it say here? Listen to this. So we have two tremendous kedusha. Kiddush number one, that I could make an animal of a Zarah. Kiddush number two, I can make my friend's animal of a Zarah. I can go to my friend's backyard without permission and destroy his favorite animal. Make it of a Zarah. How do I see it? So Rashi says beautiful. You see, the Kohanim, they took all imagine a kli made out of gold, $100,000, 500, who knows how much something made out of gold, a kli made out of pure gold. From the Beis Hamikdash, they took it and they buried it. Why? Because Achaz worshipped it for Avodah Zarah. It's not Achaz, it's public property, it's owned by the Beis Hamikdash. So you see that a person has the right to insert Avodah Zarah into somebody else's belonging. So I want you to remember this because we're going to be turning the page. It's going to be hard to go back and forth. We have Rav Huna that says that a person shechs an animal that's laying in front of a Zarah, meaning you didn't have to lift him up because if you lifted him up, maybe it's a king. Even without a king, you're nothing. I go shech its neck for a Zarah. I probably didn't even read this. I did. Mazal, I went back. Even though he shechted 1 out of 2 simanim, which is not a shechita, that's it. And we're going to see in a second. So like Ula, also by Maisa Sarah. Even though bowing to an animal is 0, but doing something negative in the animal, doing a Maisa, and the Gemara is going to say it's a kol shehu, even a small little amount, that makes it awesome. So we have a combination of, it's not even a combination, it's explanation. Ravuna says, you shech your friend's animal, you make it up. Zara says, Zula, even if you do a little bit, 1 simon, says Rav Nachman, even less than 1 simon, a little nick, but you have to do a Maisa. You can't just say or bow, you have to do something physical. Basically, you're not going to Ravuna. Ask Rav Nachman, if you shech, it's a riddle. How is a person chayiv 3 chatois for doing 1 action? The answer is, if I shech on Shabbos, shechting is the Raisa because of Netilas Neshama. You're not allowed to kill something on Shabbos. But you're taking a chatos and shechting it outside of the Beis Hamikdash. That's also the Raisa. Chorus, another chorus, second chorus. Here chatos. I shechted a chatos outside of the Beis Hamikdash. You're only allowed to shech inside the Beis Hamikdash. Avodah Zarah, obviously, I don't have to tell you that checking an animal for Avodah Zarah is the rice. It's cars if you do by mistake. It's a chatos if you do by mistake. I have shalosh chatos. So let me ask you a question. Let's say a person takes his chatos and he checks it on Shabbos for Avodah Zarah in Bet Shemesh. How many chatos is he chayav? Anybody want to answer? What 1? Okay, let me read again. Hashoichet chatos b'Shabbos b'achutz l'Avodah Zarah chayav shalosh chatos. First chefs the chatos. He takes his chatos and chefs it outside of the Beis Hamikdash on Shabbos for Avodah Zarah. He's chayav 3 chatos. Okay, let's do this again. For boys' side, if a person chefs a chatos on Shabbos outside of Beis Hamikdash for Avodah Zarah, how many chatos is he chayav? Wrong. The answer is 4. Because he's chayav the chatos that he just shechted. Okay. All right. Anyways, the Gemara says chayav shalosh chatos. It's chayav 3. It's chayav 3. I have a video here, but whatever. This is a video from one of our better artists. But sometimes we write that it's super artistic. It's on a very, very high level. But for me, it didn't do much. Oh, that's what you're saying. It's done on a very high level. Oh, hold on. Before I show. We'll start from here. I gotta say the next piece to understand what he's saying. It took me somebody in the shir explained it to me yesterday. The iris given to Shochav Siman Echad Asara. Listen to this bomb question. If all you do is shech 1 siman, and that's enough to make it also, how could I be chayiv on 3 things? As soon as I start shechting this animal, I'm cutting dirt. What does that mean? I'm cutting dirt. Think about it. When I start shechting, as soon as I start shechting, that's Avodah Zarah. Once it's Avodah Zarah, the kachim, the kedusha of this animal flies away, says Rashi. It's poka. So then I never shechted a chatos outside of the Beis Hamikdash because it wasn't a chatos. By the time I got to the second simon, it's like shechting dirt. There, push play. Let's just continue this quickly. Oh, it goes from the beginning. I would just skip it, but okay. That's only two. 2 out of the 3 is trying to show here. It's like mechatat ba'afer. That's what he's trying. That's I didn't have that. Turns into offer. But also that's the mistakes on Malika, Shkita, okay, offer. That was the point. Fine. Omar Apapa. Omar Mechatat Soivaskinon. Over here. Oh, very good. We know that after between a chatas bird and an oiler bird. A chatas bird, all you have to do is shut one simon. So the Gemara tries to say they shafted 1 out of the 2 simonim, and therefore all 3 things happen together simultaneously. The kula ba'ad adon goes. You have the shchita, you have over the zara, you have Shabbos all in one shot. Turning the daf, and our global special international financial services by Chaim Milrad. No, it has to be shchita outside of the Beis Hamikdash. There's no malika outside of the Beis Hamikdash. No, but you took a chatas and you destroyed it. You killed it outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Midday Rav Huna came on Amar L'Shmaite Kula asked the Gemara a simple question. We said already that Rav Huna goes like I said nothing before. Rav Huna goes like Kula, and what does Ula say? Ula Ma'isa Kodim Kama. So we have a problem here. Ula says even a little nick in the net. So you take a chatas of a bird that all you have to do is 1 simon. You're right, but before you got to the 1 simon, you as soon as you tap it with the knife, that's Avodah Zarah. And the shechita only happens when you get right simon, which is a step later. By that time, it's no longer a chatos; it's already avodah zarah, hokka, kedusha, and he's shechting a piece of dirt. Oh, so for that, we have to say that the river goes like this. He says specifically, I don't want to be over avodah zarah when I nick it in the beginning. I want to be over avodah zarah at the end of the shechita. And the mela of the avodah zarah, the shechita will come simultaneously. They'll be over on Shabbos. They'll be over on the courts. Yihachi, that's the Gemara. Ma'ir Yichatos. If we're talking about the end of the Shechita, so the end of the Shechita is no nafkamir between the Shlomim and the Chatos. If we're talking about the end, the zero nafkamina. When's the nafkamina? In the beginning. At the end, it could be why does it take off? You know what the answer to my riddle? A Chatos. No. The answer to the riddle is any carbon in the world. You take a shlamim, and I say at the end of the shechita, it should be avodah zarah. So you have shechita, Shabbos, chutz, all in one shot. Why does it say chatos? Because only in a chatos is enough gemina in the beginning. How could you answer me? It happened at the end. It had to happen in the beginning because only in the beginning is the difference. What's the difference? Because the chatos that's another question that we're going to see today. Hopefully we'll get to it. Is the chatas considered yours? It's considered the Rebbeinu Shalom. I bought it for my kapara. Is it mine or not mine? A shlamim is 100% yours. So what's an afkamina? It is. Since it's yours, so then a kosher or nick changes its designation. But if it's not yours, a little tiny nick doesn't do anything. It's not yours. So that's why we say chatas, to show that it's in the beginning. It happened in the beginning when the nick makes a difference between the chatas and the shlamim. Hello, the Oimer, sorry. Hello, check this out. The famous we learned this already. Here, look at this bird. This bird never is walking around with a split trachea. It's not considered a trachea because it's only 50%. You go ahead and take a knife and go from 50% to 51%. So at that moment, you made a shchita, you made avodah zarah, you mechal Shabbos, and you did the shchita b'chos. That's the story here. The Hoyse of Allah, Koshu, Mari finished it off. The Kula by the Adoli guys. It all happens simultaneously. Says the Gemara, Amar Papa, Ilad or Rabuna Simin Echad, Lehav Echatas Tuesday. If the fact that Rabuna didn't mention the word Simin Echad, and we said the shot is like Ula, that he did a little bit, then we wouldn't have a question from Chatas. I explained before. By Chatas, there's enough Gemina between. What was the question from Chatas? Why? If you're saying Chatas, you say Shlomim. That's only because he said Simin Echad. That since it's not his, the Simin Echad doesn't make a difference. The kosher doesn't make a difference. By Maisa, I would say this question, what's enough between Chatas and just said Shlomim? I would say my Maisa Rabba. Not a kosher. It has to be a full thing. Oh, so the full means at the end of the shechita. So then there wouldn't be a difference between a chatas and a shlom. Again, it's a good thing he mentioned a simon. It's a good thing he mentioned chaver, because once he says chaveroi, meaning, then I don't have a kasha. Why is there enough community between chatas and shlom? Same thing that we said before. There's enough community. If it's yours, your own, then there's a difference between a nick. It wouldn't make a difference. If it's your own, a small nick, even in a chatos, makes it yours. It makes it a shechita right away. The difference is because it's not yours, it's your friend, and since it's a chatos, you have to have a big ma'isa there. My taima, the day matzi asar, the chaver matzi asar. Says more pshita. What's Rav Papa adding? I think it's a pretty big yochel. Okay, pshita. Mal the same even the family that part of the day dami. Since you brought this as a chatos, it's like yours. Kamash malon, and therefore what? If it's yours, even a little bit is enough. A little nick. Kamash malon, you need a big ma'isa. Okay, fine. So we'll stop here. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day.
Merit discussion spreading word throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
Look it up. Take the camera on them. This way? Good morning, Rabbi Isai. Just to let the oilam know, at 6 o'clock we had a siren in Bet Shemesh and a lot of Eretz Yisrael, and then we had another one as I was walking towards Shir at about 7:02 or something. I don't know, like early 7. So it was the hour in between. That's why many people are not in the Bismillah now. They went into Mamads and stayed there, or went home. There was a few people that were coming from Yerushalayim, and the taxi that turned around or canceled and said they can't go. The siren. So that's the Matz in Eretz Yisrael. These missiles so far are coming in from Yemen. 6 o'clock was Iran. Oh, this one was Iran? Yes. But how come we didn't get Hatra on the phone? I didn't get. No. My phone is off. Oh. That's different. So the Balagan is has started. We had quiet for a very long time, Baruch Hashem, and now waking up the family at 6 o'clock is not geschmack. And now Iran, okay, so that's different. No school. That's you should have seen the simcha of the Rabbeim. We had a few Rabbeim in the shir. They were jumping up and down with joy. Lady, how are you doing?
Lady staying for the whole shit today.
Hey, the whole school's off. Look at that simcha. You're giving mixed messages here. We're in a war, and you're like you're a simcha g'dayla. Oh, the warning is here. This is the first share that we didn't even read an email. Okay, Rabbi, so let's at least start something. Rabbi said the Sefer Torah gift. Listen to that. Okay, so if anybody's over the age of 54, because I'm 53. Oh, Siyumi Ruah. Oh, that was the message that it just finished. So we jumped the gun. We came a little early. David, your wife is in the airport. Canceled flights and everything. Let's see. Let's hear Psuras Tavis. Save their gift. New sponsors today. New sponsors. The Klaf for Bamidbar. Meyer Fischel. The Gartel. Meyer Fischel. Yad. Peretz Chaim Levin. Beautiful, beautiful. $30,000 piece. Yad. The Choshen. Dov Farkas. So, anybody else want? There's the Schusa Klaf. You could follow in Meyer Fischel's footsteps. Schusa Klaf is available for all Chumashim for $50,000 a Chumash, besides Bamidbar, which Meyer Fischel took. Sponsor the Sefer is available, $100,000. Extend your schos. Rabbi says extend your schos, share a parsha with a matching donation of $3,600, $5,400, $7,200, depending on the parsha. I know that Benny said he wants to share his parsha, and in fact, somebody shared it with him for $5,400. Jay Roden, that's right. So there are other people. If you are interested in sharing your parsha, like David Kreinberg, they sit together. David Kreinberg is making his chumash available, $30,000 matching on his chumash. Share the that's the price now. Share the sefer. You sponsored as well. Let us know so we can add yours to the list. Rabbi say here's a list. I'm not going to read all the names obviously, and I'm going to start reading them today. It goes in alphabetical order, and there's a lot of lists here. There's partial lists. Aaron Schwartz is Amudim. These are $720 people, and these names are going to be engraved on the mantle. And also, Rabbi Isai right over there, where you see that Chas cotton sign, that's coming off, and there's going to be a permanent plaque with everybody's name on it. Everybody, I believe, even words. No? I think so. It's going to be straight. So right now, a guy by the name of Alex Katz from Yerushalayim just sent in, I'll share my Parshas Pinchas. So you should go off Alex on the spot. You don't know who's watching and who's listening on the spot. Aaron Schwartz, Abe Heiken is a Amud. Akiva Kraus, Alan Gruen, all these are Amudim. So I'm not going to say Amud. We all know. Alter Hoffman, Ari Friedman, Ari Levy, Ari, check it out. Ari Simon, Adar Global. Ari Blumenthal, Usher Stefanski, Avremi Cohen works for us. Avram Moshe Weil, Avram Mirai, or Shafnes, right over there. Beanstalk Boys, they got together, I guess. They got an Omen. Bernard Zicherman, Charles Seid, Stern Family, Chushim Botash, Darren Edelstein, David Lizauer, David Lawrence, Dov Eisenberger, David Levy, David Mosmacher, thank you, and David Lisker. I'm going to stop over there. These are the psukim partial list. These are the words. I think there's like 4 of these. I love this video. I asked him to do it. He told me that they're starting a satellite location here. Look at Chimmy in one swoop take. Gorgeous brand new base measures in Manchester.
Look at this beautiful, freshly refurbished base of Medrash in the heart of Manchester. Holy Law base of Medrash. Holy Law. Comfortable chairs, stunning design, fantastic furniture,
On top of that, we've got
Look at those standards. Look at those standards.
with the best coffee, Nespresso, bean to cup, hot water for your English tea, whatever else you need. Next Sunday night, Mr. Shem will be starting on this screen the live viewing of Reb Eli's Daf Yomi Shir in English. Mincha Ma'ariv 7:45, followed by the Shir. We're going to have the best, freshest pastry Manchester has ever seen. Every attendee is going to get a pair of socks. We're going to have the place set up, ready to roll. Get in touch. If you want one of these for your office, school or shop, custom made, beautiful, you scan the QR code, you get today's DAF. Whatever you want, get in touch with Shimmy Leifman or Leafman for one of these. If you want to know more about this, get in touch with Jason Selig. His name and number is on the poster. If we get a big turnout after the show, we're doing a rendition of the English version of Fighter. Get in touch. See you there.
The English rendition of Fighter. The English, doesn't one take. It's geweldig. MDY Satellite Manchester location. Look at that, Rabbi. How could you not go there and check it out? Dear Belly, we are sponsoring. Oh no, I want to read that later in a different day. What is it? Chof Dal Sivan. I didn't realize the date. It's like next week. Oh, it's tomorrow. So Mark, do me a favor. Put this guy in for tomorrow. Special shout out to the Golders Green and Hendon communities for hosting me this Shabbos. I am standing with the miracle boy, Rebelli Seliger, an active NDYer, you've been here many times, who survived 9 weeks in a COVID-related coma. We're on the side of the arson attack on the Hatzel ambulances, which have now been, Baruch Hashem, replaced. That was pretty quick. I'm struck by the parallel between these stories, individuals and communities facing tremendous hardship and making the active choice to rebuild, recover, and proverbially go weiter. Best. Naftali Palachek, the Palachek Family Foundation, verbally. Dear Rebelli Shlita, as you can see, Belgium joined together as a group to sponsor an Amud in the Sefer Torah, together with some of the Europeans' best regards, Yitzi. Before my son has moved his furniture into his new RBS apartment, he made sure the right photo is on the wall. Where is he? He's not here. Marcus Kublin. Dear Rebelli, I would never have imagined myself becoming a Daf Yomi guy, but I joined MDY over 2 years ago, starting with Sef's Bava Mitzia, and I enjoy it every day. It's true that it's not always easy to do the Daf, but it's always worth it to have that consistent daily chelik and Torah. I'm part of the Valley Village community in Los Angeles, and this week I had the rare chance for a day with my younger daughter at Disneyland, just the two of us. She saw that even at Disneyland, it was important to learn. I was able to watch the year while we waited in line for rides. She took this picture of me while we made our way through the queue for the Haunted Mansion. Anyone who thinks they don't have time for the DAF should know that, 1, time opens up where we make room for it, and 2, our children learn so much from seeing our priorities, especially when it comes to Torah that is so true. It's beyond our comprehension. What they see and what they learn, they know what's important, why you leave at certain times. Young kids, I just got a video from this girl that says, how come I didn't show it? Very good. Yeah, a little girl, like a 4-year-old. She says, Tati goes to Daf, like the whole thing. So where do I go? Daf. It could be that the MDY is really the happiest place on earth. Yeah. It could be that MDY is really the happiest place on earth. Could be. What do you mean could be? My great thanks to you and everyone at MDY for all you do to conduct, maintain, and grow this year. I hope to learn with you, person of Shemesh soon. The Olam doesn't realize that in this room alone, there's probably 10 people that work on a daily basis to make sure that the shir runs consistently. Phone calls, ideas, meetings, Zooms. The Olam doesn't realize on a daily basis. Yeah, even now you can go through the names, but that guy up there, this guy over there, that guy, these guys over here. It's crazy. It doesn't happen by itself. It's a whole team. Again, I'm going to read what he says here. My great thanks to you and everyone at MDY for all you do to conduct, maintain, and grow the shir. Neshikoyach. I hope to learn with you in person in Bet Shemesh soon. Koltov, Menachem Kovlan, Valley Village, California. Neshikoyach. Tom's River Ally Fever helping out with the mooing for Daf Lamed Ches. By the way, I was a little cringy yesterday. During the mooing, during the mattress video, it didn't sit well with me, but our editor, Ariel, He said it was his most fun he ever had in any daf that he edited. He was sitting and laughing the entire time from beginning to end. So this is at a live satellite location. This is an unbelievable satellite location. They invest a lot in it. It's unbelievable. Rabbi Yisai, the official edition MDY Shas, the Mesechta, Zevin Yal Shalaf. I'm telling you the Shas. I had the schus to learn from our Shas. On Shabbos, I think it was, I did a whole daf, as a chazara. It flows so beautifully. It is the future. And people are going to be running to stores to buy it, even no connection to MDY. The future versions of it, eventually, every is going to have a picture or two with graphs, and it's going to be, it's a different level. Anybody that tries it out loves it because it just flows. It's easy to read. It's user-friendly. It doesn't say antechamber and sacrifice, and it's just the lotion that we use. It's
It's more than that. Sometimes you put some parentheses, certain things that you wouldn't know otherwise.
right. There are no notes. So right before Toshma, it tells you what the Toshma is coming for. It repeats in 3-4 words just to remind you, to refresh your memory. It says over here in the Gemara, what did Rabbi Yochanan say? Just a quick little things that help. It reads. I don't want to say newspaper, but it reads like a newspaper. It just reads. It flows. Easy to understand. Any kid can read it and get good pshat, crystal clear pshat. It's a very, very good product. And it's getting better and better. Bemis. Zevin Yal Sholhav. Daf Lamates. Shuli Furman. Zeich Nishmas My Zaydi Shraga. Faivel Ben Doiv Kresh, whose yard site is the 23rd of Sivan. David Salomon. All these from now on are the Masechta sponsors, the actual Masechta, not the blue MDY Shas. Dedicated in memory of Avi Mari, Reb Shmuel Baruch Ben Reb Chaim Tzvi Dodge Racha. By the Policy Family Foundation, we just heard from him in gratitude to the consortium and the lines, and all they do to support MDY. Baruch Atah. According to the Ebed Barag. Hatzlach Baruch Yisuf Gashmis, and thank you to Chief Ben. I just said the Barag the first time since I'm a little kid. He said the Barag. Anonymous, for Gabli Refor Shlema and Arichas Yom Talea Bas Esther, Benjamin and Daniel Rosenfeld, Abrios V'Simcha, Ari Simon for Shlema Avi Mari Baruch Ben Miriam, Anonymous for Shlema for Rabbi Yerucham Ben Yehudis and of Ramishaya Ben Slavet Dvara. Amen. I guess that's why I didn't let him come today. So, huh? I'm almost as happy as Levi Friedman. The Spanish here sponsors. Mazel tov to the MDY family on this incredible set. Sorry. I love you. Beitar keep growing across the world and in Spanish-speaking communities. Shmuel and Ahova Schuster in memory of Hayalda Shengel Hertzberg Alea Shalai. Zev and Amy Nevo and family. Adina Liba Nevo. I just spoke to him last night. A long conversation. It's heartbreaking, and I said 2 words to the wife. She got on the phone at the end, and it's a crazy situation. And it was from person. It's a mess. It's a big mess, and it's very, very difficult. The 4-year-old, but the bottom line is, people have to be aware. Like you get distracted. I don't know if that's. I'm not saying what happened and where it happened, but people sometimes get distracted. It happened to me. I didn't even mention to him, but it happened to me twice. I was in charge of my kids in shul, and I just left them in shul, and I went home. And at one time they closed the shul, and one of my kids was there. And 5 minutes later, it happens. It happens to especially absent-minded people. And just awareness. There's all sorts of like devices to remind you of the car. It's to hear the story and to think about a young, vibrant, normal, regular, healthy 4-year-old girl. I have a 4-year-old Anakel, and it's like wow. Adina Liba Bas Zev Chaim Aleh Shalom, a 4-year-old girl who shook up the world with her tira. May she be a Melis Yosef for Klal Yisrael, Amen, and the family should have an Achama. Anonymous, Nishmas, Rabbanit Leah Bat Rivka Berman on her 20th yard side by Ber Agola class of 2006. Shem should have an Aliyah. Yaman Neiman. In the Schos, I become Matzliach in my Pernasa, Amen. Innovations LC. Mazdov Shmuel Spiro, son of the world-famous Tzvi Spiro, on your graduation. Keep giving your parents nachas and doing the daf. Amen. Monthly sponsor Innovations LC as a schus vakim Simcha Ben Vega, Yehudis Bas Yachachaya, MDY Art, Before Shlema Yonatan Eitim Ben B'Shem Bracha. Before Shlema Mordechai Ben Esther. Was Ayel Daniel Zev Ben Ayelet Esther. Brand new Mishnah. We're doing okay. Don't worry about where we're holding because there's a very short daf mem, so everything's beseder government. So basically, we will be discussing: do you have the power, just in your mind? Do you have the influence over a shoichet? You're the owner of that animal. Does your thought have an influence on what the kohen in the Beis Hamikdash does, on what a shoichet outside of the Beis Hamikdash does? So, for instance, if you bring a carbon to the Beis Hamikdash and you're standing on the side, you have the power and the influence to influence the kohen's shechita and say, "Oh, it's not going to be a chatas, it's going to be a shlamim. It's not going to be a carbon, it's going to be avodah zara." You're the owner. Maybe you have the right to put a thought into his shechita, his zrika. And the same thing would apply if a Jew is shechting a non-Jewish animal. Even today, Arabs will rely on a Jewish shechita. It's considered halal for them because it's shechted. So suppose, imagine, and the Gemara talks about Arabs actually, that they were avodah zara, and then not so, but back in the day they were. So Jews doing the halal process for him, he gets paid for it. He does halal. And the Arab puts a machshava of avodah zara into the shechita. So this is for an idol. As this Jew is doing the action, the owner, could he insert his machshava in it? What do you guys think? So that's also part of the discussion. And in fact, it's all machlokes. All these things are machlokes. So says the Mishnah, so Tanna Kama says that we don't have to be concerned about the owner, the guy. So therefore, the shechita is kosher, and you, the Jew, can actually purchase meat from this non-Jew. Rabbi Lezer holds that the non-Jew, the guy, could insert his avodah zara thought into your shechita, your Jewish shechita, can insert the avodah zara into. Omer Rabbi Eliezer. What? The what? Okay, we're going to see the Gemara. That's we have to see the Gemara. Yeah, we have to see. Right now, we're not talking. We didn't hear anything. At this point, we didn't hear. It's a thought. We have to see if stam, like you said, stam machshavas avodas kechavim zara is there a norm for the non-Jew? So that day that we did the shechita, we saw the diaphragm, we saw the katzar kavod. It's called a skirt steak in English. It's a wall that divides the liver. So even if the non-Jew owns that very small piece of steak, the lung to the liver, right? It's in between. It's like a wall between the lung and the liver. It's the first time. Sarefet, samach reish ayin pei tov, sarefet, the diaphragm. Yeah. So, so even if he owns that little diaphragm, psula, he's a owner. He has a partnership in this animal, a small partnership. He has the ability to ruin it. Why? Shestam machshavas because the norm of a guy, of someone, an idol worshiper, is always avodah zara. And you could say halavai, stam machshava of a Jew should be for the Rebbeinu Shalom. A guy comes to the Rav and says, "Rav, I need a pisrin chalaim. I need to explain to you what I dreamed. Every dream has a." He says, "I dreamt of the Rebbeinu Shalom. I had a conversation with the Rebbeinu Shalom." This is very good. It means that during the day you're thinking about the Rebbeinu. Usually you dream at night when you think during the day. He says it's impossible. I'm so busy during the day. I'm running to shul. I'm going to kollel. I'm benching. I'm like, I don't have a second to think about the Rebbeinu Shalom. There's a lot of truth to it. There's a lot of truth. We're busy running to shul, we're forgetting what we're doing. Yeah. That's what the Victor Miller says. You're allowed to think about a Kodesh Baruch Hu even during Shemona Esrei. Omar Rabbi Yossi, Kavachomer Hadvarim. Says Rabbi Yossi in the Gemara, if you don't understand the Kavachomer right away, the Gemara is going to give us the details of the Kavachomer. In the Beis Hamikdash, we had, if you weren't with us, I feel bad, but if you were, the whole Zvachim talks about the thought process of the Kohen and how he can ruin the Karbanos at the 4 stages. There's 4 famous stages. Here, I'll just throw it on the screen for the newbies. The Shechita, forget the bottom ones, those are all part of the Mincha. Shechita, Kabbalah, Hilacha, and Zrika. During those 4 processes of shechting and receiving the blood and bringing it to the Mizbech, and then doing the Zrika, throwing the blood on the Mizbech, which is the most important one, throughout that whole process, you could think thoughts that destroy the carbon. Literally, that if you eat from the carbon later, you get Misa. It's that bad. So, says Rabbi Yossi, in the Beis Hamikdash, when the whole idea of ruining it with your thought applies, only the Kohen has the right to have a thought, not the owner. The owner has no right. So when it comes to, let's say, Avodah Zarah, outside of the Beis Hamikdash with just your regular animal, and it didn't it's certainly a non-shoichet should not have superpowers in his mind to change the designation of this animal and think, oh, I'm the owner. This animal, I'm turning it into Avodah Zarah. In the Beis Hamikdash, you can't do that if you're the owner. And in the Beis Hamikdash, that's where the whole thing originated from. The whole idea of pigul, of ruining the carbon, is in the Beis Hamikdash. You can't do it in the Beis Hamikdash. If you're the owner, you can't. You don't have any power over the animal. So certainly outside of the Beis Hamikdash, the guy doesn't have power to make it into Avodah Zarah. So it explains the Gemara. Hanitanoi. Let me just. Oh, the Shoichet Laban. You can come here. A small video. You don't like these.
I also know why. You want a burger, a double portion. Don't worry, I'll take care of you.
That's our, what do you call it, Avodah Zarah? No, the one that you relieve yourself.
I want a burger, a double portion. Sir, this is a shoe store. No excuses. I have a cow outside. I'll pay whatever it takes. Oh, you're in luck. I'm a certified shoichet. I'm already on it. Here you go. Thanks. $5,000, please. What a nerve. Enough is enough. This is what I brought. You don't want it? Don't eat it. What am I supposed to do with all this meat? Is it even kosher? MDY saved my life. There's going to be cholent tonight.
Look at this, me over there is not me. Look at that. Look at my teeth.
Just a second. I brought the cholent. It's all thanks to you.
Okay. So, that wasn't me. I don't know how to get my. Okay. Zog the Gemara. So, many Tanoim, the Tanoim in the Mishnah, Tanakama, Rebbe Lezer, Isnu, the Rebbe Lezer, Rebbe Yossi, they both, what's Machlokes? The Tanakama says that we don't care about the guy. He doesn't insert a Machshava of Avodah Zarah. Rebbe Lezer says he does. They both hold of Rebbe Lezer, Rebbe Yossi, but they come out with different opinions. That what? Besides, Rebbe Lezer, Rebbe Yossi. Shamati Shebal Mefagdim. I heard that as the Kohen is performing the Avodah, the owner could be Mefagdim. Very interesting. I mentioned this when we were learning Zvachim. That Yosef Engel, he had a very, very strong kasha. Said, how is it possible that the owner could be mefagel, then it comes out that there's no halach of soita. A soita will never blow up. Why? She has to bring a mincha. So as she's bringing the mincha, in her mind, she's going to think that she's going to eat the mincha. That it's going to be they're going to be makir the mincha in 3 days. If the owner has the right to ruin things in their minds, so she can ruin the mincha, and then she never brought a mincha. She didn't bring a mincha, then the water doesn't work. So he wrote a sefer called Vurish Shmonim to answer this question with 80 different answers. And in that dummy writes, what a shame I didn't call it Vurish Meah, because he was able to come up with 80 answers because he forced himself, because that was the name of the book, that was the name of the sefer. Had he made a larger, a higher goal, he would have forced himself even to 100. Psychology, the psychology of a human. Set yourself achievable goals, but high ones. Like the Gemara. I remember we were sitting once 5 years ago, and we were, I don't know, 50,000 people in the shir. 50,000 people. Who ever heard of a shir? 50,000 people. Yossi Klein says to me in the Sound against one day we're going to have 70,000. I said, look, it's a beautiful goal, but you got to be realistic. You have to be within reason. We're not holding. You want to say 10,000? It's a crazy number, but it's realistic. 70,000. What are you talking about? 70,000. And now we're very close. We're very close. Basically, hopefully by the same Shas, we'll be there. We're like at 50 now. Unbelievable. What? We're at 60, but based on. Yeah, we saw crazy numbers. I don't know, it's very hard to, these are 60, that's what we came out with. 37 plus points, 50, 57. Wow. Huh? Yeah, no, that's nothing now. No, it's 170. At 48, now we have a new goal. I said 400,000. If everybody brings 2 people, then the next people will be in this 50,000. Okay, something about I heard that the owner could actually have an effect on this animal. So what's my point? If you heard it come out of his mouth, okay. He loy, but he didn't hear anything, so you can't assume anything. So therefore, he didn't make it up at the Zara. To say that this guy's grace, we don't say that. Even though you didn't hear it directly from his mouth, but you can assume that that's his thought. And his thought does have effect on this animal. So the third sheet in the Mishnah is, even if you heard the chashiv that he said before, if you heard from the guy's mouth that it's Avodah Zarah, it means nothing. Why? This guy's performing a shechita, and this guy, Muhammad, is thinking of Avodah Zarah. It doesn't affect the shechita of the Jew. Okay, so that's one way to look at it. No, there's a machlokes even when you heard it directly from the guy's mouth. Yes, I agree. There's something called that the owner is mefago, but that's only bifnim. That's why I brought this base on Migdashir. Not because Yosef is here, my brother Yosef, but because bifnim. I want to. Bifnim is not a word; it's a thing. We're in the base Hamikdash. Inside here, you could have thoughts to ruin the carbon. That's only inside the base Hamikdash. But the thoughts, outside of the Beis Hamikdash, right over here, any other place besides the Beis Hamikdash in the entire world, it doesn't work. Why? Because I don't learn outside of the Beis Hamikdash to inside. I don't learn Avodah Zarah from a carbon. So he holds taka. Really has to know. I do learn any carbon from the carbon, any shechting from the carbon is the Beis Hamikdash. Just like in the Beis Hamikdash, the owner has an effect on the shechita. So through outside the Beis Hamikdash, that's why a Jew is shechting an animal, and the owner, the guy, has a thought. His thought, it's unbelievable. His thought transfers into the animal and ruins the animal, makes it up a desire. there's a question people ask. Why say Tiskil of Gadloy? We always say Tiskil of Gadloy, the Torah, the Chuppah, or the Ma'asim Tovim. Should the Ma'asim Tovim be before Chuppah? Don't you want your kid to be a mensch before he gets married? Tiskil of Gadloy, the Ma'asim Tovim. So they answer that when can you tell that a person is a true Bamidas, that he's a true Chesed, when he does Chesed with his wife, when he does Chesed in his home? That's the Chesed that we're looking for. And it fits in over here. I think it's Chutz Mifnim. When a person, a lot of people, they run around and do Chesed this one, Chesed that one, but in their own home, they're pretty Achzari. And you can learn the outside from the inside. When a person, you see the person is this Chesed with his wife and his children, then you know that he's a true Chesed outside. Gemara, but also Rabbi Yossi Lameimar, and Rabbi Yossi says, "Afilu b'fnim nami." And he also pretty much like, I think that's the standard Chita, that even inside the Beis Hamikdash, the Bailam doesn't have powers over the animal. He can't insert his power into the Kohen Shechita. You're the owner, you're Yisrael, you can think whatever you want, you're not going to affect it. Itmar. Hashem is a behema, lizard gamal avedizara, ulahat b'chilbal avedizara. So now we're going into a sugya called me'avoida la'avoida. These are the four avodas, right? Every pigol in the world, basically, is me'avoida la'avoida. For the most part. Because if you're having a thought during Shechita, what's your thought? Not that you're going to do Shechita somewhere else. You're thinking during Shechita, where are you going to do the Zrika? Where are you going to eat the animal? Where are you going to put the animal? When are you going to put the animal's parts on the Mizbeach? That's the problem with Pigul. Pigul means I'm thinking to myself, anything that has to do with eating, even the Mizbeach's food, so to speak. So I think to myself, I'm going to do Zrika tomorrow. As I'm doing Shechita, as I'm doing the one on the right, I'm thinking about the one on the left. Isn't that's ma'avoida la'avoida? And that's what Pigul is. So what about in Shechita? Do I say avoida la'avoida? As I'm shechting the carbon. Now, if I'm shechting a carbon, and I think to myself, I'm shechting this, not carbon. If I'm shechting an animal outside, my garage, at home, I'm shechting an animal, l'shem avodah zara. Is that avodah zara? Why is it avodah zara? Everybody agrees avodah zara. There's no question that you chayiv misa, and this animal is also b'hana. Not only that, there, Lauren, you hear this? This animal, there's something, think about, we learned in Zvachim, that this animal, not only is it also b'hana, and also for you to eat, but there's also something super duper with this animal. Think what it is. What could it be? Something really, really bad. Ah? No? Oh! It's not stam tameh, it's tameh ba'oil. Everybody in the room becomes tameh. That's how severe. So if I chef this animal with a knife, and I say this is avodah zara, the whole building goes up in red. It's like, it's Zifkei Mason. But what if I think during the Shechita that I'm going to throw the blood, l'shem avodah zara? Could I transfer my thought of Shechita to the Zrika when it comes to avodah zara outside the Beis Hamikdash? Inside the Beis Hamikdash, obviously it works. But outside, that's the question. Here's another trick question. What if I think to myself that I'm going to take the parts of this animal that I'm shechting right now during the Shechita, and I'm going to put them on my bama in the backyard? Is that avodah zara? 100% it's avodah zara. It's avodah zara. Does it make the animal puzzle? Are you chayiv misa? Yes, 100%. Does it make the animal puzzle? No. Why not? Because that occurs after the Zrika. That's already the putting on in the Beis Hamikdash, putting the parts of the animal on the mizbeach is after you're already done. So I can't ruin the animal after I'm done. Let's say I have a piece of meat in your refrigerator ready to eat, and then I say, oh, this is avodah zara. It's not going to work. You're over avodah zara, but it doesn't affect the meat. So I'm just putting it into this line over here. I show you when there's avodah zara. Zrika is a problem. Zrika is very much about the Zara, and you're chayiv misa for saying it. But the question is, does it have an effect on the animal? But the next one, the lahak tefel of the Zara, to put the payload, the fat, the parts that go on the mizbeach for Avodah Zara, that's already too late. That's already post Zrika. So now the question is, could I have an effect on when I do my shechita? Could I think about another avodah called zrika? Rebbe says yes, psula. It's asur bahana. Asur over here means asur bahana. Shimon ben Lakish Omar Muteres. It's not a problem. Yuchayev misa, but you mutter. What does mutter mean? The animal is mutter. You are chayev misa, but you can have a great steak before you die. The Rebbe says, because I could put my thought during shechita about zrika on it. Why? It's not this. It's why. Because I'm learning Avodah Zarah from Pigul. Pigul is inside the Beis Hamikdash. Avodah Zarah is outside. I can learn the outside from the inside. So Muteres. Rosh says it's not a problem with the meat. You are chayiv misa, it's not a problem with the meat. Why? I cannot go from shechita to zrika in my mind. Why? Because I don't learn Avodah Zarah from in the Beis Hamikdash. Of course we go. Not Avodah Zarah. That's not even a question. אנחנו לא מתפללים, לא... חצי שעה. 20 דקות. אז אם אתה רוצה שם למטה, סליחה. אין ישיבה היום. ישיבתנו אולי יש, כן. מי לא עושה? מחד מעבודה, חושבים פנים. אוקיי. says Gemara of all the Tamayu. Because they go according to their own shita. There's another machlokes, a very, very similar machlokes somewhere else. And the Gemara says that this machlokes over here, but the Sarah is similar to that machlokes over there. And then the Gemara is going to ask, so why do they have to argue different things that are the same thing? It's the same. Now, if I were to ask you, we're in chance. Does it mention Rish Lakish and Reb Shimon ben Lakish within the same line? What would you say? Oh, you're looking over there. He says, I just said it. You're right, I just said it. But when I asked Reb Nachman Mendel Fenster a few days ago, I said, as a joke, why does it say, sometimes it says Reb Shimon ben Lakish, sometimes it says Rish Lakish. I was just trying to bother him. He says, Ayin Daf Lamed Tes Amud Aleph on the top. So here we are. We just passed it. I just went a few lines by there on purpose. So it says in line number 6, it says Reb Shimon ben Lakish Omar Muteres, and then it says in line 8, Rish Lakish Omar Muteres. So over here he's trying to prove that's the same person. We're explaining why Rish Shimon ben Lakish says Muter, and the Gemara explains Rish Lakish Omar Muteres. It's in the same line. It's the same human being. You can't say it's different people. You can't say that he's younger or older. He was a Talmud then. It's the same person. So sometimes it just says like this and like that, and that's how but his mind works in a very different way than a regular human being, the most human. Who? Yeah, Fenster said it. But he said, Ayin Lam Tes. It's not even the same. It's not even a question. I could have asked it anywhere in chance, and he answers me in a second. But all the time, it's okay. Rabbi says it's the same thing, the same idea. We remember the first Mishnah of Zvachim. It says the idea of the Shema. What does the Shema mean? Usually it means like you have to have kavana for a mitzvah. Over there it means that if you're shechting a carbon patas, you cannot switch its designation to a shlamim mitzvah. If you bring a carbon patas to the Beis Hamikdash and the kohen thinks to himself it's not a patas, it's a shlamim, he's over on Shaloi Shema. There's only 2 korbanos you can do with it. The chatos and the Pesach. That's it. So, but it's very similar to Pigul. It's the same idea, but it's different. Pigul is I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to eat it at the wrong time. And this is, I'm bringing another type of cart. Instead of chatos, it's a shlam. Did mashchata l'shma I started off this contest very good. I shifted it with the proper intent that it's a contest. But I'm thinking to myself, you know what? In 5 minutes, when I throw the blood on the Mizbeach, I'm going to throw it as if it's a Shlomim. I'm allowed to jump in my mind from Shchita to Zrika. That I'm learning the Lishma, the problem of jumping from carbon to carbon, from Chavis to Shlomim. I'm going to learn from Pigel that I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to eat this animal after its time. You cannot go from one avodah to another avodah. Don't learn from Pigel. So we're saying basically it's the same machlokes as you just mentioned with avodah zara. But do I learn machshava to machshava? Utzricha says the Gemara. Let me just show you this video real quick. I thought it was a cute video. Where is it? Oh, it's this one.
I'll try to stop. My mother always said I was the black sheep of the family, which is messed up, John. Welcome to another meeting of Anonymous Addicts. We have a newcomer today. I am Katat, and I am an addict. We love you, Katat. Health is everything. With all that meat on you, you are no longer a hot tot. You are a shlamim.
So that's what the Shema is. The Shema means that you switch the designation from a contest to Shlamim. All that for that. Somebody I know very well, I learned with his son, right? Every time we show the contest smoking, he basically, not every time, but he makes a mocha. He's going to smoke, he's not good, but I hope now, like, this is trying to get people to stop smoking. Okay. Yidmer Baha, I'm not making this up, as I was walking down, I took the elevator, and the elevator stopped on one of the floors in the building. And I see my neighbor in a wheelchair going to the hospital. So I asked the son, so I came out of the elevator, I said, you guys take the elevator to the wheelchair, I'll go down the stairs. So the son came with me and said, well, what's going on here? He said, his mother got the lung cancer. So we were just talking about this. I said, well, no, she's not a smoker. Okay. Should have your first name. If I just said this machlokes bayot and now we're speaking about avodah zara, it's because avodah zara, it's outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So I don't learn the outside from the inside. Because of but the Shema, the Chatas, that we changed the designation to Shlamim, and Pigel, they're all done inside the Beis Hamikdash. Maybe perhaps you could go from one machshava to another, from Shchita to Zrika, because of the half, and if I only said this one, it's a simple trichusa, it goes both ways. If I only spoke about the Shema case, that's inside the Beis Hamikdash, but he covered Rabbi Yochanan admits, over there, Rabbi Yochanan admits that what? That you learn Pigel from you learn the Shema from Pigel. And whether Shimon Lakish. But when it comes to Avodah Zarah, maybe it's Mitzvah or Shlakish, that's not a problem because it's outside of something else. You can go, you need the Mahaliks in both cases. That what? Do you go from Shchita to Zrika in your mind or not? What's a Rav Sheshes? Rav Sheshes asked the question, and the Gemara is going to say at the end, I'm just pointing it out, his name is Rav Sheshes. Rav Sheshes is going to answer the question. So he asks a very simple question that really needs explanation. What do we learn in the Mishnah? In a place where your thought ruins it in the Beis Hamikdash. Now Rashi points out that the word koisel חבר'ה, המניין של שחס, אולי עדיף להתפלל שמה, כי אנחנו התחלנו מאוד מאוחר בגלל האזעקות, אז אנחנו לא נגמור לעוד איזה רבע שעה או משהו. So, if the person is doing pigul in Beis Hamikdash, what would it say? It would say, "Ma b'mokim shemachshava mifageles." What does it say? Vayselas. Vayselas might be talking about even the case of the Shema. I can ruin it, so to speak, by thinking instead of that it's a chas, it's a shlomo. That works in Beis Hamikdash. It says Rabbi Yossi, only the kind has the power to change it and to ruin it. But outside of the Beis Hamikdash, where your mind doesn't work, it doesn't have control, and it did. Now, what's the question right here? Outside of the Beis Hamikdash, your mind doesn't have control. Of course, your mind has control. If you think about while you're shechting an animal, you think in your mind that it's an avodah zarah. There's no greater avodah zarah than that. That is avodah zarah. And initially, so the Gemara asks, what does it mean your mind doesn't have control? Even though it causes a cloud that it doesn't have any effect of zirah avodah zarah in the password. It's the greatest avodah zarah. The greatest avodah zarah actually changes the designation. It makes it. Where was this the greatest avodah zarah? Huh? The shaychet. What Rabbi Yossi is saying, Rabbi Yossi says about the shaychet. He says, in a place where the shaychet has no effect on the animal after the Beis Hamikdash, so of course the bailam doesn't have an effect. But he starts with the shaychet. In the Beis Hamikdash, the shaychet has an effect, the owner has zero effect. So outside the Beis Hamikdash, where the shaychet, the so to speak coin, has zero effect, so certainly the owner has no effect. What do you mean that the shaychet doesn't have an effect? The shaychet can make it into avodah zarah by thinking about it. Says the Gemara, so you have to explain. Must be we have a video here. Oh, Zip came in real quickly. He's showing that avodah zarah. Imam is still like avodah zarah videos. Doesn't say well. I could. That's a very good thing. Showing 15 minutes. No, but you have to see this idea. Becomes a dead person, and a dead person fills up the whole room with tumah, with red tumah. Okay, what are you saying? That what? It's not a machshava. It's a diva. What?
When did you ever have avodah zarah? He says avodah zarah.
No, we know that machshava also works. That we had solution of avodah zarah. The machshava works. You can think about the avodah zarah. Now you're inventing a new thing. Look the Gemara. It means that do you have an effect? Of course you have an effect during the shechita to say that it's avodah zarah. But do you have the effect while you're shechting to say that I'm going to do zrika avodah zarah? So can I go from one avodah zarah in my mind? And so maybe there are a couple of times like this. In the Beis Hamikdash, even if I think pigul or the shema itself is a shema, even if I think that it's shlamim instead of a chatas like you saw in the video, it ruins it from one avodah, and I have the effect my avodah. During the shechita, I'm thinking that I'm going to do the zrika for shlamim. But it's only who has an effect is Rabbi Yossi, only the kohen, not the owner. So outside of the Hamikdash, where I shecht an animal during shechita, I cannot think about zrika for avodas kechavim. I can only focus on the shechita. If I during the shechita I say it's avodah zarah, you're right, it works. But now I can't jump to another avodah. And it did. So therefore I have a couple chaimer that only the person performing the shechita can do it, and not the owner. And so then why are you so concerned about the owner, the guy, inserting his thought of avodah zarah into your shechita? Says the Gemara, "Pnim kashel l'Rishim b'makish, it's kashel l'Rabbi." I think this makes it so easy. What does Rabbi Yossi just say? What did he just? Oh, I want to change it. I forgot. Machshava ma'avodah l'avodah. Gershon, can you change these words afterwards? where it says machshava, just put the word machshava instead of that little. I don't like that guy. I don't know why I did. Machshava ma'avoda la'avoda. Gam l'shma b'fnim v'loy b'chutz. I just wrote this lashon. That what? It's based on Rashi. That what? I can think from shchita to zrika, even in the chatas and a shlamim and the shma, inside the Beis Hamikdash, not outside the Beis Hamikdash. So what's the problem with that? Two problems. Rish Lakish doesn't work with the shma part, and Rabbi Yochanan doesn't work with the outside part. Why? Take a look. The words are going to jump. Oops. No. Don't change it now. Don't change it now. Oh, change it. Okay, fine. All right, it's there. Now, Rish Lakish says you cannot think about the Shema from one Avodah to Avodah. Everybody says we're assuming that Rish Lakish and Rabbi Yochanan go with Rabbi Yochanan. And Rabbi Yochanan said this from one Avodah to another only inside the Beis Hamikdash, not below the whole. Rabbi Yochanan says it works even outside. So because there's one problem for each mandal. So says the Gemara, Bishleim of Dim Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish leKashia. This is fascinating. How am I coming to Shama Rabbi Yochanan? Before Rish Lakish heard it from his Rebbe, Rashi told him from his Rebbe. Yeah, you got shots. They argue. Rish Lakish always arguing so. Yeah. So before, and here's the crazy thing. According to one Pshat and Rashi says, before he heard this mission of Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi, he's arguing on the logic. Once he heard it's a Mishnah, he says, okay, I can't argue on the logic. That's places. Even it's small little places. You do all places. Especially if they're small. Basically, I think this is very bothered by this. Rish Lakish doesn't know Mishnah. Now, if Rish Lakish was like a beginner, you want to tell me, oh, he's a beginner. He wouldn't be arguing with himself. There's no right to argue. So he's in a darga of arguing with Rabbi Yochanan. So he doesn't know Mishnah. That's why there's another Pshat in Rashi also. Okay, so says the Gemara. Yeah, but the Shai is a big question whether he's kind of talking before and then became a Ganav or he's always. I think there's when we learned that sugya.
You said that your dirty talk is going to be. Can you give us an example?
He's holding by the Hebrew shir stuff. Rabbi Yochanan says that you could go from one avodah to another avodah even outside the Beis Hamikdash. Voice of love, the same Rosh Hashanah. That's the question. Answer the question. Ba'arba avodah is beautiful. It's very simple. We were learning avodah la avodah. Two avodah. So what? I'm going from as I'm shechting. I'm thinking to myself, what am I going to do by this zrika? No. That's not the pshat at all. Arba avodas means literally. Avodas means the four famous avodas. I can think at the shechita that I'm ruining it. I can think by the Kabbalah I'm ruining it. I can think by I'm not jumping from the right to the left from shechita to zrika. All I'm saying is that in the Beis Hamikdash there's four avodas, and outside the Beis Hamikdash are how many avodas? Only two. That's what I'm saying. So that's the beautiful Kavachayim. Where I have four avodas that can ruin it, only the Kain can ruin it. So when I only have two avodas, then certainly only the Shochet can ruin it. There's more avodas, more possibilities, and only one person can do it. That's the question. And I call it that's not the same days. He says, in the place outside the Beis Hamikdash, there's only shechita and zrika. It is so certainly only the Kohen should be able to do, or the shochet should be able to do, and ruin this animal and not the owner. Turning the daf by the global specialist in international financial services, Mamish Misu Aryeh, Chaim Lorab, Nishmas Imi Mirasi, Faro Etel Bas, Isabel Hasholeh. What are we going to do here? Wow. Time you say the what? The reason says that you could ruin it from shechita to zrika. Okay. Well, as you're doing a shechita outside the Beis Hamikdash, you can think to yourself, "Oh, I'm going to do the zrika for Avodah Zarah." It says before the shofar is a behema, lizard tired. A shoichet is a behema lizard double. Nebuch is woken up at 6 o'clock. A shoichet is a behema lizard double Avodah Zarah. Ulahak techabel Avodah Zarah. You do. Oh, first of all, Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? Thank you for coming. So it's Shaka Day today. So who else is a guest? Oh, I didn't notice you. So what's your name? From Manchester? London? No. That's a Chiddush Global. Gates is a big one. You haven't had a Gates there in Mamish for a long time. So what's your kid's name over there? Oh, I'm from Gateshead. Wow, you came on the day. You were able to get it with all the sirens? Oh, you do? How long do you live here? That was good. That was good. And you still have that action? Wow. I was right with what I said. I was right. You're not from Gateshead. We didn't have a guy from Gateshead in a long time. Your mom should give me. Wait here. Okay, Shalom Aleichem. Welcome. Shalom Aleichem. As he's doing the shechita, he's thinking about shrika. So that's from avoida to avoida, just like Rabbi Yochanan said, and it makes it terrible. It's a zippinis. Oh, here's a question. What if? What do we do? What do we do here? We stop here. It's already no. We're an hour into shir. It's an hour into shir. It's 8:20. Okay, we're gonna have to stop here and figure it out. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful, quiet day. Surah Taivas. That's a sign for the hemp for the shear. It's on the weak side. I gotta say that you guys can make it up. Today's a very, very special day. Today that the whole neighborhood, maybe even the whole Eretz Yisrael is waiting for. Today is Aryeh Kamiansky's Hanochas Tefillin. Aryeh is famous in the world. He's here with us. He's part of the daf for a few days, and those daf that he learned, since I could ask him anything. Even hardened some. Aryeh. Unbelievable. Today's breakfast is sponsored by Avi and Rachel Kamiansky. Also, the grandson, the famous Dr. Epstein. The grandfather is not here, but today's breakfast that you consume before Shir started, in honor of our son Aryeh's official Hanochas Tefillin, official meaning because he put up because he did that a bracha. There's a shkita in Howard, Florida. WY is one of the sponsors. The boy side. Take a look at this for a second.
The boys that I published on the last two I got to do it. Yep. That's it. We're done. Just giving up something like 28 years. That's been my best friend. Put my wrist down here. That means they quitting. I've never been a quitter, but I'm quitting today. But I told them I'm not doing it.
Yes, chest pains. Going for CT scan, it says.
Thank you. Thank you. Like the shit will change your life. It might as well give you life. And it will give you life. And if you share us, and I hope many of you can join us together, and we can quit, and be happy this time next year, we'll be like, wow, we've done a year. Let's just share my dream now.
Oh yeah, Nelson. Is that like a new ring special for that video? This guy came on Eric Chavez after he had a. Stunt. Tintu means the angiogram part? Okay. No, he's saying that even though he just had that surgery, whatever it is, the procedure is doing that. Why is the patient taken on the 480 bus from Tel Aviv from Australian Israel, Moses Zach? I'm just reading. While the class is on his class trip to Orlando, the boys woke up early to learn the Dr. Kelly with their amazing Rabbi Zafarani from his essay, I think. Oh, South Africa. I don't know. It says, as I say, I don't know. Akiva essay is situational awareness. It's our new situational awareness. Some people don't have situational awareness in certain situations. Akiva, Johannesburg, but that's not what he meant. I think South Africa, no? Maybe everybody in South Africa. Maybe is it China? No. I know a lot of people in South Africa. It's pretty normal. Dear Valley, I found some stark buffer we put together an after-school kapura to do the daf at the Washington Heights satellite station. Official edition of NY Shots, the Receptor, Zevial Shoha. Dafan Pes, Moshe Aaron, and Mir Landy. David Salomon is the sponsor of Ad Receptor, the one and only corporate sponsor so far. Dedicated in memory of Avi Murray, Shmuel Baruch, Taisi Goldstein, Rocha. The Thousand Pound Foundation is gratitude to the Consortium and the Alliance and all they do to support NY. Anonymous has sent movements to the guys who are thinking from Chief Benny. Anonymous was thinking from Slim and everything from Bas Esther, Biyaman and Daniel Rosenfeld, Rios the Simcha. Ari Simon is Muslim of the Murray Baruch and Miriam Moses. Anonymous. For Shlema for Ruben and Yehudis and Abdul Shayef and Sabbath Amen. Weekly sponsor, the Spanish sponsors, Mountain Tov, the NBI family, and this incredible Torah initiative. Made Torah keep growing across the world and in Spanish-speaking communities. Shmuel and Aruba Schuster, the memory of Ayalda, Shingle, Hertzog, Allah, Shalom. And Shalom, learning from Robert Beerman, gratitude to Hashem for everything. Lev Nevo, Adina Lipa Bass, said finalist and a 4-year-old girl, took up the world with her Tira, very tragic story in LA, no? May she be a Melech Yosha for Klal Yisrael. Yes, people should be aware, more aware of the children they have in their car and take some precautions. I don't know what's going on with the 18s. Really, unfortunately, weird here and there. Charles Isengard, something that should be prevented. Charles Isengard. Racha Batzach to everyone learning that Yoimi Omeid. I'm not going to do Shlema of Reuven Elio Ben Tavira. Yeteskel Goldberg, and honor my wife. You heard us in our 5th wedding anniversary. Gracious Kyle. Zoicha. Mazel Tov. Monthly. Renovations LLC for the NY kids. As a school start, give us Simcha Ben Bego. Eric Yehudis, Pesach Chaya. Yeah. MDYR. Oh, this is something new. Yamin at Madi. In memory of my daughter, Amina Rivka Pat Yamin, on her 3rd yard side. You're my life. For Shlema. Lemam. February. Lemam. For Shlema. Yonatan Eitan Ben Bashev Bracha. And the son should have an aliyah. For Shlema. Yonatan Eitan Ben Bashev Bracha going back. For Shlema. Mordechai Ben Esther. Because Ayela Daniel Zed Ben Ayela Esther. The guest. Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? From Manchester. You do that? Sometimes. Who does the father does that? Every day. What's your first name? Shalom Aleichem. Who got you on? Don't come to Shimmy. Even before Shimmy? Wow. Okay. All kavod. Thank you for coming. And your name? From? Oh, what's your name? Mamish. Don't kiss your Hashem. Who's that guy next to you? Son. This is my neighbor. Seriously, I received, what's the Shabbos? 60 emails. Really good one, 60. And I chose that one. I think it's beautiful. You know his voice. Send them regards. How old are you? How old? Let's go back to this picture. Where's that picture? These guys right here. These are your friends? Yeah? How old? Sarah. 6th grade. Okay. You said preference. I wasn't sure exactly what the... Okay. Anybody else? Oh, you in the back corner. What's your name? Buddy Warren. Yeah, prove it. You know how... Oh, here's the breakfast. Our boys, here comes Zevi in the breakfast. Oh. Yes, we're worried. No, it's a little fresher for the guys that didn't buy the chocolates yet. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to get to you. So, what's your name again? What's in yours? How long were you here last time? That's young years. It's like, Charlie, what's your name? What's you from? Yo, and originally from? Oh, these guys are. You're in about area. He gave $180. I think the Zeta from America has to, say, oh, he encourages. Says, wow, it's unbelievable. Here's 200. I'm whatever. I'm not telling you what to do. What you should do. No. All right. Rabbi Isai, here we go. Are you going to wash with that sandwich? Yeah, we're about to learn. Sit down. Let's go. Okay, Rabbi Isai, here we go. We're holding my Hinky Daniel Supenis. Oh, no. We want to learn Torah here. What is going on? Shai, what do you got? Coming empty-handed. Breakfast now, shoppers are here. Okay. Thank you, Diamond Sukenis. The boy side. Nothing. Have a seat. You know what? Grab. I'll just wait here. What? I'll be on the. Where's Aryeh? He left already. Hey, look at him. He's over there. Aryeh, get over here. What? Yeah. Aryeh. show everybody. Just explain this personality that we have over here. He designed this Aryeh, this lion for his name. No, it's not that. You're gonna have to take it out. Sorry. Here, focus. Look at this lion. Look at this. Look at this. He designed it himself and had it printed. And this is, look at the eyes. Fire in the eyes. All right. Should have a lot of napas from him. All right, boys, there he goes. We have to wait for a few people to finish the sandwich. Listen, are you paying attention though? Are you paying attention? All right. Some people have priorities. Hey, Dinarim Sukenes. We have a whole sugya about Sukenes. Sukenes is an animal that's about to die. Doesn't really have a mom, doesn't have a hole in the heart, a physical. It's about to die. And we learned in the Mishnah that you're permitted to shecht it even though it's about to die, provided that it shows some signs of life. At the end of the Shkita, we'll see exactly when these signs are. That's exactly what we're discussing. What's in the Sukenes? When you have it stand up and it can't stand. So remember this one, it's also part of the video. Stand it up and it falls back down. It could be very, very strong piece of wood. But nevertheless, if you stand it up, it tips over. That's a bonus. Rabbi Cheskel Mafilo tells Koros, you're going to devour beings. Its mouth is so strong, but that's not a sign to the weakness, to its life. It's not. It's about the gas. It's really nice to have it. Really nice to have it. This is a slight variation that it was Rav that said the entire thing in one shot. Take it down to Sukenes, some Rabbi Rav. Sukenes is that you stand it up and it can't stand. But even if it's even if it is words in one shot. But that's all I feel like Koros, even if it is beings. Says the Gemara, Shmuel found the Talmidim of Rav. Now, we all know throughout Shas, Rav and Shmuel always argue. And Shmuel finds the Talmidim of Rav. Shmuel tells the Talmidim, my Omar Rav and Sukenes. What exactly did Rav say in this whole sugya of an animal that's about to die? What does it have to do with its feet, with the hands, the feet? What is it again? This is what he said. If the animal makes the shmakinoi, or the tilarei, or it relieves itself, goes to the bathroom, or the kishkishah, it moves its ear. If I had to ask you right now, which one of these three is the hardest thing for an animal to do after it dies? Oh, I can tell that you learned the Gemara before. There's no way you would say ear without seeing the Gemara. I would say bathroom. No, bathroom not. I'll tell you why, because every person that just comes out. How is it purpose? All these three things are a sign of life. So in other words, let's go back. What's purpose business? Purpose is a sign that this animal made it through the shkita without dying before the shkita even finished. You have to finish the shkita when it has signs of life. And this is a sign that it was strong enough to withstand the shkita. Not just touch it with a knife. You didn't even start slicing the simon and it died already. That's not a shkita. So Shmuel tells Talmidim, he called Rav Abba. Abba has to tell me something as extreme as moving your ear. The ear is already, that's not a finish. Of course, if you move its ear, It's like it got up and ran around half a mile. Of course, it's a lie. I'm talking about things that are Goya. It has to be something that's not caused by the death, but rather it's after death. It shows that the animal is strong enough to make movements. It's still semi-alive a moment after the shkita. We're talking about a split moment after the shkita. What kind of thing? I've heard this from our Shmuel himself. As a muscle. We don't know if you ever watch in Florida when they have an alligator. So the alligator trapper comes from behind, jumps on the back of the alligator, and closes its mouth shut. Once it has its mouth shut, it can't open up its mouth. Why? It takes a little electrical plate. It goes 2 times around the head and it has to stop. Because the difference, that's the word I'm looking for, between the downward, it has like a ton of pressure, flush a ton. But to come upwards, its muscle of opening is the weakest of the weak. You can take a shoestring, go like this, and it's closed, yeah? It can't open. Or crush a deer. I'll take a deer and then crush its skull downward. That contrasts the difference, yeah. Oh, the opposite. I'm saying for carrot. It's much easier to cook. Oh, it's hard. It does it hard. It is. But it's always good, yeah. It's a work in practice. So, okay. So over here also, maybe I'm not a big one on weights. Like to go upwards, if you have a bunch of weights, by your knees, you have 200 pounds and you're trying to do a pull. So it'd be a lot harder if you could go downwards like that. Okay, fine. So over here also, we have the same thing. So I have to say the famous Meiser, but Mordechai Mizrahi, was once walking by the place, and one of the birds did what a bird does on his head. And he said, if you had some of the zeal, when he walked and a bird flew over him, the bird would burn from the Kedusha. So look, I'm not at that level, but one thing, at least he shuddered at Gitzitter. When the bird went over me at Gitzitter, the boy side, I'm not a Rebbe Marcus Rocky's level. When I came into this medrash in a bird mamish, I was walking on my jacket right here, and I got to show you, I got to demonstrate this. I don't know what he was doing. I don't know if he could sit there, if he could trace something, maybe having fun. I don't know what he was doing. But he did something on my jacket. So, if his hand was like this and opened it up, the Gemara says, Dover Shamisar, that's nothing. When it's already bent, just to extend, that's no power. That's automatic like that. It happens. It stretches, If you ever see a person that goes unconscious, somebody punches somebody in the head, they fall down and immediately their feet go like this. It's like a natural thing. But the bend, to go from straight to bend, that shows life. The Yoilus, the famous Yoilus, very, very sharp, has a lot of good lines from him. Thank you, Yoilus. The amount of lines that I use for him over the years. A guy comes to him to ask him for money. So, $100. The guy's not happy, so he goes like this. Nothing. So he says, let me ask you something. Are you a behemoth or you a dead? The Gemara in the Chum says that a dead animal goes like this. That's not a problem. And then the behemoth, the Mishnah says, but the behemoth can go both directions. Even one of them. So what are you? You're a behemoth. All right. So something tomorrow, you see, Yodik Fufa B'Shat, don't use it. And after you have $100, you know, have $100. What's wrong with $100? I see Yodik Fufa B'Shat, the Dov Shamisai. If his hand was bent already, and just to make it straight, that's nothing. That's Misa. If the hand was straight, to bend, to curl it up, that's hard. So that's proof of life. And that's a good shita. Says, you know, Michael Mashallah. That's a good kiddush. Tanina. Says in our Mishnah, Behema Dakash Pashta Yodav Le'Yazir. The Mishnah says one case. A smaller animal that extended its hand but didn't bring it back. So that's not a good shita. So you see that to go from bent to straight is nothing. Shayla says that this is the first. So what do you put in the Mishnah? And you could infer from the Mishnah, it's only because it went from bent to straight, but straight to bent. I know it's a little bit. Straight to bent is okay. It's a good simon. Where's Ariel? It's done. Okay, says Gemara, okay, I can't look at the Mishnah. So on the side it says over here, the kaifa is not a step. It already happened. This is the starting position, says the Gemara. I mean, the kaifa is already bent. Straight. The other kaifa, it's not three things, it's two things. It went from bent to straight, and from straight to bent. But if from straight to bend, just one motion is not enough to teach me. Maybe you have to go straight bend. You have to do two motions, straight and then bend. But from straight to bend, one motion is not enough. But that if it was straight and he bent it, that's all you need. One motion, but the hard motion, the bend. That's considered spiritual. Basically. If an animal makes noise, wow, that's not considered good. You look at the first word on the song. The first word. What does it say? Goya. What is Goya? That's a sign of life. That is Pirkus. And over here, Rameir says, making a move is nothing. It's a Pirkus. Even if it relieved itself, the Kishkashov is nova, wagged its tail, things of Pirkus, it's nothing. So all these things that we see, if the first line of this Amot Goya, the range, Kishkashov, is the Osna El, is nova. Doesn't say El. It's nova. Wagging the tail is not a Pirkus. Ask the Gemara, Kashi Goya, Agoya, Kashi Rei, Arei. We have a contradiction. Our Gemara tells us that mooing is a Pirkus. And over here it says it's not. Last night I had a Shigatz in my head. I might have lost half the people in the show, but I told him that I think it's not going to work so well in the English here. Are you with us in this one? You help me out. You know. You today. Yeah. You're that student, you know. I love you, man. But you have a good voice. So I need you. Are you going to help me out? Right. Look how it Aryeh. It's Aryeh's Achnasas. It's Aryeh's Achnasas today. You don't know, he's there. Trust me, sir. Anyways, this is what we have to do. Just to help you these rules, please. I'm asking. Monday, can you? I'm just worried about the 2 years. That's it. The rest are all. This side of the room has to do a loud move. Okay, we're going right there. Okay, good, got it. We just try it once, but hold on, stop it. When I only want to raise my hand. Okay? And this side of the room has to do very light. Do you know how to do light as well? Let me hear the light one. Oh man. Okay. All right, whatever these guys do, we have to do lighter. This is shot in the Gemara. Here, I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to raise my hand. When I raise my hand, just look at me. Don't look at the Gemara for a second. Goya Goya Lekash. It's not even a contradiction. Oh, Dobby Kala. Dobby Kala. That's the shot of the same thing. Wow. What a day. Where it's not even, we didn't even start. This is just the Akidama to what's about to happen. If it let out a move like that guy did over there, he's wearing his hat, like a shmaka move, then it shows that he's alive. It's part of death. It makes you a little correct. Leaving oneself is not a kasha. Kan, she said, Rabbi said, that's kan. No links on the sand, please. No bathroom humor. Kan, Bishish says when any cow that dies is going to have relieve itself a little bit, but it just comes out without any pressure. Kan b'matrezes, when it comes out in a with force, that shows that it's alive. Look, we have not shot. For shot, real shot. I wasn't short. We have a video, and it was a little cringy. But I said, I don't know if I should show it today. I showed it, but the Israelis, they laughed. One guy got upset. He's busy writing out Gatti.com. But I said, send me a sign. And one of my good chaverim came over to me and he said, this thing on your sleeve is mamish like and he described the matrezes, and I said, maybe that's the sign for the book. But I don't know. I'm going to show you the video, and then you'll tell me. Here.
Oishi, listen, I don't have the strength to stand anymore. Let's just end this. You don't have the strength to stand anymore? You're Mr. Kenneth. We have a call. Get moving.
Professor Menahem Schwartz, expert in examining dangerous cows, at your service.
Not dangerous. Mr. Kenneth is about to die. Not dangerous. Wait.
What? Shima Tracy is kosher.
I have poured twice this week, and I never get on again. For the first time in my life, I never get up where to go.
Then I said, Arya is here. So the thought that was Arya will appreciate it. Then he left. All right. We stooped to Madrigal. We can do tshuva. We can do tshuva. I said, send me a sign. I don't know. There's a sign. All right. Zok Mara, I don't appreciate bathroom humor at all. I'm very anti. Omer of Kizdo. Here goes crystal clear. Omer of Kizdo. Here goes Amru besides Kizdo. So, Rabbi say, you don't even need a chart for this, but why not? There's much of Shabbos, I get a chart. These three shittas. When did this? You saw at the, I don't know if you noticed. I told Yoshi, maybe take out the whole, that spring. She said, "What I said, do like gets a kick in the head from the. That's Pirkus. Pirkus is, it moves its legs. Then he got kicked in the head. So you can do both. Okay. So anyways, there's a Tila Shita, there's an Emsa Shita, the Seif Shita. You see the three Shitas. When did this leg move? Even in the beginning of the Shita, or only at the tail end of the Shita, meaning a moment after the Shita is over, or the Pirkus, the moving of the leg happened in the middle of the Shita.
Crazy. All right. So how much of what you talked about is real?
No. Okay. Yeah. Yes and no. No. Omer of Pirkus Amru. He's asking, does this have to do with the issue of the Shita? Omar is a pure Shalom B'Sov Shkita. But don't pause there. My B'Sov Shkita, B'Sov Shkita. So Rav Chizda is the opinion that we're talking about in the middle of the Shkita. It has to show signs at least in the middle, and not when my B'Sov Shkita, B'Sov Shkita, not who can feel Shkita the Lord, not like you're not Yisrael says, even in the beginning of the Shkita. Or Rav Chizda, Minullah, how do I know that Pirkos happens in the middle of the Shkita? Well, the snag is it says in the Mishnah. It says in our Mishnah that a small animal that extends its hand, it went from bent to extended. Below you have zero and didn't bend, we said that's not a good sign. Hey, Mas, when did this happen? If it happened, Mamish, at the end of the Shkita, even right after the Shkita, the moment after the Shkita, what do you want it to just continue living forever, continue moving forever? Oh, that's the Shkita. Obviously, this happened before that with the Shkita. Maybe it happened after the Shkita was over. It's okay, if it doesn't do that movement a moment after, then that's already something that a dead animal does. So Mela, it has to be after the Shkita. That would be Shkitas Rava. We'll see it soon. Nachman Yitzchak Omar, he says the most cool thing, that's why it's in green. It moved its legs in the beginning of the Shkita because according to Nachman Yitzchak, it's enough if he does it in the beginning, because then it'll show that at the end, all you need is a tiny little bit of life left, and that's enough to make this Shkita kosher. So it's not so much about Yeshua Shkita, rather it's a sign of life. If there's a big purpose in the beginning of the Shkita, so then it had enough all the way at the end of the Shkita, even if it was a little amount, small amount. All right, what's my right? It's not Amar Shimon. Shota Balayla brings a really serious riot. We had in the Mishnah that if somebody shuts at night, you're not supposed to shut at night. But he shuts at night, and there's no way for him, no lights, because we said night. That's the whole subject. Night means when there's no lights. Nowadays, there's lights and everything, then night and day is the same exact thing. You shouldn't shut the night when there's no light. But you shefted a what? What did you chef? You shefted a masukanis, not a dangerous animal, an animal who's about to die. We found the walls full of blood. Now, what does the walls mean? Sheira. So this animal is kosher because it showed signs of life. How? Shizimka, because it sprayed with the blood with such force that it got the walls dirty. Okay, that's Rabbi Eliezer says that zinka, forceful blood, is a sign of life. And says Rashi, there's two ways to learn this force of blood on the wall. The wall can mean literally force of blood on a wall. But like we learned in the Mishnah, and we're going to use Shmuel for now, that the wall is referring to the neck of the animal. If you did a Shkita, it barely had life in it, so the blood would drip out. But to get the whole area, the whole neck, up and down, right and left, full of blood in all directions, that comes from a forceful spray of blood. Is a better word than spray, but okay. Forceful flow, maybe. Okay. Spray to me means like, okay. Yeah? So, now it says like this. If you hold, when did the spray happen? See, the part is very gishmak. When it comes to the spraying of the blood, and it's at night, it's dark, you don't know when it happened. It could have happened at the beginning of the Shkita, it could have happened in the middle of the Shkita, it could have happened at the end. If you tell me that the only time it works is at the end of the Shkita, there's no way for you to know when it happened. It happened at night. You're coming to inspect the day and trying to figure out what happened there. Oh, gishmak. The whole neck is full of blood. Okay, but maybe it happened all the way in the beginning of the Shkita, and that's not a good raya. Elamai, in the beginning of the Shkita, it's a good raya. That's all. That's his raya. It's a beautiful raya. That's Rashi. That's no. For our purpose, Rashi goes into it. We had that on Oral on Lamzan, I think it was. He goes into the colors on who was it? Yeah, look at that. Rashi didn't realize if you wanna see about what you just said. So Elo Yavish the Soch Shkita, Meches doing the Shkita Zinka. If you say that some Shkita Shapir, if you say that you have to show a Pirkus in the beginning of the Shkita, like I'm saying, even in the beginning, so great. So now that you see blood all over the place on its entire neck, so you know, oh, I was in the middle of saying, the Rashi says it doesn't mean the wall, because the wall, you could see when that happened. If you see the wall high up on the wall, that means it happened in the beginning of the shkita. If you see a splatter on the bottom, like in the middle of the wall, it happened later on in the shkita. There's more force in the beginning. That's what he says. So obviously that's why we go with shmul that's on the neck of the animal. The neck of the animal, there's no indication when it happened, the beginning or the end of the shkita. So Elo Yamim, so shkita, if you say that the pirkos, this side happened at the end of the shkita, then you're going to feel shkita zinko. If you're looking for something that happened at the end, there's no way to say that this happened, that blood splattered there. Maybe it splattered in the beginning. So you know, okay, that's a great raya, but only a great raya for blood spray, not for leg movement. The Dilashani Zid of God, maybe blood that comes out of the neck, that's a stronger indication. And Memela, that works even in the beginning of the shkita. But the leg movement, maybe that has to be at the end of the shkita. I don't know. Says is blood stronger and a greater indication? And therefore, to be even in the beginning of the shkita, but now, so look at this. It's not the greatest, but I did this in the Amatzah Shabbos. This is our mitzvah, right? I skipped after Rebbe Lezer is a skip, but it says like this. Rebbe Shimon, there's a three machlokes. Shimon is again. Rebbe Shimon only going to ask the park is biyad ubereg. The most machmir. You need a hand and a leg. It's not one or the other, it's both. Lezer says, Daya in Zinka. It's enough if it sprays blood. So what does it say over here? It's enough. What does enough mean? Daya means enough. I mean, I don't hold like you that you need such an extreme hand and foot, even if it sprays blood. So Zinka, spraying blood is less than the top shita of moving a hand and a foot. Otherwise you wouldn't say Daya. You say, sorry, Zinka. No, Daya means it's enough. Now what's the next shita? It's either or, either the foreleg or the hind leg. On the other hand, you see Zimka splattering the blood is less than the movement of the leg. You're right. Spraying the blood is less than a double movement. But it's stronger, it's a greater indication than one or the other. Yeah, because the red and the green, the first sheet, the Shimon and Gamliel is a very mappers is two. You need two. But I'm saying one. Now the middle sheet is in between. It's exactly in between. It's less of an indication than both, but more an indication than one. Okay. Now what? Right, so maybe Zeno, exactly. Maybe Zeno is extreme. It's a greater indication than one movement of one limb. And Memela, how does Rav Nachman bar Yitzchak know that moving one limb could even occur in the beginning of the shkita? Maybe it has to occur at the end of the shkita. You see from blood, springing of the blood could occur in the beginning of the shkita. It's a great raya. That's because it's stronger. It's a stronger indication than moving one limb. Yeah, you're right. It's not stronger than two limbs, but stronger than one limb. Omar Rabino, Omar Misam Bakukai. Akshiba Abu the Bar Abu. He's the famous, everybody has kids. Who's Yeshua ben Nun's father? Right? Yeshua ben Nun. So who is the father of Bar Abu? the father of the son of Abraham. Who's the father of the son of Abraham? Abraham. The son of Abraham, that was his name. The son of Abraham. So the father of the son of Abraham. So why do they call him Abraham? Actually, Abraham. Why are you calling him the father of the son of Abraham? Because nobody knew who he was. He didn't have a name. He was not a. His claim to fame was his son. His son was called Bar Abraham. So the father of Bar Abraham has a question. He was like the Gemara says, Abu the Shmuel. The father of Shmuel. That was his. So the Amri law, Abu the Bar Abraham. Now it makes sense. Why does he even have legacy? Some people say it's the brother of Bar Abraham, not the father of Bar Abraham. Because the father of Bar Abraham should be Abu Abraham. It's like Nun. Say Nun. Nun asked the question. Not Yeshua ben Nun's father. So it says more over the Rabbana on the Abu. What? The Zenot is stronger than the last Shita. Here. Zenot, the middle Shita is stronger than Chachamim Shita. It's a strong indication. But now, the Chachamim, Ad the fact is Oidiad Oidiad. What is Ad mean? Ad is a strong lesson. Ad means no. It's not good enough what you're saying, your Shita. We want more. We want a greater indication. Ad. But what now you guys want? Who are they referring to? Are they talking to Rabbi Eliezer or are they talking to Gamliel? They might say Gamliel, it can't be, the Manush doesn't make any sense. Rabbi Shimon Gamliel says you need the indication is 2. And they should say, no, you don't need 2. Even 1. So the word should be even. Not make sure it is this. Not ad. Ad means only if. Ad, yeah? You're looking at me like, ad means only, you need at least this. No, she said Kiva. It's enough this. It's enough 1, you don't need 2. And Shita, enough 1, not 2. Kiva Shapirkasa, as long as you move 1 limb, that's enough. That's what it should say. Kiva, not ad. But Shita had the Rebbe Eliezer. So he's referring, Chachamim are referring to Rebbe Eliezer. He said, no. The spraying the blood is not enough. I need more than spraying the blood. I need it to move a leg. 1 leg. So you see the moving leg is more, it's harder for the animal. It's a greater indication. Okay. So Mela, it turns out that Zenith is the least, and if Zenith is the least, and we can still do it at night, and then we assume that it sprayed the blood. It must be that it sprayed the blood in the beginning, and the Mela, all types of fruitus could also be in the beginning, like we're not made to say. Rava Amar, Kirkusha Amru, besides Shita. So finally we have the last Shita, the most machmer Shita. It's not enough to shake the leg in the beginning, in the middle. It has to be over at the end. And again, I'm saying this over and over. At the end doesn't mean the end. At the end means right after the end. A second after you finish. How do I know this? Sanya. Shori Kesef. Famous passage. Shori Kesef. So there's a lot of halachas here that we're learning. Maybe I'll stop here for a second. Do the sponsors. Turning the dot, Adar Global Specialist in International Financial Services, Rachaim Milrad, Lidma Skimim Rossi Prada, Eto Bas, Yishmi Galea Shalom. And as promised, it was a tremendous, overwhelming. Oh, where's Avi's father? He's on Zoom somewhere. Put him on. Let's see So I'm going to start reading some names. If you haven't seen the email section and you didn't see that, that's not right. Oh yeah, that's not right. You're right. Something is sold in the Shabbos. Well, Bar Mitzvah. Yeah, Bar Mitzvah is by Danny Benedict. Okay. So yeah, because it's still like literally just Rosh Hashanah and Kinnitz. As we wait for tomorrow, it's honors. I'm just gonna say Gracious by David Kreinberg, Shmois by Benjamin Daniel Rosenfeld, by Yikra, Belsky Danny, by Midbar, Danny Benedict, Devarim by Reuben Harrison. That's Florida. Azichai by Jerry Zula, Mante Radio Bill Harris, and Yosef by Abba Leonard Shikoyach, and there's, I don't know, there's close to 1,000 people that participated, and hopefully 40,000 people participated, even in the ice, even all right, yeah. Yes.
I don't want to share it with somebody else.
Okay, so you want to be a shearer.
Share it. Somebody matches.
Involved it. I'll tell you, Yossi Klein gave up his partnership to somebody. Gave it up. But you're saying you share, okay? If you want to share, what are you sharing? Gracious. Same amount. Okay. Also, we're opening up the ureas. The ureas are going to go online. 7 people already took ureas. You can speak to Mark Ashkenazi behind the scenes. Ureas is the clock, also the cipher. Because there's a lot of good stuff coming up. The Aziyash, all the psukim we didn't even speak about. So, Zok the Gemara. Oy Kesef. So we're going to go through these words now. Sherry Kesef. Prat Likline. So if you have a goat that marries a sheep and they have offspring, you cannot bring this as a carbon. There's a puzzle that tells you what not to bring as a carbon. Oh yeah, Prat Linidma. Oh, I wanted to put it in Nidma. I don't understand. I thought we told him to put it in. No, it'll have to be in. Nidma is not this. This is not Nidma, but nice to try. Nidma is a funny looking animal. But he took out the camel thing. What happened over there? Messed up. Nidma is an animal that doesn't look like the original. So we had a camel. A camel, you remember the camel? Something like that. It looks like a cow. Maybe you can find it. Look, do a search for cow mel. COWMEL. And then throw it into the slide maybe. Oh, here's the updated one. Shkoyach. Danny Benedict, Midbar, Ruben Harrison, Gemara, and everybody got what they wanted at the end. And I'm going to have to start reading names. It's going to take a month. But Baruch Hashem, Gemara. Always again, reminder, even if it's a pasuk, $180, even if it's a word, 36, as long as the goal of the miyazdim of Avi and Noam, that every single person should be responsible. We say the prayer of Yisrael. And to remind Ayla that the Amudim, half the Amudim is 248, Amudim 245 or 48. I remember half of them are sold already. Anybody from Amudim and up, $720 gets his name inscribed on the mantle itself. So we'll be there with David. Israel Hashem. It says it has to be born naturally. So an animal born from cesarean, no good. Question Samazai. If an animal is born naturally, but after the death of the mother, is that valid or not valid? Is that considered a birth or not a birth? No. The mother dies. That is here's a camel. Wow, this is more than this one. It's really born from a cow, but it looks like a camel, a sticker. You know, it's like one of these weird looking animals. You cannot bring this as a carpet, but it's a cow. Father's a cow, mother's a cow. Yeah, it's a cow, but it looks like a camel, so it's a nidma. Give out. Here's the question. Michael, what are you tying up? It's a birth or not a birth? Again, a cow gives birth, a cow dies, drops dead. Out comes a baby cow naturally. No cesarean needed. Maybe it started the process, but it's finished off. Is it a birth or not a birth? Answer, it's not a birth. Not a birth, that's not how cows give birth. It's not a kiyavalid. The pasuk shot kiyavalid, it has to come out from the womb and not from a side wall. Probably it's like Shivas Yomim, it has to be at least 7 days old. Probably because it's not any animal less than 7 days old is possible for a carbon. It has to have a mother. Prat the Yosef. I'm sure a lot of you heard this. I heard this with my own ears. I heard two like guys in their 80s talking about one guy said, "I'm in Yosim already since you're 80 years old. You're not a Yosim." Yeah? There has to be a limit. His rule, maybe 20 years old. I don't know what the rule is, but Vinchana Yosim, sounds like you. Okay. So no, I'm not knocking it back, but you see over here, this animal has to have a mother. Now, what does it mean have to have a mother? For how long? That's what you got me. Well, how long did it have a mother for? The mother gave birth to a brother, Mesa, and 5 minutes later it died. The other thing in the case of what you want the mother to live forever? When you shech any animal that has to have a mother, no way. So what's the shear? In the Torah, there's a shear of a moment, not days, months. Ella, Pshita, Zephyr, Shamisa. Ella, the Mesa, obviously, it died, and then it gave birth. But that's a problem. That would be a problem because it's not in the Gezer of Kiyavol. Either you took it out cesarean, or you took it out natural. It's not a labor. That's not considered giving birth. Ella, Pshita, Zephyr, Shamisa, is Zephyr, Shamisa. It happens simultaneously. The moment it gave birth, it died. If you tell me you need a slight indication of life after the birth, I need some problem. So now I need a positive to say, even though it lived for a moment after the birth, it's still considered a yasim, and you can't bring this on the mizbeach. But if it's the moment before the end of the birth, what I need a special process to say that you can't have a yasim, it's already included in the isser of not having a natural birth because it's born a moment while the animal is dead. While the animal is dead, it's not a natural birth, so it's already including Kiyavalit. Says the Gemara, Omar Rava, and then the Achronim discusses like what's the connection. So what do you see? But bottom line, what do we see from it? We see that it has to be a moment after the death. She gave birth while she was alive. She was alive a moment after. Also, now we're saying also it has to kick its foot a moment after the shechita. Like what's the connection between birth and Pirkos? They discuss. Fine, let's end with that. So Rava proves his thing that what? We had a 3 machlokes. Is the Pirkos in the beginning of shechita, the middle of shechita? Says Rava that then the shechita has to be a moment after. You see this from giving birth. In order not to be a yasam, it has to be that she was alive for a moment after. So too in the Pirkos. Amar Rava, this is the other machlokes. The halach is going to be like the brayso. That what? The hemataka shaposh the yadav leave zero psula. We had this in the Mishnah, which the Gemara is going to ask. But we're doing chazar now. A small animal, like a goat, like a sheep, who went from an extension to straight. We said that's a nothing. That's no indication. But zero didn't bend psula. That's not a good indication because every animal does that when they die. Oh, so here's the thing. That's only the foreleg. But the hind leg. If an animal goes from bent to straight with its hind leg, that's perfect. Why? Because it's very difficult for the strong, meaty hind leg to move and even straighten it out. All this is a discussion with a small animal, a large animal, anything you do with a large animal, everything is a good indication. Any movement of a large animal, any movement, even from bent to straight, is an indication. And what about a bird? Even if it just moved its wing. Or just moved its tail. Raising Pirkos, that's also an indication of life, and that's considered Pirkos in its kosher. Michael Mashallah, all this, we learned all this in our Mishnah. Now what? It says in our Mishnah. It says one line, and you can learn it all from that one line. It's very meduyik, the Mishnah. Only a small animal, it says, that extended from a bend to straight and didn't go back, psula. So anytime a couple can take this and learn all the halachas from this. Now what? Sheino, that says nothing. What do you see from this one line? It says dako, it says yad, and it says going from bent to straight. So I see from here, yad in, all this is indications of the foreleg, not the hind leg. Regular Any movement of the back leg is good. Dakin, it's only talking about what? Or it's only talking about a small animal, gasaloy, a large animal. Any indication. So what's the finish? What do you tell me from the Brisa? Oh, if it's Richalei, didn't speak about a bird, about a chicken, about a pigeon. That what? The wing is enough, the tail's enough. The leg's not, and that's the finish. That's also considered a bird by a bird. Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day.
Parents Exclusive, spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor of Share today.
It's starting to pick up. It's starting to match the Israeli energy. Unbelievable. All you need is 1 or 2 hours to get more of it. So I'm still on a high. The outpouring of love is unbelievable. The parchios are basically all taken. They started selling this is behind the scenes, they started selling the urios, meaning the per parsha, all the parshas are gone. So now there's 7 already. You have to speak to Mark. It's behind the scenes because we're going to put it on soon. The amudim, half the amudim are gone at $720 each. By the way, caution, every person 720 and above, his name gets inscribed on the mantle. These are just some of the names. I'm not going to read all the names now. This is way too many. I think like close to 1,000 people participated already. It's unbelievable. Psukim, words, Erev Shabbos. Mamish, just a few minutes before Shabbos, our good friend Davidovich, Davidovici, he took the name of the Sefer Torah for $100,000, and there's somebody. Basically, the 2 Aron Kodesh at $100,000 each are on hold, and the Kesser, there's like a little bit of a war going on in the Kesser, so we're at $125,000 for the Kesser already. Yeah, we might have to get another Sefer Torah, I think. What? What did you buy so far? And I'll tell you.
No, I get a finger.
You want a finger? The yad, it's 30,000. Whoa! If we take off the helicopter ride, it's 25. You want to do that? It's your job. So everybody say, here it goes. We don't do letters. We do a word. $36. We can do it on payments. Rabbi, you're away. Oh, if you want your look at this. It's unbelievable. Anyway. One of the ideas that Avi Kamiansky had, and he said he'll like share his parsha with somebody else. If somebody wants to do a parsha, or this is the Urias of the parsha, which is going to be coming up soon. So, but one person said, no, I can't do that. I need the parsha myself. So I was like, oh no, Achdus. So we'll see how that works. All right, the Seder. This, it's in Hebrew, no? But I think it's still Geshmak. This is the guy that won the $2,000 prize for status. He doesn't stop. We're starting in the Treifus. About in a few days. Shchit בלייב.
זה הזמן להצטרף, אוטוטו מתחילים אימות רייפוס, הולך להיות נשמע כל מה שקשור בתוך חלקי הפנימי של הפעימה,
Oh, that's the place we're going to be, by Rabboni side. Say that in 2 weeks. Alright, we're jumping right into the sponsors, because I came late today. Official edition of the Shas. Where's Yossi? Yossi K. Mazel Tov. How was it? Yeah? He ripped up all the cigarettes. I put it in the next, I'll show it tomorrow morning. Tonight in the Hebrew and tomorrow morning. Your little video. Yeah, Givaldic. Zevial Sholof is the Masechta sponsor. Daf Laman Zayin Shlomo Levinger, in honor of Avi Levinger's first birthday and my Rebbe, Avi Oberlander's second yahrzeit. Shlomo Levinger? Maybe. He's part of the year, actually. Yeah, makes sense. He has a kid that's a year old, young guy. David Salomon, dedicated in memory of Avri Mari, the Masechta, Reb Shmuel Baruch, Ben Reb Chaim Tzvi Doi, Zechron Levracha, the Apology Family Foundation, gratitude to the consortium and the Alliance and all they do to support MDY. Anonymous, Atzlach Baruch is Ubegashin, thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous was complete with Shtema and Aritis Yomim, Telev, As Esther, Yomim, Daniel Rosenfeld, Brios, Simcha. Monthly sponsor is Simon for Shtema, Avi Miriam Baruch, Miriam Anonymous for Shtema, for Rabbi Yerucham Ben Yehudis and Avram Shaya, Ben Slavet Dvora, Amen. The Spanish Shear sponsors Mazel Tov to the MDY family on this incredible civic Torah initiative. The Torah keeps growing across the world and in Spanish-speaking communities, and I think I mentioned that they're starting a Spanish satellite location in Dalit. It's going to be unbelievable. I want to go check it out. Shmuel and Ahuva Schuster, Mary of Hayalda Shendel Hertzberg, Alea Shalom. Shalom should have an Aliyah, and her family should have an Achama. You'll be showing her learning from Robert Early with gratitude to Hashem for everything. Zev Nevo Adina Liba Bas Zev Chaim Alea Shalom, a 4-year-old girl who shook up the world with her Pira. It should be a Melis Yoshev Klai Yisrael. Is that the one that was in the car? That's in the car? Wow, someone should have an aliyah. Someone should have an awareness about leaving kids in the car. William and Gail Hoffman and family, Boca Raton, commemorating the yahrzeit of our mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother, Shirley Hoffman, Sarah Bas Moshe Shalom Chop Aleph Sivan. Lafrak family, in memory of Beryl Rubenfeld, the Moshe Ben Yom on his 5th yahrzeit, and Shalom should have an aliyah. How is he related to you? Wow. By Yitzchak Rashchenbach. No, I know it's Reichenbach. I know. Yeah, of course. Yitzchak Rashchenbach, thank you, Hashem, for a healthy baby boy. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov to the grandfather, Reb Chaim Reichenbach, a good friend of mine, and supporter of the Shir. Shukar Gadol, thank you for a healthy baby boy. Beautiful. Hey, Tano Garrett, in memory of my dear mother, Mora Mimi, Miriam Bashmul Shmelka on her 6th yahrzeit, and Shem should have an aliyah. MDY Kids sponsor monthly, Television LC as a space for Kim Simcha Ben Fega, and Rivka Yehudis Bas Yafachayo. MDY Art Month, for Shtema Yonatanei de Mevesheva Bracha. Did anybody go visit him today? On Shabbos? Anybody? Huh? Nobody. Before Shlema, Mordechai Ben Esther, there's Ayala, Daniel, Zev, Ben Esther. Oh, before us, Ayala, Daniel, Zev, Ben Ayala, Esther. Shalom Aleichem, what's your name? Elizabeth, Shalom Aleichem. Daf University, 2 years, beautiful. Mazel Tov. Your name? Hopkins. From Toronto, Montreal. Shalom Aleichem. How's your brother doing? Where is he? He's come visit, doing it. Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? Wansi Shalom Aleichem. What? Really? It's all new to me. Givaldic. Shalom Aleichem. From? Live here. Shalom Aleichem. And your name? What's your name? From? Kinek Shalom Aleichem. Welcome. Who else? So no, you. Shalom. What's your name? From? Ooh, you're saying it like with such enthusiasm. What happened? Oh, they're related to you. So that's why you're sitting with him over there. The uncle? He sits back there. Okay. Who else do we have here? Oh, that's right. There's such a related to you. What's your name? You do the daf every day? Almost. How old are you? 12. Wow. It's very possible. It gives people chizuk. Well, here. Oh, Eitan, your mother's Neshama should have an aliyah. And your name? What's your name? Yeah. Wow. Beautiful. Where do you guys live? Wow. Gewaldig. Shkoya. Okay. The boys say we're starting a brand new Mishnah on top of the Lamed Zayin Omar Aleph. So, only if you didn't hear the shir on Friday, if you have an animal or you didn't learn the daf either, I know some of you sneak a peek. If you have an animal, like a cow, drops dead without shechita, so it gives a lot of tumas nevela. What part of the animal doesn't give tumas nevela? No, it's a mefurish pasuk in the Torah. There's one part of the animal that doesn't give off tumas. Huh? No. The heart. No, I'm just kidding. The chaylev. No, Reb Menachem. Yeah, doesn't give tumah. Yeah, that's very good. That's at least you got the bottom. That's the pasuk. If you can do malacha with it, then it doesn't give off tumah. The Torah is going to say to a kohen that if you do any malacha with it, doesn't give off tumah. Okay, zok the Mishnah. Hashoichet is a misukenes. Misukenes, and we're going to be talking about this misukenes. Misukenes is an animal that's about to die. Guy told me, Shoichet, he said, they called him out, they said, listen, this goat just gave birth and she's dying. Mom's dying, the mother's dying. Quickly, do shechita. Is that okay? When he did the shechita, is that a good shechita? No, yes. No and yes is all a bad answer. It's a bad answer. Both of them are bad answers. What? If she lived after the shechita 12 months, you're right, then it's good. No, I'm talking, I just said we shechted this animal. Nobody can live 12 months after the shechted. I don't know anybody besides Reb Zera, maybe, who got shechted and he came back and he lived for more than 12 months. So not from all. The shechted is it good or not good? That's what we're going to learn now in the Mishnah. Oh, that's a better answer. I got to tell you this. This more the Gemaisa Shahaya. A guy goes to visit his shviger in the hospital. Very good. And he has a long conversation with the doctor. He comes home, and the wife says, Lulu, what did the doctor say? The doctor said that your mother's going to be healthy, and she's going to be moving into our place very soon. You're living with us. No, really. Is that what the doctor said? Look, he didn't really say that. But what he said is, you should be prepared for the worst. I'll show you some Sukanas. I'm showing you person, this animal's dying any minute. I'm showing you 3 sheetas over here. Let's even show it over here. Actually, it's not over here, so tomorrow's daf I put it together. 3 sheetas. Sheeta number 1 is Ashtefarkis biyad uberego. So, I'll just show you this for a second. Biyad uberego. The hand, the front, the foreleg, and the hind leg. You need to point to both. very chumra de geshita. You need both moving. Now, if you're a little sensitive to this kind of stuff, maybe you don't have to look. Boys hayoim. That day that we did the shechita, it's getting further and further. It's within the week. So here is the actual pirkos after the animal shechted. Here's the pirkos. It is Harav Agoyin, Reb Amitai Ben David explaining it.
שנייה, הנה, תראו את הפרקוס. אתם רואים? זה הפרקוס. זה הפרקוס. בבהמה דקה היא צריכה לחופף ולפשוט את היד הקדמית, או רגל אחורית מספיק או לחופף או לפשוט.
That's the fun part of it. You can even see the tail moving. That's the kishkush.
כן, כן, זה הפרקוס. אתם רואים? יפה.
Did you guys know that Ruvain is a shoychet? That's why he's very interested over there with the phone. Those kids are very interested in the picture. Okay, so that's pure. What's the idea? The idea is as follows. If you sheft a mesukenes, you sheft an animal that's about to die, perhaps she didn't make it through the shechita. She died during the shechita. That's not good. You need that there should be a little bit of life towards the end of the shechita, even after we're done with the shechita, a little bit of life. It's enough. In other words, it seems like he's being more makel. You don't need her to move a hand and a foot. It's enough if a spritz of blood comes out of her neck and it hits her neck, basically. It goes all over her neck. Omer Reb Shimon, Hashoichet B'layla of a person chefs a mesukenes. At night. Now, you're not supposed to really chef at night unless there's lights, we said. But at night, it's not a good time to chef. And if this animal is in mesukenes, she's about to die, you chef at night, how are you going to know if she moved a hand or a foot? And the following day, you find, according to this pshat, we're learning the pshat, sola means the neck. You see that the neck is full of blood, and not just like a drip down, it's sprayed everywhere. Sheira. Then I know that this animal was not a mesukenes, because otherwise she wouldn't have the power to spray the blood out like that. Shezinka. Because there was a flow of blood, a strong flow of blood. Ukemidas Rebbe Eliezer. And the Rebbe Eliezer is the one that said, Dayom Zinka, it's enough if there's a spray of blood. That's what Rabbi Amitai Ben David said. It's enough, either or. You don't need like this on a camera, you need the animal to bend both the hand and the foot. Either or. If it would wag its tail, that's enough. They say in English, make sure the tail doesn't wag the dog. Which means you have to make sure that the tuffle, the things that are not important, they shouldn't be controlling you. The person controls the shtusim, not the shtusim the person. Don't let the phone control you. Don't let certain things control you. Don't let the tail wag the dog. Let me see, I think there's a video here. Oh, this is more for the Israelis, I guess. But it's in Yom Yoma, sort of playing on the Yom Yoma.
Mexico's cows are no longer willing to sit quietly. They are demanding equal shechita conditions to those of the healthy cattle. We are going to die anyway. Why make it harder for us? Why do healthy cows get to die in peace?
As if things aren't hard enough for us, now they're also demanding move a leg, make a sound, squirt some blood.
Hold on, it's not over.
We are here following the police evacuation. Will you halt the struggle, or will you continue to demand equal shechita for the Mesukanuis?
Thanks to the police, I am no longer a Mesukanet. I am a treifa.
Okay.
What are some of the craziest conspiracy theories that you believe in?
It's not true that we only make fun of Yerushalmis. It's not true. Okay. Echad behemah ve'echad behemah gasa. Whether it's a small animal, it's a large animal, both of them need pirkus. They need to prove that they had some life at the end of the shkita. But the Mishnah is going to explain what that means. Not every time they need pirkus. Behemah daka sheposh the yodel zero. When you have a small animal like a goat, a sheep, who made her hand go straight, but did not bend it back. Psula. The same exact thing. If a behemah gasa, a cow, goes like this, that's enough proof that there's life. It's only a small animal. Behemah daka sheposh the yodel. Because moving a hand from a bent position to a straight position, that's normal for when the neshama goes out, but it's not an indication of life. That's only when this animal, we know that she's a dying animal, she's in sukkah. Like our sheep that we had the other day, the Mishnah says it's not necessary. She's a healthy animal. Even if you don't have a simon of pirkos, that's kosher. Says the Gemara, how do we know that an animal that is about to die and you run and you shecht it real quickly before it dies, that's considered a good shkita and it's okay? Ask the Gemara, I love this. You're asking me, how do you know it's okay? How do you know it's awesome? It's awesome. Because I was just trying to think of I couldn't come up with a good one. I'm sure there's a better mashal, a better, But the one thing I thought about was the Chazon Ish. Somebody came to Chazon Ish and said, they just read my shidduch to my daughter, a great guy, but he comes from a family of Bali Tshuva. So the Chazon Ish says, so? She says, yeah, but we're not Bali Tshuva. She says, why not? Says the Gemara. So I'll tell you why I think it could be usher, and then we're going to have to prove why it's mutter. I'm going to tell you why I think it's usher. It's not really usher, because in fact it is mutter. If you could prove that she had life at the end of the shechita, a little after the shechita, then it's mutter, even if she was a mesukenes. But I'll tell you why I thought it's usher, and therefore I'm going to have to prove why it's mutter. The reason why I think it's usher, this is the alive, not a chaya. You can learn as chaya as like a wild beast, but a chaya. This is the chaya that you can eat. A chaya, you can also learn it as it has life. And this mesukenes, like that, Talmud Chacham was saying before, 12 months, it doesn't have life. So we're going to try now. A few different reasons to tell me that you're allowed to eat a mesukenes. The Torah says don't eat a nevela. Nevela is an animal that died natural death. Only after it dies on its own, without a shechita, then you're not allowed to eat it. But if you shechted it and then it died, then it should be okay. Because if in fact an animal who's about to die, and even if you shechted it is also because of Zoisachaya, maybe you'll say it's mamish a pasuk to Zoisachaya. So then why do I need a pasuk for nevela? Even a live animal who's about to die is also to eat, so certainly a nevela. Says, Mar, you're right. Maybe there's a pasuk that says you're not allowed to eat a mesukenes, and there's a pasuk that says you're not allowed to eat a nevela. But you'd get an extra lab if you eat a mesukenes. If you eat a mesukenes, it's what's the lashon over there? So that's lav number one, and lav number two is that it's an nevela. Just to be nice of another lav. Says Gemara, the animal dies, and then it's also been nevela. The Torah says kiyamos. Then you have an avela. You had to die. You can't tell me that every musukenes is an avela when the Torah says before that the avela died. Maybe perhaps the nevela and musukenes are the same thing. Just so then why do I have kipsukim machayim basay? It's different. When it's alive, it doesn't have you get two isur. You get the isur. Yeah, it is two. You get the isur of it being alive. You get a nasay, not alive. So after it dies, you get the asay, the isur of eating musukenes. Plus, I'll add a little bit of a lav of nevela. So Lamaisa, how do I know that a musukenes is mutter? Maybe musukenes is also, in fact, it's a isur asay to eat it. Ella, I'm going to try again. The Torah does this, don't eat a treifa. Only a treifa you shouldn't eat. What's a treifa? Missing the limb. It has a hole in the heart. Whatever it is, that's a treifa. B'chlal, it seems like musukenes sharia. It's a whole animal, completely good. Just what? It's about to die. These are going to have musukenes asiro. Tell me that musukenes is also musukenes lo mechasra asiro. If I didn't say this joke in a long time, maybe I should say it something. The guy seems like the Spanish-speaking family around the bed in the hospital. The father died. So he goes over to them and he says, "You know, I was there when he died. Standing next to his bed, and he's screaming something in Spanish, screaming. So, what do you say? I don't speak Spanish. I know the words." He said, whatever he said. So they start. The homeless man was wild. What do he say? He said, "Can you get off my oxygen pipe?" So, when did I say this joke? 6 months. A joke, how many times do I say the same joke every year? What's the halacha? Oh, this guy is hiding. He's a new guy. He's hiding. Shamalay, what's your name? Why were you hiding me for? Well, you weren't. This guy was just taking up too much time. It was on purpose? It was designed like that? Where are you from? Shamalay from Shamalay. Okay. Hello. So from the fact that Torah says don't eat a treifa, it seems like that musukenes, she's only about to die. Because in fact, even a about to die animal is also nothing's missing from her body. She's about to die. Imagine this goat that was about to die after childbirth, whatever you call it, birth. How do you a kid birth, exactly. A kid birth. Nothing's missing from her body. She's dying. So treifa mibaya. This treifa, which by the way, every treifa is a musukenes better. So certainly a treifa should be on. So then why do they have to tell me don't eat a treifa if it's already included in a musukenes? Musukenes is better off than a treifa, and a musukenes is also nothing's missing from its body. So certainly a treifa, like we had the picture the other day of the animal that's missing the whole thigh. So treifa. Says Gemara, okay, same question that before, but then I haven't treifa musukenes. You're right. Maybe treifa is a musukenes is a treifa. So then why does the Torah give me one pasuk for musukenes and one pasuk for treifa? To be over, the musukenes will be over on two things. If the animal's a musukenes, so you're over on that same, and also loisa say. If it's only a treifa, you're over on loisa say. Okay, and because of Rahman Allah. So then why does the Torah say? Talk about an event. If it's musukenes, you're even alive and say, certainly after Misa, it's mutter. So maybe musukenes is mutter. And here's your right that musukenes is mutter. Who told you? No, maybe there's something called a nevela, but it's really a nevela and a treifa is the same thing. And musukenes is the same. All three are the same. So then why is the Torah talk about a treifa? Why is the Torah talk about a nevela? Why is the Torah talk about a musukenes? The lava, mishnei lavim basay, to be over on 2 lavim plus 1 asay. That's what this 3 psukim. Okay, so finally, so we need a source to tell us that a Mesukin is mutter. When that is about to die, you shecht it, you're okay, provided it does purpose. So starting all over again. Elo Mahas. Says in the passage, the Chaylev Nevela, the Chaylev Treifa, Yosel Chomelach. It says that you're permitted to use the fats of a nevela, the fats of a treifa. Also, we saw by the shechita, he showed us all the different fats that are mutter, that are asur. Most of them are asur. Different body parts around the kidneys, around there's fats everywhere. We had that blanket, man, the nice blanket that's on the bottom of the animal. It's like a beautiful blanket. You put it over the head, the cut part of the head. And here's that policy that tells us that you're permitted to do all malacha with this chaylev, meaning it doesn't give off tumah. I'm assuming that we learn from here it doesn't give off tumah because the Torah says the word chaylev twice. Notice the chaylev nevela, the chaylev of an animal that drops dead. The chaylev treif, an animal that had an existing problem that we're going to have in just a few days. Even treifa, what consists of treifa? You're allowed to do it in malacha. But you should not eat from it. Why does the Torah have to say it again? Why? Here, because before in the pasuk over here, Perek Gimel pasuk Yitzayin, it says you're not allowed to eat chaylev in the Torah. So why does the Torah repeat itself and shouldn't eat chaylev? It's an extra pasuk. There's a famous concept in the Torah called Ein Isur Chalal Isur. You can't have one Isur that goes on top of another Isur. Usually, right? There's exceptions to the rule. But over here, the Torah is telling you that the Isur of Nevela should apply itself on top of the Isur Chaylev. Chaylev comes first. Why does Chaylev come first? Because every animal is born with the Chaylev. And the Torah says that when it dies as a Nevela, I'm going to add another Isur of Nevela on top of the Chaylev. And you'll be Isur Treifa v'yochel Isur Chaylev. And the Isur of Treifa should apply itself to the Isur of Chaylev. Now, there's two ways to learn Treifa. Treifa can either mean an animal who's complete, and we're trying to say that it means even a Mesuken is complete, nothing wrong with it. Or Treifa that we understood up until this point, that means it's missing something. Says the Gemara, if a Mesukenes and a Treifa are one of the same, in other words, it means even the guy on the right, the guy that's not missing anything, everything is fine. He's just about to die. He's on his last breath. So then the Gemara is saying that there's no point of the Torah talking about anything. Why? There's a culture in here. If an animal is considered a treifa, a mesukin is considered a treifa, even nothing's wrong with this. So just tell me the halacha that you're allowed to do any malacha with nevela, with the chaylev, meaning it's not metama. And then the chaylev treifa is a clue. And then just tell me another part of the puzzle that it's treifa, that's mesukun, you can't eat. I know I mean, and I'll know. And when it's alive and it's in the wheelchair, it's about to die, it's considered a treifa. And that isur treifa goes on top of this chaylev, so good, get to isurim, and certainly after it dies. Elam and the cause of Rachman and Nevela. Torah says about not eating, don't eat this nevela. Torah repeated itself. To tell you, to teach you that treifa and mesukin are not the same. Otherwise, you could have learned that of Kavach Chayim. And memela what? Animals mesukin, you're allowed to eat. Shecht it, and it moves its hand or its leg after shchita, then you're good. Maybe perhaps it's one of the same. The converse nevela because when Allah asked me why did the Torah have to say it, they can learn from Kavach Chayim. No. Perhaps there is an avela in the Torah that has nothing to do with the Mesukenes. That what? Yeah? Where's the Gistera thing? Check this out. What? why did the saw stop there? I asked Yoshi to stop it there. Why? Because the Gemara says this Gistera is an Avela. Udegam is an Avela because of one Alamali. Lahach Nevela. The Loyasim going Musukanis. It wasn't sick at all before it died. So the Gemara says, what do you mean it wasn't sick before it died? Vechidami. Shosag Gistera. Because it's considered an Avela right away. What do you mean it happened right away? But as the saw was going through its body, at this point, let's do it again. In slow motion, it cut it. And at that point, it was very, very sick. And only afterwards, here, at this point, that's a slow motion, yeah? Now it's a Gistera. Okay, so that's a Gistera. But before it became a Gistera, the only way you could cut an animal in half is if you cut it in a quarter. Like, you have to go through it. And once you go through it, you just start. You're ready. Made it extremely sick. Before you say, I'll prove to you again that a Mesukin is mutter. Well, again, we're trying the whole day today. We're trying to figure out how do you know that an animal that's about to die, you're allowed to eat it. Before you say, why did the Torah say the word chaylev twice in the same puzzle? Zui she'in chel b'cholag mibsara. There's a treifa. Only a treifa has two yisurim. Yesh chacheres shechel b'cholag mibsara, and this is the source that tells us that there's something called a mesukenes, and its meat is mutter, and you're not allowed to eat its chaylev. You don't have two yisurim. Yesh chacheres shechel b'cholag mibsara veizazu mesukenes. Everybody say another source, macha. Oh, so over here, this is mamash agadita. Seriously. Oh, turn you off. He told you to say that? He's sitting right next to you. What happened to you guys? Adar Global Specialist International Financial Services, Chaim Milrad, Lidin Shmasim Mimirossi, Fraeto Bas, Yitzchak Galea Shalom. Okay. Hakadosh Baruch Hu tells Yecheskel that he should take a brick, lay on his left side, I think it was 390 days. Don't move. Can't turn over. Lay like that. Then lay on your right side for 90 days. I don't remember the exact days. 40 days. And then the entire time you have to eat very, very low calories. Very low. Like 200 calories a day or something. Bread made out of gross stuff like beans and stuff, but also the fire has to be on human waste. That's the coals. The coals are human waste. You can imagine, not very gishmak. So Yecheskel tells the Rebbeinu Shalom when he's done with this, he says, "Voimar, I said, Aha Hashem Elokim, in nafshi lo metumah. I didn't become tamei." Now the question right away is, what do you mean I didn't become tamei? What's the big? They say in Yiddish, what's the glik? Like, what's the big deal? He didn't become tamei. He's a kohen. A kohen is also for him to become tamei. And then we go weiter. A lot of us could say, not more. Sometimes you're on a plane, you eat a non-kosher hamburger by mistake, whatever. But most of us could say, no, I'm saying seriously, like they serve you. You think you're young, I don't know what. You might have eaten treif. Exactly. For some people, not mahadra meal is treif. So, what's that noise? Oh, interesting. I thought it was like sounds coming out of the speakers. I should know the sound already. So, there was like a beeping of a truck, like a reverse. So somebody, my family got really nervous. What is that? I was like, well, you don't know the trucks go beep, beep. So now I get it. I got it back, right? Mamish. Within a few hours. Okay, great. I didn't even eat treif. Again, what's the big glick? You didn't eat treif. You know, I didn't eat any meat that the kohen had a thought that he's going to eat it outside of the time that he's allowed to eat it. Usually a kohen can eat, let's say, 2 days. The kohen thought he's going to eat in 5 days. Ma'aser, Yisakaris. I didn't even eat that. No big deal. No one in this room ever ate pigel. He didn't have shilo mitumah. So what does it mean? We have to understand. He didn't become tamei. Of course, he didn't become tamei. Shelo yirayte b'yom lo tumah b'laylo. Pshat is, I didn't think about things I shouldn't think, that I shouldn't become about carry at night. So Taisus says over here, isn't that something everybody should be careful with? You're right. You should be careful, but nobody could say that they weren't over on this. These are things that people nichshel all the time. He says, no, I never had an issue. So that's our halacha right here. I never ate from a musukanes. Kois means fast, shech, before it dies. Let's get a shechita here. Like, I don't know who would want to eat from that meat, but, hey, meat is meat. So here you see, so why is he telling the Rebbeinu Shalom, I never ate a musukanes? The pshat is, because everybody's allowed to eat a musukanes. If everybody's not allowed to eat a musukanes, why would he say I never ate a musukanes? It's not a chiddush. He's a chesko. Pshat is, you are allowed to eat a musukanes, and he was machmer not to eat it. What does it mean I didn't eat pigul? Oh, I didn't eat from an animal that had a shayla. There's a ma'isa with Reb Chatzki Levenstein that it was in the very, very tough Kufim Yerushalayim, but in the Tzena, there was no food. Everybody had they got a little piece of paper that said you could have X amount of bread, you'd wait in a long line. So he had a chicken that had a shayla, and he sent to Rav Vosner. And Rav Vosner said the chicken is kosher, but he shouldn't eat it because it's oif shahir b'chacham. It's a chicken that was paskin on. So he sent back to Rav Vosner. He said, "How do you know I'm a chacham? Prove to me that I'm a chacham. What's your right that I'm a chacham? That I'm a Talmud chacham? That I should be careful of that. Talmud chacham should be careful of oif shahir b'chacham." So Rav Vosner understood the matzah. The matzah is not good, so he took his only chicken that he had for Yom Tov, and he sent it to him. He said, "This is a chicken that everybody could eat from. Kula could eat from." So I'll tell you the ma'isa. Most of you know, a lot of you know the story, but I have to say the story here. It's Oishay B'Chacham, and I didn't say it maybe in a few months. There's a lot of new guys. A few weeks. You know exactly the ma'isa I'm talking about. How could you not know? You're here for 7 years. You heard it 3 times maybe. It's a Mardika ma'isa. I love this ma'isa. So I have to say it over. Sorry. When I was a kid in Bnei Brak, and we even have this even a video made for it. When I was a kid in Bnei Brak, I was 10, 11 years old maybe, I don't know. My father woke me up. He asked me if I want to get up 4 in the morning to go with him to the Shlachtais, to go check out the chickens. So I said, yeah. So he takes me 4 in the morning. Now, why was he checking it? Because he heard that they take these, the boxes of chickens, they toss them off the truck. They're not careful. And if it flies in the air 4 amas, it could, what is it called? When that breaks the bones, I don't know if it's in the fula. What is it? Yeah, in the fula. Something, it jars up the innards. So what do? You have to take the chicken and see if it can walk. If it can walk, it's fine. So he's like, I gotta go see if these chickens can walk. So he goes, speaks to somebody there. I don't know who was in charge, who wasn't. He said, fine, whatever, go check it out. Now what happened was that at 4 in the morning, chickens sleep. And especially when it's dark, they can't see even, they turn blind. Remember, I went into this place with chickens, there's like torch kia, they literally can't see. You put your hand, they go. So he takes these chickens out, their eyes are closed, he puts them on the ground and they just fall down. He says, you see, I told you. And the fool is, whatever. Finally, this one chicken wakes up, and sees where it is, and just starts flying around and was running in between the sheikhtim. It was a big mess. Fine. Then he marks 10 chickens. These are my chickens. They all walk. Mamish, they're not a fula. They make sure he washes them through the shechita and then they put them on the line. Somehow he figured out which one is his, and he came off the line and he took them home. He paid for them and he took them home. Gets home. One of the chickens has a black and blue mark. Big black and blue mark. So He's like, Elio, take this chicken, go ask a shayla by Rav Nisim Karelitz. Ask him if this is a tray for now. What is this black and blue? You've never seen it before. So he takes a plastic bag like from the makola, puts it in, like the feet are sticking out from the top. The beak pokes a hole in the bottom. You know the hole? Take this, and I'm touching you. Okay? And as I leave the house, Rabbi Chanan Zonenfeld 14, third floor, right across from Lev Levayev's apartment. Lev Levayev, right there. I remember exactly where it was. I'm going down the stairs. He says, listen, ask Reb Nisim Karelitz if this is, after you ask him the shayla, and if he says it's kosher, so ask him, is this a oif shahira b'chacham? So I'm like, what? He says, repeat after me. Oif shahira b'chacham. Oif shahira b'chacham. Oif shahira b'chacham. Say it 10 times. Oif shahira b'chacham. Okay. So I'm walking down Bnei Brak, I'm saying to myself, Oif shahira b'chacham. Oif shahira b'chacham. Oif shahira b'chacham. And then I ask you, where's Reb Nisim Karelitz? There. They point. Finally I get there. Wait in line with this thing. And then it's my turn. Come in there, pull out in front of the area. This thing is probably smelled up. It's maybe like 125 degrees. Pull it out. Abba Shadi Shoel, if this is a treifa. So they look at each other. Oh, okay. No, it's fine. Tell them that it's from the machine. From the machine that rips off the feathers. The feathers, it binged it and get a black and blue mark. Oh, then I remembered I have to ask him the question. I said, Arav, האם זה חכם שורה בעוף? Bekitzer, I called her Nisim Karelitz a turkey, a chicken. That's what I called them. And they had a little giggle. I said, yes, it's shtusim. It's not even a kasha. Okay, weiter. I was like, under bar mitzvah, I don't know, like 11 years old maybe. Dr. Gemara. Oh, yeah, we have a video of it. Here it goes. Your boy says a video. Go to sleep in my tie. It's mamish what it was. Can't get any better. It was indoors. It's so hot inside, but okay.
Get over here.
Okay, something like that, almost. Doesn't look like my father, but besides that, everything was very, very accurate. Zog the Gemara. It means even though I'm a kohen and we didn't take a picture of the Matis Kuna, and I could have given it at least a kohen. I found out at least a kohen that doesn't care. I don't know if there was anybody in the audience that doesn't care to eat that. It could have been people. What? No. According to Sfaradim, it was no good. According to the Ramah, there's a way to make it kosher. Okay. Oh, sorry. So I didn't eat from an animal that I didn't give matanas, even though I'm a kohen. If you say musukanes is mutter to eat and rebusa di chesko. That's why he was telling the Rebbeinu Shalom, I could have eaten a musukanes and I never ate a musukanes. Eliam says siro my rebusa di chesko, but if it's also what's the, so you see from here that musukanes is mutter. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day.
Merit the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. Nishmas Imi Mirosirus Mordechai. What an emotional day. The amount of people that reached out the entire day, showing Hakar Satoiv, showing love was unbelievable. While Shir was going on, people were grabbing and chopping, and it became like a whole. By the time the Hebrew Shir came around, there's not a lot left. So I want to say Yishur Koyach. Just real quickly, I'm not going to read any names today. One of the things that really got me yesterday was that our own employees, people that take a salary from us, they called in and said, maybe you can take off every month. The next thing I want a Amud, I want a Parsha. Two people that work for us took Parshias, and one of them during this year, Gary Ben Moshe, during Shir, took a Parsha. The Sal Gans took a Parsha. Ariel, our editor, Israeli guy, took an Amud. Kobe, the editor, took an Amud. Avremi took an Amud, right? It's very, very, very meaningful and very emotional. So here are the charts. Chumoshim are all taken. That's the Chaim, the mantle, both mantles are taken. The Parshias, I believe there are 7 Parshas left out of 54 in one day, even including, I think the ones in the middle are like specialty Parshas. They come with an added cost. There's some for 3,600, some for 50, like the Torahs and that stuff, Bereshis. All taken also by an employee, one of the employees. Benny Rodnik. Oh. And then Amudim. This is the list of Amudim so far. The Psukim and words, all in 24 hours. And Be'ez Hashem, the goal is to get every single person that was influenced and touched by MDY to at least take a word, to have that achtos, to have that. Some people took for their wives, for their kids, a word for each, a pasuk for each. Very, very chashuv. This is just a partial list, by the way. This is just 1 page per thing, and there's more to come. So a tremendous yishkar. If you want to see again what it is, a word, a pasuk, an amud, a parsha. There's no parshas left. Especially a what? The Arsam? Chumash or God. I'll tell you this, the inside thing. So once David Kreinberg jumped up in middle of Shir and said that the Chumash is, one of the Chumashim is his, I think Bereshis. So there was a whole debate between the Tevra. Okay, we have to raise the price. Obviously, it's too cheap. So they said, okay, we're going to raise the price. But then they felt that the next guy is going to be hurt or insulted, so they just kept it at there. And people said, no, you should have. We would have paid more. They said, no. It is what it is. So Yashras before money. Okay, great. On MDY's cheshbon. What a gift. It's like a win-win-win-win situation. It's a matzav of achdas, a matzav of it's like the perfect gift for a Siyam Shas. Unbelievable. What? Turning the Amud in the Sefer Torah? All right. And just to explain, it's a smaller Sefer Torah, travel size. It'll go around the world with us wherever MDY goes, to Shabbaton or wherever it is. And I told him, I said, it'd be cool if we could, because during this past trip, I said if we could take the Sefer Torah that we brought on the trip, but just unscrew the handles for Hagba, the top and the bottom. And then we found there is such a thing. Yesterday, somebody sent in Mamash, the whole design. It's a thing that they sell even, so it's geshmak. It fit in. All right. one more thing I want to jump. So, as you know, we have 33 satellite locations here in Eretz Yisrael, and a bunch, maybe even the same amount throughout the world and in America. I don't know the exact number. Over here, they're super, super active, and all the heads of the satellite, they got together yesterday in Benny's house. That's Moshe Cohen. That's Akiva. So what I learned from there is it's unbelievable. It's the willpower. Willpower is what differentiates between, because 7 locations closed, 33 remain. And there's a guy there from Avi Yusufov. What's his name? Yusufov? From Petach Tikva. Many days, he used to, like, we put him on Zoom and he'd be sitting by himself day after day. Then he had one person, the last week would go, there's 2 people, many times, one person. And suddenly something happened, like during the beginning of Chulin, and now he has minimum 10 people a day. And it's the willpower, it's sticking it out. And you see the people that are into it, some people have literally 40 people a day. The Yaakov and the Haifa, and just the head, they didn't want it. They fell into it. And one guy, the guy from Haifa, somebody said, "Can you open up the shul? Just a night, and then you can go home." So he opened up. He says, "Yeah, but you got to bring the screen." A whole mice. He wasn't allowed. He ended up, they fooled him into being the head, and he's like one of the top guys now. He has literally 30, 40 people every single night. So call kavod to them, and anybody can open up a satellite location around the world, and you have to have willpower. You can't give it to somebody else; you have to do it yourself. And Gavald. The official edition Shas is sponsored by Zevin Yael Shulhoff, Daf Lamed Vav, Elaine Lance, Hannah, and Sarah Solar, dedicated to Rebelli, Yossi, Mark, Benny, and the entire Daf team. Yishur Koyach. Where? Oh, Yishur Koyach. Shalom Aleichem. How are you? Is that guy with you or no? What's your name also? What? I have it here. Yeah. I know. I'm going through. I'm getting back to it. Don't worry. Avromi Wadler. With Floyd Rebelli, thank you for helping me steig and change the lives of thousands of you for the better. You're telling Avromi Wadler. That's how you pronounce your name? Wow. The locksmith. Schmack stuff. Shkoya. Okay, so let's get back to you. Rabbi Sol, what's your deal? You've been here a bunch of times.
Once every week, once every 2 weeks.
Every day.
I'm going to be setting up the satellite location in 1 year. Especially for the next 2 weeks before.
Wow. You spoke to Benny about it? Oh, Givaldi. Then there's a guy that gives out screens. We found out that we didn't even know that he lives in America. And if you buy the screen, if somebody else gives it, he gets very, very upset. He's very territorial about his screen. So you better go through Benny and the whole thing to get the screen. You can't. The screen has to come from him. He has to have the schus in screen. What's his name again? Okay. Shkoyach for coming. Shkoyach for the dedication. David Salomon, dedicated memory of Avimoy Shmuel Baruch, better thanks for Yidayiv. The Apology Panel Foundation, gratitude to the consortium and the Lions and all they do to support MDY. Anonymous, and some Brooklyn's Vigash was thinking to Chief Benny. Anonymous for complete Refuah Shleiman, I read the song to Leah Basester. I know that the most expensive thing in the Sefer Torah, boy, say, what's the most expensive thing in the Sefer Torah? Ko'ele. This should be at least $45,000 minimum. Anybody want to buy Ko'ele? Raffling it off right now. Benjamin and Danielle Rosenfeld. Yeah, okay. Rabbi, what was the baby's name? Oh, Stayman, yeah, wow. Well, that's your Shver. What's your name, Shver? Oh, from Arsameh?
Many years ago, but yes.
Where are you now?
There in the LF.
Wow. Shkoyach for coming. It's a big schus. The pressure is on. Okay, Anonymous. The Sefta Nazir, complete Refuah Shleiman, Arichas Yom, to Leah says he should have a lot of nachas from your son, from the grandson. Beyond Daniel Rosenfeld, Brius for Simcha, you should steig to be greater than Rabbi Leib Steinman. Ari Simon, Refush Lema, Avi Mari Baruch Ben Miriam, anonymous, Refush Lema for Yeruchim Ben Yehudis and Avram Yishayev and Slava Dvora, Amen. The Spanish Shir sponsors, Mazel Tov, you're not going to believe this. A guy is opening up in Ramat Daled a Spanish satellite location. The Shir in Spanish, I'm not joking. You'll see the Shir in Spanish.
No, that's the Russian.
No, not even. Mazel Tov to the MDY family on this incredible Sefer Torah initiative. Oh, the Spanish Shir sponsors, Mazel Tov to the MDY family on this incredible Sefer Torah initiative. May Torah keep growing across the world and in Spanish-speaking communities. Amen. Shmuel and Ahuva Schuster, memory of Hayalda Shindel, Hertzberg, Alea, Hashalom. Yomi Shoner, learning from Robert Early with gratitude to Hashem for everything. Mayor and Chai Rivka official in honor of Yossi Deutsch, of Chosen Concierge, for the idea to... Oh! Yeah, there's such a thing. Sorry. Chosen Concierge, for the idea to give your belly the silver Peter Maktaris. It is a great idea. I told, okay, I'm not going to say it out loud. We'll wait a few hours, because there's some... Okay, okay, let me shut in. Phil Mamish. Yeah. No, I gotta be careful. So Nachmal Yossi Deutsch, Chosen Concierge, and the gift he gave the idea of the silver Peter Maktaris. Givaldi. Whole family of Englewood, New Jersey, in honor of sponsoring the word Ka'ela. Chutzpah. I didn't read this. I did not read this before. The word Ka'ela and then do I say okay, I know it's a joke because you can't sponsor any word. So the Ka'ela word is available. The Balk family has the first dibs on it. Start. Innovations LC has this chosfak give Simcha Ben Fei. You try to chop it. You saw how you try to chop it for $180? It's a nice move. Oh, it's $250. You're right, $250. Innovations, I just found that out yesterday. As this chosfak give Simcha Ben Fei. They went up. The price went up from $180 to $250. These sponsors. As this chosfak give Simcha Ben Fei. Rivki Yehudis Bas. You're gonna tell me, oh, this is going on for a year. And the way art month, Refuah Shlema Yonatan Eitan Ben B'Sheva Bracha, Refuah Shlema Mordechai Ben Esther, Refuah Hayeled Daniel Zev Ben Hayeled Esther, Rabbi Sai. Here we go. Toshma. The question is, in Reb Shimon Bar Yochai, Reb Shimon Bar Yochai says in the Mishnah that you don't need blood to be machshir carbon. Again, machshir, if this is your first day, so we'll go back for 5 seconds. Anytime you have produce, meat, fruits and vegetables, they cannot become tameh until one of the 7 liquids touches them to your will. You want it to happen. And one of the liquids is blood. And the Mishnah discusses a case where you shechted an animal and there's no blood. So the Mishnah says you can touch this animal even if your hands are shneim. We're not going to give anybody trauma anymore. We're done with that sugya sheni and shlishi. Yaakov Shweki, Baruch Hashem, is still on. How do I know? Because he left me a message this morning. He says the way you explained sheni and shlishi was phenomenal. I'm still doing it. I'm before a concert. I'm copying around the dot. So Baruch Hashem is still with us. Encourage him. It's gewaldig. So sheni and shlishi, but we're done with that. So what happens if there's no blood? The Mishnah says it's not Makabel Tumah. Reb Shimon Bar Yochai says, yeah, it is Makabel Tumah. Why? Because the Shechita itself is what's machshir. The Shechita itself is like finishes off the job, so to speak. It's Gmar Malacha, and therefore it's Makabel Tumah. So we had a question. Is it the pshat that it's the Shechita that does it and not the liquid blood? Or it's both? Is the blood and the shechita, and in a situation where there's no blood by the shechita, then the shechita will take care of the mukshel kabel, hechshel kabel tumah. But if there's dam, so dam is machshel. So we don't know. So where are we holding? Which tashma? Dam of which? Oh, tashma. 10 lines from the bottom. Reb Shimon Omer, dam magifasoi einoy machshel. So to go back, to remind the Olam, just a picture, we won't show the whole video. There's 4 types of blood. There's dam, chalolim, all the way on the right. That's from a wound that occurred during killing the animal, not shechita with an arrow. This dam magafasi, that's what we're talking about right now. That's from a wound. The animal's still alive, but there's blood oozing out of a wound. And there's blood from a mace that died naturally, not from an arrow, just dropped dead. And then you have dam shchita all the way on the left. Do you want to see it again now to understand it? Maybe just appreciate the... Oh, somebody complained about the music, Doctor. Okay. The Shiva I'll explain to you a different time. My love, it says that the blood from a wound doesn't do hechsher lekabel tuma. My love, adam shchita machsher. We're trying to figure out, does the blood of a shchita, does that give hechsher lekabel tuma? And it seems like only the blood from a wound, but not the blood of the shchita. Adam chalalim machshir. Yes, it's a beautiful diuk. It says dam magafasi, second from the right, and l'chari you could argue that it's coming to be medayik, that not dam shchita all the way to the left. He says no, it is to be medayik, only dam magafasi, but not the one right next to it on the to the right of it, dam halalim. The one to the left, yes, dam shchita, but not the one to the right. There's different types of blood. Avadam shchita mai. So what are you telling me? So shchita blood all the way to the left is okay. It is machshir. I'm sorry. Avadam shchita mai. Loy machshir. It's not machshir. Lishmin dam shchita. V'kolchin dam magifasa. So why does the Brisa talk about the blood of a wound? I'll tell you a much greater chiddush, that even the blood of shchita is not machshir. So the Gemara dam magifasa. It's richalei. No, I said it on purpose. So kedai lechamino mali katli kulei mali katli paldo. What's the difference if he's completely dead or half dead? In other words, a wound is like a half dead. I told a guy yesterday that's going through treatments and everything. I told him that Israel Tauber says that you should tell the Rebbeinu Shalom that when you're going through a tzar like that, or you have a wound, a machla, you say malikati palda, malikati kula. That it should be hiratzin, that it's ki'ilu, like it's the real deal, like it's a real misa. You take it because Baruch could have done worse. You take it as a kapara, and malikali kula, malikali kula. What's the difference? There's no difference. You tell the Rebbeinu Shalom. So what's the difference if there's a wound that's at the start of? They say. Anyway, they say, what's the lashon? I'm trying to think. That it's not the pshat. When a person dies, it's not the pshat. He just died. He just finished dying. Because the day you're born is the first day of your death. It's closer and closer to your dying. Your body starts dying off. That's what it is. So when a person dies, he finally died. Not he just died. It's the end of the death. His whole life, he's on the verge of dying. He's going toward the death. It's a great, yeah, I'm just picking everybody's spirits up. Yishma. No, but if you think of it like that, it'll give you a little bit of a tzitr. You gotta start accomplishing. We're not here forever. We're not here forever. Yossi, what do you want to do? You want to break it up? Here, I'm gonna throw it. If you don't catch it, then you can't do it. What do you could I go weiter though? I have to go weiter. So while we'll stop, we'll see how is it going to smelt the room? What's going to happen exactly? I don't put it through him. Past him. Okay. All right. Don't look over there. Rabbi say, I'll pause there. Yossi K. Smoking for how many years? 28. Today is his first day of starting to live. Then he was going towards his death real quickly. Today he's going to start living. He's stopping to smoke. Yisrael Goldstein, the famous Yisrael Goldstein, the photographer, for the first time in his life, he stopped smoking, vaping yesterday. He's on his day one. Made a whole group. So Yishkoyach. We'll talk about it a little bit more a different time. But a lot of people are taking this seriously. Okay, it's a great book. What is it called? Millions of people stop smoking by this guy. You just read this book. What? No, it doesn't sound. It's a famous book. It helped a lot of people. A guy came over to me yesterday. Then he stopped smoking for 10 years because of that book. Then he stopped smoking because of that book. Okay. Zok the Gemara. Why is the blood of a killed animal, show him again, Dam Chalalim, the guy all the way on the right, the arrow through the head, not a shchita, blood comes out. Why is that blood good for Mukshal Kabal Tumah? The Chsiv, the Dam Chalalim Yishta, the lion will drink the blood. So you see, it's one of the mashkim. He's drinking blood. We saw it in the safari. We saw that they drink the blood. They lick it up. Says the Gemara, Dam Shchita Namiksiv Alar, the blood of Shchita is like water. So it's like one of the mashkim. So Dam Shchita should also be Mashal Kabal Tumah in Reb Shimon. Says the Gemara, no, that pasuk is coming to say that when you have a carbon that went wrong, that something happened to it, a mum, so now you cannot shecht it, but you're allowed to benefit from it. You're allowed to benefit from the blood. The Gizva Avodah, they have a special, the Psula Mikdashim, have an Isser to shear the wool, and you're not allowed to work them, done on the bike for. So maybe you have to treat their blood with more respect and bury it. Kamash Malon than that. Okay? Zog the Gemara. The Bey Rabbi Yishmael, ton of the Rabbi Yishmael. Vidam. Yeah, of course. Anytime there's a tragedy and the Zaka comes and they wipe everything up, you have to bury every blood. Sometimes they bury a seat in a car together with it. It's terrible. Yeah. Ton of the Rabbi Yishmael. I don't want to turn this shir into like one of the all-time gory shirim. I rather do have a video that's it's coming up. You might want to look away for the first few seconds. I'll tell you when to look. Oh, yeah. I was so excited about the video. The lion is going to drink the blood of its victims. When you take blood from a living animal, like Kaz Saddam, you do bloodletting. That blood, I showed a video, I'm not going to show it today, of in Africa, the people, the Masimara guys, they drink directly from, they take from a live cow and they drink it, they think it gives them a lot of koyach. That blood is not machshir. That's Israel, the seeds. So now we have a beautiful sugya. What happens when a person shechts an animal and the blood goes flying onto a gourd, a pumpkin? Now this pumpkin is truma, and obviously it's not attached to the ground. Rabbi Yomer Hukshar, that blood is good enough for Hukshar Kabal Tumah, and now I have to be concerned that perhaps this gourd became common. Rabbi Yomer Toilin, it's like a suffix. So what does a suffix mean? A suffix can mean that you wait it out until a certain time, or a suffix can mean you have to wait until Mashiach comes. There's a suffix forever, and there's a suffix, a temporary suffix. I always, whoever lived in Chicago, we're in Chicago, there's on the Vaughan Avenue, there's a restaurant there that had these, this is not from there, but this is what it looks like from this, when you drive by, you see hundreds of these gourds. There's a type of a gourd hanging from the thing, so it's always, okay. Dama Adlas, Rabbi Yomer Hukshar, Rabbi Yomer Toilin, Omer B'Shai. Machash Rabbi Yomer Hukshar, Rabbi Yomer Toilin, Onah Midusmai. So what should we do? Rabbi says this thing is tummy, it's Mukshal Kabal Tumah, and Rabbi says I don't know what to do. So what should we do? But we should remember all the steps here because the Gemara is going to go through them, what each step means. Let's, what's the Lashon? We don't have a Kedayu Reb Shimon Lismach al B'Shas Chag. Exactly. Let's be Samech Reb Shimon. What does that mean? Reb Shimon says he's taking it all the way to the extreme. Reb Shimon said that it's the shchita, it's the cutting that gives the hechsher l'kabel tumah to the animal, but not the blood. And what does Reb Chia say? Reb Chia says, I don't know what to do. In other words, blood over here is not going to do a mukshel l'kabel. It's not going to be mafshel l'kabel tumah. L'chayr, this gourd is kosher. So you have two people that say that it's okay. You have Reb Shimon Bar Yochai that says it's not the blood, it's a blood that sprays on a gourd, doesn't do anything. You have Reb Chia that says, I don't know what to do. So Mela, it's 2 against 1. Rebbe is so convinced that that's mafshel l'kabel tumah, it should be tummy this thing. So it's 2 against 1. Oh, Rav Papa. So Rav Papa explains. Hakol moedim heichad isel adam mitchila v'ad soif. Everybody's going to agree that if the blood was on the gourd from beginning to the end, then it's obvious that this gourd is mushal l'kabel tumah. I think Mark is going to explain. What happened was that the gourd got sprayed with the blood. Right after he cut the first simon, the kana, let's say, spritz, and then he wipes it down, and then he cuts the second simon. So for this we have a video. I would recommend not watching, really. I'll tell you when to watch. A little bit of a shechita here. This is from the shechita that we had. Boy say ayoim. Don't look. Okay, now you can look. Now. So hit a guy that has a gourd for a head. So that's the sugi right there. So a little bit of blood hit the gourd. I had a Maggid Shir that used to say here in Israel, he said, your head is like a kalavasa. Till this day, I don't know what a kalavasa is, but I'm assuming it's some sort of vegetable. What is a kalavasa? It is a blat, it's a type of pumpkin. Okay. Shcha rosh kalavasa. No, you never heard this lashon? You heard it. Kalavasa, okay. So this is what happened. The blood sprayed him from the first simon. He wipes it down. There's no blood at all, not like in this case, no blood at all. And then he cuts the second simon. Rebbe holds that the shechita from beginning to the end, and therefore there's blood on this pumpkin from the beginning of the shechita, and the beginning of the shechita is shechita. So Mela, this pumpkin becomes mukshel l'kabel tumah, and we're going to assume that it's tumah. Reb Chia holds at this point, this man holds that Reb Chia holds that there's no the shechita happens at the tail end of the shechita, all at that. And therefore, this is blood of just a wound. The initial blood that comes out of the kana, it doesn't count. What we care about is the blood at the end. The blood of the wound was wiped away. But here comes a tremendous chiddush. That blood that was wiped away, had you not wiped it away, it would actually turn into blood of shechita once the shechita is over. It would retroactively, it was there, only if it was there. So what is he saying? You should wait around? Not from Mashiach. You should wait and see if the blood is there until then the shechita. If the blood is on top of the pumpkin at the end of shechita, then it turns out, since there's a shechita only at the end, so the blood makkah is not a makkah anymore. The blood makkah is actually part of the shechita, and it has the ability to be mafshel l'kabel tumah. But if you remove it, it's a tremendous chiddush. You remove it, then there's no retroactive on it anymore. You can't say, oh, because at the time that it hit the gourd, it was wound blood, and you removed it. It was only wound blood, and wound blood is nothing. That I don't know about that. Maybe you wanted it, maybe, but it could be it has. You want the blood for other things. Once it doesn't, you don't need to want the blood on the pre. That's just something that we learned that we're going to learn. If you want the blood, you want the whatever. Let's say you did want the blood from something else, and it's sprayed on something on that gourd by mistake, it would be chiyuta. It doesn't have to be on every single pre. If I want it, we had it. A guy goes into we had it Lamashal by he put his hands in to grab the fruit or whatever it was. We had certain situations where you want the water for something else, but then it hit your fruit. It's too late. That's it. That's good water. Once you want the water, then the yeah, but what sugya did we have recently about it? We had that sugya in Miksham. Okay. I know it's a tough one. You have to. I just want to point this out. Rabbi Chanan Wasserman was sitting and learning the sugya of Yeshna Shchita Mechil Vatzoif, and somebody came over to him and whispered to him something in his ear, and he got up and he said a bracha. He said Mazel Tov. Basically, he had his son Reb David, and he continued learning. He went right back into the place. He got up for a minute. He paused. He said whatever he had to say, and he went on. In the sugya of Yeshna Shchita Mechil Vatzoif, and I heard once, and obviously we don't know the chizronis, but somebody pointed out that two of his kids were killed in the war. One of his kids didn't have any children. The only enikach that Reb Chanan Wasserman has is from this Reb David. He's trying to say that because of Torah that he had that concentration. He went on. Okay, just throwing it out there. Says the Gemara. So what does it mean? So according to Reb Chia, he said it is machshir l'kabel tuma at the end of the day. According to Reb Shimon, the blood from shechita doesn't work. It's only the shechita itself. And according to Reb Chia, it is machshir l'kabel. So why you bring it right from Reb Shimon? If you wipe it down and you don't have that initial blood, Reb Chia says it's no good. The blood is no good because it's damaka, and Reb Shimon says I don't hold of any blood that's makshir from shechita. And Mamela, in that case, they're both maskim. However, Rebbe who says that it is makshir l'kabel is only one against Reb Chia and Reb Shimon who both hold that it's not makshir l'kabel in a case where he wiped it down. Great. This just triggered something that in Dvar Shalechon Shnayim that the Brisker Rav was very into teaching his Talmidim that they shouldn't believe every story they hear. So I say that all my stories at least are mises that could happen or almost happened, but they all could happen. So he's once saying a ma'isa about a woman who lived in Varsha on this and this street and this address, and she didn't have kids for many years, and she went to the Rebbe, and she managed begged, pleaded, and cried, and he gave her aftacha, and sure enough, within the year, she had a kid. Then he paused to see what his talmid means. So one time he says it's impossible. Maybe the shot is psychological, maybe this and maybe that. A whole ma'isa. And then he looks at the dine over there, it's Chazeli, and he says, why aren't you saying it? He says, I'm a super if there's even such an address in Varsha, there's even such a street in Varsha. The Brisker Rav says, that's what I meant. When you hear a story, you have to first even doubt if there's such a street. So I said the story last night in the shir, and I even said, there's because there's a Sephardi there, and he started saying, I said, the Sephardi, they believe everything. The Baba Sali did this, did that. It's 100%. I was there when I was in Morocco. The stories that I heard The thing, people did this, and he flew out of a cannon, and feathers came out, and this one and that one, and the Nissan. So last night at this meeting of the satellite location guys, so Moshe Cohen, the owner of Amanot Chen, Chazdei Naomi, it says, by the way, on his status, on his his email signature, it says owner of Armanot Chen. I work at Armanot Chen, but I breathe MDY. That's what it says on this thing. So he got up there and he gave a speech, and he says, I want to tell you about Gadlus Ha'adam, about what about me this rebellious. So listen, I left my hat. I flew to the Shabbaton, first time that I was in America in my life, and I left my hat in the Shabbaton, and I called up Mark Ashkenazi, and this and that. They found my hat. And Mark said, don't worry about it. I'll come to you. You'll get it. He says, you'll get it. He says, you're not going to believe it. At the end, Reb Eli himself brought the hat, but he first went with the hat to Chicago, then he went to New York, and he was giving shum everywhere. The anova of this person and the chashivas, Gadlus Ha'adam. So I banged up there and said, Rabbi say, this is what I'm talking about. This is where these stories start. Let me tell you the real story. I come to my room at night and I put my hat in the suitcase and I look inside and it says Moshe Cohen. I stole Moshe Cohen's hat. So what do I do after I steal a hat? I got to give it back to him. The guy's not about Midas. He's a Ganav. It went from being a Ganav to about Midas to the Gadol Adar. What's a beautiful thing. Shtusim. Your marriage made up a story out of nothing.
Made up a story that you stole it to hide your Midas.
Wow. No, I have Eidim. I have Eidos. Okay, we go back there. Rav Ashi Omar Toilen Loila Masha. Rav Ashi, so again, so what do we say Toilen means? Toilen means, according to Rav Chia, let's just wait a minute until the end of the Shechita. Let's see if there was a completion of the Shechita. If there's a completion of the Shechita, because I hold that Shechita happens all the way at the tail end. And Memela, here, we had, remember, just to show the Rashiva. There's no Shechita with Tchilat Soif. Does the Shechita begin and end and it's one long process, or it's all the way at the tail end? Remember, you have to watch the gauges very carefully. The top gauge is Tchilat Soif. It's all one Shechita. Oh, boom, the last second. Here says the last second. Memela, if the blood remains there without you wiping it down from the beginning to end, then the last second makes it into a kosher Shechita, and then it turns out that blood was part of the Shechita. If not, it's not. So toilet means you have to wait for a minute. Rav Ashi doesn't like that. Rav Ashi Yom toilet loyla mashma. Toilet means I have to wait until Mashiach comes forever. Why? Because Rav Chia had a suffix whether or not he doesn't know that it's shchita b'soif. He's misubik whether it is or it isn't. So meilu my toilet. I don't know what to do until Mashiach comes. So therefore, I cannot eat it because maybe it's truma that's tummy, and also I can't burn it because maybe it's good truma. I'm not allowed to burn truma. So what does it mean? Let me rely on Reb Shimon. Reb Shimon loy machshir, Reb Chia is feika, but according to Reb Shimon, it's not moshel kabel tum at all, and Reb Chia says it's a suffix. Says but do you go ahead and burn it? Yes or no? According to Reb Shimon, you don't burn it. Why? It's not mushal kabel tum. And according to Reb Chia, you don't burn it. What about eating it? So according to Reb Chia, you could. I'm sorry. According to Reb Chia, you can eat it because this is a suffix here. But according to Reb Shimon, you could eat it because it's not mushal kabel tum. So only in the Sreifa department they agree to each other. Both say you don't burn it. Reb Chia says because it's a suffix. Reb Shimon says you don't burn it because it never got any liquids. Blood is not considered a liquid. Rebbe is the one that says it's moshel kabel tuma. Burn it. And you have two that say don't burn it. So they win. And therefore you have to wait until Mashiach comes to understand whether or not you could eat it or burn it. As Reb Shimon Lakish. An interesting thing happened yesterday. I was in the koil, and it said Baruch Shimon Lakish. So I was like, stam hacking, literally hacking, not even being serious. I said, it's interesting. It says over here, Reb Shimon ben Lakish. And sometimes it says Rish Lakish. And sometimes it says Rishon Beis Lamed. Like, so I asked the fenster. So he says, oh, look at that Lamed Tes. Over there it has all the things you just described. Like in a second. So I said, no, so he says, and it's not a joke what you're saying. It's actually, I thought about it. And I came up that if you look at it, it's basically because which one of those forms of the word fit into that line? Sometimes Reish Lamed fits in, sometimes Shimon ben Lakish, sometimes Rish Lakish. He decided it has to do with the printer. Okay. So by Shimon ben Lakish, sorry to Menachas, minor by Rishon V'Sheni, again minor by Rishon V'Sheni. 7.5 years ago in Shir, I brought a bunch of flour and I brought oil and I made a mincha. And it's tough. You make a mincha and you're like, the oil is not getting everywhere, and then you have these clumps. You know, like let's call this a clump. Well, what's inside this clump? Flour that doesn't have any oil in it. That oil never touched the inside. The outside, yes, but the inside now. So the question is, how do we view the flour inside this clump? Is it mukshal l'kabel tum or not? Just because the oil touched some of the flour on the side doesn't mean all the flour is mukshal l'kabel tum. How do we view this? How you doing? So what do? Does this have the ability to give off tuma to something else, or in itself? So the Gemara introduces to us this concept. We might have had it the other day for a split second, but now we're going to discuss chibas hakodesh, the love of kodesh the Rebbeinu Shalom has for kachim, and that gives it more abilities. So this piece right over here, this clump of flour, this clump of flour has a special love because it's kachim. So maybe that love stops at a certain place. It itself becomes possible. We're going to view this as tameh. But it doesn't have the ability to impart tumah to something else. Or perhaps no, it has the ability to go weiter. As the Gemara is going to describe later, is this a d'oraisa? Even if it is a d'oraisa, it's tameh d'oraisa. How much further could it go? Omar Rebbe Lazar, Tashma. So Rebbe Lazar drops a bomb here. Very hard to understand him. The Gemara is going to attack him immediately. Every food that can be eaten, the only way to make something mushal kabel tuma is with water. And the story says, black and white. Since there's some flour inside this lump that doesn't have water that touched it, that's not mushal kabel tuma. It has to have some water that's mushal kabel tuma. He was mechadish his phone. Everybody holds of this. Reb Shimon Lakish, what was his question? I understand what Reb Lazar is saying, but nevertheless, Reb Shimon Lakish had a question. Does the love of the kodesh, the chivas hakodesh, does it give it as if the halach as if water touched it? But Reb Lazar has an extra pasuk here to tell us that this is not mekabel tuma. It says if you put water, I'm not going to show you this video. I'm going to show you the first frame, so you remember, right? This is the video of mushal kabel tuma. It says in the pasuk, and he even says v'chiyuta, and he says funny words over there. V'chiyuta mayim al zura zurua. It says you should put water on top of a seed. So then why does the pasuk say from every food that can be eaten? It's a little extra. It's even on seed. It's coming to exclude this clump of flour that the inside is not makabel tuma. Says Gemara, loy. Oh yeah, it's puzzle, but it's not metama. Says Gemara, loy chabitumas meis v'chabitumas sheretz. You have an extra pasuk. Rashi just points out real quickly that both psukim are by sheretz, but sometimes when you don't have what to do with the pasuk, we have in okay, let's learn it for tumas meis. So let me show you this Givaldik video. I like these kind of videos because they're very educational. Because it'll just explain to us one of the two things that we don't see in the Gemara. Make the volume maybe.
Welcome to the Tuma Kobo. Here you have everything you need to become Tameh. So we have two main tracks. The long track, Tumas Mace. How much do you need? A kazayas of basar. And you are Tameh for 7 full days. And the Tahara, Hazah from the Efer Para Aduma, and then Mikvah. And we have the fast track, Tumas Sheretz. The shear, Kaladasha. How much time? Till the evening. And that's it. The Tahara, Tevila in a mikvah, no para aduma. So, which track are you choosing?
Okay, so one is talking about Tumas Meis, and one is talking about Tumas Sheretz. Utzrich in the Gemara says a simple tzrichusa. Diashmin and Tumas Meis, possible to boy hechsher mishum delamitama b'chadasha. If we're talking about the tumah of a dead person, it's severe. Who the boy hechsher? What? No, sorry, it's not severe. You need a hechsher tumah. Why mishum delamitama b'chadasha? You need a larger share of the kazayis. We saw in the video. You need a kazayis, the size of an olive, not the size of a lentil. So it's less severe. Law, I have to be machshel l'kabel tumah. It's much more sensitive to tumah. You become tummy even when you touch a small lentil piece of a dead mouse. Ema loy hechsher. I would think, okay, it's so severe, so you don't need a machshel l'kabel. You don't have to pour water on your fruit in order for them to become tummy. Yashmin and sheretz, and I just say sheretz, a sheretz is less severe. Why? It can't do tumah for 7 days, only for 1 day. I'm amazed. That person, you touch that person, they tumah for 7 days. It's so severe, you wouldn't need. Turning of the daf, sponsored by Dark Global Specialists and International Financial Services, by Chaim Milrad, Lili Nishmas, Imi Merasi, Eto Bas Yitzchak, Leo Hashaloi. Zok the Gemara. Moser Reb Yosef, Reb Shimon Oimer, Uchshur B'Shchita, who said in the Mishnah, and we decided that at least according to one Shita, our Mishnah was talking about Chulin, the whole Mishnah of Chulin, and we proved it because it says in the Mishnah Chaya is not in the Beis Hamikdash, Chulin. And Reb Shimon says that the Shchita is what gives the Hechsher l'Kabel Tumah. Uchshur Afilu Minei B'Rishim Sheni. You become mukshal l'kabel, meaning even to give over, to impart tumah. If you have just a shchita, where's the water? If you're going like Rebbe Lazar, that's mamish. You need water on the food. Where do you have the water here? No. Reb Shimon Bar Yochai was talking about just the Rabbanon. It's Xera. That's why he said that by Shechita it's Mekabel Tumah. Rebbe Lazar on the other hand is talking about Daraisa. You can actually, what's the difference with the Rabbanon and Daraisa? Do I take this truma and I burn it? If it's Daraisa, you burn it. The Rabbanon not. So Abaya is going to use this answer again, and Rebbe Yosef doesn't like that he's just answering this. Now what? We're talking about the Rabbanon. I'll bring you another raya. Toshma Haboitzer Lagas. What's a Boitzer Lagas? New video for Boitzer Lagas, very very short. It just shows you that the person didn't want the juice coming out of these grapes. What would a person rather? Keep the juice, use the juice, or let it fall on the floor? This juice is Boitzer Lagas juice. You didn't really want it to happen. So does it have the ability to be machshel l'kabel tumah or not? Shammai Yomer Ruchsher. Shammai himself, not Beisha. Shammai himself says it's machshel l'kabel tumah. Hillel Yomer lo Ruchsher. V'shasik leHillel Shammai. The Gemara says there's mamish like forced, like by the day the egg was made. Now, amai. But what's the problem? There's no water there. Why is it machshel l'kabel tumah? You're right. You're right. There's no water, and it shouldn't be deraisa work. But we made it. Midrabanan, we made it. Reb Yosef, Abai's Rebbe, yeah, the famous Reb Yosef. I tell you that Reb Shimon says that the shchita alone is what gives it the hechsher l'kabel tumah. You don't need liquid. Then I ask why now you need water. But honestly, it's so hechsher mayim. You tell me it's a derabanan. And then Reb Zeir comes and proves it to you. V'amas lei, he told Reb Zeir, the Boitzer Lagas also a Sokach Shemai. So then Reb Shimon Melakish asked, if this this clump of a flower does it impart tumor or not, you should have answered yes, midrabanan imparts tumor. Just keep on going with your theme. Shimon ben Lakish nami so gav shemayim. Amar lei. Otu Reb Shimon ben Lakish litlis coming by your lane. Reb Shimon didn't have a question of midrabanan. It imparts. Of course, midrabanan imparts tumor. This clump of flower. Kim killing by your lane. Lisroy. I want to know. Reb Shimon ben Lakish want to know whether or not this clump of flower, if you could burn it, in other words, is it a deraisa? Not if it's a derabana. So says the Gemara, Michlal, the Chivas HaKodesh, deraisa. It seems like Rish Lakish agrees that this clump is tamei mideraisa. Otherwise, he would have asked, what about the clump? Do you burn it or do you not burn it? He didn't ask, do you burn it? He asked, does this impart a rishon and a sheni? Does it continue? But the clump itself, he knew that it's a deraisa, that you burn it. Minalam. And where did he get that from? It says by shlamim that if the meat touches something that's tamei, it becomes tamei. And we have to understand, you have, Rabbi said, think about it, you have a carbon in the Beis HaMikdash. What are the possibilities of the meat in the Beis HaMikdash to become tamei? How? They have to have one of the 7 liquids. Where are they going to get the 7 liquids from? There's no honey in the Beis HaMikdash. The blood from the shechita, no good. The blood, what? Yayin on the thing. Okay. So the Gemara, water. Poke on the water. Okay, so the Gemara goes through all the things. There's oil. How? There's blood everywhere over there in the Beis HaMikdash. We had this the other day. The blood of Karbonis doesn't have the ability to be machshir l'kabel tumah shenemar l'sechleno al ha'aretz shebechenu kamayim. It has to be something that spills on the floor like water. Only blood that spills on the floor. But blood that you try to catch and receive, kabbalah sadam. So that's not considered al ha'aretz shebechenu kamayim. So it's not machshir. Ela this kasher. So you're gonna say this kasher machshir beimet b'chaya. There's something in the Beis HaMikdash. There's a whole butcher section over there. Here. The stone, the stone thing, the marble, and this is the water of basement Mechaya. Not only are the waters tar, that water doesn't have the ability to what we're saying that it doesn't have the ability. This mashka doesn't have the ability to be machshir. Say it was not referring to water, it's referring to blood. No, you can't say that. But mashkei kamar, you're talking about plural, 2 types of liquids. What are the 2 types? Blood and water. It can't be just blood. It's mashkei, it's also water. Elalav, so you see from here, this guy b'chibas hakodesh. This guy b'chibas hakodesh, you see from here that just the love is the shlamim becomes mushal l'kabel tumah, not from blood and not from water, ella from it has to be a normal process. That's not the guy spilled the wine on him by mistake. The normal process of it became tamei, mushal l'kabel tumah from the love of kodesh. The duma, perhaps, either Rav Yehuda Mashmuel. Don't Rav Yehuda Mashmuel. Have a great case. You had a shlamim, and you brought it through the river. Why did you bring it through the river? So if you're at the shechita, you heard they give the animal to drink right before the shechita. It makes it easier for them to flay it, to skin it. So you bring him through the nachal. You make him all wet. It has water from that river. Here we have a little bit of a video. It's not 100% accurate, but whatever.
Okay, you ready? 1, 2, 3.
Oh, that's some water. But the truth is that water
Excuse me, I'm a little thirsty. Could I have just a drop of water?
Yeah, so maybe after the
Shahita.
Finally said it right. He's been working on that word for a while. Ella Miseifa. From the end of the pasuk, Basar the rabbis ate some levina. That the wood. Oh, I have levina here. There's levina, shmak, frankincense. This is makabel tuma. Now, does anybody eat this? No, it's not edible. How can it be makabel tuma? It's not a kli. It's not food. What is it? The habas. I need a special word to tell me that they're makabel tuma. Ate some rabbis ate some levina. Even wood. Ate some levina, but they're not edible. It's the love of dusha of kodesh that we have on the levina and on the wood, and that makes it like food. So too in the case of a clump of flour. The love of kodesh gives it a hefshel kabel tuma. And now that Rish Lakish has a question. Wow, we're doing well. 57 minutes. Maybe this from the Torah gives it a psul in itself, but it doesn't have the ability to impart tuma. Or maybe it does have the ability to impart tuma. Thank you. Tishri Taretz Kushivi's boys. Rabbi boys have a wonderful day. A good Shabbos, Motzei Shabbos at 10:02 and a half.
Merit the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a shir today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. Welcome. The Choshev CEO, the Yossi Klein, came in for how long? One day. Came in on the cloud. Probably paid for it with your own money. As usual. Favos. Azai. Mshagas. Uh-oh.
We need to step in for a minute.
Behind you.
Two sides? Yeah, we need to borrow this.
Okay. Do I step out?
No, stay right here. You're fine. Okay. Hi, everyone. Over the last 7.5 years, Noam and I have had the privilege of helping organize many of the gifts and the presents that have been presented to Rav Eli at the completion of all the Masechtos that we've learned over the last 7.5 years. Every Siyum has given us another opportunity to express a small measure of gratitude that all of us feel of what Rav Eli and MDY has brought into all of our lives. As we begin thinking of the upcoming Siyum HaShas, now just 1 year away, we asked ourselves, what could possibly be an appropriate way to mark such a moment? After all, how do you adequately show appreciation to someone who has spent years showing up every single day without fail, helping tens of thousands of Yidden learn Torah, grow in Torah, and stay connected to Torah? And then it hit us. Over the past 7.5 years, together, we have had the privilege to complete Torah Shebaal Peh. What could be more fitting than marking that achievement with the completion of a Torah Shebiksav? With that in mind, we are excited to announce a project that we hope will unite the entire MDY family. 1 year from now, at the Siyum HaShas, we plan to complete and dedicate a Sefer Torah for MDY in appreciation of Rav Eli
and everything he has done for this incredible community. And to underscore this significance, as Rebelli just mentioned, Rabbi Yossi Klein flew in here, of course, on his own dime for under 24 hours, maybe even less than that, to be here today to help launch this campaign. That alone speaks volumes of what MDY has become and how much this community means to so many people around the world.
The Sefer Torah is not simply a gift. It's a symbol of our collective Hakar Satov. It's a way of saying thank you for the countless hours, the endless preparation, the daily consistency, the inspiration, the friendship, and the unwavering commitment that Rebelli has shown to every one of us. Every single day, no matter where we were in the world, MDY, and no matter where he was in the world, MDY and Rebelli was there. The shear was there, the preparation was there, the energy was there, the commitment was there. Some of us joined because we wanted to finish Shas. Some of us just to learn a daf. Some joined for chizuk. Some joined because we wanted to be part of a community. But I think it's fair to say that nobody watching this can honestly say that the shear had zero impact on their lives. For some, it changed the course of their lives. For others, it helped them through difficult times. For many, it simply gave a daily connection to Torah that otherwise might not have been there. Whatever your story is, Rebelli has been there every single day, making sure there was a great cheer waiting for you.
Today, we want every member of the MDY family to contribute. We want to give every member of the MDY family an opportunity to be part of this expression of gratitude. On the screen, we'll put it up soon, you'll see various sponsorship opportunities and participation levels. Whether you choose to sponsor a word, a pasuk, a parsha, or any other level, our hope is that every member of MDY will have a share in the Sefer Torah. Because this isn't Noam's project, and it isn't my project, it belongs to all of us. The Sefer Torah should represent the thousands of people whose lives have been touched by MDY and by Rebelli's dedication to teaching Torah every day.
A year from now, just a short year from now, when we stand together to see Shas and celebrate the completion of Shas, we want to be able to say that this Sefer Torah was written by the entire MDY family. A Sefer Torah built letter by letter, word by word, and parsha by parsha, by people whose lives were enriched through this kehillah, through this community. A Sefer Torah that will stand as a lasting symbol of gratitude, appreciation, and the power of what can happen when Jews around the world come together to learn Torah. And most importantly, thank you to MDY and to Rebelli for everything you have given us over the last 7.5 years. Any donation above $720 will have their name woven into the mantle of the Sefer Torah as a lasting reminder of our Hakar Satov. Today marks the launch of the MDY Sefer Torah project. To commemorate this special occasion, with Rabbi Yossi flying in, we'd like to present Rebelli with a plaque marking the beginning of what we hope will be a historic journey for MDY, a journey that will culminate, Be'ezras Hashem, with the completion of a Sefer Torah at the Siyum Shas next year. May we all be zocheh to complete the Sefer Torah together, complete Shas together, unite Torah Shebiksav and Torah Sheba'al Peh, and continue growing together for many, many years to come.
Wow. Yeah. Yossi, that was good. Wow, beautiful. Okay. We put it over here. Put it down. Wow. A little look. My entire life, last good few years, I wanted to write a Sefer Torah. It didn't work out as I. So wow. Behemes, a little lost for words. Very emotional. Thank you very much. I want to be mishtatef. I want to be part of it. I want it to be my Sefer Torah. I want to be the first one to give. So if it's okay, Rabbi Yossi, I want to give $30,000 to launch it off. What do I get for $30,000? I get the whole Sefer Torah. Wow. Okay, it's another chapter in the book. You couldn't have picked a better day. Now I'm lost. My focus is lost. Wow. Okay. When are we starting? What, you have a cyber? No? Gewaldig. Wow. Unbelievable. Okay. No, it's a perfect. It's okay. There's no better gift than this. What could it be? It's unbelievable. Sima Shas, Sefer Torah. Unbelievable. Mamish unbelievable. Wow. You didn't have to come in for that. This is where you came in? No. I had to speak to him.
The 30 gig of picture on the Sefer Torah.
Okay, we go. What is this? Hell, wow. Okay, not so bad. 12 minutes in. Beautiful. So we're not going to do emails or anything. That will be for tomorrow. Wow. The official edition MDY Shas. Masechta sponsored by Zevin Yael Shulhoff. Very emotional, Bemis. Daf Lamed Evan J. Blumenthal. Happy birthdays, Hebrew and English, to my father, Reb Dean Blumenthal. Admei Besim Shon Love Aryeh. She responses in Masechta David Solomon, dedicated in memory of Avi Meir, Reb Shmuel Baruch, Baruch Chaim Tzvi Doy Zechron LeVracha. The Policy Family Foundation, gratitude to the consortium and the alliance and all they do to support MDY. Anonymous, Aslach Baruchnis Uvagashmis, and thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous for complete before Shlema and Arichas Yom to Leah Basester. Yohan Daniel Rosenfeld, Barius Vasimcha, Ari Simon for Shlema, Avi Meir, Baruch and Miriam. Anonymous for Shlema for Rabbi Ruchim Ben Yehudis and Avram Yeshaya Ben Slava Dvar Amen. The Spanish year sponsors, weekly sponsors, wishing the MDY family complete Atzloch and Siyat Nishmaya. Shmuel and Ahuva Schuster, memory of Hayalda Shendel Hertzberg Alas Shalom, the 8-year-old. By Robert Early, Preston Harris Gruber Gruben, make money from the shear, give back to the shear. Yomi Shoner, learning from Robert Early with gratitude to Hashem for everything. Daily sponsors Anonymous in honor of Yossi K and Arya Simon. Hashtag MDY family. Anonymous. MS? A whole parsha? How much is a parsha? What? 36. Donnie? You take people are taking the bar mitzvah parshas. Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? From? You were here on the day that they announced the Sefer Torah when I cried like a 2-year-old. Still crying. What's your name? Shalom Aleichem. You're in yeshiva here? Where? Very nice. Shalom Aleichem. And you, what's your name? Shalom Aleichem. Nice to meet you. Okay. Gary Ben Moshe? Oh my gosh. Okay, these are just the people that are up in America. What time is it in America? 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm not going to be able to concentrate today. Wow. In honor of Yossi K. and Ari Simon. What happened to Yossi K and Ari Simon? I heard something. Anonymous, Bracha Atzlacha, Mazel, Parnasa, health for my family, myself, and all clients show by Anonymous. Amen. You're joking. So maybe we need 2 Sefer Torah. 1 minute, time out. How much is a chumash? We just took liberations. Wow. For me, but it's not fair. You got to leave something for somebody. Up the prices right now. Up it. That's crazy. Wow. No, but if a chumash went that fast, okay, there's only 5. Givaldic. Beautiful. Okay, MDY art. Did I say? I don't know where I am. I'm serious. This is it's the last day of Tumen Tahara, and it's half the shear. I got to get this Clark. Modly, I didn't say this. Innovations in LLC. I won't skip this. As a school, if I give Simcha ben Fega, the Iska Leroy's as a scroll, it's like the Simcha ben Vega. Rivki Yudis Basaf Chaya, Shidduch Hogum Bekoroi. Anyway, art. Fushleima Yonathan Eitam Bebeshav Bracha. Fushleima Mordechai ben Esther. Fus Hayele, Daniel Zeb, Rayot Esther. All right. Moisai. Here, you can save these today. You can sell it later. I can't even see the words of left voice. Huh? Here's it's a good Shaila. Wow. All right. The boy said we're holding 6 lines from the bottom of Lamed Aleph on base. We're talking about the hands of a person that Chacham instituted a tumah, they're considered a shayna. So, boys, I have my dead sherets over here. This dead sherets is an av hatumah. Dead sherets, av hatumah. If this dead sherets touches this grapefruit right over here, the grapefruit goes down 1 level and becomes a rishon. So let's find the rishon here. This Rabbi Isai, what is this? This is chulin. Chulin. This, because a mouse touched it, it becomes a rishon. If this grapefruit touches this grapefruit, what does this become? Sheni. Great. If this grapefruit touches this grapefruit, becomes a shlishi, which is if it's whatever, it's a shlishi. Let's say shlishi. What does the shlishi do? This could be altaris a truma. It could be chulin that you did altaris a truma, altaris a kodesh. You had more shmir on this. Okay, so Ula says that if you eat a shlishi, you eat this, take a bite. He says that you're not allowed to eat truma. The kohen who eats from this shlishi, his body becomes a shlishi, and therefore he can't eat truma. So says the Gemara, this guy right over here, Rishon shebechulin. This grapefruit, it's a chulin. It's a very simple grapefruit that you bought in the store. It's a Rishon. Tamei, umetame. If it touches truma, this, Rabbi says truma. This is truma. So this truma becomes tamei, but also metama. Metama means that it has enough power to pass it on. Not only is this fruit tamei, but it's mitama. It gives off tumah. So put it right over here. This is a fruit, a truma fruit, which was spoiled, that touched chulin. This fruit right over here touched chulin, which was a rishon. It's powerful. Rishon is very powerful. It's so powerful that it makes this truma tamei, And also, if this fruit touched another fruit, like we saw over here, it makes this guy shame. Next, Basheni, this guy, this chulin guy, that's a sheni, only hassles a truma. So, if this is truma and it touches a sheni, so it only becomes pasul. Pasul means it doesn't have the ability. Maybe we should. It looks a little bit. It's too crowded. I see the screen. I see they're seeing over there a little bit too much. Okay, this goes together with this. Hold on. See in a second. This made this truma. This is truma. We could even here. We'll put another little guy over here. This is truma, and this is truma. Okay. This peach is truma, and it's only pasul. Pasul means the tuma does not transfer to another fruit. What about a shlishi? Bashlishi, nechal b'nezid adema. Wow. I need nechal b'nezid adema. So, this peach, which touched the final grapefruit, the shlishi grapefruit, that's fine. Put it in nicely. But you have to see this as shlishi. Yeah, you can see this as shlishi. This shlishi that touched this fruit, if we were to grind up this peach and make it into a spice, you could actually. It has so little tuma in it. It has so little tuma transferred from this grapefruit into this peach that I can use this peach as a spice in my chon, my truma chon. It's edible. You can eat it in a dish. It doesn't have nechal b'nezid means nezid is a chon. Here, let me show you real quickly. Here's the video from yesterday. Here, let's just watch the video to understand what's nechal b'nezid. This isn't a zid. This is a cholent. I can take truma and put it in here. Now this is a shlishi. This is a chulin a shlishi. He did not wash nagavasiv, so his hands are still shiny. Okay, so this shlishi guy, you could still pour in truma into it. Now here's the thing. It's chulin. It's chulin that it was al taras hatruma. Taras hatruma, to remind the olam. Where's my guy? Here. The guy's a faker, not a faker. It's a fake. It's a fake truma. He's treating that cholent, that grapefruit, whatever it is, he's treating it with respect as if it's truma. It's not truma. He didn't get it from a Yisrael. It wasn't a fruit that you have to give a kain. He bought it in the store, this cholent. It's regular cholent. It's chulin. But he treats it al taras hatruma. Now, this Rabbi Isai is a key thing right here. How do I know that this case is talking about that he treated it with taras ha-truma? Because he poured truma into it. How can you pour truma, spices, into chulin? You can't. Into something that wasn't watched well. So it must be that he poured truma into the chulin because it was very, very watched. It was kept with the most extreme chumras of truma. He treated it like truma. But if this truma fell into a shlishi, this taras truma became a shlishi. How did it become a shlishi? Somebody with pink hands, shiny hands, touched it. I could still pour truma into it, even though it's al taras truma. What did Ula say? Ula said that if somebody eats a shlishi, his whole body becomes tummy, to the point where he's not allowed to eat truma. So what are you telling me? You're telling me that a kohen is allowed to eat from this cholent? And what's going to happen when he eats from this cholent, according to Ula? His body is going to become tummy. Says Rashi, that's the Issa D'Oraisa. You're not allowed to make your body tummy. Tosfos argues with Rashi. But Rashi holds you're not allowed to make your body tummy. So the problem is, and this is a very, very dakisdik nekuda. It's not like mefurish here in the, but if you look at the long Rashi on Amud Aleph, you'll see this point. So Nachmal, the guy who made this cholet altaras atruma, and it's a shlishi, and I told him go ahead and eat it. Afilu ben zid, nechal ben zid. You're allowed to eat the cholet, but according to Ula, if you eat the cholet, it makes your body tameh. You're not allowed to make your body tameh. Answer. Listen to this answer. You're allowed to eat this cholet, and it doesn't make your body tameh. You know why? Because it's so insignificant what you put in there. How much spice did you put in there? Let's say you put a teaspoon. It has to be kazayis. So in a chon, think about a kazayis of salt. Let's say you put a kazayis of salt into a chon. How much salt do you have to consume in order to get that entire tablespoon of salt? The entire pot. How are you going to eat an entire pot in 9 minutes? The most chumrah share in the world of kedei achila. Let's go back. Leila Seder. You're eating matzah kazayis. How many minutes do you have to eat the kazayis? You don't have forever. You have between 3 and 9 minutes, depending who you hold like. Some people 2. If you hold a Reb Chaim Nah, so the kazayis is much less, so you have much less time. If you hold like the Chazon Ish, kazayis is much larger. It's interesting. When you're super machmer kazayis, you have a lot of time. Don't say, oh, I hold like Reb Chaim Nah, and then my kazayis is this big, but I have 9 minutes. No, it's a contradiction. Because if you hold that, okay, that's a different story. If you hold that kazayis is very large, you have a lot of time. How much time? Maximum 9 minutes. It's called, instead of Gemara doesn't have ever, they didn't have watches. They didn't have 6 minutes. So they call it a random thing. It's called Kedei Achilas Pras. As long as it takes you to eat a half a loaf of bread. Half a loaf of bread takes 9 minutes. How much do you have to eat in 9 minutes? Your entire amount of, you're going to miss the whole thing, Tzaddik. It's going to take you the entire amount of your kazayis of spices that you put into the chol. That's impossible to be over the avera of eating true. Because you're never going to do that. You're never going to. So really, you're allowed to eat the chol. So he says, would he bring me a raya from chol? If you had a source that said that you're allowed to eat real food, that's a shlishi, then you would have a problem. How do we allow a kohen to put that in his body when it's going to make his body tummy? We're only talking about a chol, and a chol is the spice, and the spice, in order to be over, you have to eat the entire thing, and you can't eat it within 9 minutes. So let's see inside. 3 lines from the bottom. By the way, I'm serious. I don't know about you guys. I know a bunch of people came to me after the shir last night. They said, we love these sugyas, the two entire sugyas. A lot of people like it a lot. Today's the last day. I mean, pretty much. We're going into Agadah. Some people don't appreciate it. Some people really, I love it. It's ishmak. If you tell me that according to Ula, when you eat a shlishi, your body becomes possible and it cannot consume any truma any longer. Safin lemidi, the possible of the gufa, you're telling him he can eat this shal that's a shlishi? Don't bring any raya from a nazid adashim, a chol, hadema, that there's no truma. The lekke kezayis b'vdei achilas pras. It's impossible to eat the shear of the truma that you put in there in achilas pras. I'll show you this video again. You might understand it better. Again, I'll just explain it beforehand because it went by and it became more confusing than helpful. But it was very artistic. I like the fact that he has this MDY doll that's going on our merch center soon. I'm just joking. Don't have a heart attack. A pras means half. So half a loaf of bread. A bread is made out of 8 eggs. So half a loaf of bread is 4 eggs. Yesterday we spoke about chatzi pras. A half of a loaf of bread. That's 2 eggs. Now take a look. 4 eggs. So half a loaf of bread, 4 eggs. The chatzi pras is 2 eggs. Okay. Still confusing. It's less confusing than yesterday. But it's artistic. I mean, the whole thing, even the way he made the words out of eggs. I don't know. I can't do this. If they ask me to make the word baits out of eggs, I don't know. Whatever. He's basically repeating exactly what we just said with a small variation. Until now, we were talking about this dude. The guy that watches his food as if it's truma. All he does is he says, it is truma. It is truma. There's truma, and there's a guy that pretends that it's truma. Okay, he's wearing jeans and his shoes, and he's pretending it's truma. But it's not. And then Rabbi Yonasan says, no, we're talking about real truma, but the halacha is the same. And this Gemara is going to say at the end, the halachas remain the same. So then why did one pick truma and one pick he's pretending to be truma? Because each one has a little chiddush in it. And that's the next 8 lines, which is almost like a freebie. If a person eats the shlishi, the third level of truma itself, not a pretend truma, also lechol, his body becomes a shlishi, therefore he's not allowed to eat truma. But mutar liga, he's allowed to touch. His hands don't give off truma, he says he's allowed to touch truma, because he's only a shlishi. Says the Gemara, the Rabbi Yonasan. He had to come and talk about truma itself, and he was speaking about fake truma because each one has a little chiddush. So what? The Medula is talking about fake truma. He's pretending it's truma. He's watching it as truma. I would think dafka in a case when it's fake, have a truma, but real truma. If you consume real truma, maybe I'll say you're not allowed to even touch truma. You are so tame your body, you shouldn't be touching truma with the Rabbanan. Maybe Rabbanan made a gzeira. Stay away from everything. But again, Nami also. Okay, this is Rabbi Yonasan. That's why I need Rabbi Yonasan. Rabbi Yonasan talks about real truma. Even the Rabbi Yonasan only spoke about real truma. I mean, truma. Why am I so makbid on him? Because he ate real truma. Chulin. But if it's fake, it's really chulin. But he pretended that it's truma. Maybe he's only a shlishi, so maybe he could consume that chulin grapefruit that he was makbid on it as if it's truma. I need both cases. Yosef, Rabbi Yitzchak bar Shmuel bar Marta Kameid Rav Nachman. Oh, Yosef, correct. I almost answered my own question. Yosef, he sat. Rabbi Yitzchak bar Shmuel bar Marta Kameid Rav Nachman. Yosef, and he sat. The question is, why does it say he sat twice? Mamash sitting. I almost took it out, so I wouldn't have a kasha. Shkoya. So now we're going to play a game, Rabbi Isai, a real game. I showed you this chart yesterday, and this is today's sugya basically. Until we get to the Agadita, which is an Amud Beis, less than halfway down Amud Beis. Basically, there are 4 shittas over here. What? More people are sending in their things. What you got? Mantles. I like this idea that everybody's name is on everybody above 700, 720. What's 720? What is that? What do you get for 720? A pasuk? An almond. It'll be, okay, so people's names will be in there. Okay, cool. How many amudim are there? No, small words, the size of Gemara. As long as you see your name on it. It doesn't have to be the size of a Aron Kodesh word. We'll have to figure it out. Okay, great. So this money is a fundraiser for MDY. It's not just for the Sefer Torah itself. It's above. Well, it's shite to the Sefer Torah. Okay, they can do whatever they want. Okay, great. I like the Nikud. The Nikud is that every single person is involved. Everybody. Get an ice. How much is an ice? What's an ice? A word, $36. Be part of it, $36. But everybody has to be part of it. Even the kids have to be part of it. You have to start working. No, not Yisafta. How much are you sponsoring? I'm putting you on the spot right now. How old are you? 11. In 2 years when you get bar mitzvah money. How much are you giving us? I need to know right now. I'm kidding. Everybody's going to be involved. Every kid. How much? You're sponsoring? You're giving $180 or 180 shekel? How are you going to give $180? How do you have $180? What? What? You bar mitzvah already? Oh my goodness! Get over here! Get over here! He wants to be part of the Sefer Torah. Rabbi said, this kid is donating $180. Now I can't take your money. This is we're gonna have to. Your parents are gonna have to sign off on it and everything. But just the idea that you wanted to. What's your name again? Yeah, I brought you up here like a number of times. You're like the number one kid here that comes up. But $180. The boy say $180. It's more than my 30,000. What? He wants to know. Well, come here. Why you don't? He wants to know why you're donating. In honor of what? I helped you so much. How did I help you so much? What a tzaddik. Come here. Big hug. Wow. I helped him so much. Yeah, unbelievable. Okay, but listen. If you want to be on the mantle in the back, it's 720. You'll have $80 left after you. Oh my goodness! What a day! What a day! Everybody has a part of mitzvah. How come you didn't speak? Wow! It's a lot of gifts over the years. This is crazy. Okay, right there. Okay, so let's look at this chart. Everybody, it's very super simple. The chart is 1, 2, 3, 4, and it goes in order. Mamish in order. So it's mamish. What we're going to do is we're going to read some Gemara, and we're going to see these shitas basically, besides one of the shitas, which we're going to leave for tomorrow, I guess, or we actually had it yesterday. Chulin atar zakoidesh. Yeah, where's that Rebbe? Here, kodesh. A person treats his truma. Who is his truma? His chulin. He treats his chulin as if it's kachim, as if it's a carpet from the mizbeach. We get rid of all these guys here, everything away. What? Now we're pretending it's meat. Yeah, we have to pretend this grapefruit is a piece of meat, and he's treating it with the most respect possible. It's called. It doesn't take government money. It doesn't take government money, said. A person is treating chulin as if it's meat, as if it's meat right off the mizbeach. Shita number 1 is he did zero. It's chulin. What does that mean? You don't have the right to do that. If you do that with, let's see, where's the truma guy? No, here, this guy. Yeah, you touch it with the sheni. We're talking about shlishi now. Chulin atar zakoidesh. Touch with the sheni. You have the right to do it with truma. Why? Because you have Rabbi Schoenberg, you have Dani, you have all these kohanim that they need to be careful on a daily basis. People come to the door all the time, knock on the door, knock. Here's a bag of grapefruit. Here's a bag of apples. So Dani's wife has no clue who knocked on the door, who didn't. She's going to grab an apple and she's not going to be careful. So Dani says, in my house, everything is truma. This is normal behavior. So if you want to treat your stuff like truma, that's great. But when you start being super makbid and start saying, well, maybe I'll get a stick from the Beis Hamikdash, that's not something common. Nobody does it. Your brain is batal daitas kaladam. I don't care. So it's 0. He holds 0. That's one shita. Shita number 2 is it becomes a shlishi, but doesn't do anything. It itself is a shlishi. It doesn't have the power to go on and continue tumah. So it won't be a revi. Shita number 3 is it's a shlishi ve'oise kodesh revi. It makes a revi. And shita number 4 is not only does it make a revi, it goes backwards. It's super powerful. It can make a sheni. So we have number 4 says it makes a sheni. Number 3 says it makes a revi. Number 2 says it's a solid tumah, but it doesn't do anything. It's a 0. Doesn't continue. And 1 says it's a 0 should be 0. It doesn't even start. The nafkamina, I am tumah, but I can't impart any tumah. That's a something. That's number 2. I am Tame, I can make very little Tuma or Revi. I am so Tame, I can make a Shane. And number one says nothing. So now, when we read it in the Gemara, I'm just going to ask you, which one is it that we read? Because it's confusing. You'll read the words in the Gemara, you might not see if it's a 1, if it's a 2, it's a 3. It'll take you 5 seconds to chop what's going on here. Everybody could answer besides Ari Simon. Says the Gemara, Yosef Rav Yitzchok bar Shmuel bar Marta Kamed Rav Nachman, V'Yosef Ikamar, Ha'oichel Shlishi Shel Chulin Shenatz Al Taras HaKodesh. That's exactly what we're talking about. You see the headline? Chulin Al Taras HaKodesh. It's a Shlishi. Tahar Lecho B'Kodesh. What are we now in the chart? She'lecho Dover Shoyis Revi B'Kodesh. It cannot make a Revi. Ela Kodesh Mekudesh Bovad. The only thing that could impart a Revi, a Shlishi to Revi, is if it's Gufay Kodesh. If it's Kodesh B'Kedushas HaGuf. Meaning, I take a carbon to the Beis HaMikdash, I said that it's a Chatos. Saying that Tzachatos is only words, cutting its neck, Shchita, creates a Kedushas HaGuf. At that point, that's a Kedushas HaGuf, it has the ability to impart Tumah. But we're not talking about an animal that you brought to the Beis HaMikdash. We're talking about a grapefruit, not a grapefruit, a piece of meat that you decided on yourself. It's chulin. You decided on yourself that it should be like a piece of meat from the Mizbeach. So it doesn't have the ability to make it a Revi. It stays at a Shlishi. So on this chart, what number did we just read? Number 2 says it'll be Yosef. It's a Shlishi that doesn't have the ability to make a Revi. That's number 2. It's a little difficult. It takes a few seconds to, you could say maybe it's 1. No. It's not 1. 1 is 0. He says, it is Tomei, but it doesn't have the ability to make a Revi. That's number 2. Let's see inside. He could eat Kodesh. He does not become a Revi because Ella Kodesh Mekudesh Bavad. Only if he's Kodesh Kedushas HaGuf. Since he's only Kodesh Kedushas HaPeh, Rashi says Kedushas Peh, it was a Kedusha like from his mouth. It's not Kodesh enough. Says the Gemara, I don't like that. He says Shlishi. If a person eats a Shlishi, what happens to him? He goes up a level. Sheni LaKodesh. He's like a Sheni. If he eats a Shlishi, when it comes to Kedusha, to Kachim, he's like a Sheni. If ain't Sheni the Truma, he doesn't go up a level for Truma. And we're talking about Bechulin Shenatsu Al Taharas Truma. This guy right over here, only in a Truma. Amai Alav Kodesh Mekudeshu. Why would it become a Sheni? For Kachim, you told me the only way to become a Sheni for Kachim is if it's the carbon itself. It's Kodesh Kedushas HaGuf. Omerlei. No. So, I'll give you a very nice example. If I give you a suitcase with $1 million in it, and I tell you, take this suitcase from here to New York on a flight, will you fall asleep on the flight? Never. You won't fall asleep. Why? I gave you $1 million. What if I give you $1,000 to take to New York? You might fall asleep. You probably will fall asleep. When you're what? I was thinking about it. If you're carrying a Sefer Torah like no one fixed, I don't want to bring that much because he did fall asleep and he did leave it in a certain place. No, I'm joking. The guy that has the Gemach, I'm joking. He did walk away for like 20 seconds, like, hey, oh, it's a scary thing. Yeah, he was carrying it on his back the entire trip. It was crazy. He's always worried. Okay, very good. So now let's take that back to us. If a person is makbid on food like kachim, that's $1 million. He's so nervous about kachim. It's mamish the top of the top. But truma, he's watching it. He's doing his friend a favor. It's a lot of money. It's $1,000. But he's relaxed. What's the worst comes to worst? Worst comes to worst. He lost that. So pay him $1,000. It's not $1 million. Truma, you watch it. Well, what's the worst? You made a mistake. Okay. The Mela, the Gemara says that when you're looking at a guy that watches it for Truma, it's like zero compared to kachim. It's a zero. He didn't watch it at all. We have to treat it as if it's tamei. It's a different type of shmira. It's not in the same category of shmira. And the Gemara brings unbelievable raya. It's not. Oh, sorry. Let's read it inside though. You're talking about a guy that was watching it al Taras HaKodesh. He's making sure that the truma is kodesh. Tarasa tuma. We treat it like tamei. Here it's al HaKodesh. How do you know that you do such a thing? You treat it like tamei? It's not. Big the Amaretz, Medrus Leprushim. The clothing of an Amaretz have a tum of Medrus. Medrus means if I sit on it, if I stand on it, they become tamei. If a zav sits on a beged, if a nida sits on a beged, it becomes tamei like the person himself. Like it's an avat tumah, this beged. If a person that has tumah sits on a couch, that's why all couches today, all chairs today, have the tumah of a nida, have the severe tumah. The only way to get rid of it is to put it in a mikvah when Mashiach comes. Here, you have a person that has tumah. The tumah seeps right through all the mattresses, all the way down, even though they're not touching the bottom mattress. That's a visual from 2 years ago. Let me show you how it looks today. Beautiful stuff. It's a mixture of New York City and Eretz Yisrael. Different. This guy is Tumas Zav. Okay. I have a real picture of that. Emes in the Tzafon. 10 mattresses. All the mattresses become tamei. Mattress. The mattress becomes like the zav. It's avatuma. And if you touch a mattress, you go down one level like a mouse touching the grapefruit. You go one level down, you become a rishon tuma. So that was funny and epshot. Okay. That was something Gemara the Sam. Bili Amaretz. Now the clothing from Amaretz, you have to be careful. Maybe his wife Nida sat on it. So the tamei. He's Amaretz. He doesn't know how to watch stuff. But only to who? Medrus Leprushim. A parush is somebody who's careful to eat chulin b'tahara. All his grapefruits, everything he buys from the store, he treats it with respect of tahara. But he's just a parush. Big day Prushim. You think you're so machmir? You're nothing. You see this idea that you're like a tamei compared to Medrus Loichlei Truma. You're a parush. You're a Yisrael. You're a nobody Yisrael who treats things like you're a kohen. Very good. But you're a nobody compared to a real kohen. Loichlei Truma. And guess what? And you kohanim, big shots. You think you're so good. Big the Loichlei Truma. The kohanim that eat truma, their clothing is nothing compared to Medrus LeKodesh. So you see this idea that truma, if you're careful with truma, you're nothing compared to kachim. Amarava Midrashis Conference, would he bring me a ride from this case of mattresses and then clothing? Shani Midrashis, Shemoteshav Aleya, and Ishtenida. It's so common. Everybody who has a wife has this issue. Shemoteshav Aleya Mishtenida. Maybe his wife, the Nida, will sit on it and make it tamei. So it's very common. But we're not talking about medrus. We're talking about fruit. That fruit should become tamei is not so common. We don't say this, that a person who's very careful with this fruit, that it should be like truma, it's nothing compared to kachim. Why is it nothing? It's on a high level of watching. Oh, but you brought me a ride for mattresses. That's common. So I have to be super careful. Maybe that if I'm careful with kachim, someone that's careful with truma, it's a zero compared to kachim. But not when it comes to fruit. There's no difference. So even if I'm watching something, al shmira al taharas at truma, It's nothing for somebody that watches Altaris HaKodesh. Zog, the Heilige turning of the Daf, Adar Global Specialist in the National Financial Services, Chaim Milrat, Nishmasim Mirasi, Fraliato, Bas, Yitzchok Elashon. Says the Gemara, what's a Rabbi Yerim Medifta? Umi Amrinu Bepeira? How can you say that the Imam is going on and on and on? There's still people texting you? Tell me the good ones, the big ones. What do you mean the name? What's the name? What does the name mean? $72,000. There's a name? The name, what's the name? The actual Sefer Torah? Or the name? What's the name?
Calling it Sefer Torah.
What, you want to put all the illusions in the front? Hey, here. Rabbi Yitzchok. Rabbi Yitzchok. Do we say when it comes to fruit that a person is keeping in Taras HaKodesh, it's nothing compared to a kachim but nan in Mamar? Oh, so Rabbi said, check this out. I'm telling you, there's so many new concepts here. It's unbelievable. And Amaretz, you know Amaretz, we don't trust him that he took Trumas HaMaisrus. And Amaretz is another thing that we never really spoke about, at least not in the last, I don't know when. Shalom, what's your name again? Shalom Aleichem. You look very familiar. Really? Woman, are you going to dive in choppers here?
Just announced it. No.
Mazel tov, unbelievable. Mazel tov. Beautiful. On the day of the bris, he comes to learn Torah. Okay, stop. I have a meeting now. He tells me he's coming, he's flying into Shmuz with me, and they bring a screen to my house. I'm going to set up a whole thing. So I'm thinking that he's talking about the CRM. That was part of your shtick? You are speaking about the CRM. After the day. Okay. So Zog the Gemara. Listen to this. Beautiful halacha. And Amaretz, he's not believed to say that this barrel of wine, that this $10,000 barrel of wine, doesn't have tuma when it's truma. But if it's the super top level of kachim, it's kachim wine, he's believed to say there's no tuma. Again, and Amaretz is not believed on a barrel of wine that's truma, but on kachim he's believed. Why? We're not going to get into it, but if we don't believe him, he won't bring korbanos to the Beis Hamikdash. He gets insulted. Maybe he'll make his own mizbeach in his backyard. We don't want problem. You're invited like the rest of the Klal Yisrael. Okay, so you have mahar, it's fine. What if he takes 1 cup of kachim and pours it into a giant barrel of truma? Do we believe him? What's your name? Shalom Aleichem. Aleichem Shalom. From where? Shalom Aleichem. Sorry, there's people, they hide out. Don't I see them? Okay, very emotional day today. So Nachamal, he takes a cup of wine that's kachim, that we trust him, pours it into 10,000 cups of truma, which we don't trust him. Do we trust him now in the 10,001 cups? The answer is yes. Why? Because there's 1 cup of kachim that we trust him on, and maybe we have to trust him on the whole thing. Says the Gemara, but now we said in the Mishnah. If Amoret says, I took into this beautiful giant barrel of truma, I took 1 tiny revius, 87 milliliters, whatever it is, according to Chaim Noah, the Chazon Ish, revius kodesh. Naaman is believed that the whole wine is tar, and that little truma, the 10,000 cups of truma don't make the kodesh wine tame. But if you told me that when a person watches truma, it's a 0 compared to the kodesh, the tama truma kodesh, why doesn't the rest of the wine in the barrel make the kachim tame? Amalei, no kasha, tuma b'chiburim kamer. So you're asking me a question about wine that's already mixed in and it's solid in the barrel. Tuma b'chiburim chani. When it's attached, it's different. Why? The big mehemen kodesh. We do trust him on that 1 revius on the kodesh. Therefore, mehemen on the 10,000 cups. Truma memenami on truma. Most of Rav Huna bar Nasan. Here we go, Rabbi. So here's the game again, and then we wrap it up. It's the 6 more lines. Most of Rav Huna bar Nasan. Hasheni shebechulin. You have chulin, that's a sheni. Mitam and mashkin, chulin. If a sheni, do we have to do this? Let's do it real quickly. This is a sheni. This is a regular grapefruit sheni. Rabbi say, If it touches this water, what happens to this water? Very good. Where's my Rishon? Rishon, here we go. Hold it out, yeah. This becomes a Rishon. It goes Tchila, becomes a Rishon. And therefore, and this only makes Truma puzzle, the food of Truma puzzle. Shlishi, Chulin, that's a Shlishi. Where's my Shlishi? No, you don't have it? Oh, here's the Shlishi. Shlishi. Same thing. If it touches water, even though it's a very, very shvacha Tuma, it's only Shlishi, it makes this water a Rishon, and it makes Truma, this is the problem right over here, a Revi. It's a problem. So if we look at the chart, what do we just read on the chart? Right over here. A Shlishi becomes a Revi. What do we just read? Number 3. A Shlishi becomes a Revi is number 3. So we saw number 2, we saw our number 3. Tanoi, Bisanya, Chulin. Now check this out. We're going to read it quickly. Tell me what it is on the chart. Bisanya, it's a machlokes Tanoi. Chulin Chenatsu Ataris HaKodesh. That's our case. Chulin Hareyein Kichulin. What is that in the chart? 1. Very good. The kid that gives $180, he's the first one to answer here. What is that on the chart? Litame Shnaim. It has the ability to make 2 things tame, to make a Rishon and a Sheni. And here's the key word: it can make a Shlishi. So what is that on the chart, Rabbi Isai? It's a Shlishi. Number 2. Number 2. It's a Shlishi, but it doesn't make a Revi. It's only a Shlishi. That's Echad. The Lifsal Echad becomes a Shlishi. Doesn't make anything else. Let's keep on going. And here's the Gazda. Rabbi Shimon Oimer Hukshu B'Shchita. We're in a brand new sugi. Seriously, we're done with the Sheni Shlishi. That's it. So, Rabbi Shimon in the Mishnah said that if you shecht an animal and no blood comes out of his neck, says Rabbi Shimon, it's still. Rabbi Boyce, I got to tell you about Yossi real quickly. Well, I'll tell it to you tomorrow. I asked him to stop vaping, and I'm going to read a whole giant email from somebody, a whole maisa. But after Shir, Ari Simon went over to Yossi and said, why he's still smoking. She says, because he bought 2, what do they call it, packs, 2, the cartons in duty free. She says, okay, so forget it. He said, no, it's expensive. So Ari Simon bought them off him. Can you give them to me? I'll tell you why. So you stopped smoking officially? Oh, you're going to Shabbos.
Now sounds great.
So you give it to me quickly before you see have Karata. No, but I don't have time. We'll rip them up tomorrow. Give it to me. I'll tell you why I don't want to rip them up. I know a bunch of people, if I give them 1 pack of cigarettes, they'll join the share. Here, these are yours. Okay, fine. Let's finish the studio over here for a second. What a day! Ishkoya. What's the guy's name for the Israeli that stopped smoking? Hananya Deutsch stopped smoking. Her boy says stop the vape. Stop the vape. Hananya Deutsch stopped smoking cigarettes. He comes over to me after Shir. He says, my wife told me, I knew the Shir gave you a new life. I didn't know that the Shir took away your death. Shimon in the Mishnah says that the shkita, that makes it susceptible to tumah. You don't need a liquid. Shkita by itself. So it seems like the liquid doesn't even work. But dam is one of the 7 liquids. So now we're going to see there's a difference between blood and blood from a shkita. Blood from a shkita might not work. Let me say, it says, oh, I have it right. It says in the Mishnah, Shechita gives it the susceptibility to tumah. My life, Shechita b'lev dam. Oh, the Chari meant only Shechita, not the blood. No, that's not a good raya. Loy after Shechita. I'm still trying to prove whether Shimon holds the blood has the ability to make something mukshal l'kabel tumah. Toshma, all the way to Shimon b'chiyat do machshir. Hello, Shechita machshir. She says mefurish. It's not the blood, it's the shechita. No, it's not a good raya. Perhaps I can push it off and say, is it only the blood that's one of the 7 mashkin? Shechita is also something on the mashkin. So I want to show you real quickly. Check this out. There are 4 types of blood. We did it very, very nicely with ketchup instead of blood ketchup. On the right, dam chalala, very important. A guy, you shoot an animal and it bleeds after it dies. That's not shechita. It's from an arrow to the head. It's a different type of blood. There's blood, second to the right, dam agafasai. Blood that comes from an injury. He's still alive, but he's injured. He's bleeding. There's blood from a dead animal that died naturally, and then there's blood from the shechita. 3 different things. Here, let's take a look. There was something here. Also, very artistic. Hard to understand, maybe. You're nervous they're going to get eaten. Is that we're holding dama mace. This is an animal that died. It's one of the 4 types of blood we saw. An animal dies naturally. No shechita, no bullet to the head. Dies naturally and it's bleeding. Or it has blood. Any machshir. That blood is not good enough for mukshal l'kabel tumah. Oh, here it is on the page. My laugh. You could infer from this, but Adam Shechita Machshir. If it's Shechita blood, it is Machshir. Right. Adam Chalal Machshir. No. You're right, it's a very good deal. But you don't go to the one all the way to the left, go to the one all the way to the right. It's coming to infer from this that if the blood comes out of a wound that caused it to die, not of Shechita, then that's mukshal l'kabel tumah. But Shechita, the one all the way to the left, doesn't have the ability to be mukshal l'kabel tumah. So what? So what are you going to tell me? What? It doesn't have the ability. Who's reading dam shechita of a kosher dam ames? So then say the bigger chiddush and say that shechita blood is not real blood. It doesn't have the ability to be mukshal l'kabel tumah, and certainly blood that comes from a dead animal. Well, I need to say the blood of a dead animal. What's the difference how it died, whether a person killed it or it died on its own? There is a difference. You kill an animal, then the blood is mukshal l'kabel tumah. If the malchamodas kills the animal, it doesn't have the ability. Toshma, Reb Shimon Omer. So what time is it? What do you want to stop over here? We'll stop over here. Fine. Rabbi, you stop over here. Rabbi, I have a wonderful day. Beautiful, beautiful. Wow. I've been there again.
America's Scoop is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYSponsor.com or sponsor@MDY.com.
But things are better now. But Caveman Coffee got me through it. You go to Caveman Coffee. Something like that. And Caveman Coffee. Yeah.
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. What a day yesterday. I have to apologize to a lot of people. It was a last minute thing. One and only. There's only one person that I know who does a job like that. Amitai Ben David. He literally killed it. He wrote a sefer called Sichas Chulin, the original sefer, the brown, giant sefer on the second screen, all the innards and all the workings of the behemoth. He had him, his little bit of a tragedy. I wanted to be behind the mitzvah like last time of Shabbat Mitzvah, so I purchased the sheba, my own money. And then it turned out that the sheba was basically not the kosherest of all kosher. They had surface, big surface. So Makel sort of, some people showed us how to be Makel and how to do it, but it's not meat that we would eat. So, but the whole process is unbelievable. From the beginning, from before the shechita, all these people came and they gathered around. It was wild. And then he had a helper, and so he was describing first he patched the head, showed us the fun of the veshen, the basagdoila, and all the kapolis, and how it works, and why, and how the animal doesn't choke when it's trying to eat. Shemiyat in front of the veshen, the special mechanism, the whole thing. And showed us the upper jaw, the lower jaw, dissected it. All these little people staring about it. And meanwhile, his helper guy, another saint, is skinning the animal. And then they opened it up and they showed us all the stomachs, the 4 stomachs, and the kishkis, the small intestines, not what we're just learning, the kishkis, the small intestines, the large intestines. The liver, everything, the lungs. I got the 4 lungs. I took pictures of all these parts of throughout other tables. We'll be using, much like yesterday's Gemara, it says, Ahu Yoim, whatever the lesson was over there. Very by Yoim. And it means that day, that the Rebbe Azariah, throughout Shas, he will say, that day. I apologize to all those who missed it. Like this whole side over here missed it. Sit down. Yeah. Everything's videoed, yeah. And Mendy was there, the whole island was there, it was beautiful. So anyways, the script, Rabbi Mitai ben David. I want to point out, I didn't realize, I threw it out in cheer about vaping and smoking, and the response was very, very, very strong. People in the shear that are sitting in the room last night, at least, came over and said, I stopped smoking for you. So this is their second day. And no, we're gonna. But they put people around the world spoke about it. It was featured in different statuses, different articles, different. They went a little bit more than usual. And a person that's very big in the show, we know his name, David Solomon. The one and only top tier or corporate sponsor of the year. So he wants to sponsor because of he stopped and he wants to sponsor like a whole sponsorship, basically to encourage people to stop vaping because it's very dangerous. So the second half, there's a guy in Yiddish, somebody sent me a 5-minute thing. I've never seen this guy, but he seems like a popular person. He has like a big following. And he started his whole, what is it called? No, not a campaign, a monologue, yeah, like a monologue, but like he went on and on, what's it called? A rant. He went on a rant, starting with what I said and how I sold my own eyes, the surgeries of young people, and he said very, it's in Yiddish, so I would show it, but it's in Yiddish. I could show part of it maybe, but it's like tomorrow. He's Jonathan Schwartz, the Baptist of Borough Park, has huge status. So he said that research shows that if you smoke, it takes about 7 minutes off your life every cigarette. So he says even if it's 20 seconds, so you're ma'abed atzil das, 20 seconds. You're taking away from your life 20 seconds. And then the second hand smoke that you're giving somebody else, taking 20 seconds away from that person, you're ritzah. He went on a rant. And he said he used to smoke, and he tells them how to stop. Read this book. Millions of people stopped. I know people that read the book. I forgot the name of the book. Teaches you how to stop. It's a whole thing. Don't fool yourself. I know you tell yourself that you're Zayda lived till 117 and only smoked and this one that. Cool. So anyways, it's a thing. So let's get into it. There are a few people here. You have effective immediately. Staten Island, it's a smoke-free zone. Great debate. And Rabbi said the two famous, I don't know who's more famous. Oh, here they are, live on Zoom. Now, live on Zoom. No, let's hear him. Let's hear him. Put him on.
Here's Drew Williamson. I'll be playing the drums. Here's Drew, everybody.
I don't hear. We don't hear. Dave, אתה רוצה לעלות שמה?
Space Randy Williams coming to you live from space.
I don't know.
I like
Seems
to
like
write jokes and leave them floating around
oh,
the
they are
capsule.
muted. It's their fault. It's your fault. You're muted.
Hang on a second. Let me check something on the computer.
Jamie, press on mute. Hyperlink it and press on mute. Jamie's very into his hyperlinks. Oh, you missed my whole rant about vaping. Yeah, so I'll tell you in a second.
I'm so dope.
Okay, fine. Where is this?
I'm very white.
Dear Belly, I've been learning that you owe me for more than a full cycle already, and I've been part of MDY for close to a year and a half. 2 weeks ago, I was traveling in Ringelwald, Switzerland. That's the first outs I've ever seen. I went with my wife right after we got married, and I watched her shear on the YouTube screen the hotel since I wanted to avoid ads. It's logged into a non-Jewish man. She says if I have a new account on YouTube by a new subscriber, it's not so Jewish because he logged in from his thing and he subscribed.